It's a new day, it's a new me. Better make way, I'ma break free. Burn the roof down, let the flame breathe. This is my moment, gotta believe. It's a new day, it's a new me. Better make way, I'ma break free. I've been silenced in the rage, trying to make peace. About to let it blaze, turn up the heat. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. I'm about to set free. I'm about to set free. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Come on, come on. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I burn wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor, and I'm about to catch fire. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I burn wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back while I catch fire. Stand back while I catch fire. Stand back while I catch fire. Let's go, let's go. Stand back while I catch fire.
Nobody can stop this. Force of nature like a rocket launching into the orbit. Winners are forming, wind into eye, never throw no caution. Nobody can imitate this. What you see is greatness. It makes sense, it's what I came with. Are you speaking my language? I ain't taking prisoners. Call me the Inquisitor. Winning is my signature. Victory practitioner.
Walking slowly, running home. I will follow you alone. Moving closer.
Welcome back, everyone, to day 3 of the Perfect World Asia League 2020. This is the Summer Asia RMR event brought to you by PGL. And of course, like always, we start off our days. If you missed out on the action before, you missed out on some crazy games yesterday. I know Bled and Dinko were still sitting there wondering what the hell went on in some of these matches. But luckily for you and luckily for us as well, since I think we're about to actually start the show, we get to recap what happened yesterday.
A good start into the pistol round. Somebody comes back in with a Glock, a double kill. Dan King though swings it around, and this is Tyloo all over it. Dan King, what the hell just happened? Advantage of play for Tyloo, just keeps getting better for them, but flying so clean. 3K.
Oh, that is sick. That is sick. I like how slowly just goes in the face anyway and wins the duel. Destroy's dead. Oh, good night, sweet prince.
Yes, remember there was a round where the Deagles actually nearly toppled it, could have taken the win, but slowly again finding the trade back on in. Viva goes down inside the bomb side, but flying. Okay, 3 kills picked up on the Deagle.
What? Oh, what? How did he manage to hit that? Little one tap as well. They have no idea about SDK though, and he swings through for 3.
AWP in hand. Rounds off a shot and it's
Oh,
going to be all on
defuse.
him. Gonna find one. Oh, gets a second on the end, so through the smoke. It's a 1v1 Cabal versus Wits. No scopies are going to be coming in. Yes, it is. I love the switch. Oh, job at a brilliant opening. But now Cabal's position compromised. It doesn't matter. He's still going to shut it down.
Going down on the defuse, coming through around the back of triple. It's not planted here for Cabal. Oh no, the defuse is coming through around the other side. Luckily it's in 10 seconds, but it doesn't matter. Gonna send a bit of a charge going down into a long. Urkat's blinded, but handles it well, handles it perfectly. Cabal, he's the anchor of the B-bomb site, and he is just making sure this goes nowhere. 10 seconds to line up. There it is, Cabal with a 4K. This position's good.
Oh no, the Deagle, the body shot's considered good. Oh my lord, bro! He just stopped it, just with the Deagle.
I love how long the video at the end there stays on the Bren 2-1 over Tiger, because that was a result I don't think any of us really expected, especially after day one seeing them against Vici. We had questions of whether or not they're going to be able to compete on the level of the likes of Tiger, but they did it. They're able to pull off the victory, and obviously we do have Mitch, Blett, and Dinko to join me here to talk about obviously yesterday's games, and of course our games coming up. First of all, let's see, I called out Dinko yesterday. Mitch, how are you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing just fine, Jason. Thank you. Had a
Nice.
nice little night's sleep. I'm ready.
Did you? You look well rested, Bled. You look well rested as well. How you doing? Day 3.
I actually am not well rested. I feel terrible right now, Jason. But hey, we got
Another
Asian
bug or
CS,
something
baby.
in the bed?
Maybe, I don't know. Let's not talk about that.
Okay. Well, you know what? We won't talk about that too much, but we'll talk about yesterday. Let's take a look at the results we had happen, because there were some crazy ones. There were some quick ones as well, as Mitch and I found out. But you can see there off the bat, Tai Lu up against Invictus Gaming. Now, Blay, you've talked time and time again about Tai Lu, #1 Asia team, Invictus Chinese team, #3 Chinese team for Invictus. And obviously you still have all of your hair, so you haven't pulled it out just yet, but that was not a result we expected.
Yeah, it looks like no one gave Tyloo the memo. They're like, "Hey guys, you're the best team in Asia. Don't lose like this." Close affair, but if you're Tyloo, you should be winning this game at least. You know, if not very convincingly, should still be pulling it off in a best of 3 series. But I want to give credit to Invictus. They make it work. I think the individuals in that team look very, very good. And for Tyloo, Danking didn't show up. And if you're going to be relying on your star player performing every single time, and I don't even think necessarily he's a star player, he's a primary opper, he didn't do a terrible job, but you can't expect, let's say, an attacker or somebody you're danking to drop 30 kills to be the win condition for your team. And I feel that is something that Tyloo have to work on. They are still the favorites here. I don't see a world where they're not going to qualify for the playoffs, but they need to pull up their pants a little bit more. But it's Tyloo. I don't know if they're going to do it. Maybe just going to pretty much crap the bed for the duration of the group stage and then win the playoffs easily. You don't know.
Well, then obviously we did have the crazy game of Tiger up against Brandon Dinko. As I said before, I don't think anyone expected this result after what we saw from day one.
No, going into this day, we knew Tiger were a little bit shaky coming into the tournament, but Brand didn't look great on day one, right? They had some times where they looked good against Vici, but for the most part, we'd expect Tiger to take that win. So they looked going into the series rough, and again, they got off to a pretty slow start. I think Urcast looked much better, but the rest of the team weren't really there. We're seeing some strange aggression on the CT side, some mistakes coming in from Tiger overall. And Brand were quite good yesterday, honestly. They're playing good Counter-Strike across the board. Every individual was showing up. Whether or not that would be a consistent factor, I don't know, but definitely a big result for Brand. They take down one of the best teams in the tournament.
We talk about consistent factors for Brand. I'm curious about the consistent factors for Tiger, because they have that first game of the day. But let's take a look at the overall standings within the groups at the moment and how they do stand. Remember, this is a 3-4 week event where there's going to be a round robin group stage. Each team will play out 9 best of 3s. And some teams already have 2 under their belt. And you can see Mazalai on the bottom, 0-2. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of really good teams within this group overall. It's kind of hard to determine who the bottom 2 teams will be. And at the moment, you can see Tyloo, it's already sitting there at the moment, Mitch.
Yeah, as we were saying yesterday, though, at the start of this tournament, it's always going to be a little bit of a shakeup. But in theory, as we move on throughout all these best of 3s, it should return to normality. And I'm looking down towards Bren to occupy that bottom slot, even with the result versus Tyloo. Seems like it's just going to be, or versus Tiger, excuse me. It just seems like it's going to be a little bit of a once-off. I don't know if they can consistently do that against even some of the mid-tier teams like D13, but we'll see. We'll see how they develop. Maybe they're going to be a surprise victor of this RMR event.
I don't know if it's just me that's a little bit off topic, but is Mitch getting shorter every day? It
I've
just
noticed
keeps moving
that.
further and further and further down, and I don't know if...
Yeah.
I mean, there's only so much Mitch you can take, let's be honest. Let's look at today's schedule, though, and see what games will be coming up today. 3 best of 3s yet again. We'll be kicking things off with Tiger up against Beyond Esports. We see Divine Vendetta up against Invictus Gaming later on. But for me, we finally get to see the first time here for D13 and Lucid Dreams play. Oh, no, I was just saying that the last game of the day, D13 up against Lucid Dream, the first time we're seeing these 2 teams. And it's going to be an important match, I think, just to get things going, starting off with a strong foot.
Yeah, indeed. I feel like I'm going to disagree with Mitch on the fact, like, which team's going to go out in the bottom, like, which team's going to get eliminated. I think Lucid Dream's going to be the team. They have struggled quite a bit. They do find success against Beyond, considering it's a domestic matchup and domestic derbies. You know how that one plays out usually. But they haven't looked good. They've lost 3 players. They don't have any RMR points. Bear in mind, they did play the first RMR. They don't have any points coming into this one because they had a big switch up. They had a Korean players leave to start playing another game, which is unfortunate for them. And I feel like they have a lot more to prove. Bren, I agree with Mitch where they are on the lower end of the spectrum when it comes to the teams we have here, all the 10 teams. But I feel like they are a couple of notches just above a team like Lucid Dream, who have struggled quite a bit of late.
Well, they're obviously going to be, I think, a massive unknown factor in this as well, right? With the recent switches since the last event. But let's actually take a look at like the RMR points overall within the teams, because this is a team who technically did score pretty well. They got, what, 1,150 points overall. But because they lost those 3 players, as you said, Blah, they went down to 0. And the people who are on 0, Lucid Dream, we got Bren, we got Invictus Gaming. This is basically a must-win tournament for you going into the fall event if you want to have a chance to be the only team to come from the Asia region.
Yeah, this has to be. And honestly, I don't really see a world where they can start grinding out the points. Like a team like Divine Vendetta, for example, they look better. Honestly, just based off an eye test in the one game we've seen of theirs. And for Lucid Dream, yeah, we haven't seen them. They might have had some prep work. Yeah, they'll probably get a couple of close games, maybe a couple of upsets, but it's about consistency and having more wins and losses, right? It sounds very simple when I put it across that way. And I feel like Lucid Dream, if they don't want to get eliminated, firstly, they have to surprise me. We've already seen Bren with a surprise yesterday. We saw that win they had, and now they're going to be feeling very, very comfortable right now. So if I saw Bren facing off against Lucid Dream right now, I would put my money on Bren. I feel like Bren would potentially take them down. So that's basically my logic.
Yeah, I think some of the bottom teams we can expect is like some Mazli actually, because they're looking pretty rough yesterday and the day before. So coming into this, I think Brand are looking much better than Mazli. I think they'd be able to take them down. And Lucid Dream, again, unknown quantity. We'll get to really see what they're made of coming into today's matchup. And I'm kind of looking forward to seeing them. I think either they're going to be awful or just suddenly just on that honeymoon period where they're popping off and all the individuals are hitting their shots and they're able to take down teams because you don't really have anything to look at.
Yeah, let's actually take a look at Tiger, obviously kind of get into our first match here. You talked about Ericast, you know, day 1, didn't really seem to rise to the occasion. Day 2, he definitely started to come into light. But the consistency is a question we're going to have for this team, Mitch. And I'm wondering, will they be able to compete against the likes of Beyond, who yesterday, obviously maybe take the result with a grain of salt because Mazalai are currently 0-2, but they looked like the better drilled team, one of the best drilled team we have overall within the whole group stage.
Yeah, definitely. We couldn't bring any criticisms to the table when it came down to the spacing of this team, their actual team play, the strategies coming in. They knew how to use smokes, which is obviously a bonus. And there was Tyloo for a second, but it's Tiger, of course, the other tease that we're going to look at Beyond have to take down. This is a much harder opponent for them than what they had yesterday. As you said, Jason, Mazalai were a bit of an easy victory. I don't think it's going to be a clean one if Beyond take it. It's probably going to be all 3 maps, but I wouldn't count them out of this series, that's for sure.
Okay, well, let's just go ahead and jump straight into the videos because I know the game is almost ready here, and I'm actually really curious to see what maps will be played. And it looks like no Vertigo today. I never thought I'd be sad saying that, but we do have Mirage, we do have Nuke, and we do have Overpass as our last map here. Do you have any thoughts on the map pool at the moment here, Blair?
I think the Vertigo ban is kind of expected. No one's going to pick that, and neither team really enjoy playing it. I think Dust 2 ban from Beyond. It'll happen later on. Actually, Beyond not Beyond, the other Thai team do enjoy playing Vertigo, but Dust 2 ban from Beyond, not surprised there. They did lose to Tiger earlier. Honestly, if you look at these maps, it is still going to favor. If you look at the win rates of both the teams, right, both of them have pretty good win rates, and Beyond's might be slightly a little bit more buffered by the fact that they have played against some of the Southeast Asian teams. But yeah, previous time these two teams played, Tiger destroyed them. It wasn't previous RMR 2-0. I want to see Beyond put up a fight, and I do believe they will here.
Yeah, well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to head into our first game. Thank you very much, Blett and Dinka. We'll catch up with you guys after this first map does finish. But Mitch, let's head into our first game here. I honestly don't really know which way to go. For me, I think it's all about how well Tigers step up on the first game of the day because they've been so inconsistent across this entire tournament so far. And well, speaking of them, go for a cheeky push up middle. They get a couple of kills. The bomb's still really planted nonetheless here out of Beyond.
You see, normally when you look at this team of Tiger, on the CT side, you can expect them to have between 8 and 10 rounds when they start and play the full 15 rounds. Versus Bren, they had 4. And that was the problem. We saw them, right, come in on the T side. They were looking dominant. They were winning the majority of rounds. They just hadn't given themselves enough of a buffer. And so long as they can come in here and not be absolutely abysmal on the defense, if they can clock up even 7 or 8, they should be able to bring it across the line. Their T side is really what you look to and become impressed with on Mirage, which I think is something we can say for a lot of the teams so far in this tournament. The T sides have been the dominant factors. So for Beyond moving in, and indeed if you just cast your mind back to yesterday, Jason, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about, because in that game versus Mazalai, Beyond found 12 rounds on their T side. That's a little bit too dominant for my liking. So really coming into this, I'm not expecting Beyond to get off to as strong a start as versus Mazalai. We'll get to see their CT side, hopefully, is at least one bonus, because we only saw a handful of rounds yesterday. So I don't really know what to expect there. But I think it's very difficult to compare those two games.
It's so weird to me to see so many teams have such strong T sides. I mean, yesterday we did have in the Tiger match versus Brand, it went 11-4 every half. Or every first half, right? And that's something that's like almost unheard of. And I know Dinko talked about it before with Zonic's book. 11-4 can be very misleading, but some of these 11-4s we had just seem to be so one-sided that you assume going into their next half the game should just wrap up quickly. However, Tiger and obviously Bren was able to, well, not Bren, not so much. Tiger is able to fight back, but we'll see. We do have the buy-up force up here out of Beyond. They did get the bomb planted, 4 Galils and a Mac 10, but no utility left to take the side, and a lot of utility left for Tiger to thwart this attack or just go for the full-on retake. And they already do. Molotov off connector, get the first kill, and Olivia gets the challenge on Adobu. I mean, to be fair for him, day 1 he played well, day 2 he struggled.
Yeah, day 2 Dobu really wasn't here for us, and this time no one from Beyond is here. Look at that, everyone was there was a stage for 4 players for 10 HP. That's never really going to work out. One thing I would also look at when we're talking about the whole 11-4 situation, I think it makes a lot of sense, even just mathematically. You can lose the pistol round, the force buy, then your eco. Your first buy round can be, if you're on the CT side especially, can be a little bit scrappy. You're going to have an SMG in there, maybe a very light utility if you're taking out M4s. So that losing that buy round is reasonable. Then you're onto an eco. All of a sudden you're 5 or 6-0 down. And from that point, if you manage to trade back rounds here and there, you still end up in a pretty bad spot overall in the half. You can win, 40% of the buy rounds and end up with 11-4. And it's actually not been a terrible half, really, but just because the teams won those early rounds, the ones that aren't really the normal ones versus ecos, the pistol round, the force buy, if you're not getting anything done in those, that's where you really struggle. I think that's the part of Counter-Strike that a lot of teams, everyone will focus, oh, well, what's our execute? How do we play with rifles? How do we, push into the A side, make control, do this? But you really do need to focus on some kind of strategy for when you have Deagles, when you have P250s, because even if you're not winning the round, you need to do damage or you're going to severely suffer when you move on forward. It's an aspect that I think amateur teams especially will completely ignore. I know back when I played, it was all we focused on was buy rounds. There was no strategy when it was like, oh, get Deagle, see if you kill someone, I see a lot of teams, even in MDL, doing that.
Well, so the moral of the story is just don't lose pistol around the forehead.
Well, yeah, I guess. if you can win every pistol round, you're probably going to be pretty good.
Yeah, well, that reminds me of like I think it was the old Dignitas squad in CS where they could win pistol rounds, but then they could never win the round after. They had like a massive streak of losing the follow-up round, but this was back in like 2014, so
that's
not
back
the
when
old NIP boys.
Back when you used to pretty much always force by that second round, right? Now there's a little bit more complexity to the economy where it's like, oh, I can actually get a full buy in round 3 in some situations. I mean, we saw it even yesterday. Remember, I can't remember which team it was, but there was a position where in round, it was QQ actually, so it was Beyond, where he found the 4K in the pistol round. Right. And so when it came down to round 3, they took an eco. They could take an eco round 2, and round 3 he could have an op. So that was never a thing before, because you didn't get the 1900 for losing the round. Yeah,
that was pretty crazy. That was over on Train. But now we're into that first buy-up round here. Well, I guess first equal gun round for both teams. We do have the op for Olivia, but we do have a scout for 9. So it looks like they're just trying to maybe save a little bit of money here. Not able to invest into AWP at the moment. But Beyond, I mean, Olivia was hitting some sick shots. His support play was phenomenal as well. STK had a lot of moments where he could just walking towards sites. And speaking of that, Myrals, think about his walking in towards the A site, gets a
Oh,
3K,
yeah.
and they still lose the round, which really perplexes me still to this day. Looks like they do want to go for hit towards B. They're going to leave QQ yet again to lurk over towards Palace. There's going to be 3 players there for him and 2 on this B site. And 25 seconds left to go. They're going to have to pick up the pace. They do have at least 1 smoke to hold them back off of for the push in towards site. Unfortunately, no incendiaries, though.
Well, yeah, so the slowing ability definitely isn't what it could be. Cabal's allowed them all the way up short as well. NCL luckily has just smoke to block off that angle and still focus on the apartments. But as Urcast goes down, they have no idea NCL's up close, so he picks himself up a kill, a second as well, and then out comes Cabal to play. Tiger very quickly pulling that round off and stopping Beyond, who went for a last-second push in towards the site. They have to even save a rifle in the end, and that puts their economy up in the air a little bit. And they kind of have to invest now into this. The problem is their opponents have majority M4s, so it's not like, so they technically can get AKs out, but only with Kevlar, and you really don't want to avoid helmets up against those M4s, and they would have no utility as well, so it's even worse. But they've gone for it.
Yeah, I mean, QQ caught Urcast on the rotate back towards the B side. The problem was, well, everyone was dead before it really mattered too much, especially with the bomb being dropped inside of the apartments. I mean, once that was down, there was 5 seconds left. I mean, it looked like they had no chance to actually even plant the bomb if they were going to go for it. They moved a little bit too slow, maybe misjudging the time a bit, hoping that Tiger would get aggressive somewhere. But we do have 9 on the op, going to be sitting over towards Toll Booth. It looks like it will be a hit towards A, kind of like a set execute. I mean, it should be likely they get the bomb down, especially with only 2 defenders here, and Dobu going to be sitting in towards window. But the after plant, that's going to be the tough part here for Beyond.
Yeah, with such a passive setup and the fact that Beyond have taken Galil's, they'll at least be able to get that bomb down, as you said, but it's the post plants when they're coming up against those rifles on the retake. They ain't going to be the easiest. A little bit of damage on the Dobu. Looked like it could have been more. Now here we go. Bomb being planted. The CT's... Whoops.
Oh no.
Olivia's lost a lot of health. They can spam him down. I don't know if they'll want to, though. Urcast manages to take QQ, but the bomb is planted, and here we go. A 4 versus 4, but with the damage done by that Molotov, Olivia's left down to 6 health. I think he got, obviously, wall-banged or a nade went off, something like that, to light him up even more.
Well, we do see the long rotate coming from Olivia, but it's going to be the MAC-10, so it's not like he can really do much at range. The smoke's going to be coming through on top of the bomb. Urcast just going to jump up. The bomb going to be stuck. And really no one hitting the diffuser here. It looks like NCL's going to be pulled off. However, a couple of kills still going to be traded here, and that at least is some decent damage done. I mean, getting the bomb down, getting 3 kills. Obviously, you didn't save any weapons yourself. It's going to give them that clean buy up here, and hopefully, and ideally, look to keep in check the economy out of Tiger, because I believe they did lose. Actually, no, they did lose the op. They went for the double op setup now.
I think all in all, Beyond can be happy. They had, what, 3 Galils, a MAC-10, and an AK going into that round. They find a bomb plant, 3 kills, as you said. It's a positive outcome for them. You can see the Tigers' economy isn't out of control just yet. 9 needs to get out. I mean, he gets a kill on the way. Okay. I thought he was going to run straight into Khan, realizing he was a little bit laid out there, but nope, he didn't care. And now SDK is going to be an angry little boy. I mean, he talked about the impact that he's been able to have in some of these early rounds and consistently yesterday versus Mazalai, but up against a different beast here, as we said. Tiger are a force to be reckoned with. Already claiming as many rounds as we saw Mazalai have in that previous matchup. And I do like to think that the mistakes we saw from Beyond yesterday were because they were versus Mazalai. I think contextually you can approach, and these teams tend to approach with a much looser style. Whenever they're up against teams they know they can easily out-aim on maps where it's all about aiming. But hopefully they'll give Tiger a little bit more respect, and we'll see the depth of their Mirage. At the moment, though, there doesn't seem to be a whole lot they can do. And the double op setup hasn't even come into the round just yet. I mean, 9 has found a kill on very early mid-play, but other than that, they haven't even spotted Cabal, has it? And he's taking all the information in towards the apartments. It's a cheeky little hold by Urcast. And that, well, look, he just keeps going. And you look at the body language of Tiger. That's not the kind of play you normally make. Urcast finding one in the window. Now they know where you are, and he just swings wide and looks for them on middle. That's a very odd play that you wouldn't see being made unless Tiger were super confident.
It just seems like on any given day, you don't know what kind of Tiger's going to show up. Is it going to be your standard house cat, or will it be a ferocious beast in the wild? Like, I mean, considering they got 4 rounds in total on CT side yesterday on Mirage up against Bren, they are looking like a completely different team. And again, I don't know what it is about it. Is it consistency? Is it just the matchup they're more comfortable with? Is it Beyond not playing as well? Was it Bren playing really well yesterday? But I mean, they're hitting their shots. They're playing it smart. They haven't really dropped too many players overall. And Beyond to just smash their way through Mazalai is really struggling.
Oh, here we go. Look, the difference now on that hold when they've got the mollies in. Beyond have to burn up a lot of smokes to try and get out here. The pistol for Cabal, he's only able to get one after the op pick earlier on, and the B site has almost fallen. Urcast playing around the right side of the smoke, and Dobu got caught off by 3 pistols peeking him at once. But the bomb still has to be planted. The op spotted, but Olivia has it in his hands, and although he was an animal yesterday, it doesn't seem like he's going to get anything done. And so 7-0 we go. A nice little position for Tiger. They are comfortable. And we talked about these 6-7-0 leads. Now Beyond get a full buyout, but they're still lacking in AWP, investing very heavily into some of these rounds. And it's something we saw from them even yesterday. You recall exactly what we were talking about, Jason, where QQ had the money for an AWP in round number 3. But that was the game where they went for the weird force buy in round 2, where they took out all the pistols and so really deleted the ability to get a strong buy. It worked out for them, obviously, because they were just outgunning their opponents. But if we're seeing the same kind of economic management here, I mean, I give them the benefit of the doubt there. As I say, you play looser versus a team you just know fundamentally you're better than. But if you do the same, then if you play the same kind of Counter-Strike versus a team like Tiger, that's not something you're going to be as easily rewarded for.
I would have thought, you know, Beyond would be kind of understanding of the way Tiger were going to play this map. Obviously, teams are going to be looking up to them as being one of the teams to beat. And they obviously beat their sister team with Mazalai from Mongolia yesterday. Maybe we're going to see some signs of life. STK going for the flank through connector, gets a kill. Essentially have this site open up. However, they have lost out on all utility. They have no smokes to block anything off. Getting this bomb down is going to be so difficult. And look how much utility left Tiger still has. And that's where we're seeing STK back away. He's hoping that Olivia can somehow plant the bomb. I don't see him planning at all unless they clear out some of these positions.
I mean, in theory, he could just go for the connector plant now, but playing very aggressively for kills, going up on top of the box. I mean, now the round's basically gone. They know where the bomb is. It's dropped right in the open for them, and STK's got to do it all. That is such an odd approach.
Oh, Molotov.
I really can't comprehend what the logic of that was. Let's take a 1v1 with the bomb. Why? Just plant for connector.
I mean, the thing is that they technically didn't have like full information that jungle would have been clear. Like, as in there could have been someone window or rotating from B. I don't know, as a single player, like, how do you defend your planter there? I mean, obviously you can understand how you can get behind the box and go for that plant, but there's just still so many angles you have to watch that when you're looking towards jungle to cover them off, maybe you're in a line of sight now from the players towards ticket. But yeah, it's definitely something that's a little bit different today with Beyond. The confidence seems to be lacking. I mean, Olivia's op play touched out quite a few rounds yesterday, but he hasn't really net himself much kills at all. I mean, we're 8-0 right now. And 2 rounds ago, we had 3 kills as the top for STK, or 2 rounds ago, yeah, we had 3 kills at the top, and that was STK. They're just not even able to kind of frag on the same level as Tiger. And this is gonna be painful.
Yeah, 100%. Look at it, like, there's no need for this aggressive play by Tiger, but they're just feeling the confidence at the moment. Almost punished on bottom mid, but in comes Cabal to do nothing but take a headshot from a Deagle. Okay, now the round's looking a little bit better for Beyond. They have lost the bomb on top mid, but they're forcing it towards the side to try and find the kills. I don't disagree with this, but 9 is absolutely shredding them, going out with the op for a little bit more. May rolls up close, eventually gets the trade, but NCL's behind. And so 9-0 we go. Now, Jason, I said 7-0. I can give you the benefit of the doubt. I can say, you know, you're losing the pistol, the force buy. You've lost 2 buy rounds, one of which was a very low economy one. So I don't mind it so much. But now we're approaching round number 10. And if you're not on the board by the end of this, my faith in your ability, certainly on this map, is completely gone. We've seen so many mistakes from Beyond. So many weird situations. Still no AWP for Olivia, who has been so strong. We mentioned his rifling ability for sure, but I want to see him take this off because at the moment, 9 and Cabal have got so much freedom. They can play this however the hell they want. They know they're not coming up against an op so far, and even if there was one, he's doing nothing. So they're not afraid to just keep on refacing these angles. Olivia taking a kill there with bit of an awkward one. I mean, Dobu starts the spray transfer thinking he had the kill, but he's a little late on that. But look at this flank from Urcast. All they have to do is keep these T's at bay, stop them from gaining complete control of the site, and keep them worried about CT, jungle, and connector. And then Urcast will come behind and slap them.
Look at the HP. They don't really have much. And by the way, 9 and Cabal have yet to die in these 10 rounds we've had so far. STK has the most kills on their team at 5.
Oh, you're on the
insane?
HLTV, aren't you?
No, I saw it at the start of the round.
Oh, what? And Cabal
Yeah,
died last round.
No. It said 0 kills a game.
What? I swear he died at the start of the last round, over towards short.
Oh, wait. Was I looking? I think I might have been looking at assists.
Oh.
It's early. It's 7 a.m. But the point of STK having 5 kills as the highest fragger 9 rounds in, that still is astonishing to me.
Yeah, that is a little bit odd for sure.
Well, that was awkward. It's early. I got my coffee here.
Glad I was paying attention.
I can count on you for that at least.
There you go. That's one thing you can count on me for.
Okay, we're gonna stop there. But I mean, the fact is, like, these double op setup, one of the best counters to it is get utility down and move quickly in towards a site. But as we saw in that round, Myros, I think, tried to just push in past the smoke that was on A ramp, and he just dies off the bat to 9. So the faster play is not working. Maybe wait for the smokes to get set up. But I don't know what team or what Tiger team this is. But again, they're looking so much better than yesterday. Yeah, that was definitely assist I was looking at. My bad. They have 0 assists.
It's all good.
So let me start back over again. So Cabal and 9 have yet to get an assist. However, it doesn't matter. So 10 kills, 10-0 up here for Tiger, and I don't know what you do as beyond this time. They try to hit B. They've failed and or got the bomb down and got retaken. They've been able to hit A. They either failed or got the bomb down and got retaken. Maybe mid control is what it's about for them. Maybe use that more as a pivot point. We see that a lot. As well with teams like 100 Thieves. Like I think of Azur, just the amount of times I've seen him being boosted up in towards window or just jumping in towards window, or thinking of, I believe, Art from Furia, how he likes to take connector control and just make that his own.
At the moment, well, I will say about Beyond, their control of T-spawn has been decent.
Wow.
And even in the last round, that didn't exist. So, yeah, there's not a lot of positives, really. Now, this is a hell of a weak T side, and we'll look towards them getting something done with a very low utility buy yet again. They're constantly investing in as much as they can into these rounds, and so far it hasn't been netting them anything. I want to see an off in the hands of Olivia. He's so impressive with that scoped weapon. And again, to take the room away from Cabal and 9.
I almost want to see them not be on AKs and have more utility. Like, again, it's double ops. You can't play slow against this. You can't walk in against it. You need to play quick. Maybe some Mac 10s, get some smokes, get some flashes, maybe get some incendiaries. But they are going to pick up the pace towards B. But again, 2 kills already coming through. There's the 3rd, and this is going to be shut down another time.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are asleep right now. Just look at that kill onto SDK. He's focused on a player coming out of kitchen when they know there's one in apps around the window, and NCL shoots him. He just looked kind of lost. It's like, wait, what? How? Who's that? For Tiger, they're looking good, but I wouldn't necessarily say they're looking insane. 11-0 up on the back of Beyond, having absolutely no approach to this map. I mean, like, look at this. You're mentioning about the ops, right? They're going out on short. They haven't smoked off site. They haven't smoked off short itself. They haven't flashed over. They're just like, yeah, let's swing out short. They've got an op. He'll probably miss his shots. And he only got 1 there. That could have went a whole lot worse for them. But even still, they just were not coordinating to take down the players on site. I want to check how many flash assists they have right now. I'm guessing it's 0. And that was the one thing we complimented Beyond on, was their ability, their executes, the fact that they were actually playing Counter-Strike as you're supposed to. Oh, there's a flash at least connecting. Cabal's even mollied himself a little bit. Doesn't extend to him fully, but they've managed to open it up with pistols. Here we go. This is a promising start.
So they get the utility in, get the flashes out on Cabal and NCL, and they get themselves the kill. You can see the 2 flash assists and the 2 kills they got in this round. Downside here for Beyond is, even if they win this round, it's not like they're hurting the economy too much on the side of Tiger, and they still have to win it nonetheless. Mai's gonna get the first kill. He's gonna be burnt up to a crisp 2-on-3. 2 pistols and a Mac 10. Still winnable here for Tiger, as Ericast looking to push in, but we expect the player towards his left-hand side. He's gonna spot him out, but he's not gonna get the kill. He'll fall. And now Adobe left alone against 3. This should be, finally, after 12 rounds, Beyond taking their first.
And that round was 100% better than what we've seen before. They had their smokes, they had their flashes over. They're actually doing something when it came down to working as a team. And that's something you'll see often when it comes to pistol rounds. Because when you're on the T side, often it is going to be a rush B. And in that sense, every player is on the same page. You know what you're doing. You know that when a molly comes through in the apartments, you have to smoke it. And there's only going to be 1 or 2 players with smoke, so they know that it's their responsibility. The roles are much more clearly defined. But when you come into the actual buy rounds like this, things can get a little bit more hectic. That's where you need the leadership. A good early flash to peek apartments. We're seeing that through from Cabal. He then baits out the shot with just a quick peek to try and have a lucky kill onto Olivia. This is a dangerous push. Urcast has gone to top mid a couple of times, and if he comes around here, he'll be taken down by a firing squad, but he's caught STK with an 8-out flash on top mid, gets one, and needs to just bail the molly down to stop them from pushing out further. And there's an opening duel, very nicely secured. He peeks, minimal risk because there's a flash there. He then drops a molly. Okay, they could have peeked him, but he had 9 there to cover from window, so that probably would have been at least a 1-for-1 trade. All in all, very nice early round from them. We saw Olivia with the op finally trying to get a peek in B apps, failing that. And now Beyond go back to what worked before. It's just going to be the standard A take, their smokes over, and hope that it works out.
If I was STK, I'd be so tilted too, because they held that for like 30 seconds as well. And then like the second they're about to execute, flashbang comes and catches them off guard. Speaking of flashbangs, another one comes in, and that's gonna be only 1 kill for Dobu. But again, 9's gonna be there. It's on 16 kills. Eventually he will fall, but Aircast now picks up the last 2, and again, Tiger will drop the 1 round, but quickly return with their own. Now 12-1 here of the Mongolians, and yeah, I mean, Mitch, I don't know what's going to be going on here. They've had what the minimum amount of players surviving, and all the rounds they won is 2, and that's only happened twice. They've had a majority of 3 or more. That's, I mean, yeah, I mean that's kind of what we expect, right? When there's a double up setup and there's no utility being used to deal with them. But that's just ridiculous. Like the survivability of these players is insane.
It's a point that we've made many times, so you just can't give an upper space. Look at this. The smoke went down in window. Immediately, the reaction from Tiger is to push underpass. Okay, they've managed. Oh, this is dangerous. Cabal's left alone, or 9, excuse me, left alone underpass. They lost Urcast on the push right through. He was taken down by KNTZ, and with that, I mean, 9 hasn't even got a backup pistol. And so he's going to have to go for the AWP fights on a slow flank up connector. If he had a rifle, that could be a good position to play from, but it looks like they've managed it. This round already guaranteed pretty much for Beyond, unless 9 pulls out an amazing ace. And a very fast and hectic one.
I'm actually tilted right now looking at the money that Tiger has. You're telling me they win 12 rounds, well, 11 rounds, lose 1, win 1 and lose 1, and they're out, like basically out of money when their average amount of players surviving was 3? Doesn't that, I don't know. I'm still like hit or miss on the economy system, for, like at the way it is now compared to back in the day. But that's, I mean, that's frustrating, I think. You're 12-2 up and you have no money to buy, or like just a minimum buy.
Yeah, I think, well, no matter what, they're going to go for it, obviously being the final round, but it is, what, an M4 dropped over by 9. He still has most of his utility, which is an upside, although we often talk about offers and utility. Hey, Cabal, stealing the AWP, greedy boy. But the rest are going to be on weaker weapons. You can see the FAMAS already coming out. You're going to need the likes of utility to defend over towards the B site. And Cabal even goes down for the SMG to afford a smoke and a Molotov alongside it, which makes sense. He's been playing over towards the B apartments.
Oh, it's so tilting because they saved the double up in so many rounds. It's not like they were buying up the big green every time. Oh, here we go. Speaking of the up save from the last round, 9's gonna get the first kill on Mai. And again, another man advantage going to Tiger. I feel like it's been like that every single time. It even gets another kill. This time there was smoke on STK. Seems like all they needed was the op from the last round.
But that's ridiculous. Beyond had 3 players out mid. They could clearly see there was a gap in that smoke. So what are you going to expect? Probably the op to be peeking inside of it. And he wasn't even peeking at that moment. Then goes into the gap, takes the shot, and gets out. That's insane that they don't pre-fire it, that they're not waiting for it. Like, no one else throws a little bit of extra utility towards it, not even a flash. There's like, oh, there's a gap in the smoke. Let's hope he's not there. Unfortunately, he was. SMG up close for Cabal. Free upgrade to an AK. I think this round is just about done. Tiger with the most convincing half. Far more than I expected. Certainly this tournament for them so far, even up against some of those weaker teams. Definitely look better than they did versus Bren, that's for sure.
I'm just so confused for Beyond because I was saying yesterday they look like the most complete team we've seen in the first 2 days of games, and yet we're not seeing those trade kills really come through. We're seeing, massive lacks of utility and/or utility being thrown in wrong positions. Olivia looking to sneak through and towards Kitchen. Looks like he will be successful to get behind them, but Dobu won't really have a chance to get the kill. Olivia is going to be down to 36 health. So maybe there's a chance they could pull this off. However, NCL, he's going to be the guy to look for. Maybe looking to try to stop the plant, but unlucky for him, it's not going to be in an angle for him to pick him off. Still the 3-on-2 retake, and Olivia, he's going to be home towards CT, and NCL's going to fall. We might see a third round now here for Beyond.
Yeah, well, we very well might. I believe in Olivia to do... Oh, he misses the shot. This is a little bit awkward now, but swing it through. Misses again. 2 in a row. Doesn't know if that's being stuck either, so he's spraying away. Now the shot's returned, but all the while the flank was on. 9 got the angle, took the kill, and the defuse can easily be found.
That was... I'm not going to lie. That was actually hot the way Ericas played that. Because he taps the bomb, right? So Olivia obviously is going to have to focus in that direction and not be able to pay attention towards Kitchen. So it allows 9 to just walk up and say, hey, what's up? Like, that was such a smart play to just wait. To not even try to be, stupid and try to defuse or look for the kill. Just, like, buy time for your last player to come through. I like it.
Well, Jason, I'll tell you what I don't like. That half. What are Beyond doing, though? Honestly, the difference between yesterday and today is insane. And on the drone, we've got my boy 9. Swift dies. He's got a 34.3% accuracy and 12 op kills. It's a vast majority.
It's 34.333 repeating. Just wanted to clarify.
Oh, my apologies. Sorry, I didn't know it was recurring.
Yeah. I think you might be too young to get the reference, but...
I think I am, Jason.
Oh, man.
I'm just a young boy.
No Leroy Jenkins for you. As QQ is going to be trying to hold on towards Palace. Looks like it'll just be a set play towards A. They get some decent damage in onto 9. However, the bomb should be going down. I'd imagine they could just rush straight in towards CT spawn here, like a typical pistol strap for the T side. However, they don't even seem to have a chance. The flashbang comes through, and it's good. KNTZ gets 2. QQ gets 1. Now it looks like Tiger will unfortunately fall short here on the second pistol.
Well, I hope so. Cabal aces this, I think. Beyond can just forget about the second map. Just let it go. At that point, cut your losses. But, in all fairness, like, the things that we've highlighted about Beyond, SDK, he was consistent across the series yesterday. The solid rifler, solid with openings. Olivia, AWP, well, he had it in 2 rounds. Or maybe 3. So, they're not where they need to be. That is for sure. Their utility executes were non-existent a lot of the time. They didn't even focus towards utility. They bought up. It was more or less what it seemed like was, can we afford AKs? Yes. Then buy them. There was no consideration of, but can we get an op? Can we get utility? Should we maybe take a lighter buy this round to invest in the next? No. Can we get AKs? Then buy them. That was it. The strategy did not work.
Not at all. This strategy might have a chance, though, as they're rushing towards the B side. And, of course, as I talk about, the Molotov comes in. And the shots are being hit here on the defending side of Beyond. So it looks like a clean round. Maybe a start. Maybe a spark coming into the light here for Beyond to claw some rounds back. Still want to see about Tiger's first gun round. And Will Dobie's not done with this round. Making it very expensive. 3 kills already coming through for the T side. Don't tell me he, like, somehow pulls... Yeah, as I say, don't tell me he somehow pulls that off. But still, 2 players surviving here for Beyond, and that makes things a little bit difficult. Tiger, they technically, like, maybe if they get the bomb down, they could have looked at forcing up here. But I almost feel like still some pistols and some armor might be pretty decent. They're already up 13-4. They technically could go for something like that, but it looks like instead, just gonna play for the win, right? Don't need to go too crazy just yet. You have a lot of rounds to play with, but just try to play kind of standard and close out the game in normal time.
Yeah, I mean, for Tiger, you might be wondering if you're just tuning in now, why are you not getting hyped about Beyond? They're on the CT side. This is where they can do it. They've won the first 2 rounds. They're facing off against pistols, not winning it cleanly. And the problem is we talked about the T sides. We talked about how dominant they are in this region, first of all, but certainly for Tiger. The 11 rounds that they generally get when it comes to this, so you can at least guarantee an 8 to 10 T half whenever they start here, versus some pretty damn good teams. And when you take that into consideration, the one thing that we said was they needed a good CT side. Well, I don't know if he'll define their CT side as good. I think amazing is probably where we'd go with that, but it's that'll do.
Oh,
Would have loved
Nice
one more
one.
kill.
yeah. I would have loved to seen just like the flick headshot there too. But well aware of it. And now I think for me is like, even if Tiger loses this round, the second they pick up an AWP, I think that's where it's gonna get interesting. Because I mean, we've already seen 9 and Cabal just hit shot after shot. The double up set up on the CT side. I mean, look at 9. He's on 20 kills. And for Olive, he really doesn't have too many opportunities to use the big green. I think he's used it like 2, maybe 3 rounds. See, nice little smoke coming in. So they want to set up for some mid control here and actually some quick play. Potentially as 2 players and even a third looking to maybe push in towards short. QQ's there going to be looking to stop them. They actually peek out STK. He gets 1 kill, even a flash assist for QQ. And well, that aggression gets completely shut down. Well read by Beyond. And now the 4-on-2. Both players at a Tiger are nowhere near each other.
You know what, Jason? I've been hurt before, so I'm not getting involved with the Beyond camp just yet. I'm not getting invested in them. They still have control of the bomb on the Tiger side. A nice kill by Urkas starts dragging a rotate for a moment, but SDK decides better of it and starts moving towards the top of middle. Question is Cabal watching that? It looks like he might be. Down goes QQ. This is the fight that matters. The steps now being heard. SDK knows they're going towards that A side. The rotate can come through from Mayrolls, but it's going to be too late. A bomb plant going to go down, and you see what I mean, Jason? I've been hurt before. I just can't believe in Beyond. Whenever they have bomb control and rifles, Tiger can always get back into these rounds.
Certain Aircast is hitting some 6 shots. Cabal as well. This is going to be a tough duo to deal with. And well, there you go. Cabal completely blinded up. Aircast gets a flash on to SDK, and they pull it off. So the mid aggression out of Beyond, it was good, but they just couldn't lock down 1v1s. They couldn't close out the round, and now they're looking at themselves with no money to spend, on the verge of being on 15 against them. I don't know how you win this, like 2-on-4.
It's unbelievable, honestly. Like I didn't really believe in what I was saying, but you know, I'll take credit. I knew what was happening. I'm a genius. It's just so many mistakes by Beyond. They offer up so many duels. They continuously go aggressive. You know they've got to plant the bomb, right? Like, they know they win the round if the bomb isn't planted, I hope. And it didn't seem like it there. Just facing one after another, given the opportunities in that 4v2 to bring it back down to an even situation, at which point the T's can get a plant, and then time's on their side. All of a sudden, they're the CT side, and they're back in the advantageous position. And Tiger just doing such a damn good job at the moment. This is not... See, on one level, it is definitely a better Tiger than yesterday. But to scale... I don't know if it matches up, because Beyond are just playing such a crazy Counter-Strike, and I mean that in the worst possible way.
$55 seconds left to go. The bomb's still going to be down towards top mid. STK able to get the spray on the Dobu. Initial kill as well as Olivia, so some signs of life within their camp here in this round. Well, again, after the last round, I'm not going to call Tiger out just yet. There's a flank coming in from behind, and I don't know if Aircast has actually spotted it out. QQ's been able to sneak his way through. He's going to see the bomb and potentially see Cabal. Oh, Cabal! You should have seen him. The spray almost is good, and QQ gets the kill. He has the bomb. Actually, I don't think he spots the bomb. At least gets the frag nonetheless, and that's going to be a clean round here for Beyond. Not a single person dropping. What?
It's one way to turn it around, I guess. Tiger got no cash. 14-6, but it seems like at this point they're prolonging the inevitable, Jason. I mean, if you're losing a 4 versus 2 like that, the way they did the round before, how do you expect to make such a consistent comeback? Because this is where they're at right now. They need to be flawless. If they're winning in regulation, it's got to be 10 straight rounds. And to do that, you have to have a repeatable strategy that's airtight on the CT side. Your defense cannot have any gaps. And the problem with that is they lost a 4v2. That's losing a round where you already have distinct advantages well in your favor. when they start on even footing again, can you rely on them to win those 5 rounds or so where they'll be up against the AKs, the utility? Because remember, the loss bonus, once that picks up, Tiger can buy almost every single round. And that's just going to be relentless on this CT hold of Beyond. And even one round, they've got to take it to an OT.
Wonder. So is 9 just in spawn holding? I'm confused. What's he doing in spawn? Oh, he's watching that. Okay. What he's gonna do with the Glock from there, though. And KNTZ gets 2 kills. They did have the AK, but that didn't seem to work out for them.
He's leaving the bomb. I don't really know why he's
That's
leaving
even
the
more
bomb.
confusing.
Like, yeah, you might die. There could be someone in Palace, but you're gonna have to go back and get it then. I'd rather just bring it. Oh no, okay, the rotate then comes through from Cabal to pick that up, but I feel like that's almost... He's been forced into doing that. I don't know if it was the actual strategy. They've lost 1 in con. The 9 coming out. AK in hand, looking for a duel into CT. If he finds this kill, they can get... Oh my god, don't lose another 4v2, please. At least they've dropped the bomb, though. See, if 9 had the bomb with him, it'd all be okay. Oh, come on. Stop peeking him one at a time. Like he's got an AK. You know this. And they still just like, hey, I'll get the kill. It's not like you're dominating them in duels. You know, like... I don't know. Very odd situation.
We do have the op this time for Olivia. We've been talking about it majority of the game, and we haven't really seen it too often. We're gonna find out if he's gonna be able to, well, do what they need. 14-7. It was a 13-12 half. 13-2 half. Still early mornings for me. I'm actually gonna smoke him out right off the bat, so not really giving a chance to go for anything in towards middle. You can see the amount of smokes invested. Make sure for that early control, and you can already see the CT's kind of closing on this position as well. 2 players still towards the A site. Even my rolls to anchor back towards B, and well, Dobu's trying to go up against QQ, and he's gonna fall, unfortunately. QQ just reads the flashbang perfectly. Oh man, NCL's gonna continue to push this. Urcast is gonna peek at the same time. This actually might be doable now here for Tiger. It's gonna be a player towards CT or towards Ticket who does have an AWP. Urcast, I mean, he's living on borrowed time at the moment. And what? How does he not fall? We talked about Olivia's off, and he misses 2 shots.
That's crazy. I want to compliment Urcast's reactions there. You see the level of experience he has. So he spots the player down below on the ladder. He spams it for a second, but immediately starts running back because he knows that there's going to be more than likely an AWP towards CT and that he's going to get peeked. A lot of inexperienced players will just stand there and go, oh, there's a guy below me. I'll keep spamming. I might kill him. Boom, you're dead. Or even standing in the same spot and looking for the duel in CT. Not a worthwhile engagement versus an op. So he just retreats immediately. And then went out for the kill after and won it. But I love the reaction, the awareness of this. He just knew the setup they had immediately. Beyond. Another round where, I mean, it starts out okay. The trade back for Tiger. And all of a sudden, a 4v2, they lose the A side in this record time, really, considering the setup.
Look at their money. You go into the last round now, potentially. And they've got 6K on Myrals, and that's it. What do you go? Do you go for an op for Olivia? Or do you go for maybe like 2 M4s if you can afford it? Like just 2 rifles in general? So they would go for the op, so banking everything on Olivia.
They saved over the op though, right?
No.
Lost the M4, no?
No, he bought it. 5600.
Oh,
He
yeah,
saved the AK.
Yeah, my bad. I missed that. So it was the AK. Right, okay. That's a lot of faith they're putting in Olivia. Now, I don't mind them putting faith in him because, as I said, he was spectacular with the AWP. And so far, when he's had the op out, I think he's delivered a decent performance. But now he's got to pretty much carry the round.
There we go. Oh, wow. That's what they needed to start things off.
Yeah, I agree, Jason.
32 and still going through puberty here. Still, I mean, a Deagle, MP9, don't really have even the best utility behind this either. So even with a man down for Tiger, I wouldn't count them out. I do like their aggressive holds, though, towards the A site. Keeping KNTZ up towards ramp and keeping QQ quick pursuit if they needed it. Even looking up towards Palace. But the big play's coming towards Connector, and STK, he's the one kind of watching towards that direction. Only has a Deagle, and that's going to be KNTZ Fallen. That's one of the crucial rifles they had left here for Beyond QQ. In the meantime, though, has pushed out Palace. At least has a position to play from to maybe stop the bomb from being planted. Oh. And there we go. STK, the perfect time on the peak. Only gets one, but does tag up Cabal.
It's going to make it much easier for the SMG coming in through Palace. They have no idea about this. Jumping up there, not even checking it. Urcast down, and although they get a bomb plant, QQ saves the day. Picking up the AK, getting a defuse. And those saves are invaluable for Beyond, really. Pulling forward the AWP, the AK. I mean, if they lose one more player, this buy looks orders of magnitude worse. So at least they'll not be in the worst of positions. Thing is, with that bomb plant, Tiger also in a pretty neat position. We said about their loss bonus building up. And so they can afford to get AKs out. They can get an AWP, a little bit of money as well. We once again need to see such a flawless performance from Beyond on the CT side that I just can't believe in it. You know, 7 consecutive rounds to bring it to an overtime, and then they've got to go even further. I don't think so. Especially not when 9 and Urcast playing the way they are. And I will say 9's performance can slow down here because he hasn't got that AWP on the CT side with as much freedom as he did previously. That's why you see him up on, what, 24 kills? He just wasn't being contested on mid. He was being contested by AKs, but that's a free kill and fall back. And we even saw him then rushing down bottom mid one round, remember, going into the connector. And even though he was laid out there, the T's were perfectly in position. I think he saw 3 of them at once. They still managed to lose that one.
We'll get a little bit scared here. KNTZ falls. Maybe see the bomb being planted, but I imagine CT is going to prevent this from happening, especially with no smoke towards CT. Cabal, though, picking up the AK. Not able to hit the shot into Olivia, who does redeem himself, getting the 2 kills in this round as well. And that puts now Beyond at 9. Tiger again. As you said before, like, once we start to see Beyond picking up round after round, they're going to be able to buy after buy. So it's not like this is going to get any easier here for the Thai team. I wonder, what is Tiger going to buy? They actually went for a timeout. I mean, they technically could go for the op if they wanted. But I'd always like to see just like a super fast play towards B, right? And that's like the pressure of being on the CT side when you're down, you know, 13-2 in the first half. Like, that second they hit 15 rounds, if you're not able to build up enough rounds before then, they could just rush you. They could just pull out some wild stuff, some crazy things, and then that one round can just cost you the entire match.
Again, we talked about the position you can be in where you lose these early rounds. You know, like, at the moment, Beyond have picked up the majority of the rounds that they have because of winning the pistol. We haven't yet seen them pound for pound in buy rounds doing all too well, and that push from Olivia. Look at the difference there between what we just saw from Beyond and what we saw from Tiger. Top mid aggression from STK. You cast your mind back to the previous half. There was a flashbang around that corner in case there was an op set up on the corner to watch it, or in case there was a lineup of players with rifles. And
why? QQ just checked that though.
Why?
That's the tough part.
Why would Urcast immediately take out the knife though? He hadn't even cleared down towards the ramp. That was very odd.
Maybe fat finger, who knows? Myroll is going to be coming in and still getting able to trade on to KNTZ, and Myroll's not able to win the duel in towards jungle, and now it just comes down to STK alone versus 3. Molotov already thrown in his direction. Just have NCL low, but it looks like we might have our first map now done and dusted here, Mitch. After plant situation. It's going to be tough. I mean, it's doable. It's got a smoke and a flash, and he also has a kit. But I don't see a world where Tiger loses this.
No, if this was the other way around, I'd probably have a little bit more faith. SDK completely dead after that one. That is going to be 16-9. Tiger with a hell of a dominant game all in all. I mean, it does look like a close enough scoreline, but I'd put that down to a couple lucky rounds really going towards Beyond. All in all, this was it was not a good showing. Not what we expected from Beyond.
Yeah, I mean, Tiger's CT side, I mean, unmatched, unparalleled, obviously, as we saw against Beyond. The aggressive pushes towards middle, they did that couple different rounds. Pistol round, they even did that, having 3 players there able to catch them off the bat. But really well done. Even the 2-on-4, like, again, a couple of rounds for Beyond side that you shouldn't be losing in the end of things. But either way, they do get to go on a Nuke as the next map. But this was their choice of Mirage, and they ended up falling I did look towards Nuke as well, not before we fully move over, and it's a decent win percent for both teams and pretty much the same kind of opponents too. So I'm curious to see how that map's going to go. But obviously, I'm also curious to hear Ble and Dinko's thoughts on that last game, because that was a Tiger that I honestly expected coming into the whole tournament, but they haven't really shown up like that just so far yet, Ble.
Yeah, I think this is the best we've seen Tiger look in the past couple of games we've seen of theirs, right? I gotta say, like, beyond picking Mirage, I think it wasn't a surprise. That's a map they always go for a pick, but too many mistakes, like you guys pointed out on the T side. One round which sticks out for me, I think it was round number 5, where they got the plan. I think it was a 5v5 or a 5v4 or something of that nature, a bomb site. They get the bomb down for CD spawn, and they played a post plant from the T ramp in the connector area. I mean, that's not how you Counter-Strike 101. That just doesn't make any sense. And apart from that, a little bit of over-aggression from QQ at times, throwing away the 4v2 situation where they had the man lead on the CT side, which honestly, Tiger shouldn't have won. But gotta give credit to Tiger. They came out swinging, and for the bright side, the small little silver lining for Beyond is they did put up a little bit of a show on the CT side. So yeah, like you said, heading into Nuke, it's a map that both the teams enjoyed play. So might be seeing a closer affair here compared to at least on Mirage.
Yeah, and then Tiger, I think here on the CT side, they look so much better than they have in the tournament so far. You know, you got the aggression coming in towards middle from Urcast. That's something that Beyond just couldn't handle. Urcast was just dominating those fights. We see him get aggressive towards Underpass. Just in this clip, not really finding too much success. But for the most part, the CT side from Tiger looked much better. There were less of the mistakes, you know, even from Dobu, who was getting a little bit over-aggressive yesterday. He was much more tame. A couple of rounds where he maybe should have got a kill or two, but he went down. But for the most part, a pretty solid CT side coming in from Tiger. And if it keeps up throughout the tournament, then obviously they're going to look much, much better, because that was one of their main weaknesses, was their CT side. Obviously, a couple of rounds being picked up for Beyond, but I feel like as soon as Tiger posted that CT half, it was always going to be their map.
I'm also curious to hear you guys' thoughts on, obviously, the double op setup we had at Tiger, but not the double op setup they ran, more of Beyond's reaction to it. Is, I mean, a map like Nuke, it is the potential to see double op, though I wouldn't expect it too often, but just a singular op, it didn't seem like Beyond had the game plan to deal with it. We saw like a massive lack of utility. We saw them playing slow into it, just getting picked off one by one. Is that something that kind of worries you guys going into a map like Nuke?
I feel, I mean, obviously having a double up setup even on the CD side of Nuke is unlikely. I mean, it is viable. You can have one playing towards out, or you can have someone at ramp, but, you know, on a map like Nuke where retakes can be, it's one of the easier map, not easier, one of the fastest maps to rotate from the, you know, upper to lower bomb site, right? So having the AWP, it just kind of, like, I feel like it's just unnecessary, so considering some of the close range duels you'll have to take. So I don't really see Tiger going for the double op setup.
Let me rephrase the question, actually. It wasn't more about the double op, it's just the lack of ability for Beyond to deal with the AWPs at a Tiger. In a map like Nuke, I'm curious if they're utility-wise going to still struggle, where utility is so important on a map like Nuke.
No, I really don't think so. I think Beyond T side is something where it's more textbook. Like, you'll see Nuke getting played by a few of these teams in Asia, and yeah, you'll see some very, very sloppy plays, right? Like, not really using the proper walled smokes, not really executing properly, maybe towards upper bomb side or maybe towards ramp. I think Beyond, despite a kind of a rough showing in the T side, I feel like they have the protocols on point in the T side of Nuke, so it should be a closer affair. I still believe it is going to be a much more closer series, and I feel like, yeah, I don't expect to see them struggle on the T side the way they did on Mirage here. I think it'll be much more better for the Thai team.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think also with 9 coming into this, though, he was just playing so much better than he has in the tournament so far. You know, he was hitting those shots, he was much more impactful, finishes top of the team, 25 kills. So I think if 9 can keep up that performance, they're certainly going to have a difficult task of dealing with him anyway, because he's just incredible. He finished on 25 kills, 14 deaths, 89 ADR. I think a very high kill, assist, and traded percentage as well, 84% on that front. And every single opening duel that he was involved in, he won. So I think 9 coming into this has really elevated his performance, and that's another added factor alongside Urcast really stepping up for Tiger.
Well, speaking of Aircast, is actually going to be our MVP of that map, and that's someone that we obviously have talked about for the last 3 days. Like, we know his experience, easily one of the most notable players on the team. And he didn't really show up in day 1, but maybe day 2 he heard your thoughts, and day 3 he's done it yet again, the 21 kills and 13 deaths. But yeah, I think for me, what's deserving of the MVP was just the way he played out middle on the CT side, his aggression. And then even on the T side, that 2v4 they pulled off was off the back of him opening things up on the A site.
Yeah, one of the things...
Go on, Mitch.
Everyone wants a bit of that pie. I don't blame you. I mean, we're talking about the difference in control, though, is something I tried to bring up, although I think I said STK by accident instead of Urcast. But the difference from Beyond's mid aggression, where they just carelessly went up, Olivia getting picked off by the rifle, who was holding over towards the T apartments, and you compare that to Tiger, who always had a flashbang to go around that corner, or they were holding passive the whole time and waiting for a peek to come through. The difference in utility usage alone on that front was completely clear when it came down to that round. You look at this, just the general play of Tiger. But what I want to highlight is when we're talking about 9 and the performance he's had, it was fantastic, but I don't think it's going to be repeatable on Nuke to the same degree, simply because he's given so much space on Mirage. I think it was 10 rounds, maybe even 11, before Beyond got an op. Often they were going out middle, and even if they had the first smoke, they were still facing around the top boxes. There was a round where they smoked off window. There was a gap in it because the molly had been thrown to block it off, and they just ignored it. They pretended like it was fully smoked. 9 was given so much space, and on a map like Nuke, where the opping play is a little bit more one-dimensional, you're going to expect him to be outside. I'm hoping these guys have got a wall of smokes whenever they're going there to deal with that. I don't think he'll be given the same kind of space, so I would look then more towards the MVP of Urcast to do the damage with the rifles, which is something I would expect to be repeatable on Nuke.
Okay, well, gentlemen, thank you very much for your thoughts on the last map. We're going to head into a short break, but when we do come back, we will be seeing the map we've been talking about here between these two teams. It's going to be Nuke, and you're not going to want to miss it.
You know what that mean, here come a king. Bow down, don't step in the ring. The end is near, hear the fat lady sing. You hear them loud thumps, that's the crowd stumps. Wild and reckless, boy, they call us the wild ones. Never had no guidance, got a thirst for violence. Don't sleep, hold up your eyelids. Here come the rebels, the lost ones, the forgotten, the weirdos, and the odd ones. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. Yeah, nah, you can't rock with us. A ticking time bomb, who wanna talk with us? All has fallen, we thrive in destruction. So hide your jewels, keep your chains tucked in. Watch the beauty all turn, nowhere to hide when the beauties all burn. Bring on the chaos, we won't make him. Take us to your leader and watch us take him. Kick in the door and break in. Take everything you stole from us, everything that you owe to us. Take every opportunity you never showed to us. With no mask, so you know it's us. Listen to our war bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. War paint on our faces, battle of the ages. We ain't the safest, we was locked in cages. You tried your best to erase us, now you gotta face us.
Nuke 地图往事。Nuke 拥有多层结构，易守难攻，是 CS:GO 中经久不衰的地图之一。外场向来都是狙击手们对决的舞台。在2015年群星赛上 ，Simple 用一杆轻狙，以一记匪夷所思的穿墙爆头，震惊了现场及屏幕前的每一位观众。铁板是 T 进攻 B 点的主要路径。在2020年 IEM 卡托维兹决赛上，效力于 Na'Vi 的 Flaming 让他在此处穿越1打4，彻底粉碎了 G2 的冠军梦。来到 B 区包点，这里4通8达，战斗往往在入口处就已经结束。K1是外场进入 B 区的路线 ，Forest 曾在这里以1敌5， 凭借个人实力逐个击破，拯救了队伍。那一刻的他，是所有人心目中的英雄。
Coming in, he's just out of the bottom for it. He needs one more kill. We'll be in historic clutch if he can do his grenade. Landing on top, he's down to 50.
当然，总有人能够突破过往。2018年 IEM 芝加哥的比赛里，九爷忍者附体，轻松躲过敌方5人的搜索，成功潜入包点并拆包成功，兵不血刃地赢得了比赛，完成了另一种形式的1打5。这就是竞技，永远充满了奇迹。
He is the clutch master, and that is ungodly. I'm sorry it's not.
锁定我们的赛事，也许下一个传奇即将诞生。
Welcome back, everyone, to PAL Summer 2020, and we had a pretty one-sided first game, at least within the first half alone. The 13-2 in favor of Tiger, and they eventually did close out the map. But now we go between them and beyond over onto Nuke, and this one should be interesting because both teams do play it quite a bit. Ooh, I love this little intro here. That looks so sick. That'd be so cool if you know, because like in StarCraft, you could like get custom things added to the game, like on the ground or like on the billboards. I'd love to see that in game as well here for CS.
Yeah, we're abandoned, really, aren't we? We're like the unloved child, yeah, of Valve, unfortunately.
CS International win.
Maybe soon, with the way things are going, they're gonna have to change the major system, or maybe they will. I like the RMR thing. I think it works really well. It's just been a hell of a task to wrap your head around. What we can wrap around, though, is outside. That's exactly what Tiger are doing as they make their way into heaven. Dobu with the opening frag, and on the back of that, they slow the pace, waiting for the CTs to go back in for a bit of a retake. And Olivia retakes some control by taking down 9, posting May rolls in a sneaky angle in hell that they haven't spotted him get into. So he can hold the control towards heaven, where there's already players, and they can come up through outside, obviously. But he can hold the ladder at least, and hopefully catch a player off guard when they do start to make a move. And with 40 seconds left, that is going to have to be pretty soon. They're very spread out on the T side.
Trying to hold as much as they can to look for any aggressive plays, especially to retake the CT side of Outer. And well, Eric Cassidy's going to fall, trying to take T Lobby back. 2 players now inside of Hut. And this is going to be tough. I mean, it's going to be a 3-on-4 playing towards the upper bomb site. Dobu, though, at least able to give them control of heaven, and Myros is going to fall. And maybe actually might be very realistic to maintain this one. There's a player directly on top of Hut who can just take STK down the second he pushes out. Ball is just going to be waiting. And coming out of Squeaky as well, and STK, yeah, he's already been shotted up, but he does see the feet of the player above him, but it doesn't seem to matter. NCL is going to get the kill onto him. Olivia, he's now going to be in heaven, and it comes down to Cabal. Olivia drops in towards side. Cabal needs his first kill. He gets it with the P250. He's got one more player to find. Olivia just runs him down and runs him over, and then we'll be on taking the pistol.
3k out from Olivia, hell of a round from him. It was retaking control in towards hell that really slowed Tiger down, and after that, hitting all his shots. As we come into round number 2, Tiger have got the bomb plant, though, and that is a bit of a problem. They can go in for a force buy if they want to. Dropping over 2 AKs is quite common in this situation, and then taking pistols. You can see already 1 to Urcast, and that's going to be it. Just the 1 dropped over. It's understandable as well, then at least you've got 4 players with the full Kevlar. Of course, when you're up against the majority SMGs in a round like this, or even worst case scenario, it's going to be a lot of FAMAS in play. By the way, Jason, I don't think I've ever told you, FAMAS is the plural of FAMAS. Oh, Olivia, a nade kill, a headshot through the smoke, and that was onto Dobu, who had got Kevlar and a helmet. That's an unfortunate start for the force buy of Tiger. Oh my god, and a very unfortunate end as well. God damn.
I'm more tilted that you drop that bomb on me and then change the subject before I even have a chance to say anything.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? It sounds weird, like they've got a lot of FAMAS. I googled it. I'll Google it again for you. Plural of FAMAS. The plural of FAMAS is FAMAS. That's from GameFAQs, GameSpot.
I don't trust that.
Let me find it.
If it's not Webster's Dictionary, then I don't believe it.
I don't know if Webster's Dictionary
GameFAQs probably says aluminum isn't a real word, or color.
Aluminum. What, a color?
Okay, the way we spell it.
Oh, right, okay. I thought you were saying that aluminium was a color. It's like, Jason, I don't think you know what aluminium is.
It's aluminum. You almost had me say it. It's aluminum colored. Well, now with just the Deagles bot up here, we haven't seen quite this success today over the last few days that we've had happen. I mean, again, there was 5 Deagles, so probably not going to win it. Our track record proves right. And they're just going to rush them down and, yeah, good start. I mean, it's kind of a shame for Tiger because taking the pistol round, I feel like, on Nuke is so important on T side because it really gets you those, you know, couple of rounds early on that you're going to need. But we're going to see the bot come back in for Tiger yet again, so not too big of a deal. AK's back up in their hands. On the other side, we still have, well, one SMG, a Galil, Famus. Do you say Famus or Famas?
FAMAS. But it's
Yeah,
actually...
I say
so
Famus normally.
here's
but
the
Europe has
explanation.
converted me.
So FAMAS is actually not even a name. So it's not like, you know, lots of Jasons. It's an abbreviation of Fusil d'assaut de la manufacture d'armes. So it's a full name, which is then abbreviated into FAMAS, so you can't pluralize it.
What?
You can't pluralize an abbreviation,
Oh my god. That's insane.
I think. So yeah.
Oh, well, okay, never mind. Now you lost me. I thought you were confident in that. You're like, I think.
I think that's a general rule, but it's certainly a rule. And this is an acronym, so you just
It's
say
good to
FAMAS.
know.
There you go.
Okay, cool. Today I learned.
It does sound very weird though whenever you're like, oh, they've got 4 FAMAS. People are like, where's the is? Where's his mic cut out? What's happening?
Oh. Well, Olivia's head cut out there as 9 just takes it clean off. Again, early kills going in the way of Tiger and playing it slow. So make sure they lock this round down cleanly, which is going to be very important knowing they're going to be up against a buy. The flashbang is perfect out of Dobu. Not a chance for STK. Even Urkes might catch the push on towards lobby. Yeah, he drops down directly into the first. Maybe not gonna expect a second, but it doesn't seem to matter. That is such a clean round here for Tiger.
Jason, I missed a bit of the name. It's Dassault
you're
de
killing
la
me.
Manufacture d'Armes de Saint-Étienne, I think. It means the assault rifle of Saint-Étienne weapon factory. And that's how they named it. What is
So
it?
it's
An assault
Saint's
rifle. Where does
assault
it come
rifle.
from? Saint-Étienne. Yeah, well then it's the assault rifle of Saint-Étienne. Let's call it that. There we go. We're all learning things today. Now I'm curious about the origins of every weapon. Like,
Yeah, right?
why is an AWP called that, or like an M4A1?
Why's it called a Kalashnikov?
I think that's
We got
probably who made
AK-47.
it.
And it's the maker, but why is it an AK-47? I don't know what the A stands for. But yeah, it doesn't matter. Not right now. We'll look it up later. Wait. Say it again? Oh, so it's like automatic Kalashnikov. So is there a thing as a K-47? Just, you know, it's not automatic? So many questions now.
Yeah,
you know?
so
I'm in the mood to learn.
it's an Automat Kalashnikov, and it was made in 1947.
Okay. Well, that makes sense.
There you go. They're always
It's so
underwhelming in a way,
simple.
but also
yeah,
interesting.
right. It's nothing complex reasoning for the name. It's just, yeah, years were made and where it was made.
And who made it? That's it.
Well, for Tiger here, they have lost out on quite a few players. NCL the last alive against 4, and we saw a lot more presence out of Beyond this time to eliminate his outside control. And we didn't even see the wall of smokes, I believe, out of Tiger in that round. Leaving it all up to NCL and, well, not much money behind this, unfortunately, for them. It would have been nice to win this round because they probably would have had a third off the back of that, considering we see 2.2K, the most money on the side for Beyond. But NCL now, I mean, obviously wants to win the round, but just trying to focus on maybe getting some kills, and that will be it. Only losing 1 player for Beyond. They helped stabilize their economy. They're still going to have to do it yet again here up against Tiger.
You see, the
Good
thing,
play.
we've talked about this a couple of times, the T side on Nuke, and it can be a place that you need to warm up to. I always like to use the analogy of a pressure cooker or an oven. You know, you gotta get it warmed up. It takes a little while.
Of course, it's food related.
It has to be, Jason. It has to be. Now I'm actually literally this second I've become very hungry. I've thought of pizza. I know what I'm doing during the break, but When we look at Tiger on the T side, it becomes about learning how your opponents are playing these buy rounds. So far, they've faced off against 2. And they've got to really get to grips with what they're against. Then they can come into counter-stratting and figure out exactly where they want to move. For now, I mean, it is a very standard hold by Beyond. They're not doing anything too crazy. QQ sitting down towards outside. I think he's actually in secret, and we've seen him there with the SMG before, coming up and doing some damage. Cabal's being lit up by that very player, so they know he's down there. At this point, I think QQ is going to have to change strategy coming into the next round, because it's going to be very predictable where he's playing. It's 2 out of 3 of the last rounds that he's come up through secret like that. The fast play in towards the ramp. May Rolls is forced off it immediately. I like the smoke down, actually. That's going to block off a lot of sight. He can stick around much more aggressively without being challenged from top ramp, but instead just uses it as a time-buying device. It delays them a little bit so his teammates can rotate down and assist on this hold, but he's just being spotted. I thought. Evidently not.
I thought so as well. At least we'll get the 1 kill before falling. This turn of that smoke has bought some time. QQ could be rotating in, maybe looking to spray down the planter, and unfortunately it's not in the direction I thought it was going to be at. It's now after plant. 2 flashbangs left here for the T side of Tiger, and a lot of utility left for Beyond. I think a lot of it comes down to whether or not they're going to hit their shots. And Olivia, who was so big in the round before, he gets caught on the rotate out of Cabal. He will fall. The op is down and puts things now down to a 3-on-3.
Wow, QQ through the floor, taking down 9. Dobu shouldn't be long for this world. It's all on Urcast, and he wasn't able to watch all the angles. Beyond get back in there with an impressive retake and put it up now 5-1. AWP also saved over, so that's a money saver for them. And this is the first round they've lost a lot of players whilst winning, so you can see their economy is stacked up pretty decently as well. And gaining control over their economy on the CT side really is a win condition for Beyond. Now that they've got that ticked at least a little bit, hopefully they'll be able to extend it more. The problem is conceding the bomb plant plus the loss bonus for Tiger leaves them in a position where they're easily able to buy up. They are lacking utility though, and that's worth note. With just 3 smokes in play, they're not going to be able to play a very fake heavy T side in this round.
We haven't really seen that bombardment in towards lower either. I was maybe expecting to see, I mean, still only 7 rounds in. For the standard, you know, vent play, get down towards lower, force the utility out of Beyond to prevent you from going there. And well, Dobu and Cabal will be able to get 2 kills off the bat. Olivia's going to respawn though, so help keep things equalized. Bomb's going to go down towards upper, and again, Dobu. Cabal before catches Olivia off, looking the wrong direction. Leaves everything on 9 though. Incendiary forced in. He's his first kill, but he can't quite find it on the QQ, and it's going to be another round yet again, but an expensive round nonetheless for Beyond.
Not definitely an expensive one. It's put a lot of money out of their bank accounts. I liked Dobu's play, so he found the kill outside, then he started to move in towards the garage or the container just outside garage and waited for someone on Heaven to make a mistake. I think he was red anyways, under 20 HP. So the fact that he managed to pull a kill off before being traded was just fine, but unfortunately the players on the site not able to do the same. And as we go 6-1, Tiger again pulling out the buy. That was a much faster round. They blitzed outside on top of the roof, dropped down, and were straight into main very, very quickly. Caught Beyond off guard. Caught Beyond off guard a little bit. And this time it looks like they're going to be focused a little bit more so towards outside.
Olivia's been on quite a roll, 12 kills in these 7 rounds. Incendiary going to come in, unfortunately going to be extinguished off the bat. The op shot's not going to connect. And they're going to leave Aircast alone on outside, and I like this. Bad nade on a Dobu. 54 damage done. QQ up close, and they're not going to expect him this close. He's getting himself 2 kills before he falls to Cabal, and well, the bomb might be planted, but he's been able to do the damage. And look at that, just instantly, Cabal gets a quick double kill. I'm not even sure he gets that shot on my rolls, but him and QQ falling. Olivia, who does that? Who just pushes up like that?
No, Cabal. He's taken down Olivia, tucked in the corner now, and he can allow Urcast to try and get a little bit more of this damage done. And Cabal's being the one pulling the round completely off. STK, though, deals with him, and it's all onto Urcast. A quick trade as KNDZ falls, and he knows that SDK is up close. He heard the steps, hears him go down towards the bomb. 13 seconds left, but it's a 5-second defuse. He's just sticking it. Urkas needs to move, and he gets in there in time, shuts it down, and puts a second on the board for Tiger. They've kept all of these rounds so close as well when it came into the buy rounds. The most Beyond have been surviving with in the last three now, has been 2 players. So good work
Tiger
done.
Tiger can win this round. I think they should be able to break the economy out of Beyond. They've only been able to put 2 on the board so far, so I'm not really convinced necessarily they can do it. However, look at the utility that Beyond doesn't have is maybe a good sign. Olivia no longer on the AWP. They only have 1 incendiary to stop an aggressive play from coming through. And 9, he's now going to have the little bit of a boost up towards outer here, looking for maybe QQ getting aggressive yet again in towards secret.
You know, you remember the old economy system? You can see why we call this one, like, we always talk about how it's much more forgiving. You can see teams making the comebacks. Right now, if Tiger were, if this was 2 years ago, with the map as it is, if they were to lose this round, they'd have no money. The lost ones would be reset and they'd be screwed. And so it really punished your T side. You had to be so good to get those rounds on the board. If you're rocking around, if you walked in the next half with 6, oh, that's amazing. You know, you'd be doing fantastic. But now it's like, oh, they got 7 rounds T side. Okay, it's reasonable. It's good, but it's not the worst in the world for the CT side.
Sometimes teams would just let you win a round practically just to bankrupt you, right?
Just to wreck you. It's something that we don't see anymore. I prefer it the way it was, because I think it really makes you strive for perfection. You make a mistake, you are punished for it so heavily, and it makes a good T side much more exciting.
Yeah, I mean, making games closer just for the sake of them being closer is kind of frustrating. I'd rather see almost one team just dominate another team. Like, you don't really see that happen anymore these days.
Yeah, it's like participation medals almost.
Yeah, exactly. I wonder, has Valve ever talked about it, like in depth, why they want the game to go that way?
I don't think
we'll put a pin in that right now. Okay.
Oh,
we see the push come through. Dobu. He catches him perfectly. 3 quick kills. Olivia's eventually going to be responding, but that's going to be it. Only 1 kill for him, and that's going to be Tiger taking the round with 4 players left alive. The timing to catch them, just trying to set up to go for the retake, was fantastic, and even a little bit of a cheeky knife coming on to 9, but that's going to be Tiger's 3rd.
And he's just 3-man sprayed them down with a Galil while running. That is that's one way to win a round. My God, look at this. Around the corner he goes, the first, the second, and then just stands and sprays for the 3rd. Absolutely gorgeous.
Not even a flashbang for that either.
No.
He just kind of ran in.
Just a lunatic, man. Well, that puts him up to 7 kills. 3 on the board now for Tiger. They're feeling good. And okay, they didn't make the mistakes. They didn't face what would have been a reset all those years ago, back with the good old system. Smokes down on the cross, and this is what we talked about, where you'll see Oppers have a bit of a rougher time versus the mistakes that were made on Mirage. As soon as you see those smokes go down, you're all of a sudden forced to play probably down towards the ramp. Can't really go into vents or anything like that.
How fast they're taking this, by the way. I mean, they know they're up against pistols in the 1M4, but they haven't stopped holding W pretty much. They're gonna get the kill into Olivia, who had the M4. STK is gonna pick it up and get a kill, but he has no armor. And Myral's gonna get a kill as well onto NCL. So a little bit of an expensive round now coming through. Potentially even more expensive if STK can get another kill, and 9's gonna connect. However, it's actually gonna get both those kills. Was that a collateral, or am I just... Okay, no, it wasn't collateral.
No.
Sometimes I get messed up with the kill feed in my head. I still see kills up there. I'm like, oh my God, he got 2 kills.
So from what I've seen as well so far, PGL have done something. I don't know exactly how it works, because I'm a noob when it comes to the configs and stuff, but I think the kill feed stays for a little bit longer than it would if you're like just on a normal Go TV. Obviously, it makes it much easier to keep track of what's going on, but it does catch me off occasionally where I'm like, wait, did these get 3 kills? Like, no, those are still the old ones. Okay.
When I said someone got a double cut earlier on, I was like, wait a minute. Actually, I think it was QQ. I was like, no, that was on the QQ. I was like, no, he died, and then a couple seconds later. But I like it because it keeps information of how the story's progressing in the round. Speaking of story, QQQ, he's going to be the one to fall. Sit in that kill feed for a little bit of time. Cabal gets caught throwing a Molotov. Good damage done to KNTZ from it. And obviously, it has fallen, and now Olivia looking to defend this upper site. He gets the kill, he gets away. But they're both on low HP here for the 2 CTs.
Yeah, 9 won't be able to benefit from that if he's using his ult, but you can see Tech 9 in hand. He clearly has an idea. I think the blood all over the vent kind of gives it away. These players are low. And as he's tucked up on the vent. Thing is as well, you don't want to use the AWP in his position. If you're AWPing, so imagine he's scoped in on Heaven and they come up through vents, he might not even see them, or it's going to be very hard to react. If he's got his Tech 9 out, at least it's much easier to make that reactive play. But from the looks of things, Beyond are making the right call, considering that they've got 30 HP between them. It does not make sense to go for this. And you can see, like, they would have lost this round 100%. Maybe if 9 is using the AWP, they have a chance, but the Tech 9 out, that was GG as soon as they went up there. So at least they saved the rifles forward as well with an AK-47 in the hands of KNTZ. And that's really unfortunate, because what I would define that round as if KNTZ actually hit the first shots. I don't know if we're going to see it here in the replay, but down in secret, KNTZ missed the shots, the initial shot when the player came around the corner. So Molotov was dropped, and that's how he found himself on 9 HP. If he had have hit them, then all of a sudden he's on 100 and they can go for that retake.
Well, I do want to be fair to him. That would have been a ridiculously hard shot to hit. I think he just barely peeked around the corner and he backed away to throw the Molotov down.
He did.
Yeah, definitely.
So he was trying to shoulder peek it for either vents or way down on the stairs, I think. But where KNTZ was, he'd actually full body peeked it. He came all the way around and went back. I think KNTZ was just caught off guard because he expected him to stand and take a fight, whereas the player had, I think, a molly in hand, so he wasn't ready to duel. It's just those things. Sometimes you can't predict the movement of your opponents. Like, you think they're peeking you, but in fact they're just gathering information. They're not going to stick around.
That's why I say it's so hard to shoot people in the back sometimes, because you can't predict how they're going to move.
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah, completely blinded up. The spray comes through out of Aircast. Obviously, just against the saved weapons from the round before, KNTZ is going to have the AK. It looks like Tiger might be able to equalize things at 6 apiece. Aircast gets dropped on. He's down to 3 health. Mirage gets the kill onto NCL. So they do have ramp control. It would like to see him swing it around towards Heaven, actually. Maya just trying to hold on, and yeah, he'll be overrun by the Glock. 3-on-2 now, STK and QQ. This should be, I would assume this is going to be number 6, considering there's 4 players left to go, and Aircast might be on 3 HP, but sometimes that's all you need.
3 HP in a dream.
Oh no, I'm getting flashbacks.
Okay, luckily the player isn't there anymore. Swings through. Aircast is down to 3 health, enough for 1 kill at least. Looks like we're going to have a tech pause. One of the Beyond guys has had a little bit of an issue. Ah, no, he's back. KNTZ has returned. And has spent Nan money. Good lad.
Snan. Oh no, that is a... Yeah. I always wonder why that is the abbreviation. Like, not available number. Or is that how no, that's not what it is. Not available number? That's not what NAND means, is it?
We're going into all the what's the meaning of this word today.
Did I just figure that out randomly? No.
That makes sense, yeah, but let me look it up.
No. We should cast. Well, we got half time. So we're post match for that.
Oh, not a number. You were close. Tiger lost the opening duel. Dobu on 10 health as well, and the T-side are in a lot of trouble. For Beyond at the moment, with a 6-6 scoreline, they really need to be connecting these last 3 rounds and putting themselves in a decent position. We talked about it in this game when it was, what, 6-1? We said, you know, oh, the T-side on, like, 7 rounds, it's nowhere near. It doesn't mean anywhere near what it did before. And even though maps haven't changed, the T-side favor has, just because of that lack of economic punishment. I guess it goes hand in hand with the lack of CT punishment as well. But in this game, in this particular game, that wouldn't have mattered quite so much. It's only really if the CTs lose the pistol, win a buy, and then lose, that they get screwed over like that.
Did Cabal sneak his way out towards Seeker, or was there a wall of smokes? Because he's been able to just get super far up against the CT side. I mean, you can see no one's really looking in his direction either. He doesn't make any noise. Easy have pulled off a flank, but obviously not sure. Maybe just trying to cause a distraction towards lower while the rest of his teammates do look to push another site. 30 seconds left to go. Marvel's under pressure. He's going to fall back in. And, well, this is the perfect time now for Cabal. He gets the first kill. He has a man towards... He's running past a guy! Oh, no. QQ opens the door. Gets the kill. Punishes him for it. NCL's going to follow up. But look at the HP. NCL and Dobu. 16 between the two.
Oh no, the timing as well. Just a second on. Oh, 5 seconds left. They can shut this down. No plant possible for Dobu. Surely he's sticking it around the back. He dodges the shot, but Olivia adjusts and connects it. Looked like it was a no scope, but in fact he quick scoped in and managed to find it. And so 7 to 6 we go. Beyond on the CT side. Just about clutching that round out. Problem is, allowing the bomb plant now gives Tiger, again, that little cash injection that they need. But a huge play by Olivia. If he doesn't hit that shot, the round doesn't go their way. Because then the T side can take advantage of their low health. They can play in these off angles, tuck in the back corners, and swing out together and catch Beyond by surprise. But instead, their positions are known because they have to rush in to plant the bomb.
Oh, thank God he didn't try to get the kill into the planter with a deagle, as we found out. From yesterday's game on Mirage.
I don't ever want to see that again.
Well, still Tiger have a chance. I mean, they still have decent money. Like Dobu on 4,300. I think a bomb plant would be enough to solidify things. And you look at, Beyond, and this is something we kind of questioned before. I mean, obviously SMGs work really well in close quarter combat, but they've kind of taken the hit, at least for QQ's sake, to buy up the utility they need. A little bit of an adaptation. They're kind of setting up for a peak. They've taken their time here, and I think they'd be pretty confident coming to the CT side. I mean, if they get a 7th round on the board, even 6. I know we've seen some ridiculous halves on Nuke in these last few days.
$50 seconds left. Tiger need to make a move. They run right into KNTZ, but roll all over him. Dobu knows there's a player up above, but STK, he's taking them all, drops all the way down for a 3rd, and this round is Beyond's. It's in the bag. 9 needs a 1v4, and the players were all around him. He did manage to Glock QQ in the midst of the madness, but it just doesn't matter. What a play by STK, though. That was nuts.
Yeah, that saved the round. The fact that the 2 players wrapped around in towards main, they get the initial kill on the KNTZ, but STK's double kill shuts down that entire pincer move, right? They can't come out hut, or they can come out hut, but they won't have the support of the 2 players in towards main. Well done by him, and that might have guaranteed themselves potentially a 9th round, because look what they're up against. The Mac 10, the Galil, no utility for Aircast, half utility for Cabal. Done for Beyond to really bounce back. I mean, even after the first half score of 13-2 on Mirage against them, I was happy to see them take at least 9 rounds as they swapped over, really showing they're not giving up. And obviously coming into Nuke, a 9-6 would be pretty good considering all things. But I do wonder how their T side's going to go, because that's where Tiger really shut things down in the first map.
I do feel like Beyond are going to be at least a little bit upset, though, having to bring it 9-6, considering how they started, 6-1 up. They give the T side that much of a comeback. They lost 3 full buys that could have been theirs. Indeed, even the rounds they were winning, as we were saying, were pretty close there towards the 5th and 6th round. Good openings by Dobu. He's just found a double, still pretty much full health as well. QQ through the smoke. Luckily, that was a Mac 10 he was against, so he survives on 4 health. But his late game and ability won't really be there in these kind of fights. That spam is so good. 31 left, and I mean, this is where you would normally save, but they have to keep committing. QQ went out alone. STK falls, and KNTZ on his low health is the last alive. His head ripped off, and 7 rounds for Tiger. The exact scoreline we were talking about early. Didn't expect it to come through, but with those streak of rounds, they've managed to pull it off. That's pretty impressive.
That's been kind of like the going theme so far. I mean, we had an 8-7 on this map. We had a 9-6, and now another 8-7. So kind of pretty average from what we've seen before. I mean, technically 13-2 is almost average, considering what was it, the game that bled Digor casting yesterday was 11-4 at every half. So let's see now. I mean, the T side's where they struggled on Mirage. T side yesterday is where they seemed to exceed and to be successful on. You do have an incendiary for STK, and then Kevlar for the rest of the team. They're just going to walk out into our secret. Doba's going to spot it out, though, so at least information gain. Aircast takes down QQ, and even the dink comes in onto Olivia. Pushing his head right up. A big advantage for Tiger already off the bat.
When I started playing CS, I used to think that a dink was just shooting someone, hitting them once, anywhere. Got in a lot of trouble with my friends. Yep. Then they'd hit him. They'd be like, I hit him 80. What do you mean?
I miss goosh. Because I don't hear that term used often anymore.
Yeah, I gushed
Where you
him up.
headshot someone with no head armor.
Yeah. That was Olivia. I mean, he just got gushed.
No, gooshed.
No, gushed. In Ireland, we say gushed.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you call them gushers?
What the hell is that?
Okay, we'll talk about that in a second.
All right,
Nothing for you to look up later. And it's going to be a big push through. KNTZ gets himself a quick double. NCL's trying to track him down. SDK is going to fall. And Olivia left alone in a 1-on-3. And, well, he's not going to have a chance.
Double
That'll
dish.
be the pistol round, yeah. So, gushers. It's like a little candy snack. It's like a gummy, kind of. But on the inside of it, it's like a little bit of... It's not juice, but it's like a... How do I explain it? It's like a little liquid, but it's like thicker than juice than you would imagine.
Yeah,
and then you bite into it and like it comes out and it's called gushers.
We have... Wait, are they hard or are they like jelly?
What, the outside?
The outside, yeah.
It's like a Starburst but softer.
Okay, yeah, we have... I think we have these, but with jelly on the outside. I've never seen them before, though. I think they're one of those uniquely American things.
Oh, they're so good, but you can feel the diabetes when you.
And nothing's better than Reese's. God, I love Reese's.
Put them in the fridge before you eat them.
Oh, okay. Now
Or
we're
in the
talking.
freezer.
That's a play. I'm gonna have to try
Yeah.
that. Haven't had them in like a year on that diet time, but. This round actually deserves a little bit of respect. You know, Beyond have come in with the rifles. They're looking for the ranged fights. They're only up against a scout that you can see scoped in here. So 9 won't be able to get that easy one-shot. Mayrolls is holding for him peeking out, but he just waits. The patience pays off with a tag onto QQ, lighting him to 14 health. And as he eventually goes out a little bit wider, those players have already backed off. Now with 2 very, very low, this can still go Tiger's way. Those early engagements haven't paid off fully with the weaker weapons that they have in play. Oh, we need to go up faster! Okay, just about managed it around the corner. 9 going in for the no scopes. He's able to take STK, but Mayroll survives on full health. But they do know there's a player in heaven. They have that info to play around him with only 3 CTs remaining. Beyond, despite the low HP on QQ, have got a distinct advantage on that man advantage to play with. B's completely open as well. They could go down, but they don't know that.
Well, they're going to be going for it, so it's going to come down to a retake. At least the bomb plant would be nice here for KNTZ. They should be able to pull this off. This still will be a pretty hard retake, to be fair. I mean, close proximity to the MAC-10, you got the Galil, you got the AK, and you got KNTZ on full HP. They just don't really have any utility except the one flashbang to work off of. And there you go. There's the first one coming through, and a spray onto the second, and KNTZ might have just won the round here for his team. Ball picks up the M4, but he's got 3 players to find. I don't really see this happening. The spray onto the first gets, and the second. How does he take down both players? Myros, you cannot afford to miss shots like this. Olivia will save the round. That was way too close for comfort.
That was ridiculous as well, that Olivia doesn't swing out with his teammates immediately. I think they were on a little bit of a different page. He thought they were going to bait them out into pushing, but instead they were not. You can see,
I mean,
look,
I'm not even blaming Olivia. I'm blaming Myros. Like, how do you miss? He wasn't even aiming at you, and he uses all of his bullets between the 2 players.
There was a good 2 or 3 seconds there though where Olivia needed to swing, and I think he just didn't know his teammate was still facing. Also didn't have the communication on the wide swing in the first place. So that was a very individual round when it came down to the end. I know Olivia, he's a good player. The comms definitely weren't there for him. Urcast on the flank through the smoke. He's biding his time. Olivia was watching it, but just as he turns away, Urcast continues forward. The battle going down below, all in the favor of the CT side, and they don't know about Urcast, who's still shifting up behind. But look at this, change of direction. Sorry, Urcast, you're not getting the benefit of the flank. The molly down in the vent, the plan for A, the retake, but lots of rifles there to be retrieved now. For a very weak buy, they only had pistols for the most part. Tiger can actually come back into this with AKs on the retake.
I still don't know where Aircast is going to be. Olivia's going to be cleaning out the lobby, and KTZ is going to spot out 9, but he can't quite get the kill. Smokes and eventually Fade in time is going to take away the kit. It's just not going to be there for the CT side. Aircast is going to fall. The AK's now out of their hands, and what looks so good is unfortunately not going to work out here for Tiger, and Olivia gets himself a double kill at the end to save the round. Again.
I think Olivia might be going clay pigeon shooting in his spare time. He actually headshot NCL there on the drop down midair. And it was also a transfer. Oh, we're going to get to see it from his perspective. Woo! There's the headshot and the spray down for a second. Beautiful. And so 10-8 we roll beyond. Pulling it off on their T side. They're getting their rounds, and this should be an 11.
So he gets the kills and saves the round with the AK, but he donates it and keeps the MAC 10 for himself.
Selfless guy, but it makes sense as well, right? Because they're up against USPs, so this is the chance to earn some money, and he's the AWP player, so you want him to have that stacked up cash. Not so much even just because he's the AWPer, but because he has the most cash on 2,900 remaining and didn't have to reinvest into armor. It makes sense that he wants to take the SMG kills so that he can pull an AWP out easily. I like that. A lot of teams don't do that. A lot of them are like, well, I have MAC 10, I play with MAC 10. It makes sense to distribute the cash accordingly.
Smoke's going in. KTZ's walking into a trap. Maybe some kills. Flashbangs have come through, and I am kind of surprised they didn't get a single kill off of that. Not a single kill overall. Nice little stat padding coming in. KTZ's up to 15 kills. Myros is only on 5, by the way, and Olivia's on 24. A little bit of a rough performance for Myros, which is one of the impact players we saw yesterday.
I just imagine some viewer called Statting getting patted now by everybody.
Wait, did they just replay the round? Are they redoing the round? No. They're just, wait, why are they reloading though?
I'm guessing there was some form of issue.
Huh.
I didn't see them with DC. So I'm not 100% sure, but I wonder, I think if both... Oh, QQ disconnected. Okay, so that makes sense.
Wait, so... Okay, disconnected, I guess, after the round? Wait, I'm curious, so if... If you're beyond and you call not live, because you have a No, because I guess they played it out. I guess damage was done.
Yeah, they can agree, though. We saw it recently with Furia, right, where... as controversial as it was, after a player had already been killed, they agreed to reset the round.
I mean, they won the round, though, so I don't know why they would want to reset it when they're the one that had a disconnect. It's like, you know, I mean, I guess like you can't really fully relate to it. Like in American football, you know, you score a touchdown, but the other team has a penalty, like cause a penalty. You're like, all right, well, forget the penalty. We want the touchdown, right?
Yeah.
Like they won the round, so they don't want to replay it.
I played American football for 2 years, Jason.
What? In Ireland?
Yeah, there's actually 2 divisions over here.
American football or rugby?
American football.
Really? What'd you play?
Still have my pads. I was a corner.
Okay. All right.
All the receivers here are pretty skinny, pretty fast guys. So you just hit them. It's really easy.
I was a center for a little bit just because I was a big guy.
Yeah,
I
of
was,
course.
like, super tall.
That was the unlucky thing. We had like tall guys who were like, I want to be a receiver, and they're like linemen. It's like unlucky.
I wanted to be quarterback. I got quite an arm on me. I played baseball a little bit, played pitcher and catcher. I could throw like out pretty easily to second base. Played outfield.
I don't know baseball at all. So
okay.
You're just naming things here. But cool.
I played the lineman as well in baseball.
Just tackling people. He's gonna catch it. Get him, Jason.
I mean, when you're the catcher, you can tackle people.
There you go. Look, let's get back to the sport. We're looking at the electronical sport, e-gaming, as
Capital
they say.
E or lowercase e?
Obviously a capital with a little hyphen between it, and then a capital G as well.
Wait, what?
All the way.
G?
No, it's actually a small e and a capital G, I think.
Okay.
E-gaming.
Oh, Aircast, this position. I like it. Plays on the corner of the smoke, gets himself 2 kills. And they just start winning some rounds here because they're starting to struggle. Obviously, like when the T sides are winning everything, the loss bonus is nice, but M4s cost a little bit more than the AKs. Obviously, you need the full belt of utility as well to stop any sort of rush coming through. So you get the man advantage. lose a little bit of presence towards outside, but you can see them rotating over 9. Even having NCL in the vicinity to help out too. We still haven't, still don't think we've seen a vent dive a single time in this game, which is kind of surprising to me.
And there they go. Just as you say, Jason. Ask and you shall receive. Down they go to vents. And for the B site, where they've already got control, bomb plant coming through from SDK after that opening kill, but he goes out with a flash in his hand. He did not expect them to be on ramp already. So a 3 versus 2 emerges. QQ ready. Oh no, he turns around at the wrong moment. This is a terrible round for Beyond. 2 players now lost in very unfortunate circumstances. And with Olivia on 2 health, his chances of pulling this off are very, very low. Somehow does 90 plus damage to 9 before going down. Had he found that kill, I mean, he very well could have won the round. So that was very awkward, especially because 9 was holding the angle. I really don't know how he got away with that.
Yeah, I think is he clutched out like a couple of rounds before too, so I didn't put it past him to maybe pull that one off as well. But look at this position. So nice, because you would assume they're going to be on staircase. So he gets 2 clean kills before they even notice where he's actually going to be at. At least another round. That was so unfortunate for QQ, and I almost guarantee everyone out there's had that moment, you know, in matchmaking where you hold that position for such a long time, or you'll watch that angle the second you turn around. It's always so frustrating, but on the upside here for Beyond, they still have money to buy. They still have full belts to utility. They have an AWP for Olivia. Olivia's gonna go for the quick peek right off the bat. I think the player just got around the corner in time and has lived to fight another day. That would have been unfortunate for Tiger to lose a man right in the first few seconds of the round.
Beyond reaching the end of their tether. There we go. Olivia onto Cabal to pull the man advantage into their favor. Beyond get control of the ramp on the back of that. Facing individually, though. No utility down to block off 9, so he's good for a free kill and bails out to hold the CT spawn. That's going to be a hard angle to clear out as well. For Beyond, they're looking for B. They don't know about Urcast. Oh, nice little shot by QQ. Quickly dealt with. The second player already down towards this site is NCL. He's tucked in secret towards that single door. QQ walking across, I think, could be his next victim. Looks like he's managed to find the timing and make it through cleanly as 9 falls. This round might just go the way of Beyond. Huge plays need to be had here by Dobu as the T's group up towards this side. If he can delay them, the flank from NCL could be huge, but hold on, they go down towards the vents. NCL's got a molly. He'll stop them, he'll delay them, doing the damage as he goes. 36 health left for KNTZ, the nade for good measure. And as they move up towards this site, do they check the vents? Yes, they do. Dobu, good for 1. He's got support coming up. Already in position. NCL gets taken down, though. Just 1 more from Dobu there. If he survives a second longer, they could have had the crossfire set up, but he went greedy out for the kills and got punished for it.
And now they've got no money. Beyond looking to get themselves to 13 off this. This flick shot out of Olivia. I mean, not as quite as crazy as some of the shots we've seen. You know, wrist breaking, but still impressive nonetheless. And yeah, I mean, Dobu, if he just held on it like a second longer, like you said, I mean, that would have had, he would have had his teammate able to come up the vent in time. Maybe could have won out that round, and I feel like we've seen Tiger saving more often than actually being able to buy up. Really not kind of daunting performance we saw on Mirage. We do have Overpass as a 3rd map if we do need it, and Beyond is looking to take us there, looking to get themselves a 2nd victory and be undefeated. As Tiger currently 1-1. Look how still, again, how slow they're being. They realize they can't afford to lose too many players. A clean round would set Beyond up nicely to get up to that patented 16.
The only issue here for Beyond is that with a minute left, they have no map control, so they have to see something. But they're making the move immediately. It could devolve into an issue if they didn't, and then had to go quite quickly in towards a site. That's where you risk running into a stack, but they found ramp for free, moving to the B site, and Tiger will have to retake their secret. Now, in that there's an opportunity, it depends where Beyond go. They should have the, and indeed they do, I love this. So I was going to say, I don't want them to go into secret or try to clear any of these aggressive angles. They have ramp control. That's a lot of range duels on the retake up there, and they can hold for the long range. The one thing is that bomb is not in the best of positions to hold from ramp, so they do still need to dedicate players to site. That means pistols can still isolate some decently close range angles. I'd prefer a more open plant if they cover the doors at first, and then move up towards the ramp and just solely dedicate themselves there. Zeus down below! Dobu for 1 for 2! And that's great damage done. They end up putting Beyond down to 2 players. I mean, it was looking so clean. And that's probably the most efficient Zeus play I've seen, actually. That's gorgeous.
I like the pickup of the AK and the follow-up shot as well.
Yeah.
Dobu. Quick reaction there, and like I said, making it punishing for the T side, but Beyond still obviously going to have the money to buy up. We're going to be seeing Tiger go for it themselves as well. No op this time here for 9. Just going to stick to the M4s, and the utility, again, it's going to be a little bit lacking here or there. Really prevent any sort of aggressive plays or any sort of retakes, or I guess prevent your retakes from being stronger. Really utility damage coming into my rolls with the grenade thrown in. I'm gonna leave QQ again to kind of lurk, and that's what the style was out of Beyond when it came to Mirage. If you would see him over towards Palace, while the rest of his team is over towards B. Still wanting to make a play towards outside happen. SDK looking to drop down. Main has been smoked off. He's gonna have a player towards CT9. He's gonna have everything to do here, but such a good opportunity to really shut this round down before it even really begins. Not gonna spot out a single player, and he's not even gonna be spotted himself. There's the first, gets the shot, gets the second as well, and I'm surprised he doesn't get peeked in from the top. STK will eventually clean him up, but not before the damage is done. An advantage here to Tiger, and yeah, QQ walks out looking the wrong direction, and this should be around here.
Where's the
ball? Looks to get it one step closer.
Where's the coordination, Jason? SDK's in heaven. QQ walks out, as you said, looking the wrong way, but SDK should have been there to support. That's an easy trade. Now, he would have had to take a 1 versus 1 to the player that's sitting outside main, but there's a lot of worlds in which that player is then looking at QQ, and you get a free kill, possibly even the second follow-up. I was watching that the whole time, seeing QQ slowly push out main, I'm thinking, okay, or push out hut. You know, where is SDK? He's walking, I can see him in the x-ray walking back towards outside, and that's just, you can't do that. Look, in this position, Dobu's completely incapacitated from peeking upper. The player that was towards main flicks over for just a second to look at it.
Maybe he thought SDK cleared that spot already, like cleared the back of sight, but then again, why would you, because he was looking up in towards the site too when he came out of hut. You know, QQ was looking like for anyone on top of hut maybe, so that doesn't make sense either. I'm not sure.
It was very odd.
Sure. Yeah.
It's those small little things that make your attack so much better. I should have looked in the replay. I didn't spot if they still have utility. If they did, then that's even more ridiculous that they didn't use any, like SDK lobbing a flash down. But I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt that they didn't. But it is definitely a defining factor between Beyond and some of the teams that you'll see at the higher levels above them. When you look at someone like Tyloo, like Vici, is the ability to come into those situations and make sure they're maximizing their potential. The vent dive, Jason, you wanted to see it. We saw 2 players go down before, but this time, well, 3 players go down, but not into the vents.
Oh man, that's... I mean, Olivia might get 1 kill, or maybe none. But again, the money. Olivia on 3,200, STK on 3,300. They didn't get the bomb planted like they were hoping for, that little bit of extra change, because they would have been able to fully force up into this round then because of it. And the question is, do they go for the save? Do they just go for some pistols? Do they force up? It looks like they will go for the latter of those 3 choices. Looking to prevent Tiger from getting 1 step closer to tying things up. Currently 13-11. This game, I mean, I can still see this going anyone's way. I thought it would have been Beyond's after, I think it was what, like 6-1 scoreline they had in the beginning?
Yeah, 6-1 up. Jason, you know, the thing is, if like this is pretty much one of the swing rounds. If Beyond take it, they put the CTs down to a mix buy in the next round, and then potentially they're going to be able to take it over the line by winning that one. But if Tiger win, then it's 13-13, because Beyond won't have the cash for another round. No, provided no bomb plant, they could maybe force up if they do get one. It's weaker weapons, though. They come in with a MAC-10, a Galil. They're focusing on utility for an inner take. And so they've still got a little bit left to go towards other parts of the map. But look how slowly they have to take it, because they've given up complete control. They dedicated all 5 players onto ramp. Now retaking in towards the hut. is going to be some problem. There could be a player anywhere inside of team main. They could have pushed up outside. They've given up so much control. I really don't like this play, but luckily for them, Tiger have adopted a very passive CT hold. And so they will get the, well, I guess no real benefit from it, but they won't be punished.
Kind of the double fate coming through. STK gets down vent though. This could be a little bit odd for the CTs to defend. Will make his way down. Pretty sure they're going to hear that as well, but he's going to fall before he has a chance to really accomplish much. We can see Cabal eyes trail directly on the ramp, and that's a second kill for him. Maybe looking for number 3 as well. And he gets it onto Olivia. That's a big player, one of the clutch players for the side of Beyond. He's on 27 kills. The Mirals will get the finisher. Maybe would have been able to get the bomb planted. Oh, yeah, still got it down. Still got the extra money. QQ's going to fall as Urkash just swarms over the site. And that will be number 12. So, Mitch, we could have a tied score now at 13 apiece coming up. Unless we see Beyond go for the investment into something a little bit crazy. Though we did see the one time where that quick vent dive didn't work out for him. Ended up losing out 3 players. And they've almost bought with less money, to be honest. But I feel like you just let this next round go and then fight on equal footing.
Definitely. If they manage to bring that round there down to a 1v1, that's the situation where I can see them force buying up, maybe even if they just got one more kill. But at the moment, they know the CTs have got a little bit of bank left.
Okay.
I don't agree with this. You know the Tiger have got money for the next round, so the benefit here, you've got a lead. There's just no need, absolutely no need to take this kind of investment. And we've seen it from them on Mirage. Like, they've got SMGs. They're rushing into the op. Luckily, Cabal drops a nade. That should do some decent damage. Down to his pistol. Run away, Cabal. What are you doing? And he finds them. He finds them all. Urkast is here to help. That's why, okay, I didn't see the quick rotate from Urkast. I was just watching his body language. Like, okay, they're rushing you. You've got an op. He takes the pistol out, but then he stands there waiting. Like, what are you doing, you madman? But luckily, he had the support. A quick play down from Hell as well. And like, why Beyond? Why have you done this? Please don't force buy now. But they only got 2 kills. When you find the 2 kills, let's pretend Beyond win that round there. Tiger is still going to buy. They're going to have the money to invest in. And so you're now 14 to 12 with what? If the chances, like, that would be a decent position, but the chances of them actually winning that round are so low. Just take deagles, look for kills. If you find 2 or 3, great. You keep the CT's economy low, and then you get a full buy up now at 13 to 13, and you can try and stop them. But instead, they go in for another mixed investment. It's Galil's times 3 and an SMG, 1 AK, no AWP to work with, which is, you know, it's workable on the T side. It's not like on Mirage where they didn't have it at all. But I hate the economic decisions of Beyond. I feel like they're playing this as if they're against a team that they can out-aim, that they can completely destroy on an individual level, and that just isn't the case against Tiger. And I think at this stage, they should definitely know that.
Going for a quick inner hit, though. Angel Z getting caught looking the wrong direction. Dobu gets himself 2 kills, even gets it well blinded up. The QQ is going to respawn, but again, STK comes through. They do take the upper bomb site. Cabal with AWP, not going to really offer much support from this spot. Lead comes in, it doesn't catch on anyone, and well, they force up yet again, and it might have paid off this time with the quick little play. Urkast now trying to come up vent. Ooh, spotted the head, and just retreats away, hoping that Cabal could peek in to help out. The smoke has dissipated, so they do have him to provide an angle, but they might be saving. I mean, there's only 15 seconds left. Urkast can't get really around in time.
Oh, he's on his way, but 10 seconds. Yeah, there's no way they go for this now. It is just a save and a good round by Beyond. Winning it out, they made it difficult for themselves. The inner...
Oh,
no, there's no time. There's no time, Cabal. You've just completely thrown away your ult. Well, that was a wild decision.
And Urkast gets caught too. I mean, they have money. 9's on 11k.
Yeah, but investing into that AWP is going to cost them quite a lot. If they end up actually losing this one, then they'll struggle a little bit. That was really great, though. QQ did such an amazing job that round. If he doesn't find those kills, they've lost it. And it started out so poorly. Then Molotov, though, on Dobu forced him to continue fighting instead of falling back. So whoever placed that towards the back of the site did an amazing job. Without that, I think the round probably doesn't go their way. It's that one small piece of utility.
If Beyond win this round, by the way, look at the economy out of Tiger. That could be the map.
Oh, definitely.
Likewise, if Tiger win this, they might be able to get themselves up to 15.
And to be
But they should
very
be able
clear,
to.
that doesn't justify their economic decisions. They would have come into that round with a much better buy and a
Yeah.
much better chance of winning, but it's worked out for them anyways. Now they're in a good spot. So yeah, as you said, they can close this out. They need this round, and it should be theirs, and we should go to map 3.
Oh, they're going ramp again, and Cabal's not going to win the exchange this time. No Aircast there to help him out. Be making their way down towards lower, and Marvel's going to actually push through the window. NCL's going to be waiting. He gets the first. So at least puts things in 2-1-2. He actually spots out the bomb, but he can't quite get the shot onto him. Yuki gonna push the window. Oh, they go different directions, but Yuki still gets the kill. In the meantime, NCL and Aircast have been able to pick up 2, and now it's down to the 2-on-3. Dobu, he needs this kill on a QQ, and he's gonna get it.
2v2, not an easy situation. Dobu in with another, though. And so it's all down to STK. He's trapped in the corner. They don't have a molly to flush him out of there. They're going to have to take the fights one at a time. The AWP on the back of the bomb site spots him out. Here's the peek, the swing, and Dobu with a 3rd kill, trading out his teammate, will get a defuse and keep Tiger alive. They can go and pick up that bomb now and come into 14-14, tied up, but beyond have got money. That bomb plant has helped them out a huge amount, as they can invest fully into this one. No more worries for their money, at least not in this round. Oh man, Jason, this is getting very, very close.
Dobu and Olivia are both on 28 kills, by the way.
Unbelievable.
I mean, Dobu, he underperformed yesterday in their best of 3 up against Bren, but he's definitely stepping up now when they need him. But they're up against the buy-up yet again. This kind of worries me as well. Like, obviously, Fiona trying to play for the win here. If they lose this round, what's their economic situation going to be like? Same for Tiger, however. So basically, whoever wins this round probably will win the map.
I don't think Cabal's comfortable holding down on ramp with the M4. He's already used his molly as smoke. He's only got a flash left. They're going up aggressive now. That's a risky stance for this round. It matters so much, and he's relying on spamming through his smoke, but it works out to start. Well, I mean, it doesn't get punished. KNT said has lost a lot of his health. I think that was through the door, through the single door. A squeaky door as 9 spammed with the AWP. 5 health left on him. That's a good advantage early on. Tiger don't know they have it, though. That's the important thing. So at the moment, they're still very much sat at the start of the round. Oh, and Cabal got boosted up now. So the lack of utility, at least he can still hold here decently. 55 seconds left. Urcast, no need to throw the molly just yet. He's going to go around and spot it. Doesn't see anybody. Just waiting till he spots a player to lob that down. But the T's are grouped up towards A, and this does look like a hit. They've got players on T roof ready to lob utility over, and NCL might need that smoke to keep himself alive on top of the hood.
Well, Dobu has an incendiary thrown in. 30 seconds left. The smoke and incendiary. This is going to be tough because Tiger's going to have to push through something. There we go. Nade's being thrown in. The door's going to be open. Smoke, Molly's all being thrown in. They rush down the vent. NCL actually taking a lot of damage from the Molotov. He's going to fall to it. And the bomb is making its way down towards lower. This is unfortunate because the bomb should be plenty or beyond looking good to take this round. Aircraft's going to try to come in. The nade's going to be delayed, though, as he looks to just rush straight in towards the side. There's going to be a man towards the right-hand side. He's going to fall to STK, and Beyond might have been able to pull this off. 5-on-3, and you could see Tiger immediately calling for the save.
That's a heartbreaking round for Tiger. I mentioned NCL might need the smoke to keep himself alive. Well, he just ignored the molly completely. Didn't want to drop down on Hut in case the players did start to rush on through, but I think that was probably a better alternative than just dying. But I guess he thought he had a safe space towards the corner on top, but unfortunately not. And the mollies have been great on A. Hitting up on top of the hut. I haven't seen who's throwing it, but there's one to the back of the bomb site, which won them around earlier by forcing Dobu out of position. And even that one exit kill that they just found on 9, it's inconsequential. That was more like an act of survival where 9 needed to find it to stay alive. Yeah, look. Oh man, so the fire wasn't there, so he thought he could safely back off. He was trying to play it slow as well and not get caught off by the players as he ran on top, but a little bit too slow, unfortunately. 15-14, Beyond on the verge of taking us to map number 3. They can definitely do it here. It's been an insane performance by Olivia, even without that AWP. A player that I was talking about yesterday, saying that the thing I love about him is that he is an opper at the end of the day, and he's a good opper. But when you give him an AK, he can deliver just as well, and he's proving that here right now with SDK following up. And these are the two players that, again, in the previous map we talked about as win conditions. Olivia's op, SDK's rifle. That's what got them such a good game yesterday, and that's what is pulling them across the line here on Nuke.
Last round of regulation coming up. Tiger fully invested into utility. However, weaponry going to be lacking. They are going to get very aggressive with aircast over towards ramp. Maybe expecting Beyond to play slow yet again, which, as we can see, might be perfect for him to take advantage of. Flashbang comes in. It does give him the extra time to cover some ground, but he's just going to back off with a deep smoke setup. And NCL even with a FAMAS. It's not looking too good here for Tiger, but might be wrapping into this. And Nande, I think it pretty much comes down to him. If he can hit a couple of shots with his AWP before his teammates fall, is a realistic chance we could be going into an overtime. NCL going to be burning down to 44 HP. Now I'm going to be gifted maybe an opportunity for a shot here. And again, Dobu's taking some damage now, and Beyond with such a big lead so far in this round. We're looking to take us to a map 3.
Oh, they lose one player towards the ramp. Cabal, not good for the hold, though. That ramp hold's been a big weakness for Tiger across the last couple of rounds. As 9 deletes May rolls, they've got the vents open for the drop down. They can at least go to support, but the run on outside is spotted by KNTZ. Beyond covering all their bases here, punishing Tiger on those rotates. They're looking for a player close vents. I don't know if they spotted 9. They might have seen the barrel as he came around. The AW... Oh, wow. They definitely did with that molly going down. Dobu's got so much to do with the AWP in hands. QQ on the right side of sight, going to left, right. He's switching it all around. And then SDK comes through to take the kill. This should be it. Beyond on the verge of pulling it off. They just need to avoid getting 1v3'd by Urcast. QQ still inside that smoke. Urcast hasn't got a clue. He's up close to it. And as soon as this starts to fade, he should be in trouble. QQ moves to the left side, though, gives an opportunity. It doesn't matter. Urcast can't capitalize. And 16-14 they go. Beyond with a great T-side there coming back into Nuke. And I got to say, they've impressed me. They've shown up exactly what we wanted to see from them. Olivia, STK, and it delivers.
Yeah. Olivia especially. I mean, he clutched out so many rounds for them as well, especially on that T side. Able to really kind of keep them within the game. There was obviously some questionable decisions economic-wise, or that we did see, but I mean, you can't really argue too much against it because they won in the end, but there's also maybe a victory that they didn't necessarily deserve to get with those decisions, but they do luck themselves out. They do come together when they need to, and that obviously means we'll be going to that third map. Before we get there, I'm going to bring in Bled and Dinko to talk about the last game. And, you know, Bled, you were sitting there watching on your TV in glorious 4K. Dinko, sitting here with us for some moral support. What'd you think of the game, Dinko?
I thought it was a much better performance coming out of Beyond, obviously. It was good to see the individuals wake up. They were a little bit gone on Mirage. It's good to see Olivia really coming into his own. QQ as well wasn't doing too much, and he was really impressive yesterday. So it's good to see him back on the server. I feel like Tiger just got off to such a slow start, and that really cost them for the rest of the game. I feel like they were always fighting an uphill battle from that point onwards. And yeah, Cabal had some moments on that CT side that were a little bit questionable, but there was always the trade potential for the Beyond side when they moved over to that T side as well. So for me, I definitely agree with Blev going into this matchup. He said that the T side from Beyond usually looks quite good on Nuke, and they showed it here.
You're right, Jason. I was watching in 4K, but I was also seeing all those weird decisions being made in 4K as well.
You can just see them in higher quality.
Which hurt me even more, because I feel like Beyond could have closed this out much more cleaner, right? Like, we had that 6-1 lead. They had Tiger. I mean, taking nothing away from them, pretty good comeback into the game. But then, in the end, I felt like they allowed them to get into the sights too many times, especially in the first half. So many 3v3 or 4v4 scenarios going the way of Tiger. They were trading so effectively. And then the T side, like, I think both of you, Mitch and Jason, both of you pointed out how some of the decisions being made by Beyond, unnecessary. 4 spies coming out, half buys. You want to not just play... You know, you buy not just based on what you want to buy, but based on what your economy scenario is. And at that point, they should have had a very good read that, you know, Tiger's money wasn't that good at all. And they had to go for, I think, 2 or 3, I think almost 3 or 4 rounds where they didn't have a full buy properly. And I felt like they could have closed it out better. But hey, end of the day, they get the map win. And I think they're going to be a little disappointed they did not close out Mirage, because Mirage was a map pick, and that's the map that I was favoring them to win on. So a little bit of disappointment for them based on Mirage, but at least for Nuke, it's a win. And going to Overpass, I think this one is going to be a very close series.
Yeah, I'm actually curious to think what the decision was made for Beyond to leave Overpass up. I mean, I'm thinking maybe it's partially due to the fact that they got to see Tiger play on it yesterday. And Tiger did only get 4 rounds in the first half up against Bren, so that's definitely like one of those opportunities for it. Beyond have played it, you know, 4 times, but they only have a 25% win rate. But with Olivia hitting shots like he's been able to, with QQ as well. I mean, we talk about Olivia a lot, but he had in this round alone such an impactful play, getting those 2 kills onto the players up in towards heaven. It was such a close game. They barely squeaked through, but I don't really know what Overpass has in store for us here, Dinko.
I think Overpass is certainly going to be a close affair but the good thing here for Tiger is that Dobu has really stepped up. I think he was really quiet on Mirage in comparison to what he's capable of. I think for the past few games now, he has been a little bit quieter than we know what he's capable of. So I feel like on Overpass, you're going to see 9 return to form. I think he's going to turn up a little bit better over in that map. He struggled here on Nuke quite a bit. And over in Mirage, he was a player that really looked strong. So I'm kind of expecting Tiger to put in a good performance consistently on Overpass. I still favor them to win the series here. But beyond, I'm glad they started to wake up because they looked a little shaky on Mirage. So heading into Overpass, I want to see these individuals continue on both teams. I want them to all clash head to head, and I think we should be getting a close game again.
I think a lot of it comes to Olivia, Mitch. Thinking about how Mirage, he was non-existent. Maybe that's because the op wasn't been able to be picked up too often for him on the T side, but he was able to step up here cleanly. And now going to Overpass, I think he could put, a major span in the works here, especially for 9, who might be looking to battle against him.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with you. On the one hand, though, the fact that Olivia didn't have the AWP out on Mirage, I think, wasn't their main issue. It was the fact that they just had no idea what they were doing. And so many of those rounds, they were missing any form of an execute, any form of direction in the actual round. They, most importantly, didn't deal with 9. They didn't put any pressure on him on the AWP. And that's why he dominated. We said coming onto Nuke, this is where we'll see 9 struggle a little bit more. It's not like Beyond can make mistakes on middle, like allowing him to have one-way smokes and all that sort of stuff. But when it comes to playing on outside, they're not going to go there without smokes. Nobody coming into Nuke is going to be that ignorant. And they were able to obviously take him out. Look, he was 16 for 20 in the end. Massive drop off in performance. With Dobu and Cabal stepping up, though, to take some of the mantle in the rifling department, even despite Cabal's failed attempts at holding ramp for those last 5 or 6 rounds, I think that they have definitely shown us that they've got the capability of doing it when it comes to Overpass. But I do expect Olivia, having stepped it up now, having shown us what he's capable of, and that he is still the Opera that we know and love, that when we come into Overpass, he will be able to continue to apply that pressure now. And the question is, can 9 bounce back and deliver in these fights, or is this just going to be a one-sided scope duel?
Okay, well, you know what? We'll be finding that out after a short break here. The players need it. We need it. You guys at home need it as well to go get some food and then sit back and enjoy the 4K CS action. We'll be back after that short break here with our final map of the series.
Yeah. When that horn blows, you know what that mean. Here come a king. Bow down, don't step in the ring. The end is near. Hear the fat lady sing. You hear them loud thumps. That's the crowd stumps. Wild and reckless, boy, they call us the wild ones. Never had no guidance. Got a thirst for violence. Don't sleep, hold up your eyelids. Here come the rebels, the lost ones, the forgotten, the weirdos, and the odd ones. We are the bosses. We are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. Yeah, nah, you can't rock with us. A ticking time bomb, who wanna talk with us? All has fallen, we thrive in destruction. So hide your jewels, keep your chains tucked in. Watch the beauty all turn, nowhere to hide when the beauties all burn. Bring on the chaos, we won't make him. Take us to your leader and watch us take him. Kick in the door and break in. Take everything you stole from us, everything that you owe to us. Take every opportunity you never showed to us. With no mask, so you know it's us. Listen to our war bosses. We are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. War paint on our faces, battle of the ages. We ain't the safest, we was locked in cages. You tried your best to erase us, now you gotta face us. Nobody can save us, we wild and dangerous. Nobody can tame us, who's sparking the flames up? You can go and blame us. You can go and blame us. Here I war cries. We are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry. War cry. War cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws when you hear the war cry. War cry. War cry. War cry. We are the bosses. We are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry. War cry. War cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws when you hear the war cry. War cry. War cry. War cry.
Overpass 是一张上演了无数奇迹的地图，开阔的地形给了选手们充分发挥架点创意的空间。从 T 家出发，来到长短馆，一面通向工地，一面通向 B 包点。在这里 ，Nothing 曾经隔墙穿射爆头，完成了2个不可思议的击杀。
That's really rare. That's incredible, actually. Yeah, that's definitely noteworthy.
下水道连接作为地图的核心区域，是著名的交火区域，上演过一幕幕惊心动魄的故事。Dosia 就曾在下水道楼梯中径步前行，绕至敌方背后，亮出匕首，一招制敌。
Dude, if I'm Zeus, I'm pissed. That's right, Doja.
What are you doing? A 点是 CT 的出生点 ，Fnatic 的奥拉夫曾在这里用一个出其不意的3架，重新定义了什么是战术架点。
This is Pronax being a genius. They did use and dazed, and there's going to be a follow-up and shot on Meister. You've got to be kidding me. 来到 B 点，同样是他。2014年 ESL One 的比赛里，对阵 Dignitas， 奥拉夫以一己之力在熊熊烈火中拆掉了 C4 炸弹，而这正是 CS:GO 著名彩蛋“烈焰天使”的由来。每个点位都如此精彩，不知道本次比赛
选手们又会带给我们怎样的惊喜呢？
Welcome back, everyone, to PAL Summer 2020 as we get underway now with our third map of our first series of the day, Beyond up against Tiger. First map was a very quick affair, seeing Tiger just absolutely destroy Beyond when it came to Mirage. Then coming back onto Nuke, we did see them able to close it out off the back of Olivia, helping get 28 kills. However, Overpass, this is going to be an interesting matchup. I'm actually curious to see how the teams are going to perform when it comes to, well, not only their history, but more about how they're playing today here in this series.
Well, we've seen the knife round go, and it goes the way of Beyond, so they're going to get choice of sides. A pretty big advantage for the most part, but we've seen consistently that the T side in this region has been off the charts. When we look at both of these teams, looking at their averages when they start on the T side, it's roughly the same, both around 8 when they play a full T side out. Most importantly, though, for what I want to look at is Tiger. Versus Tyloo and Vici, they found 7 and 6 rounds T side respectively. But versus a team like BTRG, it was double digits. They got 10 T rounds, but really struggled on their CT side. So even despite a 10-5 first half, they closed it out 16-12. That worries me a little bit when we get to their CT side, but they'll start on the T where they can pick up a little bit of momentum, and we'll see exactly how things unfold. As we see just one player without armor, it's NCL, taking the utility and giving Cabal the P2 Fiddy.
Well, I mean, the upside is, at least for Beyond here, is they had a really good performance in the last game. Just whether or not they can keep that performance going, and STK might be looking to do just that, but eventually going to be overwhelmed. Not much he can do pretty much by himself. Olivia there to help assist, but again, just kind of these 1-for-1s that are happening. It turns it into a 3-on-3 situation, but we do have the CTs there and ready to go to catch them on the rotation out of the connector.
Ready to pick up some of the duels, but we see a fallback. Oh, nice shot, KNTZ. So I was worried about him because QQ went to check long, but it doesn't matter. KNTZ's doing it all by himself. And as NCL moves back towards the bomb itself on short, he's got a 1v3 to pull off. Not an easy one. And without a bomb planted around like this, and the pistol round for the T side, they will not be buying up in the next round. Utility thrown out. I mean, best to even expend that smoke so they don't get to pick it up, but it also allows them to grab the bomb on a 1v1 that does not even slightly go his way. As KNTZ pulls off the 3k. Beyond get the pistol, avoid giving Tiger anything really, just a couple of kills, no bomb plants, and as we said, that means a full eco for Tiger.
Yeah, playing that so well. Again, just being gifted these 1v1s. Even Kane to Z had 3 1v1s, wins on all of them. 100% win rate when it comes to 1v1s in that round. Mitch, if you didn't... Well, if you weren't much of a stats guy.
Terrible with numbers, Jason. I can't even add.
Well, I mean, the worst is trying to do, like, addition when you're on air. I think I've messed it up more times than I've gotten it correct. Looks like they will group up, though, for a quick push towards restrooms. Olivia, a lot of money. Some dollar signs going to be in his eyes here, and so will some flashbangs and bullets, as he will fall, only getting the 1 kill, some decent damage being done, but the MP9 going to be rescued. QQ now, he's looking for some kills, and I mean, this is just a lot of money being built up now for their side. 2 for STK, 1 for QQ, 1 for Olivia, all with the SMG. Some extra money in their pocket. And now we're going to the buy-up round, and I wonder if, or I'm assuming we're going to see Beyond treat this as a bonus round. Because ideally, it shouldn't be likely that they should win this when they're up against the AKs.
That's the thing. Oh, we've mentioned these kind of rounds every time they prop up, and really Tiger have, as you can see, an outstanding advantage. So what are the goals for Beyond? Obviously winning the round is always going to be something they look to do, but really so the problem is, because they're pulling M4s out as well, like STK's got no cash for the next, but I guess 1 SMG, 1 weaker weapon is going to be usable. So their objective here is to find as many kills as they can, make sure that Tiger lose the vast majority of their team and keep that economy low so that they can then rock in with a full buy. At least the guts at one. And hopefully dominate in the next round. If they win this, a morale boost. they'll be miles ahead when it comes to the economy game as well. There's a nice opening by SDK. He's supported, or can be supported on far, but it's KNTZ who's on the rotate around with just an SMG and 25 health. He doesn't stand much of a chance of doing anything, but at least the flash is there, keeping them at bay for a bit. The smoke on the corner, the flash as well, that should get SDK back towards that A-bomb site. He's not moving, though.
Yeah. I mean, Doe was also hoping for any aggression over towards the B site to maybe equalize things. I mean, if somehow Beyond win this and they, you know, in a world where they keep all 5 alive and they pick up the AKs, like, that should be a massive boost to them and a massive boon to their economy. Still gonna be tough. 20 seconds left to go, and the pace is gonna have to be picked up here. There's still some utility left on the Tiger side, but they need to throw it down as Levy's gonna get caught just trying to retreat away from the bathrooms. SDK and KTZ now gonna be under pressure as Nine's looking to open things up, but he's gonna fall, and look at this. Beyond is shutting this round down to Cabal with 6 seconds left. He's being sprayed out. 4 seconds, he doesn't have time to play. He's just trying to save the AK.
That's one of those rounds you really don't want Beyond to be walking away with if you're Tiger. You can accept the pistol round loss, the second round, of course, because you're eco, but right here, things start out poorly. SDK is given so much freedom. He's able to dominate them in these duels. With all those frags going his way, the round goes to Beyond. For Tiger, it's a hero rifle alongside pistols. It's still a fairly costly investment for them. And if they don't walk out of this round with at least a bomb plant, it is nowhere near worth it. The CT economy has been managed somewhat by the frags they found and by the upgrades that Beyond have taken it upon themselves to invest into. But it is difficult to really look at the position for Tiger right now. For the next 1 or 2 rounds, we should be looking at Beyond dominating. That's really unlucky. Great flashbang. Olivia still lands the headshot, but at least the trade is there eventually. The shoulder spotted, but I don't think he realized. Obviously easier for us with X-Ray to know where to look. As QQ lands the frag and a 4v2 emerges. They've lost their AK as well.
Oh, there you go. At least one rescued. Tough times. I mean, obviously we saw Tiger, not necessarily a strong map for them yesterday. Maybe it was just that strong for Bren, but they've kind of gone quiet. They've gone cold. Either way, 2-on-3. 2 rifles in hand, so not really the worst round for them, or not necessarily impossible for them to take this. It will be the 2 defenders out of Beyond going to be sticking towards the A site. That seems to be exactly where the bomb's going to be heading. And CL, he needs this kill, and he's going to be able to get it onto QQ. Puts it into the 2-1 to the rotation. It's going to come out of Mai. 18 seconds left. They have some smokes. They actually hit KNTZ straight in the face here with that smoke, so they might know he's going to be there. Mai gets the first kill, though, and 9. Well, he's left alone against 2. He gets the first. 8 seconds left to go. He looks for the spray, and KNTZ is going to close it out and save the round here. Beyond will now be up 4-0.
4-0 for Beyond is the start they really wanted. With how this series started, I'm surprised that they're putting up so much of a fight, keeping themselves in it. I mean, that previous map for Tiger on Nuke looked great. We knew that Beyond were going to come in with the ability to play it on some level, but the fact that they bounced back from an 8-7 CT side after giving Tiger so much room, it looked like things were just going to devolve into the first map, essentially, in that second half. Then they lost the pistol. It looked even worse. And all of a sudden, Beyond came out swinging. Now at a position where we're 4-0 up, where before the AKs properly come out. I mean, this is the first decent full buy for Tiger. Beyond have already got that injection of rounds. The foundations are built for a decent half. Tiger look to dismantle them and make sure that no further construction goes down. They love their trees. They want to keep it nice and naturally in their favor. We'll see if they're able to do so. This round's going to be a defining factor. They need to come out on top on that T side, or at least show us some promise. A great opening duel, though, from KNTZ with the early boost coming in. Well, the late one, really. I mean, it was 1 minute 10 seconds before they pulled it out. It caught Tiger off guard. And now look at them. They're sat down waiting for some aggression from the CT side, but they realize now 20 seconds on, that's not going to happen.
Well, He's gonna be flushed out of position. And on the edge of the smoke, and the timing's good. He's just not able to get the spray onto the second player. Aircast still survives this. It's gonna be a tough take in general here for Tiger, but Aircast again looks like he wants to carry his team on his back in this round at least. Gets himself the quick 2, but STK's alive, and STK will at least get the 1. Blow it into 9 by himself against the last 2 players. 20 seconds to go. AWP in heaven. AK and Graffiti, and he gets the first, but this is gonna be tough now because the Molotov's thrown in. It forces him to relocate his position, but the shot hasn't connected. Olivia, who was quiet on the up on map 1, has a chance to redeem himself here on map 3, and he's gonna hit the shot. I wish we could have seen that from his point of view because that was insane. But he's gonna get the defuse, and Beyond now gonna be up 5-0.
Yeah, look, Tiger at least did what we hoped, though. They showed us a little bit of promise. The round was decently close. It buys them a little bit of good faith. And with the bomb plant, that buys them a buy. All the weapons they could possibly want. The AKs, the AWP could come out. Although at this stage, it doesn't look like it's going to. If the op were to make an appearance, it would involve, I think, one of the players taking no armor at all, I think. Oh, no, in fact, 9. No, he spent 4,800 and has 1k over here. I thought someone had 6k. But either way, that's not what they're feeling. They're looking at a full rifle T side, and you can see why with early movement towards B. 4 players outside of it with rifles, now turning into 5. They've got plenty of smokes to make this execute happen. 9 lining it up. And they'll be pushing out in a second into 3. Beyond haven't dragged the rotate towards the A side at all. Obviously, this has been no faked out presence. The molly clears out the barrels, and here they come blitzing to the site. They've got short control on the CT side, though. That's an angle they don't need to worry about. Opens up those that they can peek from as May rolls. Gets traded out immediately. KNTZ and STK combine to bring this back into their favor. A 3v1 with Urcast late flanking on short, but he is exactly that, late.
Well, maybe he can make up for it here. Crisco comes through. He's got a lot of time to work with, just the bomb on his hands. No more utility left, but he's been gifted these 1v1s. STK is going to fall now. Olivia has to do it again in back-to-back rounds to clutch it out. And this is such a tough position to hold, but he does hold it. He gets the kill. I'm not sure Olivia pulls it off 2 rounds in a row, especially the angles he had to hold, but does he yet again. 6-0 now for Beyond.
You look at how this round, I really love this angle, by the way. Look at how this unfolds. 1-for-1 trades, it's fantastic, but KNTZ was left unchecked on short for way too long. Any one of those players, KNTZ from short, STK from up above, can do damage. They can take 1 kill so long as that bomb is still able to be planted. But the fact that they both come out at the same time, find 1 frag, no trades, and bail back, and then there was that late short attempt by Tiger, but exactly as I said, it was too late. To realize they had a gap in the offense and go for that kind of a flank really relied on them getting site control. And I think when they went for it, they thought they had it completely in their grasp, but without having heaven completely blocked off by smokes, without having anyone attempting short or mollying it or anything like that, there was just such a massive hole in their offense. That worries me. But what worries me more is the attempt by Beyond in this round. A fast B from Tiger. They don't even see a player and they've already got the site. There's only 1 man holding passively. I don't see the need to change the setup from Beyond, especially against pistols. They go for a full connector push with 3 players and 1 on short. Why? Why in this round? Of all times, did they not have a read on what buy was happening?
Still, the retake's looking good. I don't know what to say here about Tiger, to be honest. It's such a rough time for them. I mean, they're showing they can get the bomb down, but to hold onto the site, proving to be extra difficult. And they've been hitting B time and time again. Like the last 3 rounds in a row, they've gone towards this position. And the last 3 rounds in a row, they've lost. I think it's time to change things up. They obviously still have money to buy up, so it's not too big of a deal. But you don't want to be giving away too many of these rounds. And Olivia, again, I mean, it seems like when he's quiet, they struggle. But when he's hitting shots, he can definitely carry a team. Up to 7 at the moment. KNTZ on 10. And I wonder if we're going to see a change up here at a Tiger anytime soon.
The thing is, they're still making a lot of these rounds close. It's not like Tiger are getting stomped out of them. But it's these small percentage plays by Beyond, with the exception of the previous. I mean, they managed... I don't know what that was. It feels like Beyond had a complete misread on what was happening. And now, having lost B, they've, I guess, presumed Tiger would go for another fast B play. But they realized that they got away with a very lucky bomb plant in the previous. Not going to find B open all the time. It's a 4-man B stack. STK, not even in an aggressive position to find any sort of information, has to drop a smoke after he's mollied out. They know exactly where he is. He's the only one to deal with. They're overwhelming the site with numbers. He's sat inside the smoke waiting for the rotates of his teammates. Now has to make a move, though, as KNTZ comes to bank. Can't allow KNTZ to take a fight all by himself. There's 4 players sat outside. KNTZ grabs himself one. Here's STK swinging to try and land something, but he gets taken down. The flank of Mayrolls deleted. And this, again, another very odd call from Beyond. They... See, it's like they're under massive amounts of pressure, despite the fact that the rounds have been going their way. Their hold was fine. But all at once, they decide they need a rush connector, and the next round they decide they need a stack B. I don't really understand what we're looking at in terms of that decision making.
Guessing.
Well, maybe.
Keeping Tiger and even us guessing. Well, they don't have money this time. Again, it's just so weird to see 7-1 up. I mean, to be fair, Olivia clutched out twice as the last player remaining in 2 of the rounds, so that kind of makes sense. We're seeing the double op setup for the T side of Tiger. What? I mean, they're going for the boost up here. Do they not really have an idea of the I guess they don't have the idea of the economy out of Beyond.
I see. I'm trying to process what the hell is going on in this game, Jason. Versus an eco, or versus a weak by Beyond rush connector, versus an eco Tiger by double ops. I mean, surely they know. I always give pro players the benefit of the doubt that they have to know how the economy works and how much damage they've been doing. But perhaps without, as Blair was saying, the strong IGL power, that they don't have that read. Oh, with his back turned. This is a... No, okay, he is watching. No, he's not. His back's turned to free op. Picked up by the CT side. Here we go to try and trade it. It's Urcast that's going out for it with an AWP versus the pistols. Luckily, that's working out. Please don't die to the molly. Well, I guess it worked out relatively cleanly. They don't save the second op, so that's just money down the drain, but I don't blame them either. I misclick. That's all I'm going to go with. They maybe misclicked it. They bought it, didn't realize they already had one. I cross my fingers and hope that's what it was.
I like this, though. We're seeing that Olivia in this round. Try to get aggressive. Doesn't go too far up, though. It's just going to sit back towards the restrooms. Does have support, though, of STK with the SMG. And we'll, of course, just talk about it. And I picks him off, but at least Olivia survives. It's not too bad to lose that player. Well, I guess the gun, and more importantly. Seems like Tiger, something you were mentioning before on Nuke, you know, get a couple of rounds under your belt, figure out the way beyond our plane, and then kind of strat around it. QQ is gonna have some company. Aircast coming around the corner. He's been really successful in those exchanges, but he's gonna lose out this time. And again, the man advantage for Tiger. There's no refrag potential for Aircast there. It puts things back to 4-piece. Maybe 9 can be the one to do it, as he's going to have the op trail directly on the angle. He does catch him out, leaving Olivia to solo hold this A site.
And Olivia's going to have to turn up huge if they push him, but it looks like they're changing direction down towards the 2-man stack on B. It's the harder site to take for them at this point in time. Mayrolls holding down with the AUG, spots out a player. That molly's being botched, doesn't push him out of position. He's still lurking in as the flash goes around the corner, and he's going to look to peek the players on short. A bit of a mistake, though, as that flash did not even slightly connect. That was for Monster. And now KNTZ deleted all by his lonesome. Olivia's got to have a big hold, and look how low these players are. It's a shame he's got the AWP. It doesn't make it any easier for him going out for these peaks. The Tiger, take it nice and passive.
So low health, though, Mitch. The USP could be all he needs to pull this off. He doesn't have the kit, however. This makes things even more difficult for him to clutch this out. And honestly, Tiger playing this perfectly, playing so far back, playing together as well so they can return the frag. And Olivia, he's just trying to find someone. Gonna tap the bomb to look for the first kill. Spots out both players at least, but he can't connect any of the shots. Tiger will get number 3 on the board, and look at the money they now have in their pockets. 10K for NCL. And beyond, they got nothing to spend. Maybe this is the climb back here for Tiger. Pretty much exactly what we saw on Nuke.
I said as well, the problem with Tiger for me is that their CT side here isn't exactly convincing. What I saw versus BTRG was shaky at best. And if we do see Beyond turn up when they come to the attack, if they've already got double digits on the board or something in that region, well, then I'm very, very worried. Luckily, this is an opportunity for Tiger to build up that momentum. The cash as well, which is already fairly decently stacked and coming up on 10K for NCL. But only Urcast really requiring a drop in the next round. And you can see how slowly Tiger are taking it as well. This is not the kind of round where they can afford to really even lose a rifle considering how things have been going. It's got to be a nice, clean, and clinical round. Avoiding the 1v1s or 1vx's as it would be against these pistols.
I think we're seeing the pressure on Tiger a little bit here too. I mean, they're already 1-1 overall within the group. You don't want to go 1-2. I mean, the only team that has 2 losses at the moment is Mazalai. And we got no wins. They will be going towards B, and KNT's got the Deagle. It's only 1 Deagle though for the CT side. Rotations coming in towards Connector. They're gonna have their players here prepared for this, and KNTZ, he gets the headshot through a body, gets a double kill. The Myrals with the CZ not able to get anything accomplished off of that, unfortunately. But Olivia and STK lurking in wait. The smoke's not that great. STK's gonna spot up the 2 players, get some decent damage done, but not able to accomplish much. And now on the 1-on-3, can Olivia pull this off? He spots up the first, but again, can't quite hit anything with the USP. And you would imagine if maybe we had a couple more pistols invested into that round, would that have been enough to close that out?
I'm just waiting to see here what exactly Beyond invest into. Got the AWP for Olivia, no utility alongside it, but that's fine. We can work with that. This is a defining round for me, really. Beyond, if they win it, are in a fantastic position. Taking a loss, it's not the end of the road for them. But then there's pressure coming into their next and probably final buy round. Definitely at the end of the tether, when it comes to economy, I could feel 9 just left clicking at that moment. You could see it, but it doesn't happen. And for Tiger, they've got a pretty spread out basis. 1 player in towards Playground, watching Con. They're looking for slow water control. I don't like the fact that we've got no utility coming over water to allow these peaks. Urcast actually doesn't even have a flash to provide for Dobu. So he's walked all the way in through water, all the way up short, and faced every one of these angles completely dry. That's definitely not what you want to see. But it looks like it's not going to have any impact, at least. The thing is, he's gained free information for the team as well.
I mean, we talk about peaking things at the moment. Beyond have no utility at all, except the 1 flashbang out of STK, and he's over at the A site. It just comes down to them having to out-aim their opponents and hopefully outplay their opponents for their sake. We will see Tiger pick themselves up a 5th round. Olivia, at least he's got the op in hand. He's been quite successful with it, especially in 2 of those rounds he was able to clutch out. And he doesn't spot the player out, but the shot does rattle off across his head. Right over it. Here we go, some utility being thrown in towards the A side. The rotations out of the CT side is going to be there. Olivia, he needed that first shot. NCL is going to get the kill onto STK. He's going to be knocked down to low HP. Kiku there's to back him up, but Olivia's just not being gifted an angle. He can't quite connect any of these shots, and he'll fall before getting anything. Aircast gets a quick double. Now it's down to the 2-on-2. Now the 1-on-2. There's no time. I didn't even notice the time.
I'll tell you what, Jason.
I don't think Tigers did either.
Yeah, neither did Tiger, that's for sure. That's a very upsetting situation. I mean,
like they were pushing in with 10 seconds left still.
Yeah, they waited so
man.
long, and we saw them down towards B, right? They take that slow control. No utility used up. Coming into the last minute, they were only starting to gain any direction. And it's so depressing that they find all those kills, even against a fully stacked up side. Everything goes their way, and then the time. It's the problem with waiting so long. An XM for STK. You don't see it every day, but down in Connector, it certainly has a way to work. This Cabal. What is it? Cabal. Starts to move forward. Mayroll's already got a double, then the XM applies the pressure. Cabal was forced into trying to move fast to support Urcast, but he had to be aware of a player playing in Connector, had to be at least cautious of it, but unfortunately he wasn't, and so a 4v2 comes into play where Tiger again fall behind.
Oh. Dig comes through. There's just so much time left on the board, though, in a 2-on-4. Like, obviously, you want to be able to not hand this off to their team, but there's no way you're going to be able to save it with so much time left on the clock. Aircast. I mean, he has nowhere to go right now. An incendiary, a grenade, something would almost flush him out, but it's just the flashbang left to defend with. We're beyond in utility. I'm going to continue to push up towards Monster with the bomb. Smoke does go down, and up close and personal, it's going to be Olivia who's going to... Well, I think he has his eyes on this op. As the AK at the moment. This is looking like a 9th round here, Mitch. I don't know what else to say. I don't see how 9 can clutch us out with 25 seconds left to go, with 22 HP, and with an op.
No, it's not going to happen.
Do it.
They miss one shot in that situation. Matter of fact, even if you do hit your shots, you still often lose it. Just because it's so difficult to actually follow up in that sense. But that's look, the spot now for Beyond, we said if they won that when it was at 7-4, they were going to be in a great position. And this is exactly why. If they finish on 9 rounds, that's good. It's not the greatness we spoke of. The thing is, they've got 2 chances to bring it up to double digits. At which point, then Tiger are at a huge disadvantage if it's 10. Never mind the fact that it could very well be 11. But Tiger would be at a huge disadvantage then coming into the next half, where we already know to expect less of them on the CT side based on the past couple of games they've been playing. They need these last 2 rounds. Like, there's no, well, it'd be nice if they found it, or there's chances. Like, they need to finish on 6 rounds on the T side. It has been weak from them so far. You can give them a little bit of slack considering they lost the pistol round. But below 6, and they're in a lot of hot water.
I am actually interested to see, or I guess not interested to see, I'm kind of surprised that some of the teams we've seen play on Overpass so far within this group stage, we haven't seen as much mid-presence out of Olivia. Not going for those early peaks, maybe not wanting to play that little game of, well, if you get the first kill, great, you might be able to win the round, but if you miss and you die, you might lose. And, well, the ball gets around the corner, and SDK, Olivia, speaking of missing, misses that first shot. And that's the A-side taken, and well, I think Tiger might be able to get one step closer to that 6th round. No money to spend here for Beyond. You might as well just save these 3 weapons. That should be number 5 on the board.
It should indeed. Tiger are pulling it back. Slowly but surely. And like we said, they need 6. Let me try that again. We said they need the 6 rounds to come through. They're in a position where that's definitely looking viable. But they come into that, they find 2 opening duels, they get the side and force a save out immediately. That's a good position, but is it repeatable? Can they do it again and again? That's what we're going to need to see from them. We come into this final round of the half. Beyond's investment is going to be a little bit weaker. You can already see an SMG make an appearance, and I don't think that's going to be the only one. QQ. Can't even really afford one. Oh, he's given a FAMAS. I didn't see that was already being dropped over. Never mind. But he's managed to get full utility as of, KNT's adding Olivia. No AWP to work around. And a much more aggressive hold early on in towards A. They've already pushed up on Fountain. STK full blind and taken down. The good trade by Olivia. But they need a little bit more than that. It's one of the rifles lost as they just fall back. Play in towards short. And Toilets, Olivia caught in the open and deleted. The A side is completely open. And although they've managed to trade it into a 3v3, they've lost A. They have to quickly rotate back up. Even though the bomb isn't going there, they don't know that. And so 2 players abandon that B bomb site, leaving KNTZ to hold it by himself.
With a minute left to go as well, it's got to be worrying for him. At least has a smoke to delay. Aircast trying to play a little bit of a lurk roll towards A. Maybe a little bit of distraction play because he still has the flashbang and the incendiary. It just depends on whether or not he wants to lurk or if he wants to pull maybe the other player over. And well, there you go. The shot comes in. He might just take the A side himself at this rate. Maybe the bomb can rotate back if he gets this follow-up kill, but that's QQ to respawn. And now KNTZ, he just needs to stay alive. 30 seconds left to go. Maybe we can just spoil the plant from going down. He needs QQ to rotate back in from CT, and QQ actually goes for the shot, so it allows him to peek up. He gets the kill onto the planter. Pulls it now into the one-on-one. NCL trying to clutch us out. The flashbang gonna come out with 20 seconds left. He gets the spray in as well. I thought that was a round that Beyond would definitely have had, but they still come out with the lead.
If Tiger end up losing this series after that first map, I think they're going to be so deflated, and that would be a terrible start for them in this tournament. We've already seen them take their opening the opening win versus Invictus was decent. Yeah, that's one of the higher level teams in the tournament. But then losing to Brand and immediately afterwards Beyond. Obviously, the Brand loss is going to sting a little bit more. But that's guaranteeing them a pretty low placement coming into playoffs. Like, they're in a spot where even coming into week 2, there's a decent possibility they end up with a low seed facing off against a Tyloo or a Vici in a very hard opening in the playoffs. That is definitely not what they want coming into this. This pistol round so important, and Tiger absolutely shred. Never mind Tiger, it's just Urcast.
Was that a double flash? Or was that a single flash? I didn't spot how many NCL had at the start of the round. I guess it's, yeah, I don't know. It was good. Nice little triple. Have the bomb down, and Tiger's going to put everyone out this side. This would be the start they need as well, right? I mean, obviously their CT side should be relatively strong, but to get things once they're closer to 9 apiece and put the pressure back on Beyond. Came to see maybe thinking about rotating through CT spawn here. They were able to rescue the bomb at least, so keeping Tiger ever guessing the direction they want to go to. I'm just gonna look to walk in towards B, and this is gonna be so difficult to do. Aircast is low on HP, so if you get that first kill, if you can deal with the man towards Toxic, towards the barrels, and then you have also water. There's the first one. NCL is gonna fall. Number 2. Maybe looking to line up for him, and Olivia might hit the shot, but KNZ takes down Aircast and puts into the 1-on-1 against Cabal, but the rotations come back in. Dobu's going to be there. That will be the round taken for Tiger.
The round found should at least give them a little bit more room to maneuver. This opening by Urcast really is what gave it to them, though. Look, 1, 2, and a third. Nice little stuff. And considering Beyond's lead moving in, you definitely didn't want to give them the pistol. So for Tiger, we know their CT side can be a little bit weaker, but for now we will not see those cracks start to emerge. Double digits going to be avoided by Beyond, at least in this round, with just pistols. Majority Glocks, a P250 and a Tech 9 supporting. And this is the kind of round where you expect them to move just as a big blob. All the pistols will suffer against the weapons in the hands of the CTs. So really, your only advantage is in numbers. And at the moment, they do not have many of them. Torn apart without a single kill on the board. It's expected, but a clean start for Tiger. Something you can definitely look positively on, because if you think back, Jason, to the round we saw from Beyond, round number 2, where they invested into some M4s then, and ended up in a position where this third round wasn't actually a bonus, really. They were in a position where they would struggle a little bit in economy, but for Tiger, they've got a nice, well-rounded bit of cash. And so they can afford to invest practically nothing outside of utility into this. I'm surprised they even have 4 kits this early on. I prefer it when there's just one on each bomb site. It just gives you that extra little bit of cash if you need it.
Well, you know the saying. Don't be a loser, buy a diffuser.
It's true.
I had a different one in mind, but I don't know if I should say that one. So I tried to find the the one that's more acceptable to say on air. It looks like they're grouped up for a hit towards B, and there's just basically one player there, and he's just going to be spotted. So they're playing for that full retake, which I think is going to be even more difficult with these SMGs, these two MP9s. I would have thought they'd play up close with them, and maybe that's why they were hoping it was an A-site push, so they could have done that. But now the full retake with these weapons, it's going to be damn tough.
Now Beyond are just tucked away, not giving any advantages away in this kind of position. The thing you need to do in these post plants, so you've got Short and Monster secured by 2 players. The rest of you need to make sure you're able to trade. And look at that from May rolls. They're just not dealing with him. Eventually looking up towards him, but KNT said up close to finish off the round. Beyond put it onto double digits, and Tiger faltering at the first hurdle really after that pistol round. But as we said, that was a bonus. It was something that they know they're not going to win every single time. The problem is, without the kills that they even found, force buying up at this stage wouldn't really make a whole bunch of sense. I think if they had slightly more stacked money, but it's got to be an eco. And so 11 rounds for Beyond, I think it's acceptable, but they have to come into the next buy round and win. If they lose the next buy, it's so shaky. It's a really hard comeback.
At least have the kit for NCL, maybe to pull off a ninja defuse somewhere again. The stack on the A site. And again, Beyond's going to guess correctly over towards B, have the free site taken. And I'm assuming if you're NCL or in your Dobu, you're just going to save, right? I mean, you have Kevlar already. You have Deagles. You have a kit, more importantly, for NCL. So a little bit of extra to money to maintain. Maybe throw the USPs at it. But even at that rate, it's not like Beyond have that much money either. So maybe keep the extra, pocket change away from them.
A lot of the time in this position, you'll see teams like Tiger, or teams in a position like Tiger, just save over the USPs. They're saying just keep the pocket change out of their hands. But you can see they're actually going in for the exit. The flash over was actually really nicely connected. And already killing, if you manage to kill one player in that position, which I think when you've got 5 alive, you have a good chance of doing, it pays off. Because the reinvestment they make is far outweighs whatever they get from killing you. Even if they have an SMG, you're likely to be in a pretty good spot. Although then they would just save the rifle you dropped, so wouldn't really matter. I was thinking more just from a money perspective. Yeah, 11-8. I'm not worried for Tiger at the moment. I'm worried if they lose this round.
Yeah,
they put a lot of pressure on themselves.
And you see we do have 9 with the op. He was, a little bit quiet, but that goes back to what you're saying before when we were, breaking down the map is, Mirage, he was given so much room. Nuke didn't really have it. Here he's been kind of gifted some room, but not really in the angles that he's holding. You see him over towards long. I mean, they do have QQ to watch any sort of flank. Maybe use him as a lurk roll yet again, but hey, maybe the 3rd time is the charm yet again here for Beyond, heading back towards B, and Urkis can't even get the smoke out before he gets headshotted up. Ball will return one back, and he's playing around the smoke perfectly. Has NCL to help put up a little bit of a fire to prevent them from getting in towards the site. And Beyond have been held back. The bombs even rotate away from the B site.
Yeah, they're hard faking this, but it's not going to last too long. The smokes are about to fade. KNTZ tucked in the corner down on Monster. They're so slow pushing the A site. He can potentially get something done, but they need to make a move quickly. The problem with haste is that means caution goes to the wind, and so you're leaving a position where 9 can shut you down with the AWP like that. Now Olivia needs to make a move fast. He has a smoke to work with at least to delay them, but KNTZ's flank is going to have to be absolutely huge. There's the smoke down towards Dumpster. That should hold them back for a couple of seconds at least. Gives them a decent angle as they come around. If Olivia falls, this round is over. He needs to stay alive. They're coming through the smoke. He gets the first, though, up on top of the Dumpster. Just by time. KNTZ is on his way. Olivia's still alive somehow. There he dies, but they're not going to be aware of this. That timing on his death is perfect. As KNTZ comes up behind, they know he's on short or long, but little do they know he's not. He's, oh no! Not able to get to the bomb diffuser in time. If he just found that kill, the round could have been over. That is upsetting.
Yeah. When Nine's got the op at least maintained, I was worried if they wouldn't have that for the follow-up rounds. I mean, the thing is, the way Tiger played that, it was like kind of perfect. I mean, even though Aircast did get demolished by the headshot coming around the corner when the Molotov was thrown on top of them, but the way Cabal played around the smoke that they had set, and then he had NCL off to the side to help him out, like that just shut down the push in towards B in general and forced rotations almost right away. Let's see though. AK's back in the hands of Beyond. I kind of feel bad for QQ because like his alert play on Mirage was kind of nice. Like seeing him delayed push through palaces, but he doesn't have the ability to really do the alert play when it comes to Overpass just yet. And Nine, a risky peek there, gets the kill, so it pays off. But if he died and he lost him, they'd be a man down, and we're already seeing how tough it is for Tiger on the CT half so far.
I don't like how spread out Beyond are despite having already lost that man advantage. I think this is where you group up. Okay, like, look, if Olivia dies, nobody can trade. Bombs down. Just look at QQ, the perfect example. No trades, nothing. They're going to push forward on short. They have no idea about Dobu. Hopefully those players will move together and be able to trade at least. Oh, the nades out. That again almost gets awkward. SDK finding the kill, pulls them back into the realm of feasibility on this push, but Beyond are showing the cracks. It's multiple opportunities now with one duel. They're taking a 50-50 where the round could fall apart. Why is no one covering that? STK taken down with no one watching left side. Olivia now has to try to get this kill quickly to secure map control, opens himself up to short where he had a teammate who again wasn't covering it. It's just so many angles they're leaving completely open.
I'm wondering if I'm like maybe misreading, but do you think there's maybe I think I'm thinking too negative about it. I was thinking like, do you think it was maybe desperation, some of the shots Nine's going for? I think it's more so confidence. I think I'm looking at it, you know, in the wrong way.
Such a negative guy, Jason. Jeez.
I'm usually a pessimist, to be honest, but you know, the play towards long, if he doesn't get that shot and he dies, because he did get tagged up, then like I don't see how Beyond are gonna lose that round unless someone out of Tiger pulls off with a massive play. And then he goes for the re-peek in towards restrooms, and he does fall from that one, but with no chance of a refrag from his team. I mean, I'm not trying to call him out in general, I just want the more style and the mentality that they're playing with.
You heard it here first. Jason's better than Nine. But no, in all seriousness though, I think that's something we've seen from both teams. Very reckless individual play, and it could come back to what we were talking about, what Blab brought up for the first time there on the first day. How within the Asian region, you know, people don't give respect to support players. You know, it's like, how many frags do you get? And that's, we're very old style Counter-Strike.
But I flashed you in. Yeah, but did you get the kills?
Did you kill them? No.
But I blinded them completely. Yeah, but did you pull the trigger?
I know every smoke on every map. I know executes. I can in-game lead, but can you kill people?
What's your KD?
Yeah. Hunden would just be screwed if he was from Asia, mate. He'd never be a pro.
Oh, wow. A lot of damage being done. QQ down to 5. Olivia down to 17. Aircast while blinded up does get one. Doby's there to help assist. Playing from Graffiti. The bomb was trying to be planted, but he does back away. 40 seconds left to go down to the 3-on-3, but honestly, it feels like a 3-on-1 with the HP that Beyond have remaining. Olivia's gonna fall. Myro's gonna get the refrag on that. Oh, Nine, gotta be careful. You can't afford to miss these shots. These Aircasts alone on the site. You can see QQ playing back because he has no health. That causes him to be in the 1-on-2. His Aircast's gonna close it out with a double kill. 3 in total for him. And we're gonna tie things up now at 11 apiece.
Jason, I want to get your opinion on something. In regards to players that aren't the best individually skilled, mechanically, let's say, skilled players, whether it's because they're old, you know, the old age is setting in, the new generation coming up are just absolutely insane, these young guns. I want to ask you, What do you think of the coaching rules? That you remember back in the day, coaches could basically be the IGLs, and you could have a team of just fraggers, and your IGL is your coach. That sort of idea. Do you feel like that has helped the scene or harmed the scene? Because I see
that they took that away, or that they could do that.
That they took it away. Because I've got like two schools of thought. In one sense, it's kind of interesting that you have to have somebody that potentially isn't as good, or like even look at God B. He's insane as an individual, but like when he's in 1vx's, he's a different player. It's no longer the God B that you see at the start of the round. But when he has to worry about all these different players, if he's coming from a micromanaging perspective, then he can't perform. You can't focus on your own game as much.
I think of American football, because you have the quarterback who's basically leading the team, right? Like he's calling plays in general. However, you will have the coach, step in and say, okay, we should run this play or we should do that. And that kind of goes into the current style of it, right? Where you call a timeout, the coach gives you some thoughts about what you can do, what he's seen, stuff like that. He's basically helping the team perform.
Yeah.
But also, I kind of like that aspect of like a sixth man. He's like a puppet master, calling shots for them and having them execute. But I don't know. I kind of like the current style, to be honest. I think it's a little bit too different. Well, we'll go back to a second because the bomb actually has gone down here. Olivia's able to plant a Tech 9 in hand. The play coming in from behind, he will fall, but still that was really close actually, considering what they had invested. But yeah, I think it's actually like a cool talking point, and I wonder what coaches think about it. Would they rather be the sixth man who just calls everything, or would they rather just be the guy that they give their input here or there?
Because
will teams be willing to give up that control? Like, will they be willing to give it up to someone else who's watching?
You look at Hunden as the coach in the coaching role currently. Obviously, he'll do insane things for a team. But I'm just imagining, like, if you could have Hunden as an IGL whilst not playing,
right?
Not calling Hunden out, but obviously, like when you compare him to some of the individual rifers out there, he's obviously not as mechanically, he can't live up to the mechanical skill of some of these other guys, which is obviously why he's in the coaching position, obviously tired as well from all his years of playing, and still an asset to a team, and even if he is playing. But the thing that I would say is, if he's an IGL that's a sixth man essentially, that team would be unstoppable. Like the roster he could build around that, or even taking current rosters, would be nuts. So
I mean, you do see like ex-pro players in sports become coaches and become broadcasters. I mean, you're seeing that obviously within CS as well. Again, I want to come back to this in a second because the actual hit's coming towards A, and 9 gets caught looking the wrong way, unfortunately. Bomb should be planted here beyond, trying to get themselves up to 12 to tie things up. At NCL, will they expect a second player here? And it seems like they don't. If he has trigger discipline, he might be able to get a couple of different kills here. He gets the first. SCK gonna fall spot to the second over towards the truck. Jamal's able to rotate in. The Molotov might actually flush him out of position. Goes over towards CT more. Back to the stairs, and KTZ still gets the kill down to the 3-on-2. Well, he's on the super long rotate. Time's taken away, 14 seconds left. They're gonna have much time left to contest this one. No utility left for the defending side here of Beyond. Smoke's gonna go on top of this. Cabal gets the first kill and the second on the spray into Olivia. He reads into it perfectly with just about a second left. We're able to pull off that defuse. So yeah, on the note about, I don't know, like, I think it's,
because it's hard, right? Like, does it bring more that they have to play alongside it, so you have to play around that? Or do you want to see a world in which there's just 5 insane fraggers being given that leadership from behind? And then would it kind of take away from someone like Flameth, Is that's almost like, look at Hampus as well back on GL, Gamer Legion. It was insane to watch because it was like, this dude is IGLing. And he's the top fragger with a rifle. It's crazy.
I kind of think of like Overwatch, right? Is that 6v6 in esports is like so hard to do. Like you need more players. Like if you just think logistically, how much adding an extra person like that does for events and just for like the scene in general. Like imagine being a new and upcoming team, and because you don't have, an insane in-game leader controlling you guys from the outside, it's hard to compete against other teams that do. I mean, in all senses, same with if you don't have a coach and they have a coach, but at least you could have that in-game leader who, can act like that for your team. I like it the way it is now, to be honest. I wasn't a big fan of, you know, having a 6-player be the puppet master. It's a cool idea, but it's not the same team, not the same kind of game, in my opinion.
Yeah. No, I get you. I get you. This is a nice little position from NCL, but as soon as he gets the first and the others hadn't pushed forward immediately, so he couldn't just spray them down, they know where he is. They deal with him immediately. Little flank from Urcast, though. That's the round in the bag, really, isn't it? Grabs one. Not able for the second on the transfer, but he just swings back out and takes it. 14-11. Tiger coming back on form. I was worried about their CT side, as I said, versus Bren. It was, or versus BTRG. It was a little bit shaky. It was a 6-7, so they were very much evenly trading those rounds. But versus Bren, you remember that first half, 4 rounds. It was 11-4 in favor of Bren on Tiger's CT side. So at that point, you can understand why I come in being very worried when they win the pistol and then lose the next 2, well, the pistol and the eco, and lose the first full buy and the second round after that, the 4th round of the half. But since then, they have been flawless. Well, I wouldn't say flawless. They've allowed a bomb plant in nearly every single round, but they've at least won them on the retakes.
Let's see there. Urcast currently the best kill. I never know the abbreviation for KAST.
Kill, assist, survive, traded.
There we go.
There you go.
Thank you for that. You know, I learned what NAN is and KST is. But he's leading the way here for the team. And again, we talk about like refrags, talk about assist, flashbangs, everything like that. Speaking of Urcast, man, we were just looking at, he's gonna be the one over towards barrels. They've not actually Molotov'd him off. They've not even spotted him out. They try to just rush straight in towards the site, and they're rushing towards their death. Tiger gonna get up to 15 now, and 1 round away from closing out this series.
Well, it's been a wild ride. In the first map, we highlighted Urcast and said he was one of the players that coming into Nuke, we expected to turn up. Obviously, with 9 not having as much, I wouldn't say ability on the op, but as many opportunities on the AWP as he did on Mirage. Coming into that, Urcast was okay. I think he was maybe even 21 for 21 at the end. Nice, well-rounded performance, but it was more towards Dobu and Cabal that we looked for those riflers. But Urcast on this map, oh boy, he was saving up his performance on Nuke to show us right here. As Tiger take the double openings, 9 on the AWP. Yeah, sharing is caring, give everybody a frag. As Tiger have a 5 versus 2 on their hands and what is likely the map win. And indeed then the series.
I think I can't wait to hear like Mitch and Nico's thoughts. But I think we expected
Mitch and Nico's?
Yeah, I want to hear your thoughts. I don't hear Bliss thoughts.
Screw you, blah. You don't get to talk.
We thought, you know, Tiger would win the series, but I wonder if we thought it was going to be this close. It's obviously 16-14 on Nuke. I mean, the 16-9 was very one-sided, but we did see Beyond start to claw back. And then even here, I mean, you change a couple of rounds, you know, either way, if Olivia doesn't get those 2 clutches, it would have been more one-sided. Or maybe if a couple of players did get the clutches they needed, you know, maybe they could have had a lead themselves. Maybe it could have been 16-11 for them, but that will do it. Tiger will still close it out. They'll go 2-1 now overall within the groups, and Beyond going to be at 1-1 apiece. However, you do have to say this, that at least for Beyond, like that was one of the hard games to get out of the way, right? Like one of the teams, one of the favorites. They still obviously have quite a few difficult matches to come in the future, but it's good to get an idea of where Beyond's currently at, since you only have to see them play once. We still have D13 to come up against Lucid Dream as well later on today to see where they're kind of sitting at across the board compared to these teams, even though they're going up against each other. But let's bring in Bleh and let's bring in Dinko. We can hear Bleh's thoughts. I'll go ahead and ask him it since he's here. So what was your thought on that map?
Great showing from Mr. Urcast. I think this is Urcast I've been waiting for a while, and even the previous games, like the earlier tournaments I've seen from Tiger, it's not like Urcast really stepping up to the level which we knew he could play at, considering what we've seen from him playing in Greyhound. So 30 bomb from him, nothing to take away. But for Beyond, I felt like they kind of dropped the ball and the bomb a little bit on the CT side. I felt like they were in such a good position initially, and those 4-round streak coming in from Tiger, again taking nothing away from them, but I felt like if they had kind of kept it to maybe a 10, I don't know, like an 11-4 scoreline, which could have been very likely, I think they could have made this much more closer. But kudos to Tiger, they came out running and gunning, and this is a much better overpass from what we've seen from them them, at least compared to yesterday.
Yeah, I think coming into Overpass, I was kind of scared with the start that Beyond got, right? Because Tiger never really liked making it easy for themselves. They haven't liked to do that in this entire tournament. They've always had to try and claw things back. Not winning the best of 3 yesterday, but the 2 games that they have picked up have been really close. They've been unconvincing at times for Tiger. But the one positive is that Urcast has certainly shown up. He's looking really good. And actually another positive, the fact that 9 was able to perform again here. You know, still quite an even kill distribution across the board though. And it was really Urcast really head and shoulders above the team. At a certain point, it felt like it could have went either way towards the end there. We're seeing a close affair, but then Tiger really stepped it up again. They took it over the line. They got the rounds won. Mitch pointed out the fact that, yeah, okay, they had to play the retakes, but as long as they win them, that's all that matters. Tiger get the match over their belt, and this is one of the more difficult teams they're going to have to play now as well in these matchups, because I think Beyond, honestly, they look like one of the better teams in this tournament, so I'm excited to see if Tiger can continue to improve, because for the most part, happy a little bit inconsistent, but the pieces are starting to come together. It's all about finding consistency at a good level.
I think we've also seen for Beyond's case that sometimes, like when they are convincing and winning, we see someone like really stepping up. I mean, again, Olivia is the one that really kind of comes to mind. Thinking back to their game yesterday, I remember I think it was like one of the first games, they were all within a couple frags of each other. So like we know all of them can play well together and all of them can play kind of the same level. But when you have that one individual, when everyone else is playing well, to step up, you saw KTZ there being one of them. Finished off with 25 frags. You can see 21 on Olivia. But when you have on the other side, Urcast dropping 33, it's kind of hard to contend against that. And I do worry, if Urcast isn't dropping 33 frags, do they win this series?
I say they still do. If you look at like one small little thing, like you said, on the T side for Beyond, they got bombed on multiple times, but it's just Tiger, they look so much better as a unit, right? Like when it retakes and everything. Here's a small little stat for you, Jason, which might just kind of paint the picture a little bit more better.
I do love me some stats.
You like some stats? I love stats as well. 17 flash assist kills coming in for Tiger, while for the side of Beyond, it was 5.
Yeah,
that
I do love
itself tells a very clear story as to which team was a superior team on that particular map.
Yeah, I think we've seen Tiger and even Beyond yesterday that they're willing to like flash each other in, which is something unique to, I guess, the region, which feels really weird to say. But Ericus obviously dropping 33 kills. It's actually going to be the MVP of the map. Let's take a look a little bit deeper into his stats as well. I think he pretty much deserved it, but yeah, like it still blows my mind that the basics of flashing teammates in just seems to be lost on a lot of different players. But this isn't the first time we've had Ericus be the MVP, and I mean, he's probably one of the most experienced players, or definitely the most experienced player when it comes to the Tiger roster. But well done. I mean, overall, I think Tiger's still not hitting a level of consistency that makes me believe that they're going to win this whole, this whole event. But at least they're going to be a team that for sure should make it into the playoffs.
Yeah, I agree. I think we just seen Overpass obviously be the MVP of Mirage when they picked that map up as well. So he's clearly a very influential part and a big factor for some of the pro performances from Tiger, of course, is when Overpass doesn't show up. There's a small note though, they do bring up the opening kills there, but he has won 2 of them. But for both maps now where he's been the MVP, he's actually lost out on more opening duels than he's won. So that's something to keep an eye on because he does get aggressive on that CT side. So you want to kind of see him start to increase those numbers and start to win a lot of those opening duels.
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, he was very important in the mid to late rounds because despite you're saying how he was negative on opening duels, 2 for 4, but it's also the fact that the rest of the team was also pretty negative. Beyond won the vast majority of opening duels in that game, and yet you still see them be able to pull it back. But when Urcast has 10 rounds where he finds 2 or more kills, you can't really argue with those numbers, can you?
Yeah, I think, for him, I think maybe I'm in a similar boat with my kind of play style. Maybe he's not better off as entry fragger. Maybe he's better off as just being that kind of guy that cleans up, right? Where when the people are looking at different directions, he's able to take advantage of that chaos and pick up kill after kill. I mean, you can see the direct duels as well. Like, I would have hated to go up against him, and I'm sure Tiger definitely did. But I also want to give, again, a shout out to Olivia. I think I pointed out during the map, like there's a couple of clutches, like 1-on-1s or 1-on-2s, was able to pull off with an AWP in such a hard position to accomplish that. But unfortunately, it just wasn't enough in the end. It needed someone else to step up, and it seemed like towards the end of the map, when they're on the T side, they just kind of ran out of plans. Dinko.
Yeah, I feel like Olivier is definitely a really talented player. So I'm hoping that we get to see more of him. Obviously, we will with this format, but I want to see more of that level from him because there's some teams here where Olivier can really style on them, and that's going to be exciting to watch. So, he has had a more difficult opponent today, and he's still performing well, still hitting the numbers. So when he goes up against some of the weaker teams in this tournament, this is where we're going to see Olivier just have a lot of fun.
But that does excite me for their team. Like you're saying, like further on the tournament, I'm curious to see them play against a couple of different rosters. I actually want to see them, play against the likes of like the top Chinese teams to see what they can kind of bring to the table against those. Because I feel like they could take advantage of them not supporting each other, in terms of like entering and retaking sites.
Yeah, and Beyond have actually always struggled against those top teams in the region, right, Blair?
Yeah, they have. I was just about to bring that up. Like the win they had over Invictus, I think was it yesterday, a couple of days back. It was. I feel like a breakout moment for them, right? They haven't been able to take down the likes of a Tyloo, Vici, Invictus, or even Tiger, and I feel like they just needed that one catalyst, one win to get the ball rolling. And I felt like the Invictus game would be it. And yeah, they were not able to beat Tiger here today, but they showed signs. I think that's a very good sign for them. So I expect to see them dominating over the likes of, let's say, Bren or Lucid Dream or Divine Vendetta and all these other teams. But for them to break out from just being a top 5 team or just being the best team in Southeast Asia, they need to have that one big win, that one upset win, I feel like, over maybe a Tyloo or a Vici. And that could be the moment where Beyond start to believe in themselves and they start to go beyond what they believe they can achieve in the game. Thank you, Jason.
I mean, I made a worse thing, I think, yesterday. But you know what? We'll end it with that. We're going to head to a short break. And when we come back, we do have another matchup coming your way. It's going to be Divine Vendetta up against Invictus Gaming. We already seen what they can do yesterday and the day before. Curious to see what Divine Vendetta can bring to the table yet again. We'll be back in about 15 minutes' time with that next matchup.
Coming up next, Divine Vendetta versus Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, when that horn blows, you know what that mean. Here come a king, bow down, don't step in the ring. The end is near, hear the fat lady sing. You hear them loud thumps, that's the crowd stumps. Wild and reckless, boy, they call us the wild ones. Never had no guidance, got a thirst for violence. Don't sleep, hold up your eyelids. Here come the rebels, the lost ones, the forgotten, the weirdos, and the odd ones. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. Yeah, nah, you can't rock with us. A ticking time bomb, who wanna talk with us? All has fallen, we thrive in destruction. So hide your jewels, keep your chains tucked in. Watch the beauty all turn, nowhere to hide when the beauties all burn. Bring on the chaos, we won't make him. Take us to your leader and watch us take him. Kick in the door and break in. Take everything you stole from us, everything that you owe to us. Take every opportunity you never showed to us. With no mask, so you know it's us. Listen to our war bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. War paint on our faces, battle of the ages. We ain't the safest, we was locked in cages. You tried your best to erase us, now you gotta face us. Nobody can save us, we wild and dangerous. Nobody can tame us, who's sparking the flames up? You can go and blame us. You can go and blame us. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the
Welcome back, everyone, to PAL Summer 2020, the Summer Asia RMR event brought to you by PGL. We already had our first game go underway and go the full 3 maps. Now, the question is going to be, will it happen yet again in our game number 2? I'm just Captain, still joined, luckily, by Mitch, by Bleh, and by Dinko, as we're going to be getting into the next game of the day. Now, Mitch, I got to ask you, how excited are you for this next matchup?
I'm very excited.
On a scale
Jason.
of 1 to pizza.
Oh,
what's your answer?
Oh, we're at least around like a 3/4 of a pizza, roughly.
That's impressive from Mitch.
I know.
I thought to go with a
know.
cheese crust pizza or something.
Cheese
okay.
crust? No, dude, that's sacrilege. You got to get the
What?
stuffed crust with the tomato
What?
sauce. Screw
Tomato?
the cheese.
No.
So-
What is wrong with you?
You're wrong.
No.
What's
No,
wrong
no.
with you?
What? Hold on.
The
Wait,
place
pause
to
the
get
game
filled
talk
with
for a second.
sausage,
You're telling me
actually.
you prefer cheesy stuffed crust versus the sauce inside the stuffed crust?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah?
You're
Yeah.
crazy. I can't deal with you people.
If I want breadsticks with tomato sauce, I'll just go to Olive Garden.
So we don't have Olive Garden here. You don't
get
have
some
that in
ketchup.
Germany, Jason.
All right. Well, we'll move past the pizza. We'll just go
Okay.
actually straight into the pick and bans for our next game. It's Divine Vendetta up against Invictus Gaming. We do have Divine Vendetta with a 1-0 start. It's kind of surprising us, to be honest. Known as Camaradas as before, and we do have, it looks like, Inferno, Nuke, and Dust 2 gonna be our maps gonna be played in the series, Bleh.
Yeah, this is pretty much the same map picks we saw almost though. Invictus actually picked Inferno in the previous game they played against them. Divine Vendetta picked Dust 2, and they let Mirage as a decider. But this time around, the only switch up being that Nuke got banned out by Invictus. And bear in mind, when these two teams played recently, I think it was Asian Championship or something, Invictus won 2-0, but it was a close series, right? It was like 16-12 or something. So hopefully,
I'm gonna jump in here. I'm gonna jump in
sorry.
here because you can talk all about this as we get the game underway.
Oh,
I'm hearing that the match is ready to go, so I don't want to cut you off later on. I don't want to miss the pistol round. So, Bleh and Dinka, why don't you take us underway here with game 2?
It's all that pizza talk, really, with Mitch.
I know.
He gets distracted, pizza, anything about food, and we're off on a tangent. But to get
seriously, tomato sauce.
Yeah,
like,
that's just another level. Mitch is a weird human being, but that confirms it. And well,
it's
Invictus,
basically bread with ketchup at this point. Like,
yeah,
ugh.
it is. Well, you know what's better than that? This game. Invictus taking on Divine Vendetta. Now, this team, I want to touch on the maps a little bit, because the second map, Nuke, I'm a little strange. I'm estranged to this pick. I don't know why Divine Vendetta would go towards a tactical map based on what we've seen from them in their opening match. It's very much just all the firepower, and I suppose that's what makes them exciting to watch. And well, they have lost a man early into this pistol round.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? They have the first win, but Destroyer taking the fight. Viva, just sniping them down. He should be falling on back. He's still facing. One more bullet remaining, and Havoc's gonna find him. So, a little messy start here, but flying, he's gonna find Havoc. Bomb down. It's all on Davidov. I love the way the name just rolls off, Davidov.
Yeah, that's a good name.
Yeah, he gets the kill. It's a 1v2. He can actually, potentially, if he can find his 2 separate 1v1s, he can maybe pull this one off. Xiaosage playing it very passively. Problem is, he's been spotted out, and that should be the call for Oi to push on in and try and catch him in the crossfire. Well, crossfire doesn't really pan out, but Davidov won't get anything done. So the thing with Divine Vendetta are, I feel like they're a team with promise. As Camel Riders, they did manage to beat D13 in the previous RMR. They lost to Marzalai then, but Marzalai right now they've dropped off quite a bit, which is why the win they had over Marzalai, it was a messy affair. They got the win. I don't want to take that away from them, especially Pokemon and Havoc just styling all over Marzalai. But against a team like Invictus, recent result, it was a close affair. So I don't really want to count them out. And considering Invictus have shown that they can bleed, and even when they're not playing against a Tyloo or a Tiger or a Vici, that they are susceptible to losing games against some of the underdog teams. I feel like Divine Vendetta, they do have a decent chance, a decent shot. And then Nuke pick could potentially be kind of like a pocket pick. They probably have some set strats in their pocket, and they're probably trying to catch Invictus with their pants down, basically.
The issue I have here for this series for Divine Vendetta is we take a look at their last matchup only 4 days ago against Invictus, and it was a 2-0 for Invictus. I'm not going to say it wasn't too close. I mean, it was rather convincing to a certain extent. Invictus 16-12, 16-11. It's definitely enough rounds to be respectable here for Divine Vendetta, but it's a comfortable enough win for the Invictus side. And the scary part for me is Invictus are looking so damn good. It feels like they're getting better throughout this tournament, right? They're kind of hitting a peak with Flying just being an absolute star. They could have taken down Tiger in their opening matchup. Couldn't quite do it, unfortunately. yesterday, taking down Tai Lu, like this is definitely looking good for Invictus. So I'm a little scared here for Divine Vendetta. We'll see if Flying gets off to a good start in this matchup, because if he does, he's very difficult to stop.
It is, and I kind of find it funny that this particular team, Divine Vendetta, I mean, they were called Camel Riders. They were literally a PUG team who were just playing for fun, and they just qualified for the Asian Minor. They're like, oh, okay. I guess we had to play a little bit more seriously now, and they have. I won't lie. They, considering the fact that they're playing all the way from the Middle East, they have a little bit of a ping disadvantage. They have really put on a show here, but that SMG from Viva actually is going to be Shao Sage. Picks up a double, doesn't take too much damage, and he's going to be falling on back. Flash up high. He's going to go for the face, but a brilliant shot from Edgeram, running and gunning. He's going to get the bomb down. Now, unfortunately, Davidoff is getting hunted down, but Destroyer, the hunter, becomes the hunted, and Flying will eventually find him. And Edgeram's unaware of where the second CT is, so he could have got the bomb down, but now, oh, he might have overthought this a little bit too much, Dinko.
Well, Flying does go down now. It's Oi versus Ojam. We'll see if he can win this one. 20 seconds left. Oi has an MP9. This could be the round for Divine Vendetta. The skill just there. 3 kills and a round picked up for Divine Vendetta. That's exactly what you want to see early on. They lose the pistol, but they come back into it with the second round win. And that's the kind of skill we know this team have. They can get these kind of rounds. We've seen so many of them against Mazalai where they just have pistols and they made it work.
Oh yeah, and I think that's something Invictus need to be very wary of. I'm a little tired of, like, I know we haven't seen too many games from Divine Vendetta, but if you looked at Mazalai, yeah, you have Zilkenberg, Machine Gun, and all those old school Mongolian superstars in the lineup, but you don't necessarily just want to go for duels. This team, they can take those duels. They can very much hold their own against some of the better aimers in the Asian region. So for Invictus, I've liked some of the stuff that they've done, at least tactically, and I would like them to maintain that, right? You have the firepower, but you don't just rely on that. Don't go for these individual duels. And that particular round, nothing against Edgeram, but he was given 3 separate 1v1s. And you give someone like that, he's a veteran in the scene in the Middle East as well. You give those sort of opportunities to players like Havoc, like Edgeram, and even Pokemon, you're going to be in for a rough time. However, speaking of duels, this time around it is Invictus with the Deagles. I want to keep a tracker, maybe you can ask production, a tracker for the number of rounds that Invictus wins only with Deagles, because I think at this point it is getting to ludicrous levels.
That's the exciting thing about this matchup as well, though. Invictus known as the Deagle round winners, but Divine Vendetta have that up their sleeve as well. So I've got a feeling we're going to see some crazy rounds throughout this series, Blair. And so far, they have delivered. Destroyer with the Deagle. Okay, up on top of second Oranges as they walk forward. Pokemon around the corner looking for the shot. It's 1. Sergey getting himself a kill. Pokemon with 1, but it's not Davidov. Looking to pull off a 1 versus 3 with the AK. They're peeking him. Sergey will find the kill. And it's 2-1 up for Invictus Gaming. They went off the back of pistols, number 1.
Number 1. There we go. And Divine Vendetta, I mean, I hope it's not one of those games, Dinko, where it's like, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and you kind of like you start losing your mind watching some of these rounds. Little sloppy there from Divine Vendetta, especially towards mid. Like, why is no one spotting top of mid? Why haven't he smoked it off if you're just going to be having no eyes on that? Little, very rough anti-eco there. Well, honestly, from both the teams. But now, it is the buy. For both the sides, forced buy for Divine Vendetta. I don't really blame them for it. It's still early days. They would want to, like, try and break Invictus's economy if they can. And it's a little bit of an interesting buy weaponry. We have the Galil, we have the AK-47, and I think this is a new addition to the HUD. I don't think I noticed this yesterday, but hold on to that thought. Tyke finds 2 kills, up close, destroy and flying. So trades being quite even at the moment. Oi alone on the A bomb set. He's got that MP9, but he has no idea as to where the T's are going to be coming in from. For the time being, Divine Vendetta holding towards brackets. The rotation has arrived.
And this makes things much more difficult now. The Divine Vendetta. Oh, but that kill, that changes things. Davidov finding success. Now Viva, comes the line wrong. Oh no, that is not exactly what he would have hoped for. Should have taken the second kill, but Edgeram gets rid of him. And now 2 versus 1. Sergey looking for it. 35 seconds in play. The bomb plant coming through from Edgeram. And now Sergey looking to try and pull up the 1 versus 2. He looks down in towards default. One player currently standing there, but they're just holding the crossfire. They're not giving him anything. Delaying the time, running it down. There's no kit here at all, and Edgeram's get a peek around the corner. He's the hero of that round in a lot of situations there, you know. Off towards long, if he goes down, the round's done. So he gets 2 important kills to close the round. It's 2-2. Okay, this is immediately what we expect from these two teams. Just crazy Counter-Strike, back and forth, and immediately we get it.
You don't expect to see that on something like Inferno, though, right? Like, you expect to see the crazy
Inferno's one of
Counter-Strike.
the more reasonable maps, usually, but you know how crazy these teams are when they're doing it on Inferno.
Oh yeah, indeed, 100%. And I like the way they played a 1v2 in the end there, not giving Xiaosage a single chance. They didn't go for the peak, they kept teasing him. And now, once again, Invictus back to the pistols. This time it's not a force buy, just the Deagle investment. And Divine Vendetta, they should hopefully be playing this one a little bit better than they did so far. But it's been back and forth, Dinko. I just wanted to point it out, like, was this there yesterday where you can see the pistol model on the HUD, or the gun models on the HUD? And when the bullets get rattled off, it actually, the white becomes like, it slowly like dissipates, showing how many bullets are left in the magazine. You actually notice that when someone rattles off a few bullets, and that's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool. I mean, this HUD, I said it on Twitter yesterday, probably one of the best I've worked with. Very clean, easy to follow, best looking as well. And well, Viva.
And for 4K.
Oh yeah, 4K, that
on
definitely does
YouTube.
help. Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't have a 4K screen, so I need to get one of those, player.
I think the amazing thing and the terrible thing about the 4K is the fact that, well, 4K is great, but at the same time, I get to see the mistakes in 4K, which really does make me hurt. But Divine Vendetta, they've shown their presence towards top of Banana. They're going to be coming on up. They're 3 players here. Viva going to be playing up in front of the smoke. Pokemon's going to find him, and a peek from Oi. But they all peek separately, leaving it all in Xiaosage with the Deagle, and he might find one. Deagle spams, only good for the 1 kill, leaving Flying alone. And a much better round from Divine Vendetta. They just lose the 1 player, that is Pokemon, after he got a couple of kills. And that should be the round here, unless Flying does something truly insane. He finds Tyke. But the double peak coming out again, and that should be round number 3. Finally, a team stringing a couple of rounds together. Dinko, I thought I'd probably never see this for the duration of this map.
I just want to shout out because we've got production now of tracking the Deagles, and that's going to be super fun to see these statistics at the end of this game, because Invictus, I swear they do it so often, and watch them only do it once or something right now, Blair. After we start tracking it, that's where they all just stop.
Yeah, honestly, shout out to production. They're actually keeping, like you said, they're keeping track of the Deagle. They're really listening to the casters and, well, basically making our lives enjoyable. And, you know, I love stats. Like Jason said, he loves stats. I love stats as well. I feel like the beauty of Counter-Strike sometimes gets lost in when you just look at it from a pure eye test. Right?
Oh,
But if
for
you look
sure,
at the stats and the breakdown, like if the stats are good enough, you can literally break a game down without even having watched it. And that's how cool stats can be. I love this. The explode out, the waterfall out from the apartments, and just the two-player stack towards A. And Davidoff should have a pretty comfortable time here, picking up the remaining players. Although I don't think Invictus would be looking to feed that SMG in the hands of Edgeram. So they're going to be playing this one safe, and it's going to be round number 4 for Divine Vendetta. And I gotta say, Dinko, I feel like, honestly, like, just based off what we've seen with Divine Vendetta recently and what we've seen from Invictus, I feel like they could make this much closer. I still feel Invictus are the favorites here, but I feel like Divine Vendetta, they're going to make them sweat for each and every one of these rounds.
Oh, you're never going to be able to breathe, that's for sure. Invictus are going to have issues. Divine Vendetta just have so much skill, it's hard to see a world in which they don't bring the fight to them time and time again. But Viva, oh, I like this, but kind of bluffed this opportunity. He will go down. Sergei takes down Davidov, but only the 1 player falling here for Divine Vendetta. They keep the money afloat on most of the players, and take a look at how much they've got. 4.5k average around the fight. A few players really increasing that average, with Havoc on 6.2k, Ezram as well. They're going to keep the MP9s, the Galil, but the rest on AKs, so a little bit of a bonus round, but for the most part, this should be a round that Divine Vendetta have success with. And take a look at what Invictus have. It's the AWP out in the hands of Destroyer. Now, I want to see what he can do with this.
All right, Destroyer. He has been a little bit hit or miss, but that is a hit. But Headram just pushes an immediate trade. Nice peek from Viva, just ensuring that the trade does still go the way of Invictus and they maintain the man advantage. It's not really a bonus round because they do have the rifles here, but Divine Vendetta just trying to... That chicken seems stuck, I'm sorry. Just like running into the wall.
Put it out of its
misery.
Yeah,
well, there's no flush in the server, so I guess it's going to keep running on around. But yeah, Invictus at least ensuring that they do maintain the man advantage. And Vendetta, they're taking it slow. They're waiting for the regression from the CTs. And the fact that they have so much of map control means that Invictus, they're using up a lot of utility early on. They're playing all the way from the back of the side. And that means rotation is going to be pretty far away. If they can potentially maybe sell the fake towards either the A bomb side or towards B and then draw out one more player, they could make the hit on the other one a little bit easier. But I do like and I do appreciate the mid-round push from Destroyer, the fact-finding mission from him with the AWP, avoids the flashbang, finds Havoc, and with that, it's a 2v4, and things are looking a little grim at the moment for Divine Vendetta.
Molotov going down, good boost though. Viva will take down Davidoff, and that Molotov actually separates his teammates, so Viva follows up. 3 kills from in the round, really solid one coming through it. As soon as Invictus get the rifles back in, back to winning ways. See, with Divine Vendetta having so much money available, they can purchase up again. Davidoff on the AWP, they've got the AKs out on the rest. Destroy getting a good pick down in towards middle early on, but Viva just had a brilliant round overall towards B. They tried to go, I feel like for the most part, this is all just one by one. If you take a look at these replays, every single fight that came in, Divine Vendetta were on their own. The spacing was totally off in that round.
And I think that's the one thing, that is the one complaint I have of Divine Vendetta, is how they look so good in one round, and suddenly, whatever like good things I saw from that in that round, it just goes away for the next one, for the preceding one, which is unfortunate. Like, if they maintain the consistency and the discipline that they show in some of the good rounds, I feel like that could be a much more dangerous opponent. But let's see what they do here. They've lost an early player already to the AUG of Xiao Sage's. And this time, aggression from Invictus towards Banana. They have a player pushed up towards the logs, and that is Viva. AK-47 in hand. He's got Xiao Sage nearby as well. Blind trying to block the smoke. There is a gap there. He's going to try and take advantage of it, but he realizes if he pushes on out, his vision will be obscured. In fact, his face is going to be obscured with that bullet. Edgeram finding a very important trade frag. And look at him pushing into its CD spawn. That is massive, but the bomb's dropped, Dinko. All the way to its T spawn. And this has just gone out of control.
That's just crumbled immediately here for Divine Vendetta. And I think this is what is so exciting about Invictus. They get aggressive so much on the CT side of Inferno. Now, too often do we see teams play completely passively, right? We see these teams just sit back on the bomb sides and see Banana control, and it's very still to watch, right? You just allow the T side to do whatever they like. I think Invictus probably realized if we let Divine Vendetta just get into the spaces, take the fights against us, and let them just come to us, then that's where Divine Vendetta are probably going to feel they're most comfortable. But Invictus are bringing the fight to Divine Vendetta early on into these rounds, and it's really working out for them.
It is. And like I said, one thing about Invictus we notice quite often is how, they lose a part of the map, they have a man disadvantage somewhere, they are not afraid to re-aggress out. Now, there are times where they do re-aggress, just like one guy just walking on out all by his lonesome, and that is not advisable. It does tend to work out sometimes, but it's too hit or miss for my liking. But what they did towards the banana area, that was great. The moment the trade happens towards A, they work in tandem. Viva getting flashed in by Xiao Sage, and they catch the bomb carrier who had a scope trained in the position of the car. He wasn't expecting a CT to have pushed up that deep into banana. And with that, Invictus had tied things up. And for Divine Vendetta, it's going to come down to the Deagles once more. They do have a few players with some Kevlar. Flashbang in hands of Edgeram. That's about a double nade towards the logs. Again, Invictus ensuring that banana control will not be given away that easily. But Divine Vendetta heading towards the A bomb site. And again, think of these Deagles can be deadly, but right now destroys AWP. The kills.
Ooh, well, Destroyer has another opportunity. He's going to go back. He's giving me a little bit of anxiety sticking around this position, but luckily goes back to Archway, tosses the Molotov down. It's going to reface. Luckily, no one here. Could have. There is a world in which Destroyer goes down there.
Again, looking pretty scary. 2 kills for Divine Vendetta, but Oi seems to have an inkling where Havoc is going to be coming in from. Tyke waiting patiently towards mid. It's all about timing. Oi, he doesn't have to move because he doesn't have to like train his attention anywhere away from apart from that apartment's entrance because he's got Destroyer just spotting at Destroyer. Should be careful. Nice shot there. Tyke, I got a little worried. And Havoc trying to time it right, but Oi crossing his teammate to hold on mid and having his crosshairs trained on the apartment's entrance. So there you have it. 5 rounds for Invictus. They survive a little bit of a scare, but the buy going to be coming in again for the Middle Eastern side.
Yeah, they're going to get the rifles out again. I think this is one of the rounds they have to pick up if they're going to continue this close back and forth that they've established. If they lose this one, this is where I start to see Invictus get comfortable. The money is on their side. They'll really start to build. And over on Divine Vendetta, well, it's back to the pistols again. They'll get the Tech 9 armor most likely in this next round, but you really got to be expecting them to want to pick this round up. Viva's looked really good coming into this map, which is good to see. Destroyer as well was a little bit quiet yesterday, actually, across the series, so it'd be kind of cool to see him step up. We know he can do some nasty stuff here on Inferno. And Southside Gay takes down Pokemon. Oh, God, that's not good. What has just happened there?
That was unfortunate. I love Invictus shutting this one down from Divine Vendetta.
It's so disjointed.
Oof. Yeah, that just feels weird. That was a weird take towards me. I guess they weren't expecting that much of opposition from Invictus, perhaps. They were trying to catch them off guard while trying to be aggressive. But Tyke, Destroyer, he knows where Tyke is. He is kind of by himself here. Oi at the back, Havoc. If he times this right, he could find one, but he'll find none. All 3 players just looking down his direction. And I think Destroyer knows exactly where Tyke is. And there you have it. Clean round from Invictus as to get to 6. And that was much better. This is Invictus starting to... Looks like they're kind of rubbing the sand from their eyes right now. This looks much cleaner. It is a map that they should be a little bit better than Divine Vendetta. But again, it's so hard to really gauge Divine Vendetta, right? They have played a few games here and there. But it's not been against too many opposition. And against some of the better teams, they have struggled, at least in the recent past.
I mean, when it comes down to any sort of depth, I think that's where Divine Vendetta are probably going to have their problems, right? Because we know they're great individuals, but for the most part, a mix for a long time. And I've only really started playing serious Counter-Strike. So when you're going up against a team like Invictus, third best team in China, it's not going to be easy for you. And while Viva getting a double kill, he'll look for a little bit more. Edram's low HP, and somehow has got himself into this position. He's got an AWP to play with as well. There's a 2 versus 3, still a winnable position, but now unlikely with Viva taking down Tyke. So it's all under Edram, seeing what he can do. He's down into a CT, he's going to hit a quick shot onto Viva, but just not really aware of Xiaosagei's position at the back of that bomb site. Now 7-4, round picks up for Invictus, another good round coming in from Viva, who's currently 14-7. Xiaosagei though, he's 14-6, so we've had a real good B-hold overall at the start of this game from Invictus, and Divine Vendetta have continued to try and go this way, but they're met with early resistance, and it's immediately setting them on the back foot.
Yeah, like I think the one complaint I've had about Invictus's Inferno is the CT side, right? Where I'm like, it's too sloppy, too many mistakes, especially to how the way they hold the B bomb side. So many questionable moments yesterday, but this is good. Oh. That's not good. Oh, that's a free kill. Ajam's going to go for this. Oh, the nade is perfect. The brilliant nade from Viva in the face. A little bit of overkill with a headshot, but that was Viva saving them the round.
Yeah, if he goes down, save call has to be done, but. This is a round where Divine Vendetta probably fancied their chances with that initial kill, but it's all crumbled, and now they've got to really fight back. An advantage in play for Invictus.
That should have been a free kill for Tyke. Felt like he had some good rounds with the pistols, but if he got that frag, it would have been a 3v3, and they could have started pressuring that B bomb side where they knew it was only Viva. But maintain a man advantage. Scope in from Destroyer. Havoc a little too far away to hear that. And the bomb in the backs of Davidoff. Where are they going to be going with this? 45 seconds on the clock. It looks like they're going to try and sell this fake towards A. Havoc nearby. Just try and do something there. Will they be expecting 2 players is a question. Viva making contact, boosted up on top of the triple flying, going for the... that's unnecessary from flying. But, well, he gets the kill, so I guess it's all good.
I mean... a decision isn't good or bad based on its outcome, right? And well, It works. And well, Havoc and Davidov, the last two remaining players, and now Havoc kind of just left alone here on the A bomb side with hope and a dream, but it's Davidov with a bomb that needs to find success here, and two players on this bomb site. No way. Why? Why have they done that? Viva and Flying both peek into the open. They perfectly line up for Davidov. And this is the kind of round that I expect from Agency S. This is what I was waiting for, and it's happened. Now Destroy making the sprint back to the B bomb site. He's got to try and get back in here with his teammate. How has this happened? There was 8 seconds left on the timer. All they needed to do was hide, and they peek into the open. They line up, and now there's a chance for Divine Vendetta. Almost looking good for them at this point with Havoc in towards Ruins. He's going to find a headshot. Davidov. Oh my god, it's just happened, blood. What the hell is going on?
You sounded happy when he said, "Oh, this is Asian Counter-Strike" for a moment. Havoc made a footstep towards A, where I guess he was trying to draw the rotation from one of the members. Now, if one player ran out, it'd be fine, but both of them go peeking. And like you said, there was no time remaining. They had to take the fight. Divine Vendetta had no idea what the players were and what... I mean...
Why is Flying peeking? Fine, Viva, get the info, but why is Flying peeking?
Yeah, it's just so weird. Like, I get it, right? Like they heard the footsteps from Havoc towards A, and like you said, one player could rotate. But at that point in time, was there even a need to rotate? There was not enough time remaining. Divine Vendetta didn't even know where the two CTs at A bomb site were. Right? They just made a little bit of footsteps. All they had to do was just turtle
They haven't
up.
spotted a bomb. They haven't got the info. They haven't got enough to do that. That's for sure.
Exactly. I mean. Oh god, Invictus. I mean, Divine's gonna be very happy with that, but that was a round that Invictus had no business losing. And with that, 5 for Divine Vendetta. Now, money, not yet a problem for Invictus, but very soon it shall be. Now, look at the aggression. Look at this from Viva now. Playing a little bit more aggressively, MP9 in hand, and that's a good position for him to play towards, but Destroyer getting hounded.
Oh.
AWP in hand, there is Flying inside of the library. Now they should be aware there are 2 players here. The nade came out real quickly. But just the one player Flying, praying at the edge of the smoke. That is so risky from him. And Oi, all by his lonesome.
Oh,
and,
okay.
Okay. All right, that works. That works.
That definitely works. That's a good opening. Flying just spamming through the paper-thin wall of the library. Catches out Pokemon. And okay, Tights with a clean headshot, Oi completely unaware. Now the push on towards the A-bomb side has already happened. They've taken the side, has to be the retake attempt. They've got kits available, lack of utility though, just one flashbang, smoke, and a Molotov. Do they see a world in which they win this? Certainly difficult. And down and towards middle, losing that pick, that certainly changes things completely.
Yeah, that is the call for the save. Davidoff doing a great job. Just on the look outside, just making sure it cuts off the rotation, maybe coming in from mid. In fact, he does one better. He gets 2 kills, and that, I feel like that could have easily been the round for Invictus. They had the man advantage, but I'm not too sure about Oi's positioning there. Like, were there like a little bit of miscomms from Flying? Flying probably saying, hey, there's no one who's pushed up towards Moto or towards near library, which is why he repositioned himself. But I felt like if he stayed alive towards the mid-pit area, once a hit came in, he could have helped that retake be a little bit more easier. But then again, I guess he decided he had to go for the play. But kudos to Divine. They played it very well. Despite losing the man initially to that wallbang from Flying, they played it so passively. They took their time, cleared out the angles, and in the end, the round does go their way. You gotta feel bad for Pokemon there.
Oh yeah, really not having a great time, but at least the rest of his team still go on to win the round. It could have been perfect. You know, Invictus could have had a brilliant CT half here. I feel like losing that previous round has upset that completely. And, oh, they're just getting unlucky now at this point. Destroy unscopes as the footsteps come towards him. But outside Gay, 2 big kills, and that changes things completely. There's a chance here for Invictus. Deagles, an AUG, now changed to an AWP.
Look at Flying.
He's going into a real solid position here. Comes down to whether or not he can see Havoc, who's underneath the bridge. Not going to be happening here. They don't see each other. Havoc is aware of the possibility, but he could find the bomb here Flying. But Havoc, surely he finds this kill. There's no way. Oh, the barrel's been spotted. Flying knows he's there, and there's going to be the kill. The bomb is on the floor. The AK available to Flying as well. Oh, what a play from him so far. Now the ball back on the stairs, flying, looking to be the absolute thorn in their side. Davidov and Tyke into a 2 versus 3 right now. 40 seconds still in play. Oi covering off the mid play as well. Sees the bombs down and towards the stairs. It's been picked up. Yorp still over here towards the B bomb site. That's again looking for the lineup, and well, he's not hitting the shot. Was the big kill coming through, and well, that's again now the smoke up at his face. A little bit of a gap to play with, but 23 seconds left. Divine Vendetta needs to go on that gap. Well, Gay cannot use the gap to his advantage. Bomb plant will come through, and now it's got to be a retake from the Invictus side. They don't have a kit, so keep note of that.
That is coming down to Davidov alone now. Bear in mind, this is 3 players with pistols. Great shot just before the smoke blooms. Unnecessary peek, I feel like, from Oi. And Davidov now, he's got to walk in through the smoke. If he wants it, Flying just taps the bomb. And Davidov, the patient, works out. Almost gets taken out through the smoke to 21 HP. Flying doesn't have a kit. He needs to make up his mind. What does he do here? He doesn't tap the bomb again, but he finds a killer to Davidov, but there's no time remaining. Davidov has done enough. And with that, round number 7 for Divine Vendetta to tie things up. Again, these rounds coming down to the wire, but at least Divine, they do survive that scare. Again, it was just the pistols and those saved rifles from the CD side. And mainly Xiao Sage just being a hero, an absolute hero on his B bomb side. And yeah, despite it looking pretty grim for them, they do hold on, and with that, tie things up.
Yeah, that's a big clutch in Davidov. The 1 versus 3, I mean, he plays it to perfection, really. Just kind of delaying as long as he can. Knows it's likely they don't have a kit in play. And now we're going to the last round of the half. This could go either way right now. The Victors do have the money in the previous round, of course, going in from pistols now into the full buy. And Divine Vendetta, it's the AK-47s in play. Good start. Pokemon finding the opening kill. Xiao gone, and he's been such an influential player for them. Destroyer peeking down and towards middle again. How many times? He's really slow to react a lot of these situations, unfortunately.
I'd also have the caveat that both teams are playing with a pretty substantial ping disadvantage.
Yeah, that's definitely something to take note of.
I believe, like, I'm obviously not privy to all the, you know, which server and whatnot, but based on my experience, it would be a Singaporean server where the Middle Eastern team get about close to like 100 ping, while even Invictus will be having 100 because they're playing from China, right? China to Singapore is quite a distance, and I feel like it's a fairest possible solution to the ping disadvantage of Viva. Bomb spotted out. He needs to take the deal here, or else he's pretty much done for, but 1v3, they're all going to peek him together. Divine Vendetta, Dinko, they go to second half with a 1-round lead on the T side.
Now that is impressive. And I have to say, for a large part of that first half, it looked like Invictus were going to have a convincing lead coming in from the CT side. Then the round happened. The one I'm talking about is the one where we see Flying and Viva peek out from the back of the B bomb site. They get lined up. That round, that changes things completely. This good CT half coming in from Invictus is ruined. Rounds picked up for Divine Vendetta. They're back into it. And they go into the second half of the lead. So, really good stuff from Divine Vendetta. They're showing that they can compete against some of the best teams in this tournament. Invictus looking good coming into this event. They have come from the China qualifier as well, so this is pretty nuts. Invictus getting to this point. Already taking down Tai Lu, but now Divine Vendetta bringing them a fight. Going to be a push up in towards middle with the Glocks here. Good start from Davidov. Tyke as well. Clean up inside of the middle aisle. And now the kills continue to be picked up. 9-7. A brilliant pistol round from Davidov and Tyke. 5 kills between them.
Clean hold from Divine Vendetta. Invictus trying to just kind of take that brackets control early on. But I like that from Divine Vendetta. I like how they're forcing Invictus to take the fights towards top and mid. They're not just, you know, going to be happy just playing from the sights and setting up crossfires. Great shots from Ty. He's been really on point with the pistols. Doesn't matter if it's Tech 9, Glocks, USPs, or even a Deagle. So Invictus now with the Deagles. That scares me, Dinko. That is always so terrifying. Ooh, I like that. I like that. But Oi replies back with 2 quick, clean shots of his own. And now Davidov stuck towards mid. The thing is, he has his teammate that's Havoc waiting towards Apps. And they might just peek this one together. They haven't spotted anyone out yet. Havoc sees one, but Viva punishes him. Is it happening again, Dinko? Is it happening again?
Yes. And while Pokemon, the last remaining player, he's down in Banana. Oh, this is just unbelievable. You know, Invictus, they can lose a pistol round. It's fine. They don't even need a bomb plant from the T side. They can afford Deagles in the second. I feel like they should just probably buy Deagles into pistol rounds. Maybe that's where they could win pistol rounds.
I like how Flying is selling this over. This Pokemon gets spotted out, but now the T's know where they are. Why is he running? He's so close by. Pokemon hears this, and he's gonna find one. Does he expect the second kill? No, he doesn't. The second player rather. And Oi, position compromise. USP versus a Deagle, and a Deagle comes out on top. Chalk one up again. Well, it was... How many kills was it with the Deagle? 4 or 5? I think it was all 5. That is just ludicrous. Yeah, 5 kills again with the Deagles and Invictus, man. It's almost like, at this point, why do you guys even buy guns?
Exactly. Just go Deagles every single round. We get exciting, clean, clinical headshots. Although I have to say, Blair, what are Divine Vendetta doing in terms of their aggression, though? They're just asking for it.
I actually kind of liked it. I won't lie. I liked how they're trying to just shut it down before Invictus got into any positions. But yeah, I mean,
Invictus seemed to be ready for it, though. Like, they were in positions that were available, like good enough positions to be able to hold on for aggression. That's the only issue for them. They got shut down. Destroy gets a good opening kill into this. Well, I feel like something's broken here. I was a little confused for a second. I was like, I see Destroyer getting a kill, but nothing's actually happened here.
Yeah, it seems like the HUD is... Is it stuck? Because Havoc's dead. I'm confused. It's a 2v4. It's a 2v4. I think the HUD should refresh for the next round. For a moment, I think even I felt like madness is finally crept
Yeah, it's
in
like,
and,
well,
you know.
yeah, it's been happening. It's been a slow process, but we're now at our final destination, Blah. But if you take a look at the minimap, you will see 2 players on the CT side stuck in unwinnable positions, really. So Invictus are going to find this follow-up round, 9-9, they even up the scoreline.
Those Divine Vendetta, they're gonna be little annoyed at themselves for think about it, right? The 2 rounds of loss so far just to the Deagles, albeit they also won one of their 4 spies, but this could have been them with a pretty formidable lead with Invictus having the eco at the moment. It's just tie things up. And the worrying thing for me is, if I'm a Divine Vendetta fan, is Invictus' CD side problems, but the T sides are always really solid. And they actually had a pretty decent CT side. So now they have a number of rounds to work with here. So they're going to be... oh, okay, I didn't notice that. That is ludicrous. Oh, how did he not see him? It's like... yeah, 4v3. 4x3. 4x3 or 4x3 stretch, I don't know, but definitely 4x3. Flying there. He could have got both the kills, actually. That is so ludicrous.
Okay, Pokemon's just running down Banana, spamming through with the UMP, catches out Jalsa again. That's the most tilting way to die, really, and you get a taste of your own medicine, really. Now 9-9, we've got an advantage in play here for Divine Vendetta, looking to see what they can do with the Deagles of their own. Now Destroyer has been hit or miss. He is going to be off towards long. Currently 10-11, still respectable scoreline, of course. Pike playing back in the pit, has got Havoc off towards the long side to help him out, but Viva there with the kill. Destroyer with the follow-up on the FAMAS, and now Tyke under pressure, taken down by the AK. There was chances here, but it looks like they're slowly slipping away. Pokemon on the other side of the map, and there's just no getting back into this one, surely.
Pokemon, the star of their win over Mazlai. And alongside Havoc, they really gave us a showing in that game. But I feel like Mazlai right now the weakest team in the entire tournament, at least based on the couple of games we've seen so far, right?
Yep. Well, we haven't got to see. I think we'll confirm that later on in our next matchup.
When you see Lucid Dream,
yeah, because Lucid Dream are the one team that could be the worst. And obviously, we don't really know what to expect for that roster. But in terms of what we've seen so far, Mazlai is certainly the weakest team.
Yeah, 100%. And I feel like Brent's win yesterday gave them, I think, suddenly they look pretty decent. Like, they can take out a team like Tiger, free AK. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, if they can take on a team like Tiger, even though it was very belabored, it was a long series, and they had to have a lot of hero moments. Hey, a win is a win, right? So I feel like Bren are going to be a little scared right now. So a little bit of a stat for you guys. Divine Vendetta. They have had 3 rounds with Deagles, and they did not win a single one. While for Invictus, 2 rounds they had the Deagles. It just works out wonderfully. I guess the Chinese Deagles are better than the Middle Eastern ones. I don't know about the guns though, but at least the Deagles, it's insane.
Oh yeah, it really is. I think Invictus kind of remind me of a CIS team in that respect. That kind of playstyle is just so good at the Deagle rounds, and then you just see these gun rounds, they're just so questionable. Viva is going to get a good start though. Pokemon going down. He was the player with the rifle, the one player that could do anything in this round, and he's gone. But now, Divine Vendetta, they have got the Deagles. It's time to try and change that stat a little bit. 5-7 CZ in here as well. Still so much time for Invictus. So now that they've got this man advantage, they can really slow things down. But Ezram, he finds an AK again. Let's see if he can do anything with it.
I want to like theory craft something with you, right? Like they had Pokemon with the saved AK-47. They flash him into its banana. He sticks around too long, going for the full spray there, and he gets punished for it. But wouldn't it be better if you had all these pistols, like have someone else peek with him? Maybe have 2 more CDs peek alongside him, help out that AK-47, get a trade.
Yeah, I don't think you want that AK to be peeking its own, because then they can all focus that one player, and it becomes much easier to take down the rifle player. So you definitely want to create a little bit of chaos with the pistols. You're always guaranteeing yourself at least 1 kill in that situation, at least a trade. And also that rifle can be picked up immediately from the rest of the players. So yeah, I think you definitely want to get a little bit more action going down and towards Banana there, especially if your whole playstyle is off the back of 1 AK. Kind of hoping you're putting all your hopes on the 1 AK you've saved over, sending it to its very likely death early on into a round. Well, that's not the way to go about things.
Well, this time around, Invictus making sure that the final player, Edgem's nowhere close by. Edgem, of course, saving the AK-47. It's going to come in handy. Pretty handy. Like, the money still won't be that solid. Of course, a buy will be coming in. But if you look at it, like, we expect to see an AWP maybe being dropped towards Havoc, or he's going to probably go for the glass cannon. I'm not too sure. But having an AK will definitely be something that you'll be happy with. However, trailing by 2 rounds. For Divine Vendetta, they need to start stringing a few rounds together here on the CT side, because you don't want Invictus to run away with this. Invictus's money's already looking quite formidable as well. And T side, Inferno, you know, maybe a few Tech 9s. Forget the Tech 9s. It's just a Deagle for Invictus, along with a little bit of utility. They can still win it against your rifle. So Invictus T side, always dangerous. They have money built up. They have the 2-round lead. And this, I feel like, heading into the second half, Divine Vendetta had the edge. But that edge has suddenly got very, very dulled.
Invictus, just the constant battle has blunted their blade. And well, now we go into the next one. Invictus gaming with the full save, obviously keeping most of the players alive. There'll be so much money building up on this team. Always got 9.7k in the bank. We're looking good for the rest of the team as well. This is do or die time, essentially, if they want to continue to compete at the start of the second half here, Divine Vendetta. The buy comes through as the AWP out for Davidov. And some big clutches for them in that first half. Invictus immediately, with most of their players down into a second middle. You have got 1 player down in the bottom of mid. That's okay, just kind of making sure that banana aggression doesn't come in immediately. But mid push straight away. Davidov gonna be under pressure here as he tries to handle it. The flash is up, he goes behind the smoke, then refaces while blind. Blind with the headshot, the lineup coming in. A good chance here for Edram to shut it all down, although he will eventually fall himself. It's just Pokemon coming back over from the B-bomb site. Destroyer, low HP. That's again not exactly the highest HP either. And Pokemon has a chance to win this, but 2 different positions. The pit is the big issue right now, but he seems to be aware of that possibility. The Molotov, though, is going to go towards Big Pit, not Mini Pit. So Shanghai can just hold this position, and now Pokemon walks into the bomb site, over the top of the box, but Destroyer's there. The headshot collected, and a 12th round for Invictus. It was a pretty scrappy round on that A-bomb site, but Invictus managed to pick it up, and I'm a big fan of that change in pace. I like the quick play up middle, catches Divine Vendetta off guard.
Yeah, you gotta give them kudos for that. Very well played in the end. And even the traits were so on point. Like the 3 players on the bomb side, they had a pretty decent crossfire setup. It looked like it was potentially might even go their way. But yeah, there you have it. Invictus, 12-9. I just want to point out a quick stat. A Pokemon has been involved in... Where did that stat go? Oh, there it is. Pokemon has been involved so far in 12 duels. Opening duels so far. And he's won 5 and lost 7. But he has been by far the one player on both the sides just making initial contact with their opposition. So it seems kind of to be like... I wouldn't necessarily call it the entry fragger, so to speak, but at least he's the guy who likes making contact initially for his team.
Loves to get involved in those fights. You did see some of those opening duels you would rather he wasn't involved in. I mean, specifically that round where we had the AK, the solo AK, but those kills coming in immediately in reply. Ezram taking down Destroyer, but then falls immediately after it. It's like one bullet was released from the ult at the same time, basically. 4v4. And now, Invictus gathering themselves in Banana. 4 players coming over towards this side of the map. Stividov is going to be the player peeking out with the Deagle first from CT spawn. Pokemon playing at first oranges. Smoke goes down, flash is good. Good utility usage here from Invictus. And it's a quick take of the B-bomb side. Big kill on the Davidov as well. Flying straight through the smoke. Flying goes through it and finds another. And that's Havoc gone. Just tight coming back from the A-bomb site. Nice shot on the Deagle, but any more than this really should not be expected. Mike is going to be under so much pressure. Okay, takes him down, and it's 13-9. Invictus really have ramped it up in the second half here. It was looking like it was going to be competitive, but Invictus get control. A couple of rounds that come down to close, but for the most part, Invictus have been looking pretty dominant on this T side. They're ferocious on the T side. That's the thing with this Invictus team. They understand the pacing, and they know when to just straight up rush and take the utility in at the right time. They knew CT was going to be smoked just at that perfect time, so they could focus the fight on towards the bomb site. They flick back through the smoke as well. And Divine Vendetta, I feel like, especially in that round, obviously they had the pistols, don't really have the utility to hold it off, but even in the gun round, we didn't really see them hold it off too well. They couldn't handle the pressure, the immediate pace that was being set by Invictus.
Oh yeah, 100%. And also, if you just look at the scoreline as well, Divine Vendetta, they came into the second half with an 8-7 one-round lead, and they won the pistol. It was a very, very clean pistol win. Ever since then, just Invictus Deagle's rifle to just run away with this, and I don't think a single round ever since then has really been that close, apart from that, I think it was like a 1v2 scenario, but even that looked very unlikely for Pokemon to win. Edge Ram, though, nice shot to Xiao Sage, spotting out the traces from the AK-47 and triangulating his position. Doing a good job here, staying alive. You know, just holding towards the top of Banana. That's one part of the map cut off for Invictus for the time being. Here comes a hit towards brackets, though. Aviva finds Edge Ram. That's a huge kill. That's a huge kill. Now, is that going to draw the rotation? But they're opting to stick towards A, Dinko. They're thinking that the T's are still going to commit towards his A bomb side. That's a very, very ballsy gamble. And considering it's 13-9, I don't know if it's worth it. Maybe just going for the save here, perhaps. But I don't know. I'm not too sure about this. Oh, they should just go for gamble. Yeah, gamble doesn't pan out. Yeah.
I think as soon as they're going to try anyway, aren't they? They go back to Banana. Viva takes down Pokemon. Wait, was there ever a thought in their head that made them think this is going to work out? I mean, it's just not looking great for them from the onset. So, yeah, you either go for that gamble and commit to it, or you don't. And unfortunately, they lose this round because of it. And they don't really have money. I'm not a fan of that decision. That's the kind of decision that you realize Divine Vendetta aren't a team that's been together playing proper Counter-Strike for a long time. Those decisions, they need to be made. The right calls need to be made in terms of their economy for the longevity of this game. And unfortunately, 14-9, we go into the next round. The money's not good at all here for Divine Vendetta. We're likely looking at Invictus hit map point. Divine Vendetta don't really have the funds to stop that from happening.
Yeah, I just want to like break that down for some of our viewers who might be a little bit new to Counter-Strike and probably asking, okay, what was wrong with that setup, right? Fine. So Edgeram holding top of banana completely makes sense. There was a great peek coming in from Invictus to get the trade. I think it was Viva who got the kill with the AWP. Yeah, it was really instrumental in winning that round. But after they lost Edgeram, they didn't send a single player over. They were so committed on the gamble. All right, guys, they're still going to come. Hey, we can catch them. We're going to lay this trap. But if you're going to gamble with that, that means, fine, that means you're okay losing the B bomb side, and that means you're okay that it is going to be a call for the save. Instead, they hold on for so very long. The bombs made its way. The bombs got planted. Now we spent so much time, and you go in for the rotation that late with no information as to where the post plants might be, and then you just run into Viva's AWP and he shuts you down completely. That is, that's abysmal. That's so very badly played. I can imagine, I can understand why they went for the gamble stack. I even tried to like reason it out to myself. I'm like, all right, that's fine. Just save your guns. In which case, I'll be like, it's okay. You still have the guns to play with into the next round, even though Invictus is going to get around number 14. But that is textbook how not to play that scenario. And one by one, they fall, and Havoc's going to be left alone in a 1v3. Bomb not yet planted. It'll finally go on down. So they're going to save the gun, Dinko, but it looks like whatever good work they did on that first half, it just will not.
Well, map point for Invictus here on Inferno. I mean, signs of life in Divine Vendetta. I never really was expecting much from them coming into Inferno, I'll be honest. I'm kind of scared going into Nuke because, again, that was somewhat of a questionable affair for me as to why they've decided to pick that map, especially because in the last matchup, we've seen them pick Dust 2. So you've gone from the least tactical map to one of the most tactical maps, right? A lot of small moving parts that you have to really get down on Nuke. And right now, with the decision-making coming in from Divine Vendetta, I'm not really seeing that come through. You know, you've got to have good rotations. You've got to have good comms on that CT side. Really, over on this Inferno CT side, it's been pretty dire. A lot of mistakes in terms of how to manage their economy and look for the future. So, for me, I'm kind of scared moving into a map like Nuke. Would have far rather have had the Dust 2 pick.
I'm actually gonna give Divine Vendetta a little bit of benefit of the doubt for the Nuke pick, because I feel like when it comes to these sort of maps, like a little bit of loosey-goosey maps, right? Like you said, you still need good comms, doesn't matter what the map is, but in a loser map, you know, a map like Mirage or Dust 2, I feel like in the chaos, there is that edge that Invictus will have, because Invictus have played a lot of chaotic games against the likes of, let's say, for example, a Tyloo, or for that matter, even VG Gaming, and I feel like when it comes to the crunch, they will be the better team on maps like that. However, in Nuke, if you have a game plan ready, and if you can stick to that game plan, you know, and if you probably have some counters in store for Invictus, might give you the edge. Because let's be real, I don't think they're going to be winning these aim duels more often, you know, more than Invictus are, at least on a map like Dust 2 for that matter. So I can kind of see why they went for this, but right now, two-man advantage. This is the opportunity for Divine Vendetta to get to at least 10 rounds. Flashbang is not good enough, and Pokemon doesn't even land a single bullet onto Flying. Now, with 38 seconds on the clock here, Invictus, they need to make a little bit of haste, but they have an opportunity. If Oi finds the kill onto Edgeram on the B bomb side, that could be it. Flying just pushes in through the smoke, and he's gonna, almost gets a kill into Havoc, but I think it's done his job. If Edgeram gets taken down, that could be the bomb sub at Edgeram. He whiffs it. He whiffs it. They're going to get the bomb down, and then it's going to be a 2v3.
So versus 3 favoring Divine Vendetta into this round. Still time on the timer, of course. Destroyer and Oi. Good positions down into his ruins. They've got a bit of a crossfire, a bit in switch setup. Destroyer taking the initial fight, but Oi in the corner wants to go around this corner now. Havoc low HP inside of CT. Oi finds the headshot. Good position from Destroyer, but he doesn't get a single kill from it. And now Oi has to win it all. The first and not the second. Davidov coming in again. Another big clutch from him. And Destroyer, how does he not get one kill in that position? If he gets one, that's probably the round done.
Yeah, this round just done, and complete heartbreak for Divine Vendetta. They hold on, though, Denko. And, of course, they have money for the buy. But look at the cash for Invictus. All 5 players on average about $10,000. And considering it's a 5v3, I would have liked that to be a much cleaner affair from Invictus, but coming down to the 1v1 in the end, I worry for them. If they lose this, they're gonna be broke. I mean, they'll have some residual cash, but it won't be good enough. And for Invictus, like I said, they have all the money in the world. They can do whatever they want. Davidov avoiding the flashbangs. The Molotov getting smoked out, and he's gonna go for the repeat. That's ballsy from him because Vivas is crossing the train, but a perfect peek from the man, and that is going to be the kill. Davidov peeks out again, falls back. Jesus, you've done your job. Let it go. This consistent aggression, it scares me.
Well, it has worked for Divine Vendetta, and they look to go again. Ezram looked like he's going to go around the corner. I was not going to be a fan of that, but yeah, it's around the half wall at the moment. And there he goes, peeks.
Oh.
Okay, gives away his position with that flashbang. Ezram luckily still safe around the corner. Davidov going for the shots. It's being tagged up, so wants to leave the position. Now 50 seconds left on that timer. Where are they going to go with this? Invictus with 2 players in towards Banana. 1 prong to the approach. Inside of the balcony. Towards the A-bomb site. Now the push comes back in towards A. Flying has a good position up here. Always coming around the long side. It's down to whether he can find a kill here, I feel. There's a player in the library. Or he could flank around the backside, but he's been spotted. Pokemon sees him go towards the archway. This applies a little bit of pressure onto his attention, and the smokers are blocking Tyke's info. He's stuck in default, but it doesn't matter. The kills keep coming in for Divine Vendetta. Not a single frag picked up for Invictus. 15 to 11. Divine Vendetta, that's a clean round. A big round from Havoc. And he delivers 14 kills now on the board.
Havoc having a I wouldn't really say very quiet game, but compared to his showing on alongside Pokemon against Marzalai, is it more like everyone else stepping up, or like Havoc and Pokemon underperforming? I don't know. I still feel it's like too early to call right now. But a good hole, a very, very solid hole. Davidov walks in. Ooh, very lucky to stay alive there. Let's continue to hold this top mid position for a while. He does have back in the form of Tyke with the AK-47. Just floating around. I'm really not a big fan of Davidov, just, you know, playing up close. But yeah, with Tyke being here, his boiler position, it at least ensures that he does have some backup. But Invictus fighting for the brackets control. And eventually it looks like they'll win this. But Flying's pushing pretty deep towards Apps. This could get a little dicey. A little bit of miscomms, a little bit of lack of attention from the CTs, and he could potentially find a free kill onto Tyke. Hit coming in towards A. Flying gonna jump on out, clears out close. They know where he is. The 4 players from the A bomb side, and Flying will get his head ripped from his shoulders. Pokemon getting the kill. And with that, it looks like Invictus is going to be heading back towards B, where once more it's going to come down to Mr. Edge Ramp, but this time it just has the M4 to work with.
Well, Ezram just back up on the coffins. Now the M4 about to swing around the corner. Good headshot, Viva with the kill on the AWP. Now Davidov just sitting back in behind the smoke. Bomb plant will come through. Pokemon with a headshot. Destroy coming back in as well. Now it's a 3 versus 3. An equilibrium once more established. And Divine Vendetta, they've got to go for this B retake. They have got kits, they have got utility, and a little bit of time to play with now as well. Always positioned quite strong. Should be good for at least 1 kill if they do round the corner, especially with the backup of Viva. He goes forward, good headshot. Now an opportunity on the second, but he spots Tyke crossing. Ah, there we go. Oi with a headshot. He's playing this one so well. He's confident, he's skilled, and Davidov, he will finally shut him down, but it's Invictus Gaming that will be taking the win here. 16 to 11 on Inferno. A little bit labored towards the end there, but in the end, do get the map win under their belt. I think Divine Vendetta had a few signs of life, but for the most part, seemed relatively uncomfortable on Inferno.
Yeah, I feel like it could have been a closer scoreline. I still believe Invictus would have won that in the end, like 16-13 or 16-14, maybe even. It could have been much closer. But yeah, they look really good on the T side. Viva, especially with that on the T side with the AWP, we've had questions about how effective he can be, but he's getting a lot of opening crucial kills. I don't know about you guys, but Jason and Mitch, but I feel like this is an Invictus who are looking very, very confident here.
I think that's fair to say. One thing that caught me by surprise, though, was that second half. Considering the strength Divine Vendetta displayed on their T side, I really thought this was going to be an upset map. But when they swapped over, man, they just lost all the steam. That's, I guess, it played out the way we expected to. At the end of the day, Invictus on the T side, they've got so much firepower that they can just overwhelm this Divine side. But the real sad thing for me, the thing that I was looking forward to the most, was seeing Pokemon again, because he was so good when we saw him just the other day on the first day of this tournament. And right here, himself and Havoc, who are the two you consistently relied on to deliver, weren't really able to step it up.
Well, I mean, yeah, obviously the negatives are really easy to point out. Also, you know, thinking about the one round you were talking a ton about, Blood, that even I was wondering, I was like, or even I was watching, I was like, okay, that's a save, right? When they had, you know, the big stack towards A, and they had all the weapons, like they were going into the next round with potentially no money if they lost the round. And I don't know, maybe like cockiness. I don't even think it was cockiness though. I think it was just more like just mistakes being made that you can't afford to make against a team like IG. And on the other aspect of this, on more of like a positive note, I wanted to see if Flying could kind of continue his performance over the last 2 days, and I can say he sure as hell did. I mean, Viva really stepped up in this game, but Flying just seems to be a fragger no matter what in any of the matches they've had so far. And I'm curious to see if he can continue to go this route. You know, maybe he's a player that Tyloo can look at if one day they need to pick up a new player. But he's been astonishing. He's been the most consistent player, I think, out of any team and any player so far. And Victus definitely deserved the win.
Yeah, I was agreeing fully with Flying. I think he's certainly one of the players within this region that is starting to really impress me. He's got the skill set to do so much. We've seen him be able to do everything basically. He's over there lurking on the A bomb site. He's got the entry frags, the follow-up kills, the clutch snares. He's doing everything well, and I'm excited to see Flying try and continue this. And yeah, the exciting part you touched on there was Viva, right? Because he's really stepped it up. He was incredible throughout this map. And he's a player that was a little bit hit or miss at times. He was always showing that he's got that potential in a lot of the maps we've seen Invictus playing. He wasn't playing bad, but there were scenarios where I definitely think he could have hit this peak. And now that he is Blair, that kind of scares me a little bit going up into this next map against Invictus.
I mean, I just hope for Viva, it's just not the one map or the one game, right?
Yeah,
Blair?
exactly.
Yeah, I really like how Viva played this one. I feel like overall as a team, Invictus, they made very few mistakes. And yeah, like a couple of overextensions. That one round comes to mind, the 2v4, both of them just peeked out towards B, giving a couple of free kills to, suppose it's pronounced Davduv, not Davidov. We've all been wrong all this while. But anyway, the MVP, of course, is Mr. Viva, well-deserved. I think he's someone where we've been picking on for the past few games we've seen from him. It's been like a little bit too many mistakes being made, not being as impactful as he could be. But this player, for me, over the past 1 year, has been the star player for Invictus Gaming. And I want him to show up, because everyone else is doing their job. And if he plays at the level we expect of him, Invictus, they could easily be not just a top 3 team in China, but hey, maybe they're going to be beating Vici and Tyloo. They already beat Tyloo. Maybe they might beat Vici as well. They could be a top 2 team in the entirety of Asia. So that's what I'm waiting for from Viva.
Well, like, even you look at that game that they beat Tyloo in, that was without Viva stepping it up, really. I mean, that was flying miles ahead, and most of his team were actually negative on their KD afterwards, as much as that's never really a massive factor. But to actually take down Tyloo with that kind of performance as a team is pretty damn impressive. And not only that, but Flying is currently in the top 4 rated players for this tournament, having come up against the favorite team to actually take it. And that's even considering Pokemon currently, without the stats from that game taken into account, rated number 1, and they only had their game versus, was it Mazalai? So obviously that's going to be a little bit of a stat booster.
And also thinking ahead to the future, right? Like Invictus Gaming is a team who didn't get to play on the road to Rio. They had no chance to get any RMR points because they didn't, make it through. And now this is their chance, right? And when you have 0 points, you have to, look at them as being a team that needs to perform. Like you got to place in, the top 3, top 4 if you want to have a chance to then get into the fall RMR event and then have to do the same thing yet again. So consistency, well, Flying's got it. The question is, can the team maintain it over the course of the rest of this event here? And then potentially going into the next RMR showing, which it's really crazy considering only one team can make it out, and you just have maybe one bad game or one bad showing, and then you can say goodbye to your major chances.
I mean, look at where we're at. Sorry, I'm just trying to process really where these guys are. They've played up against Tiger and Tyloo. I mean, the hardest games are basically behind them at this point. They've got Vici to play against. As you're saying, Blah, if Viva's turning up there alongside the insane consistency from flying against two of the top 3 rated teams in this tournament, there is absolutely no reason that Invictus can't make it all the way through, and they're one of the qualifier teams as well, which just blows my mind. Like, there was a chance that a team that can easily place top 3 now wouldn't have made it to this tournament. How's that a thing?
I feel like it comes down to the fact that when it comes to Asian minor, you have to allocate the slots based on the region, right? And China is the hardest region to qualify from. You already have Tyloo and Vici you have to beat. And I think China had 2 spots. But I feel like if Invictus were playing in, let's say, Southeast Asia or maybe the East Asian slot, they would have 100% qualified. I feel like even if you throw them towards the Australian region, they could have potentially have qualified. I think they're better than some of the other teams, apart from maybe Renegades, right? It's a good sign. I'm happy to see them doing good here. And I feel like man for man, if you just look at it from a pure firepower standpoint, I think they're better than Vici. Obviously, Vici being tactically superior. But just look at the players they have flying. Oi, even Xiao Sagi is an in-game leader. He's one of those fragging in-game leaders, right? While he doesn't necessarily have the massive brain of Mr. Advent, he does have that very, very capable trigger finger. So I'm excited to see what they have in store for us later on. But the series isn't done yet. I still feel Nuke is a map where Divine Vendetta can potentially, maybe, love the upset.
Well, like you said, the series isn't done just yet. Nuke will be our next map when we do come back from a short break.
You know what that mean, here come a king. Bow down, don't step in the ring. The end is near, hear the fat lady sing. You hear them loud thumps, that's the crowd stumps. Wild and reckless, boy, they call us the wild ones. Never had no guidance, got a thirst for violence. Don't sleep, hold up your eyelids. Here come the rebels, the lost ones, the forgotten, the weirdos, and the odd ones. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. Yeah, nah, you can't rock with us. A ticking time bomb, who wanna talk with us? All has fallen, we thrive in destruction. So hide your jewels, keep your chains tucked in. Watch the beauty all turn, nowhere to hide when the beauties all burn. Bring on the chaos, we won't make him. Take us to your leader and watch us take him. Kick in the door and break in. Take everything you stole from us, everything that you owe to us. Take every opportunity you never showed to us. With no mask, so you know it's us. Listen to our bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. War paint on our faces, battle of the ages. We ain't the safest, we was locked in cages. You tried your best to erase us, now you gotta face us. Nobody can save us, we wild and dangerous. Nobody can tame us, who's sparking the flames up? You can go and blame us. You can go and blame us. Here we are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry.
Nuke 地图往事。Nuke 拥有多层结构，易守难攻，是 CS:GO 中经久不衰的地图之一。 外场向来都是狙击手们对决的舞台。在2015年群星赛上 ，Simple 又一杆轻狙，以一记匪夷所思的穿墙爆头，震惊了现场及屏幕前的每一位观众。铁板是 T 进攻 B 点的主要路径。在2020年 IEM 卡扣维兹决赛上，效力于 Na'Vi 的 Flaming 正是在此处穿越1打4，彻底粉碎了 G2 的冠军梦。来到 B 区包点，这里4通8达，战斗往往在入口处就已经结束。K1是外场进入 B 区的路线 ，Forest 曾在这里以1敌5，凭借个人实力逐个击破，拯救了队伍。那一刻的他，是所有人心目中的英雄。当然，总有人能够突破过往。2018年 IEM 芝加哥的比赛里，九爷忍者附体，轻松躲过T方5人的搜索，成功潜入包点并拆包成功，兵不血刃地赢得了比赛，完成了另一种形式的1打5。这就是竞技，永远充满了奇迹。锁定我们的赛事，也许下一个传奇即将诞生。
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to PAL 2020. My name is Dinko. We're going to be joined by Blair, and we're getting into the second map. Now, we did see Invictus walk away with Inferno rather comfortably, I would say. There was some sides of life in Divine Vendetta, but you seem to be of the opinion when we move on to Nuke, this is where we could potentially see an upset.
I mean, that's what I thought before we got done with Inferno, but the amount of mistakes they're making. So here's the thing. I'm sure they have a game plan in mind, with CD side setups, and maybe some full-fledged set plays coming out of the T side. But if it doesn't pan out your way, you need to have a backup plan. You need to have some kind of like a redundancy plan in place, right? To try and kind of bring it back in your side. It doesn't seem to be the case from what we saw in Inferno. It's a map that clearly Divine Vendetta know how to play on, but if you make that many mistakes against a team like Invictus, are going to thrive in the chaos. And that is something you don't want to happen. So yes, I do believe they have some game plan in mind to try and throw a curveball and catch Invictus off guard. But Invictus aren't just going to sit back and just allow Divine Vendetta to do whatever they want. They're still going to put up a fight. And when it starts getting a little rough for DV, that's the question I have. Can they bounce back? Can they kind of, win these 3v3, 4v4 scenarios where it looks a little unfavorable for them? And that is the big question in my mind. If that gets answered by DV, I still feel that they could potentially take it to map number 3.
Well, the potential is certainly there. The skill is there. And a player that we kind of been pronouncing wrong is Davidov, and I've forgotten his name already, how to pronounce it. So that's not a good step in the right direction. So
well, I've asked a couple of people, and everyone's given me different answers. But the one thing I know, it does originate from the cigarette brand Davidoff. So Davidoff, I guess.
Davidoff.
I guess. I don't know. I think Davidoff works as well.
Davidoff. Okay. Well,
there we go.
You know who we're talking about. It's our little nickname for him then. When we get into things, it's going to be Divine Vendetta with an uphill battle coming into Nuke, that's for sure. There's a lot going into this one. A lot rides on them picking up this map. If not, then Invictus will be walking away with another victory here at PAL 2020 Summer. You got to remember, again through the China qualifier. Certainly the third best team within China. Even potentially might make a statement for moving up a spot during this tournament. Take a look at this.
Yeah, sorry.
So you go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say, I like how they have this little intro videos about the different maps, talking about the kind of discussing and not just discussing, like breaking down all these cool moments in the map, all the legendary moments we've had. And for me, it's like I've been playing this game for a very long time, and I realized, like, wow, CSGO's kind of old now. You know, you used to think like CSGO was a new game, and 1.6 was a legendary old school one. Now you're like, wow, CSGO has had a longer, almost as long as a pro scene as 1.6. Not as long yet, though, but it's already has had a more healthier and a longer professional high-level scene than Source ever had, for example.
I started high school the year Counter-Strike Global Offensive came out.
Wow.
Yeah.
I think I was like already like middle-aged by the time it came out. But anyway, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Nuke will be the pick from Divine Vendetta. Obviously, Invictus having the choice side. They will be starting CD side Destroyer with a kit and a flashbang. And everyone else, I think Viva might go for a smoke incendiary. No, he's just going to go for the kill. They're just going to be looking for the duels, and why not? But Divine Vendetta, they've shown that the pistol rounds can be quite impactful.
They have, and we'll see if they can win it. The issue is Invictus is so good in this second round, so we'll see if Invictus can get off to a good start on the USPs instead. It's going to be a chance down in towards ramp, but nothing happening for Viva. Given so many opportunities, but their Glocks just rip them apart. It's going to be the pistol round, surely, going in favor of Divine Vendetta. Invictus have looked pretty rough on pistol rounds. That's something they can certainly work on.
Oh, indeed it is. And I kind of get why Viva didn't drop on down. He was just sticking around while waiting for his teammates to come out and just go for the duels. But yeah, Divine Vendetta. They've shown that they have 100% shown that they can pretty much kind of hold their own against some of the aimers on the side of Invictus. And they're going to coming straight up. Oi's going to get himself a free kill on the edge ramp, but that is going to be the call for the hit towards the lower. Bomb's going to be planted, and they know exactly where Oi is. I don't see this retake going their way. So Divine Vendetta, they're going to go 1-0 up. On their map pick, who do you have your money on?
In terms of taking this map, probably Invictus. I feel like Invictus is probably going to win this 2-0. I think that was my prediction from the onset. So I don't really want to be changing it. Based on what we've seen on Inferno as well, I definitely give a lot of reasons as to why I think Invictus should be taking this in the long haul. And well, it'll be the pistol round picked up for Divine Vendetta. But yeah, they had a chance coming into this next round. Invictus have got the chance for the Deagles, and we know how good they are on them. So good opportunity here for them to get this second round under the belt. If Divine Vendetta pick this up, then good start available to them on the T side.
Yeah, the Deagles and Invictus. I think that is something that we've gotten used to them winning more rounds to the Deagles than not. 3 Deags. Oi with the MP9. He's got a little bit of Kevlar as well, because they did get those a few extra kills. Destroyer with the scout towards outer. He's gonna rattle up a few shots. Divine Vendetta not really looking to take fight towards the lobby, but look at Oi. He's up close. He's looking for some sound cues, and he's going to be walking on in, but Edge Ram just jumps up from above, finds a frag. That's the SMG taken away from their hands. Divine Vendetta, good usage of the utility to get control of outer yard, to send a few players down towards Secret. Havoc's going to find flying as well, and this time around, the Deagles looking a little impotent, which is something I thought I'd probably never say.
Well, it's not done yet, but yeah, for the most part, they are definitely looking less impactful than they did. Now, Edge Ramp is going to be up here. It's the scout from Destroyer that does take at least 1 kill, so it's not the clean sheet coming in here. On the Divine Vendetta side, they do lose 1 player, but the bomb plant comes in towards the lower side of the map. A lot of money picked up now. And a small chance still available to CT side here. Sergey has got himself a Galil. Havoc's been spotted. Damage has been done. He's going to be tapping away, but Sergey, oh, he had an opportunity. There won't be the kill for either of them. Havoc somehow gets a double there. That's a triple kill on the round for him. And it's 2-0 up for Divine Vendetta. They get over the hurdle that usually are the Deagles. And now they're going into this round just against the USPs. This should be a round picked up very easily for Divine Vendetta. This should be a 3rd round.
This should be just USPs. And I like the way they played that. That was composed. They didn't like they were looking for the pushes from Invictus. A little bit some wild plays from players like Viva. I'm seeing what he likes doing, especially with the smokes around. And here we go, the fast play this time, mixing it up. Macton leading the charge. There are 4 players, all 5 players stacked towards upper. He's going to be incendiary early on. I'm not too sure if Invictus is going to be aware of the this full stack upwards. Edge Ram gets found out. Now he knows there are at least a couple of players there, and he can hear a lot of shots taking place. So, playing this safe though, but they have lost a man early on. It was just the Mac 10, of course, hasn't been picked up either. Right now, it's just a waiting game.
Well, Havoc. First kill onto Viva. With the T side, Pokemon able to follow up. Continues as the Raptors player now topple, and he's going to go back for a little bit more, but the kills do come in. Now Flying, the last remaining player, has got a Zeus in. Well, he will find one, and Khalil picked up now as well. Gonna run back. The bombs are on the corner here as well. Gonna spot that, surely. He's getting up to T roof. The player's coming down. This could be a good bit of damage done by Flying. Still not seeing the round wind coming, but a good bit of damage, perhaps. And now 1 versus 2. He's still up on the T roof. He has the positional advantage right now. If he repositions quickly, he can get himself on towards that A bomb site. That's exactly where he's going to be sprinting away. Right back in towards Mini. Now he goes back through. No kits, so remember that. No Kevlar either. Molotov, good read. Flying with a kill. He's burning. 2 HP. Moves forward. Now 1 versus 1. Flying has a Molotov of his own. He's going for the spam. He's getting close, but the damage is not enough. A kit picked up as well. That's the info given to his teammate. A Molotov goes through from the hut as well. This could be it. 20 seconds on it as well. He can stick it around the corner. 5-second defuse. What a clutch from Flying. That is just unbelievable. How has he done that? How has he pulled this off? Divine Vendetta, that's a red face round. That is unbelievable. He starts it with a Zeus, and he pulls off the clutch.
Get out of the server. Come on. Come on.
How does it happen?
There's
the first kill. Finds the rifle, and this is the deciding factor.
Get out of the server, boys. Okay, firstly, they got the bomb, right? They have the bomb. Why does a player with no health run out there? Why? Like, it is completely unnecessary. And then, in the end, I guess they didn't realize it was a kid drop towards on top of hut. But it should have never come down to this position. I don't want to really blame Davdov for, I don't know how to pronounce his name, but Davdov for playing that 1v1. It's more about everyone else. The third player. Why do you run out? It's a 1v3. Literally stick together, sit on top of each other. You still win the round. The player with no health runs outside after having picked up the C4. Instead of just heading back with his teammates, going to the upper bomb side, getting the bomb down. There's no way Flying should have won that. And we're talking about the Deagles, but it looks like a Zeus is all Invictus needs, Dinko.
Flying with that lose rounds like that, it's very hard to be confident in this team. I'm gonna walk out with another buy. This time sprinting through the hut on towards the A bomb side, but it's Flying, dishing out the damage again. He only gets the 1 kill, but it's Destroyer coming in for the rest. It's just Havoc. The Indian player now in a 1 versus 3. He shut down Viva. Good stuff. You know, Flying gets 1 kill. Rely upon him to be a good anchor, but the rest of the team step up this time. It's Destroyer up in heaven. 2-2, Invictus even things up, and Divine Vendetta, they're down to the eco.
Oh, I'm still just like racking my head over the fact that Flying. How do
it's
you
utterly
throw that one
unbelievable
away?
that has happened. You never ever see that.
Or, you know, sometimes you always say, right, for someone to win. Oh, the Nova, Dinko. It's not even the auto shotty. It's not the Mag 7. It's a goddamn Nova. Edram finds 1 though, but Flying just he's feeling it. And considering what we know Flying can do, I worry. You don't want to make him feel very, very confident. Right now, he is feeling really, really good indeed. Destroys the final 2 players out there, but. We talk about clutches happening, unlikely clutches happening, because you know your opposition makes a couple of mistakes here and there, and you take advantage of that. This was basically Divine Vendetta, literally saying, "All right, Flying, you can have the round. You can have the round right there." No way should have won that. I'm still gonna keep on harping on that particular round, the duration of this particular map.
Especially because it can actually turn out to be one of the deciding factors of this map, right? Divine Vendetta could have had a perfect T-side start. The economy could have really got going. The rounds being picked up, but it could change things. Ezram already out towards the ramp room. It's going to be putting pressure down in towards Hell. Shouts around the corner. A little bit of damage being done, but Shouts will win that aim duel. And we're right back into a 4 versus 4. Ezram, you know, I think overcommitting there on his own, but he was trying to assume a lot of control for his team. You can see why, but a little bit unfortunate that he goes down in that position alone. No trade potential whatsoever, so that man advantage that he picks up is now neutralized. We're back into a 4 versus 4.
3v3'd up, trades, flying thick and fast, but flying. How? I don't even. How is he allowed to just come in from behind? Pokemon finds Xiaosagi. He sees him dropping on down. He's gonna get the kill. Oh no, he doesn't. He whiffs the shot, but he knows exactly where the bomb is heading towards. Destroyer gonna immediately leg it, but flying this time around, he's not gonna get the kill. It's all in Destroyer. With an AWP in hand, it's not gonna be an easy retake at all. He's gonna peek on out wide, spots one, actually spots both of them, and with that, Divine Vendetta with a very crucial round win. That was actually very well played from them, and with that, Invictus's money, still not that bad. They can go for the buy, however, if they lose this one, Divine Vendetta would finally have broken the back of Invictus's economy.
Yeah, it's a real important round coming up here for Invictus in terms of that economy. Realizing it's on its last leg, so Paul's having to come in. It's very important that Divine Vendetta recover this round. You know, if they go down here, then we're really starting to look at Invictus, get comfortable on the CT side, and we generally know that Invictus CT sides are their weaker affairs. So every round that they pick up here on the defensive side of things, it's going to give them a huge favor going into the second half. An important round coming up for both teams, so Paul's certainly needed. I think both teams will welcome this. Here's the head-to-head between Havoc and Flying.
Flying, yeah, I mean, if you look at the kills, he has only 6 kills, but 4 of those were from that 1v4, which should never have happened. Havoc, though, has been having a pretty good map so far. Still very early days to really touch much from it. Dual up setup on Nuke T on CD side. This is something we touched upon earlier, Dinko, and like, I can see why it can be viable. I personally am not a big fan of it.
Well, boy. Down and towards Mini. We've got Pokemon. A player we talked about getting involved in a lot of these opening engagements, getting a lot of opening fights going his way. Not so much his way, but getting involved in it at least. And towards outside early on, the front man behind the red container. 3 players currently outside for the T side. Look at Dyke's position. He's got up towards Heaven already. This is a good spot to be in. A lot of map control being assumed. If he can find something here, that would certainly open up the round for his team. I mean, from Heaven, we'll eventually realize that there's no one here but Flying. Oh, his life is limited here. Surely he goes down. There is the kill. And that's the A bomb site completely weakened. Luckily, Pokemon has been burnt away, so Victor's not entirely out of this round, but this is not the start they would have been looking for. Tyke with a follow-up kill, this time on the Destroyer, and they've just got so much control. I'm not a fan of the setup from this A bomb site.
This positioning from Tyke is everything, and yeah, there's nothing they can do. Xiaosagi and Viva, they have those guns to save. Save the AWP. Xiaosagi is going to upgrade to the AK-47. And with that, Divine Vendetta, 4-3. I just like, I really do enjoy their T side. I mean, apart from that one round, even in Inferno, right? They had the 8-7 lead going into the second half. But on a map like Nuke, your CD side, you better have your comms on point. You better be very sure as to how you're going to work it. You're as Havoc on the hunt. Finds the kill, but they're going to just go for the hunt here. They don't want him to save the AWP. They don't have much money either to really go for the full commit on this hunt. And, well, Dov going to get the kill. No gun save for Invictus, but yeah, on the serious side of Nuke especially, you need to have your comms on point. You need to have the protocols right in the CT side. You need to, like, for example, you know, you lose a player towards outer. You need to know immediately, without the in-game leader even having to call, you should know how your rotations are going to be like, how your default setups are going to be based on that fact, based on where you lose a player, based on where you spot a player, or based on whether you get a man advantage or not. Now, for Divine Vendetta, what I saw from them on that Inferno CD side, if that is going to be the style we're going to be seeing from them on Nuke, I kind of feel it's going to fall apart. I feel like Invictus is just going to poke and prod and make life very, very rough indeed for them. But at least for now, though, this should be easy. Destroyer, the only player with the Deagle. Everyone else is USBs. And luckily, no... Okay, hold on. Eagle gets a kill. But no Zeus for Mr. Flying, so that's a good sign.
Ooh, well, Pokemon, he's going to start tapping away at long range. Eventually will take down Oi, but is not ready for Destroyer being close. That's one kill coming back through. Now 3v3, but look at Beefa's position. He might be able to get one here, but it is only the USP, unfortunately, for him. So he's under pressure. He's going to fall back, but look what's waiting. An AK-47 in the hands of Destroyer. They run right in expecting a USP, but they find an AK, and Destroyer only finds one kill. That's how Gay goes down as well, but that was scary for a moment.
One deagle purchase, Tinko. One deagle purchase, and they take away 4 rifles, 4 guns from Divine Vendetta, along with, I mean, obviously you have to buy the Kevlar and everything. So Invictus, despite being pretty much a full eco, still dealing out quite a bit of damage onto the Middle Eastern side. Their money pretty honest. Now, we have another buy. This time around, they will opt just to have the Destroyer with the AWP. He has no utility, just the Kevlar and the big green zoom banger. And yeah, opting to go for a lot of rifles means that the utility game will be pretty rough for Invictus. Just a few smokes, a handful of flashbangs, no incendiaries, and in fact, not a single kit either on any of the players.
A lot of the rounds have come into the bomb plants, of course. You know, don't really want to be not having a kit, so we'll take a look at what Invictus can do here. They're hoping they can shut the round down. The utility not there for the long haul. It's the late round either. Very much these early round battles that are important for Invictus. Need to find these openings. Pokemon again, the front man. Loves to get involved early on into the rounds. I feel like when Mitch brought up the statistic of Pokemon being the highest rated player in this tournament so far, obviously that's based on one map, one series, but when you take a look at that playstyle that he has, you can be a top rated player, and then you can have very poor statistics going into another matchup, because it's one of those rounds where it's one of those playstyles where if you're going up against a weaker opposition, you're going to be finding a lot of success taking those early fights. But if you're going up against the likes of Invictus, you're going to be dying a lot. There's a lot of players that can take you down. Again, it's the living and dying by the sword mentality. Now with 25 seconds left, a 4v4. Good passive position back in CT spawn allows one kill to come in from Invictus, but this time Vivo waiting on the lower bomb site. He's going to line them up. That's the bomb gone, dropped on the floor, and finally one kill comes back in from Divdov, but it is going to be 10 seconds left now. He'll run out to the left side, but he can't get the bomb. He cannot get it at all. He's trying to open the doors around to get it safely, but now there's no time. Oh, just brilliant plays here from Invictus. They've been so sneaky. And Southside Gate, he relocates back from CT spawn down into towards the lower bomb site. 2 important kills there in that round. There's all Viva on that B hold. He has been pretty quiet coming into this, but those kills very, very important for Invictus round win.
It's an interesting fact how Pokemon was so involved in going for this opening duels in Inferno. I think it was like he had won 6 duels and lost 5 duels, but he was a player making contact many a time on Inferno, and so far on Nuke, he has been involved in only 1 opening duel, which he won this previous round. So that's interesting. Facet coming out towards upper. It's the pistols, the MAC-10, and they're taking control of it. Invictus not really presenting any defense there. They're going for the retake play. And there's actually a lurk in the form of Davdov, who is floating around towards the outer area. So 5v5 post-plant on Nuke upper bomb site, something you rarely see. They're waiting for the smokes to dissipate before they go for the play here. Just a 1 flashbang for Divine Vendetta to keep the CTs at bay. The hit is going to be coming in right about now.
Here it goes, Destroy with a no-scope, taking down Ezram. Sounds like, yeah, as well with a double kill. This is just a shutdown at the moment. Havoc was waiting for his time to strike, and he does get 1 kill, but now it's all on Divdov. He's going to walk forward. Tech9 rattling shots away. He will go down. Defuse, just enough time for it. It's going to come close, and there we go. Just a millisecond on it. Divine Vendetta nearly get it done, but luckily Invictus get that defuse through.
For a moment, I felt like if he'd got a kill in the diffuser, that was it, right? That was a round.
Yeah, the round was done. Yeah, for sure. That was nearly huge, but just a little bit unfortunate. It comes down literally to the milliseconds, and 5-5 scoreline evened up. Invictus winning the rounds that they need. Not so much convincingly for the most part. A lot of damage being taken, a lot of players being dropped. But it doesn't matter how they get them as long as they do get the round wins.
Oh, again, they're going to go for the fast overhead. This time they have the weapons, though. They're going to be fancying chances, and why not? They're like, alright, they're opting to just give up the upper bomb side, playing the retake. Well, if you have the guns, maybe you can make it work. would be the thought process for the T's. Flying, smoking off the incendiary, but this is not looking good. Flashbang to pop one into play is going to drop one down, but they're just walking into the trap, getting absolutely manhandled. Viva's going to fall. Yeah, that should be a call for the save. And with that, I like this. It's a good reaction from Divine Vendetta. They realize, okay, they want to play this one safe. Fair enough. You're just going to go for the hit again, but this time with the rifle to play the post plant. And with that, it is going to be, well, nothing safe for Invictus. A good adaptation coming out from the Middle Eastern side. And for Invictus, the money is kind of broken. They lose the one round, and they will have to go once more with the pistols. With Deagles, though, I'm kind of favor Invictus.
I love how we have to preface every single round like this with that statement, because it is so true. It comes through so often. It almost feels like a crime not to bring it up. But Divine Vendetta, I feel like they almost need a real solid T side. They need a lot of rounds and a big buffer going into the second half, because we've already talked about the fact that so many teams in this region are pretty slow starters on the CT side, especially since we've seen that on Inferno. We've seen Divine Vendetta's communication be off, but Pokemon just checking that corner easily. Destroyer tried to play with a gap and a smoke, but Pokemon is completely ready for it. 10 and 7. Good opening kill. Dov ready for it. Aggressive peek from Southside Gate. Viva's positioning in towards lobby, gets a lot of info and a lot of control, but one player waiting for it. Havoc up on T roof. Now he's holding this position. It may look a little bit weird if you're new to Counter-Strike, but the position he's holding, looking into the floor, allows him vision from the ladder push and towards the exit of lobby. So he can spot both spots and immediately relocate his crosshair there instead of focusing on one position.
Well, edge ramp making a bit of noise, just heading up towards heavens, but yeah, this round's done. There's no one there. It's only gonna be Oi, but Davdov having no trouble getting the kill and leaving Viva alone in a 1v5, and this is unlikely. But 7 rounds on T side of Nuke with 13 played and 2 remaining. Now, if you're looking at like an EU match, I think you'd say, yeah, they've done their job. Like, this is looking very good for Divine Vendetta. Like, they probably given them enough of a buffer to close this one out. But considering it's Divine Vendetta Invictus Gaming, I'm just gonna say it's not open to the fat lady sings.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to expect what's going to happen in this next half. I think we've seen Invictus be so good on the T side. Also, added factor that Divine Vendetta be a little rough on that CT side. And actually, Nuke, with this addition, we've seen teams, even in the EU region at NA, we've seen a lot of rounds being picked up on the T side now, right? A huge elevation in the rounds 1. So I feel like you definitely need 1 or 2 more here for Divine and Vendetta to feel comfortable going into that second half. I think yesterday, Bren was the perfect example. They're going to win. They have to win 11 rounds on T side, it felt like. Because they were just scrapping together enough rounds on the CT side to get over the line. And this push comes through. It's Divine Vendetta trying to get in towards this A bomb site. Tight gets the opening kill. Follow up from Pokemon. They're just cleaning up right now. Destroyer finds 1 kill, but it's not going to be enough. Surely at this point, that Molotov is going to force Tyke back onto the bomb site itself. Southside JK's position though, this could be huge. Goes through the squeaky door, good kill from Ezram. Oh, the timing. Divtov finds the kill from behind now. It's all on to Destroyer. 90 HP in towards lobby with the bomb planted. Destroyer has a lot of work to do and probably not much of a chance getting it done. Divtov takes him down and it's going to be 8-5. Divine Vendetta win the half by a minimum of 1 right now. Of course, with the situation over in the Invictus gaming camp, they don't have a whole lot of money, so likely to be more than the 8 rounds already posted.
Yeah, now we're seeing why Divine Vendetta picked up Nuke, right? Like that set hit towards the upper bomb side. Invictus have no answer to it. And the retake's not easy, like especially when you leave all the players alive on the T side, they're gonna have all the crossfire setup, they're gonna be playing the anti-flash, have the extra utility as well. Look at the amount of utility they have to play their post plant. So I like what they're doing upper bomb side. Now they mix it up. Now they're going to be heading straight towards ramp where Viva's alone, caught on the open. They went for the stack towards the upper bomb side. And Xiao Sage, are they going to check him? Well, almost gets a second kill there. But yeah, rounds should be done here. I don't see the Deagles really doing much considering the force with which Divine Vendetta just pushing up. Always going to be found out as well. And leaves Destroyer alone. So 9-5. I really do like what they're showing here. are Divine Vendetta. Again, that 1v4, if that wasn't thrown away for DV, this could have been what, 11 to 2, maybe a scoreline for them. So this is a very good, solid T side coming up from Divine Vendetta. Question still remains: is their CD side good enough? Because I feel like Invictus's T side on Nuke is something you can't really take too easy either.
Although this has been a pretty average, mediocre performance from Invictus on the CT side. You have to remember, the rounds they have been able to pick up have not even been that whole lot convincing. We see one round coming in from Flying, and while this is Flying taking matters into his own hands, gets aggressive in towards lobby, finds two. Viva also getting aggressive, and immediately the kill tick coming in from Invictus. This is what we like to see. This is what we know they're capable of, and they seal the deal. 6th round at the half, not too bad, and they desperately needed that extra round, I feel. 10-5, that's really looking good for Divine Vendetta, but now 9-6, you want a pistol round here, Invictus. You could find yourselves evened up.
I like the mindset of Invictus. They're like, all right, guys, we can't retake, so let's just push them so
yeah, exactly.
they don't get the bomb
can't
down.
do much on the CT side. So you know what, Flying, go do your thing.
Yeah, I can't retake if they don't get the bomb down, right? But yeah, important round to win. Destroy, they're almost getting a second kill as a collateral. But for Divine Vendetta, look, your T side, that was great. I mean, I'm going to keep pointing out that 1v4 they lost. I'm sure we're going to be seeing the highlights as well. But apart from that, it's been a very solid T side. They win the pistol. They played an anti-eco right. They're in for winning this one very convincingly and taking map number 3 as Davdov finds Oi, who peeks it out wide. I'm not sure why you want to send like 3 Glocks out towards outer, especially with no smokes, not much utility being used, especially against these USPs from Divine Vendetta, who you know are very, very competent with the pistols. Destroyer, here's a player, but Edgeram and Havoc, they strike in tandem, leaving it all in Viva. 1v5, there's nothing you can do. And again, Divine Vendetta's pistol, so very deadly.
Yeah, they're really solid on these pistol rounds. And the reverse topic is that Invictus are quite dreadful on them. Viva in towards the hut, he's going to be looking for this, but Davdov takes him down 10-6. Divine Vendetta off to a good start into the second half as well. Now coming up is the usual force buy from Invictus Gaming. The one thing I really dislike about Invictus Gaming on their T-side pistols so far is the fact that they never even get a bomb plant, right? They never even get close to getting a bomb plant. So yeah, okay, the force buys, they're good enough to win on the Deagles, but you'd like to see what they can do even with AKs. Imagine they get a bomb plant, they have 3 AKs to play with alongside some Deagles. You're almost guaranteeing yourself a round win at that point.
Well, Divine Vendetta. Well, we saw them win the CT pistol. As long as they survive these anti-ecos, that's when I'm going to start to believe Dinko. Till then, it's still 50-50.
Let's see if they can do it. There's no kill yet from Invictus. Divine Vendetta actually given a lot of respect over to these pistols, not taking straight up fights, not getting aggressive. They did that in Inferno. It didn't really work for them. So much more passive setup. It does give a lot of space to Invictus, but as long as they win the battles when it comes to the choke point fights, it should be a bit more of a long range battle at this point towards outside. Ezram aware that the players are probably towards outside at the moment. He's kind of chilling back in. Mini doesn't want to commit yet, and Divdov's going to get a good start. Destroyer going down to the HE grenade. Now man advantage in play for Divine Vendetta. Victor's gathering in towards lobby. The rest of the players coming this way. They've got a Galil in the hands of Flying. The rest with the Eagles about to hit this A-bomb site, and that's a perfect timing for that smoke. You can see they wanted to go through the door, but now that smoke comes in, they have to change it. They're going back over towards ramp, and with 30 seconds left, they need this immediate kill on towards Havoc.
Utility they have, the Havoc perfect time Molotov as well, just keeping them at bay. There's nothing they can do, and Havoc knows they have to go pushing in through the smoke. So Flying gets to 1 consolation kill. 17 seconds on the clock. Is going to head straight on down, but there's a player waiting towards Decon, and it's going to be a free kill for the man. It's going to be Edge Ram. He peeks on out and prevents the bomb from getting planted. He was making sure it was not a fake. 11-6, much better from Divine Vendetta there. They lose a couple of players, but they're going to be okay with it. And for Invictus, no bomb planted. They went for the force buy. It's going to be another eco. And Divine Vendetta, they're going to get a 12 rounds, showing why they picked Nuke. And now I'm starting to believe, Dinko. Now I'm starting to believe that they knew what they're doing with this Nuke pick.
Yeah, they came into this with a few question marks beside them, but now that they win the pit stall, they get the follow-up round as well. They survived the Deagle. The utility usage was on point in that round as well. Big issue for Invictus. They couldn't gather up, they couldn't use their strength in numbers, and well, now they're going to try and vent dive. They'll get down towards the lower bomb site, sprinting away, trying to get those digits punched in to allow a little bit of extra cash to enter their bank accounts, and oh, they're not going to get it. Good peek from Pokemon from the double door. Should be able to get ball plant eventually though. Viva just making sure it's a safer plant. Although that's the job done, right? That was goal number 1 coming into this. Anything other than that is a huge bonus and pretty unlikely, to be honest. That's that guy now coming through the vent. He has a bit of a flank on towards Decon, so he could potentially find a kill here, but he's going to be checked. Taika with the MP9, money picked up here for him, but most importantly, here comes the buy from Invictus Gaming. They'll be able to get everything they want thanks to that bomb plant. Utility is going to be there, all the rifles, the AWP if they want it. Now 12-6 over here for Divine Vendetta. It's a bit of a bonus round. They're keeping most of their weaker weapons in play. 4 of them are weaker weapons as well. You've got the Famatsu play, UMP, MP9, and just the one premium rifle in the form of the M4A4.
Well, for Invictus, there was a time for them to try and close this one out. They need to start right now. Divine Vendetta just like getting a couple. Ooh, the peek from Edgeram. Cheeky. Shaosaki. I barely even saw him, and I have X-ray on, which is wild. Pokemon finds flying through the smoke, and they're just getting hammered down. Beaver's made his way up, but he's got too many angles to check. They walk into the slaughter. And Destroyer, he watches his stream get this completely wrecked and destroyed, and Havoc looking a little confused there as Destroyer, he finds a couple. He finds a couple. Bomb's still down, though. So he needs a lot more work to do. He hasn't taken a single point of damage, but look at the setup from the CTs. 2 above the hut, 1 on the bomb side, just looking in the general direction. They should have heard that AK-47 being picked up. Destroyer has no option but to go for this. Kind of finds a timing. He's pushing out through the smoke, finds another kill, but a quick trade, ensuring there was no way in hell Destroyer would be able to clutch it out. Valiant effort from him, though, from 1v5 making it a 1v2, but Divine Vendetta, they win such a crucial round. Now, despite Invictus going to be having the money to go for the buy, they're definitely running out of rounds. But Divine Vendetta, they're just growing from strength to strength in this map.
They really are, and it's nice to see they're playing good Counter-Strike. They feel much more comfortable here, at least. You can see it. Invictus quite disjointed in their approaches. A few mistakes coming in. Actually, we've seen some signs of life from flying. But for the most part, not really the level he's been at across all of the maps we've seen so far from him. Viva's been quiet coming into this as well. Oi, extremely quiet. One of his only kills coming in this round. He's up to 5 now. So the firepower is something we usually talk about, being available in heaps for the Invictus side. Actually, quite vacant at the moment. Havoc down in towards the lower bomb site already. Destroyer, swings the door open, a decon. He might go down, but Viva luckily keeps his teammate alive. Now a chance here for Invictus to win this round. They've got a man advantage. Bomb plant will come through as well.
Veteran was close by towards the ramp. He could have just tossed in the nade and prevented that from the plant from happening. But yep, he does toss in the nade. Doesn't quite get the kill. 2v3. Edgeram finds one. Davidoff rather. He is very low in health. They do have the smoke and a couple of flashes. They can potentially just try and stick this. Edgeram though pushes in. He's going to get the kill, and flying. Davidoff is already very low with 3 players staying alive, despite Oi and Destroyer being very, very low indeed. It was not to be. So Invictus have finally stemmed the bleeding. But it's still leaking all over the place, Dinko. It's spilling all over the floors, and it's not looking good.
Wouldn't look
sounded
good.
very grim.
Yeah, that wouldn't look good at all.
Havoc's been having a hell of a game, though.
Oh, he has, right? He's been pretty impressive throughout this tournament so far. Obviously, we played the 1 best of 3, but I was quite unfamiliar with Havoc, right? Coming into this tournament, didn't really know too much about him. But he impressed. He's got a lot of skill.
I actually
He's got
feel
the
like
best name over there as well.
Havoc, the Indian Havoc,
his real
Australian
name.
one. Love Paras, yep.
Yeah.
It's if you dig up his history in Asian CS, he's played a lot of events. He used to play with Nasser before that was called Risky Gaming, the UAE team.
Yeah.
This is obviously a completely different lineup for him, but his team whichever team we played for used to be the team always, most of the times, representing the Middle Eastern region for all these Asian events, or even some of the Asian minors, right? And it's kind of unfortunate for them. Like, they always come close, but they always seem to fall at the very
ping
end.
issues as well for them, isn't it?
Yeah, but even on LAN, I've seen them perform on LAN. They looked very, very solid in some of the minors. I think the Zawi Extremes LAN as well. But yeah, just lack of opportunities, I feel like. But hold on, Pokemon wants to catch them all, but he's just only going to find one. Tyke with a couple, though. Flying replies back, but this is looking very grim. But Flying will fall all in Destroyer again, this time in a 1v2. However, being on 12 HP, is he going to time this one right? But no, Davdov peeks around the corner, 14-7. Divine Vendetta, they're making this look clean, they're making this look easy, and they just need 2 more rounds to take it to map number 3.
I think Divine Vendetta have done enough for me so far in this tournament to give me confidence in them moving forward in this event. I think they should be one of the teams that just about avoid the bottom 2 spots. I think there's some very weak teams in here they'll be able to take down. Divine Vendetta, to me, look like a roster that have that potential, and I'm excited to see what they can do further in this tournament. Utility's going to be used up. It's going to be a buy round here from Invictus. We're starting to get into the last few stages, their last few chances for them. Flying's going to get that opening kill onto Ezram. Man advantage picked up from Invictus Gaming. Gonna try and convert this, but Pokemon, he's going to pull it right back, gets aggressive, but stays up on top of Red a little too long, and now he's dead.
Well, Invictus still not going to go down. The fighting in Davdov, though, again, the aggression from this man. He's aware. He's aware where the second player is going to come in from. And Davdov, just so much awareness as Havoc's going to catch Oi as well. And the man advantage is just falling apart, Dinko. It's going to be Xiao Sage. He finds one, but with that kill, is given away his position. Well, finds Davdov. It's suddenly looking doable. And he's going to clutch it out. 1v3. The bomb was nowhere nearby. And yet, somehow, from the jaws of defeat, he just... I don't know how he brought that back.
That's just utterly incredible. That's it. That's the kind of round that might swing things around here for Invictus. Might give them an opportunity to start to claw a few rounds back in. But he has been the player that has been performing above double figures, really doing a good bit of work. And yeah, one of those frightening in-game leaders. Oh, quick play again, Invictus, this is something they love. They love to change the pace, and we'll see if Divine Vendetta can hold on. It's Ezram with the Deagle. Okay, the Deagle's popping off, getting kills left, right, and center, but luckily Oi gets one back, but it's not enough. A 3 versus 1 in total for Flying. He's gonna find it, surely, at this point. That's the easiest 1 versus 3 I've ever seen. How's he made it look that easy? Flying is just incredible.
Yeah, but also Divine Vendetta almost giving Invictus a taste of their own medicine with the Deagles.
That was close.
But yeah, they win 2, but both the rounds were 2 1v3s, Dinko. That's not a sustainable way of, you know, kind of coming back into this series. They still haven't hit double digits, and for Divine Vendetta, yeah, it's gonna be an eco right now, but as long as they stick to their guns, stick to what they've been doing so far, I still feel they're gonna close this one out, maybe 16-12, maybe 16-13, but still eventually. But you can never ever count out Invictus is one thing I've learned.
You can always do some damage, and what? The kill's coming back in. There's the pistols available for Divine Vendetta into this round, and not the good kind either. 250 USP. There's Viva in the bomb plant. Tight goal, he swings the door open, but Oi was always coming in from behind. 10 rounds picked up. As soon as you hit double figures, I feel like there's that sort of mental switch that turns on in your head. Okay, right, it's 14-10 now. This is certainly doable if we just keep our heads down and take it round by round. And oh, I love how he's going to attempt this knife kill. It would be ill-advised to chase up the vent. There is only USP on the other side, and they have got a player on upper already. Oi hunting him down. I wouldn't really be a fan of losing a player here on the T side, to be honest. And oh, they're going to jump around the corner. Luckily, I was like, yeah, he does take him down. 14-10, double figures reach now for Invictus Gaming. Money back in the bank for Divine Vendetta. It's time to show us what they're made of in this one.
Well, the buy is... it's going to be pretty decent. And oh, there we go. No, yeah, it's not terrible, but I appreciate how Divine Vendetta have opted to give more priority to the utility rather than just going for the full rifle buys. We have see a couple of FAMASs there, but hey, that's fine. Personally, I'd like maybe an MP7 coming out, or maybe a UMP, just to have that extra incendiary or two. But yeah, that's fine. No kits though, so that means Divine Vendetta, they need to make sure that retake should not be a scenario they have to be faced with. Xiao Sage with the Mac 10, game leader. They're just pushing on in fearlessly, and he's gonna spot out Davdov. It's pretty close up. He's done a great job, but this is, I feel, a little unnecessary. Kill happens for Davdov, and he is gonna be holding the line, and this could be it. This could be map and match by Destroyer. Once again, left another clutch scenario, but this time, Dinko, it's a 1v5. The bomb dropped in no man's land, and he should be done for. Davdov gets the kill. That looked a little discombobulated. I guess that's the word I'm looking for here for Invictus.
Yeah, they certainly were a little confused as to what was happening in that one, and Dov getting one and good repositioning just to fall back in and relocate and really baits Viva into taking that fight. I feel like a lot of these Asian teams kind of smell blood, right? And they immediately just start taking the fight. So you just stop thinking about all logical explanations as to why one player would fall back and try and pull you into a bait setup. It's just kind of, well, that's the fight I'm taking, and I will do everything to take that fight. So, good start again in this round from Divine Vendetta. It's Divdov that takes down Viva, a man advantage picked up. See if they can convert this round into a win on map number 2 to send us to the 3rd. Destroyer's gonna put one back on the Deagle.
Oh. This is it, Dinko.
Yep, certainly done at this point. Destroy the last remaining player. There's nothing he can do now with this Deagle. He's got an AK to play with, but Havoc's position, he's just been so good, but he's going to go down. Destroyer finds him. 1 minute left in play. Good bit of time for Destroyer to try and work with here. Issue is 25 HP. Because he does have the bomb. So 3 players. It becomes very difficult to see a world in which this does happen. Destroyer's going to start walking forward. Looks towards heaven. No one coming over the top, and there it is. Kill comes in from Divdov. It's going to be 16 to 10. Divine Vendetta force us to a 3rd map. Brilliant stuff on the 2nd map. Actually, quite convincing, to be honest. Invictus looked pretty damn rough on the CT side. You have to remember, a couple of rounds that they even got was off the back of a Zeus 1 versus 4 from flying. And, well, that's not sustainable. I don't even think that needs to be said.
I think just to underline how convincing that was, right? 16 to 10 scoreline, and they still lost 3 1v3, 1v3, another 1v4, like you just mentioned right there. Despite that, it was a very one-sided affair. And I don't know about you guys, Jason, Mitch, but I'm starting to kind of believe in this Middle Eastern team right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at them in general, and they seem to be a team. Okay, there's one thing that worries me, but there's also a good sign to it at the same time. So the big worrying thing for me is it doesn't seem like they really have that player that like pulls a flying or that pulls a Viva that just all of a sudden out of nowhere just like outshines everyone on the team. But ignoring that point, everyone seems to be performing well in team. Like there's really not a big discrepancy between 1st place and like last place in terms of kills within their roster, right? There's never like someone on the team who's got 5 kills, you know, at the end of the match, or even like, you know, end of 3/4 of the game. So in general, they play really well together. But I still feel like there may be, like, as we think back to the 1st map on Inferno, like they're still missing a little bit of something. Maybe it's just like some individual brilliance out of Invictus Gaming that caused them to not have the 1st game under their belts. But they're definitely like a formidable team. I mean, Invictus Gaming, they beat Tai Lu earlier on yesterday, and yet they're being pushed into a 3rd map now against this team.
Yeah, I think one of the problems now for...
I think the CT side is just so weak from Invictus. This is something you just have to work on moving forward. And it feels like we said that about a lot of the teams in this region, but it's so true. Invictus could be a real solid team if they just work on those CT sides. And on the T side, they didn't really have too much going for them either, really. So I feel like this was just a map where Invictus looked pretty rough. And maybe go back to the drawing board here on Nuke. We go to the final map, and Divine Vendetta are going to have a lot of confidence after winning that one so convincingly. And the individuals definitely showed up this time. Havoc was looking absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, I think one of the things we can draw away from this when we look at how Nuke went is that even without Pokemon stepping it up to the extent that we were saying maybe he needed to, we had Havoc, we had, how are we saying it now? Davdov?
Davdov.
Davdov, okay.
Like Davidov, but
gotcha.
Yeah.
But yeah, Invictus, they didn't have Flying showing up here. I don't think that's going to maintain when we go to Nuke. And he's going to be back on form. That's just one bad map. That's perfectly acceptable. Last time these teams played was, what, 4 days ago on Dust 2. And we saw it go 16-12 to Invictus. But I don't know if I believe in that coming through again. You see, we've seen since then that the T side is very strong for Divine Vendetta. In this series so far, they've even proven to us that they can put up good T numbers. I mean, just look at their Nuke. Now, when we moved to the last game, we saw them versus Mazalai. They found an 11-round T side. That is pretty impressive. Versus D13 a month ago, again, 10 rounds. Tyloo, 8. So they've been pretty damn consistent over on the terrorist side. We'll forget the Mazalai game I haven't brought up. And my only issue is if they get off to a poor start CT side. If they win the knife round, get CT side, and go slowly into Dust 2, I really doubt that Invictus will give them the space to actually close this out, because coming into Nuke, I think Invictus would have been a little bit looser. They would have thought this series was theirs, and now they're definitely woken up.
Well, we do have our MVP of that last map, and it's got to be someone that makes Bled very happy. It's going to be Havoc. And I think for good reason. Again, like you can see the kills, the ADR in particular. I'm not sure what else there's to say. I mean, pretty damn solid player, and he definitely stepped up when they needed him.
Yeah, he's just been a sheer force of consistency in his lineup, right? He used to be the in-game leader in some of his earlier teams, but Edgeram calling the shots just kind of frees up Havoc to do what he does best, which is basically taking hits and taking these duels against players like Aviva, like Oi, like Flying, and he's winning most of them. Consistency throughout, and I think that is something that they were kind of missing from Divine Vendetta. And bear in mind, he's a new player coming into this lineup, right? It was Misty playing for them earlier when they were... really feel like this upgrade, it's showing. This new game was a very, very convincing win, and heading to Dust 2, yeah, we saw a scrappy game from them against Mazalai, but you know, if they tighten some of the little bit mistakes they made here and there, and if what Mitch said doesn't really come true, I feel like Invictus will still have to battle it out. I still feel Invictus are going to take the series, but players like Havoc, like Davdov, for example, being so consistent with the AWP, and as long as they don't throw away certain 1v4s to Zeus's, I think they're in for a pretty good time on this map.
See, I'm actually personally worried for Divine Vendetta going into Dust 2. Because obviously it's a very like puggy, individually skill-based map. And if you have Flying playing like he's done in pretty much every map we've seen so far, I don't know if they can contest that too much. I mean, obviously what Mitch said before about their T side is extremely strong, but I think it might be a little bit of maybe a different beast going up against Invictus. I mean, Mazalai and Invictus Gaming, I think, are two teams you can't really say are on, at least at the moment from what we've seen, on the same level. But I still feel like personally this is going to go Invictus's way. I don't know about you, Dinko.
Yeah, I feel like Invictus, they should be able to pick this up. They are the favorites coming into the matchup, but from the performance on Nuke, I don't really know. I think Divine actually have so much skill that it might actually be a real close affair heading into this final map, and one that I could definitely see a world in which Divine pick up. But I'm going to stick by my initial prediction that it should be Invictus winning this series, but I can definitely see it go either way.
I think one of the issues that I have just looking at that, though, Dust 2, is that we saw the last time they played, Invictus were winning the vast majority of the opening duels. That's not something, and closing out those rounds, that's why their CT side ended up being able to shut out Divine Vendetta's incredible T side. It was a 9-6 half to Invictus on the CT. And obviously, as I said, Divine Vendetta don't really have the CT side to make up for that. But in that match right there, Nuke, that was incredibly one-sided. The fact that Davidov was 6 for 1 in opening duels, Ezram 6 for 3, Pokemon 4 for 0. They had no problem in those early fights. The trades were not found as consistently as you'd like. If that comes through to Dust 2, if Invictus end up struggling to actually convert those openings on the CT side and play their safe style afterwards, I think Divine Vendetta have a real shot at taking it.
Well, you know what? We don't need to talk about it any more than this, because we're going to be going to a short break. We're going to be jumping straight back into our match. It's going to be on Dust 2. We're going to find out which team will take home the victory. This is PAL Summer 2020 for the Asian RMR event. We'll see you guys after a short break.
You know what that mean, here come a king. Bow down, don't step in the ring. The end is near, hear the fat lady sing. You hear them loud thumps, that's the crowd stumps. Wild and reckless, boy, they call us the wild ones. Never had no guidance, got a thirst for violence. Don't sleep, hold up eyelids. Here come the rebels, the lost ones, the forgotten, the weirdos, and the odd ones. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. Yeah.
地图往事。炙热沙城2诞生于2001年，是大多数玩家最早熟悉的地图之一。简单的地形，且有较远的交火距离，非常考验玩家的枪法基本功和配合。平台总有好戏上演。Get Right 曾在比赛中只剩15秒的情况下，仅剩20滴血，完成了最后1秒的压哨绝杀。
The old C said a bit of a no issue at all. Get Right, trying to all 1v2, running up here, G250 out, jumping and shooting, he gets one more kill, looking for it, he's got him hunted down, time is up, oh my god, Get Right, you're gonna be kidding me, he gets the last kill in 1 second left.
A 小道作为通向 A 区的重要支路，同样也是兵家必争之地。在这里 ，Edward 的一颗藏烟闪会让大家了解道具的重要性。
This is insane. Edward, he gets one, he gets two. It's down to a 1v1 here. A trend against Edward. Thumb planted, smoke in. Edward, that volley goes out. The trend's on it. Oh, and Edward goes wild. 从 A 小道来到中路，名场面更是层出不穷。Fnatic 技家的4把大狙，至今令 Apex 难忘。这波操作也留下了 CS:GO 中著名的彩蛋之一——中门对狙。A 区有如此多精彩集锦 ，B 区也诞生了不少经典镜头。前有 Guardian 凭借一己之力打破 B 区的铜墙铁壁。
Есть такая фраза, когда Словак остается один против троих и окружает команду Fnatic.
后有 Simple 一招天降龙驹，戏耍前队友。炙热沙城2这张地图上留下了太多经典画面，而亚洲的选手们表现又会如何？让我们拭目以待。
Hello, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to get into the final map of this best of 3. Invictus coming in hot after winning against Tyloo yesterday. They take map number 1, but they fall flat on Nuke. Now we find ourselves on Dust 2. We'll conclude this digital battle here. And while Dust 2 is one of those maps where we always talk about the fact that it's not as tactical as the others in the pool. It's all about those aim duels. And coming into this, that will provide some exciting Counter-Strike.
Yeah, you might not see necessarily like super highly tactical rounds on Dust 2, right? But you will still need to see your fundamentals being used properly. Like, for example, how you have setups on the CT side. Do you want to give up mid? Do you want to give up short control? Do you want to play retake? These fundamentals will still be in play. For me, what surprises me is when it comes to the B bomb side. We've seen a few changes. We saw the roof of tunnels getting removed a while ago. And yet, we didn't see much of a difference in how the meta is on the B bomb side. And now with the doors being flipped, I thought something would change. We haven't seen that either. So for me, I want to see one of these teams, kind of step it up and maybe kind of change the way the B bomb side's played a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Asian CS for what a lot of people talk about is the craziness, but it does have a lot of innovation. We see a lot coming through from this region. I think of Vertigo the other day, we just seen a crazy boost you were casting with Tom over there, and I've seen some crazy boosts on Vertigo that we haven't seen yet. So these guys can pull off some incredible stuff. So yeah, I'm interested to see what sort of approaches they have, if there's anything different here on Dust 2, because it is one of those maps where it has been the same for such a long time across all of the regions. So it will be interesting to see if we can get anything different going on.
Yeah, I think Dust 2, I think it gets a lot of hate unnecessarily. Personally, I like Dust 2. I think it's been, it is the most popular map, I believe, in all of esports or all of video games. If you think about it, people who don't even know Counter-Strike are aware of Dust 2. And we do have a little bit of a recap for you, gentlemen, over here. We have 11-16. That was a score line where Invictus coming out on top on Inferno, looking very good. But Nuke was basically Divine Vendetta, and that scoreline could have been even worse for Invictus if Divine Vendetta hadn't kind of like thrown those clutches. It was a 1v4, a 1v3, and another 1v3, which are won by Invictus, and yet it was still only 10 rounds they got in total. So a very convincing showing from Nuke. I thought they had a game plan in mind. It works out. Dust 2 is a different ball game, like you said, Dinko. Against Mazalai, who are probably the weakest team right now in the tournament, they struggled. It required Havoc and Pokemon just popping off, hitting some nutty shots with the Scouts and the Deagles, which netted them that win. Against Invictus, they need to make it way more tighter, way more cleaner in the way they approach some of these rounds.
Yeah, we do have a little bit of time before this game gets started, so we can remind ourselves of the current standings, because we've had some, like you said, Mazalai coming into this as one of the teams that we'd expect to do a little bit better, but they've looked flat, so they're right at the bottom at the moment. Tyloo, Invictus have beaten them, and they're joined at the bottom right now, ninth place for them, but Vici Gaming, they're a team we've seen play so far, haven't really looked brilliant, but third place at the moment, but we'll see what they can do as their next matches prevail. But what's the main team that's sort of jumping off the page for you at the minute, Blair?
Well, it has to be Tiger firstly, but they have obviously played 3 games, so being on top right there. But Divine Vendetta, like I know it's still early days, but Divine Vendetta and Bren just being in the middle, they've won one, they've lost one. They're kind of like in the middle of the pack, and these are the 2 teams who, if you take on Mazla and Lucid Dream, on paper, you'd be like, all right, Divine Vendetta and Lucid and Bren would probably struggle a bit, but so far they've shown some fight. But Divine Vendetta, this is a real test. If they can take Dust 2. If they can win the series in Invictus, that's a huge boost. And suddenly, everyone's going to be looking at them with very different lenses, me included.
Yeah, definitely. I think coming into this, we got to look at this team as a mix, as a team that you don't really expect much of. But when they come into the tournament, they're showing up, they're playing against these teams, and they're looking good as individuals. Taking down Invictus is a statement moving forward, and it will get a lot of respect for them. A lot of these teams in Asia, I think Tyloo, probably we've seen that yesterday, didn't provide a whole lot of respect in their opening game. You can see how that comes back to bite you. So I think a lot of respect is going to be gained if they win against Invictus today. So a lot rides in this for the Invictus roster moving forward as well, for their confidence and momentum that they've managed to pick up against Tyloo. But I noticed something within that matchup, and it's a small detail, but you can notice that they're a mixed team, mainly because Havoc is wearing a hoodie in his profile picture. And generally that is a sign of a player that's played in so many different teams. None of them have the team jerseys, they're not reformed, they're not refined as the rest of the rosters, but finally they've got a little bit of backing, and hopefully this means that this team can have a future and move forward and start to build on what they've got already.
Yeah, for a team that started out, I think I mentioned it as, as a pug team, Camel Riders, right? They won the Asian minor, and it's unfortunate they had to play everything online. They're the team furthest away from the servers compared to everyone else in the eastern part of Asia. But yeah, they're looking good. I think Havoc is definitely a big upgrade over Misty, and he has played with EdgeRam in the past. It's a small, close-knit community in the Middle East. When I talk in the Middle East, obviously, it's a very big region, even in Counter-Strike. There are 2 main parts in the Middle East. It's the GCC, that's the Gulf Cooperation Council countries like the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar. You have Oman and a couple of other countries. It's slipping my mind right now. I think we have Bahrain in there as well. And Kuwait. There we go. I got them all right.
You got them.
And these are the 6 countries who kind of play together because they all ping well to Dubai. Then you have the rest of the Middle East, when it comes to the MENA countries, where I'm talking about like Jordan, you have Turkey coming in, you have some of the players from Israel, for example, and then North Africa. They play in their own region because the ping doesn't work out. It's kind of weird. When you have a Middle Eastern qualifier, there's never a fair server for any of them. So this team is primarily consisting of players from the GCC region, albeit we have a Pakistani player, we have an Indian player as well who live and work in Dubai. So it's interesting where all these players come from a region which has been long ignored for unfortunate reasons, right? Geographically speaking, internet-wise. So for them to put up a show like this, get wins over the likes of an Invictus or maybe even a Vici, I think it's a big thing for the region.
And the exciting thing about this tournament is the fact that some of these weaker teams you don't really ever get to see go deep in the qualifiers or go into these big tournaments to play against the top Asian teams. With the format that we're rocking at the minute here at this event, we get to see everybody play against everybody. We've got 10 teams playing in a group round robin format, all best of 3, so we should be seeing the best teams prevail. But then again, Blair, we haven't seen that already. The ones that are favourites on paper have been losing best of 3s.
Yeah, I mean, look. Let's look at the results we're seeing online right now in the CIS Road to Rio, in the NA Road to Rio, in the EU Road to Rio in the past few months. So if those upsets can happen, I would be just flabbergasted if this didn't happen in Asia. It's already something which is a staple in Asian CS, where like, you know what, online Asian CS, anything can happen. But even though it's more on the line with all the RMR points, all the money on the line as well, I kind of feel like it's going to happen. It's going to eventually happen, especially when you have these particular names in the mix. You're going to be seeing some big upsets taking place. And I, for one, I like upsets. I think it's fun.
Yeah, it is fun, especially when it puts pressure on the top teams. You know, you can't really let them sit back and just relax. They realize, okay, well, if we're going to make the playoffs, we need to beat the rest of the teams in front of us. And you get a little bit complacent sometimes when you're one of the top teams. You've won every single qualifier in the region. You always make the big events. But the thing is, there's only one spot, right, in the majors. So coming through this RMR event, there's so many opportunities for the teams to qualify. It's not like the minors where we usually would just see Tyler go take that spot, right? There's only one spot available, so they've got a lot of work to do in getting this spot. And currently, Tyloo have already fallen behind in terms of not winning that final over in Rio. So it's not looking good. And Tyloo have a couple of problems, and so do our players on the server at the moment. A couple of connection issues. We're just discussing the fact, actually, a couple of connection issues and how it plagues the scene, really, in Asia. So unfortunately, we've got a few network errors. We should be getting those fixed very shortly. But until then, we're going to go to a short break, and then we'll be right back to continue the action.
You know what that mean, here come a king. Bow down, don't step in the ring. The end is near, hear the fat lady sing. You hear them loud thumps, that's the crowd stumps. Wild and reckless, boy, they call us the wild ones. Never had no guidance, got a thirst for violence. Don't sleep, hold up your eyelids. Here come the rebels, the lost ones, the forgotten, the weirdos, and the odd ones. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. Yeah, nah, you can't rock with us. A ticking time bomb, who wanna talk with us? All has fallen, we thrive in destruction. So hide your jewels, keep your chains tucked in. Watch the beauty all turn, nowhere to hide when the beauties all burn. Bring on the chaos, we won't make him. Take us to your leader and watch us take him. Kick in the door and break in. Take everything you stole from us, everything that you owe to us. Take every opportunity you never showed to us. With no mask, so you know it's us. Listen to our war bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. War paint on our faces, battle of the ages. We ain't the safest, we was locked in cages. You tried your best to erase us, now you gotta face us. Nobody can save us, we wild and dangerous. Nobody can tame us, who's sparking the flames up? You can go and blame us. You can go and blame us. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to get right into the action here. Third map available to us. The network issues have been resolved and we're ready to get into things. Divine Vendetta fighting back on Nuke. We find ourselves here on Dust 2 and the Pistorans. They've been a bit of an issue for the Invictus team. And Bit of a slower approach to the B bomb site. Utility finally being used up, and now they go forward. Flying, looking to try and change this for the team, looking to try and get a pit still win under their belt. Destroyer with 1 kill. Follow up from Flying, and to look for the lineup of multiple players. Havoc with the headshot, Destroyer gone. And well, so far so good for the Chinese side.
The Havoc, just pretty much a 1v3 for him in that scenario, but he gets 3 kills, leaving it all on Oi. He can't find Havoc, who's very low. He's going to get the bomb down. Now Davdov, I don't care what's pronounced, but it's all on him. 1v1. Needs to pick up the bomb, which he will. He's going to go for the plant as well, since he knows exactly where the player is, but I'm not too sure if he wants to face the Glock at that range, especially with the aim that Oi has shown he possesses. This is not going to be easy. Bomb will be planted, and now the 1v1.
1v1 indeed. Oi coming back in. They need to pistol around here, but Davdov, that's just incredible. Jumping up onto the boxes under the window, and the headshot collected. A round that was looking good for Invictus, but their pistol woe round wins. They just don't come their way. Unfortunately, the woes continue. And while Invictus, we know they're good on deagles, but how many times do we have to say that? I really would love to see them win a pistol round every now and then, Plur.
Well, this is all Havoc, right? Like, in the smoke, just being a Wraith, a ninja, and saving his team there. That round should have definitely gone the way of Invictus, if you ask me. But, hey, rounds around. Again, we have the deagles. This time, a couple of scouts, though. And Destroyer with the scout. Xiaosa gave it 1 as well. Looking to take these duels. I've not been a fan with how Divine Vendetta, even on Nuke, I'm not being a fan of how they played some of their anti-ecos on the T side. So hopefully they tighten things up a little bit here on Dust 2.
Would be a good way to go, especially going up against the formidable opponents on the deagles. Utility coming down in towards short. It's a Nig. Just about dodges Tyke. Held back a little bit behind it, and now the headshot comes through Tyke with the Galil. Takes down Viva, and now a man advantage in play for Divine Vendetta, but Oi looks to get aggressive. Havoc was holding, still is. I just know that Oi is going to find the timing. You know he is.
He's so good at it, right? And he hears him running up now. This is the time for him to strike. He's going to push on out. Flying finds a kill. Now, with the flank coming in, it's going to be a little too late, so he won't be able to gather much information, but they know the hit's going to be coming in towards speed. Destroyer. Oh, he almost gets a kill. How is... I thought he would probably get the wall bang there, but no. Davdov surviving by the skin of his teeth. Oi has pushed on up, though. He's right next to Davdov, who's hiding inside of the smoke. Doing his best to stay alive. 3v4. Post plant. Not looking good for Invictus here, and if I'm them, I fall back here. They have a kit, they have Kevlar, they have those weapons. You want to fall on back, maybe give yourselves a second chance to try and steal the force buy win away from them. They've even picked up a UMP in the hands of Mr. Roy, so all things considered, for Divine Vendetta, they will survive the scare, they will get the bomb down, they will win the round, but it's not done yet. Invictus have these weapons to work with. But at least they do survive the initial force buy. Can it survive against the scouts and the UMP? I'm not too sure yet. The deagle in the hands of Oi. He's going to probably drop that over either to Viva or onto Flying. So, still dangerous are Invictus with these, with the guns they have at the moment.
Divine Vendetta do a good job though at picking up the round win nonetheless. 2-0 on the board. They got off to a good start on this T side. We know they can build up a lot of momentum, so this could be quite good for Divine Vendetta here on Dust 2. Close B contact play coming in. There's Ram throwing the flash around the corner, looks to take the straight up aim duel against Flying, but he's going to find one. Luckily, the trade does come in, and then Davdov takes down his own teammate in the chaos. He was trying to shut down Viva, but I believe they just sort of eclipsed each other, and now Viva just peeks out, still alive, takes down the bomb, a big deagle headshot, and now it's going to happen, Blair. Oh, missed shots from Oi, but he's still alive. So, still being alive causes issues.
And the bomb's not been picked up yet. Now, they have a lot of time to work with, and what Pokemon's doing is just waiting for his teammate Havoc to come creeping up from lower tunnels. I like this for Invictus. Look at this. All three players pushing up together because always push up towards from lower tunnels. They have control of the bomb now. And when Havoc or Pokemon, they make their way inside, his smoke's going to come in, blocking it off. 50 seconds. They still have time. But 4v2, and we know how deadly these scouts and deagles can be. 3 scouts now for Invictus. This is looking rough. Oi, caught looking the wrong way, but Havoc, he's gonna get peeked. 4 players looking his direction. Oi's actually gonna get the frag, and Pokemon left alone now in a 1v4. It's happening again, Dinko. We thought that Divine Vendetta would probably survive the Force Bite. But again, the deagles, the scouts, so deadly, and Pokemon gets caught out with a smoke in his hand. Destroy comes running out. They keep all 4 players alive, retrieve an AK and a Galil as well. And oh boy, it's all gone wrong once more.
All gone right though for Invictus. They'll be happy with that. And they get a little bit lucky there as well towards the end of the round. Oi making sure that he gets off the top of that box. Now 2-1. It's Divine Vendetta over here with what they've got in play. It's not going to be a whole lot. They can maybe get a deagles, a few out of their own. We know they have been known to do a lot of damage in these force buy scenarios or low buy. Here on Dust 2, Invictus, their buy can look real solid right now. They can keep these scouts in play. The MP9's good in this kind of scenario where you're going to have the weaker weapons going up against you. Divine Vendetta haven't purchased anything, so this is a perfect time for this MP9 to pick up some money. Finally, though, they're going to purchase up. It's going to be Pokemon deciding to buy a Galil, helmet, Kevlar for every single player buying up now. It's going to be the force buy investment. So we'll see if Divine Vendetta can pull this off. If they lose this round, obviously there's a huge risk involved because then they go on to lose the next few. So good chance here for Invictus to pick up a pretty good start on their CT side after losing the initial rounds.
Interesting how they opt to keep... Oh, kind of fail Molotov. Interesting how they opt to keep both the scouts. Ooh, what? Okay, Xiao Sage, Destroyer, just completely annihilating that long take. Edgeram does reply back. Now Xiao Sage alone with the scout. He gets a tag, but doesn't get the kill. Edgeram alive on 1 HP. Now, Viva finds this kill. It's going to be big. Davdov. Oh, he kind of fluffs that spray. That should have been the kill for him, and it's all an Edgeram. The in-game leader, the captain of Divine Vendetta, on 1 point of health. 1 solitary point of health. He's got the bomb in his back. Now, he could potentially, if the timing works on White, if he just goes crossing the door on the left-hand side. But there is a player now all the way top of mid. He doesn't spot him. I think he spotted him. Yeah, he spotted him, and Flying's ready for the play there. Edgeram, a little unfortunate. I feel like if timing worked out in his favor, he went towards the left-hand side of the middle doors. He could have headed towards the B bombs. I'd got the bomb done at the very least. It would still have been a very, very rough post-plant defense from him. But Invictus Gaming, on what was just a couple of scouts and some of the upgraded rifles, they make it work. And for Divine Vendetta, it's going to be Eco City once more. And that MP9 from Flying, it could be a problem, like you mentioned earlier.
Well, this moment, Divine Vendetta sending 2 players towards the lower tunnels early into the round. They're going to go straight down and towards middle. Pokemon playing more passive in towards the tunnel. Knows that Invictus get aggressive, but waiting for that. It's not coming through. Xiao Sage, they stand tight early on into the round. An advantage baked out for Invictus now. Virtually just begun as well. Obviously losing a player initially here for this T side really does weaken their chances of being able to pull anything off. They don't have any utility. They can't smoke up short and try and neutralize the fights from long and take the fights down in towards Goose and the bomb side itself. So the likelihood of Divine Vendetta even doing anything in this round is pretty low.
Yeah, especially looking at the positioning from the CTs, right? They're looking, they're holding the long range angles, looking to take the long range duels, not really giving an opportunity for the deagles to land those body shots. But do you see the players heading towards that B bomb site? Viva, they have an inkling. They have an inkling that's going to be towards B. They have the scout and the MP9s. Should still suffice, considering there's no armor or any of the players apart from Edgeram with the deagle. And he goes with the peek. Viva finds 1, finds 2, looking for more. Bomb dropped, and they know exactly where the final player is. Pokemon, well, they survive for a bit more with Viva there, but a nice little triple kill. And with that, yeah, Invictus, their anti-egos have been pretty solid, but Divine Vendetta, the buy is going to be coming on out. I just want to point out how I find it very interesting, the nationalities. We talk about different nationalities forming all these super teams, like obviously the one big name would be FaZe and then Mouse Sports, right? But if you look at Divine Vendetta, we have an Indian, we have a Pakistani, We have 2 players from the United Arab Emirates, and we have a player from Iraq, or Iraq, as Jason would probably call it.
I mean, Americans do love their geography. And what? Flying is going to be holding on. Looking for the lineup, he will go down. Xiaosage burning him away. Now it's a 4 versus 4. Back behind the blue bin is Pokemon.
I like
these
how
pistols. We just see them more and more.
Yeah, they're just saving money for the full weaponry, and I don't really blame them. And with the Pokemon have the AK, but yeah, this one's pretty much done. Havoc not wasting any time. Xiaosage picking up an easy double. I find it funny how Flying dies and a trade happens without his teammates doing anything. Like, there was just a 1 Molotov, it burns a player alive, and he was completely blinded from his own teammate's flashbang. But yeah, Invictus, they do bounce back despite losing the first 2 rounds. And the money, Dinko, that's what's worrying for me. If you're Divine Vendetta, like, they have so much of cash because they've barely lost any members in the past couple of rounds. And with Divine Vendetta, even if they string a couple together here, Invictus will still have money for a buy, at least for the next 2 or 3 rounds. That is a little worrying. Said how a map like Dust 2, it's about how sometimes it gives the room for individuals like a Flying, like a Destroyer, or a Viva to pop on off. And Viva, that is unnecessarily a very, very wide peak. And it's going to come down to Flying. He just finds, well, nothing, actually. Pokemon instantly deletes him. And Xiaosage with a quick trade, but Davdov just holding the line, ensuring no flank does come in out. A player is crossing over all the way towards T-spawn, but this should be the call for the save. And Oi probably just looking for some exits here. And I do believe Havoc might have even spotted him out. I'm not too sure. But yeah, round number 3 for Divine Vendetta. A fast play towards mid, catching Invictus off guard. And I like that. They knew that Invictus liked having the 3-man setup towards long early on. And they like playing from the, 2 players in the B bombs that like playing together. So they're like, all right, mid's open for the taking. Let's go, just go for it. And they go for it, and they make it work very, very convincingly. So Havoc didn't spot out the player, but he seems to be aware that Oi might be lurking behind the car.
Oh, but he's going to catch Destroyer, and that's an AWP gone. Will Oi be able to get it?
Yeah, sure.
Time, I think he should be able to get it here. Unless he's the slowest person in the world, then well, he will indeed. 4-3 up, it's Invictus. Now, in a position where they are in the lead, but Divine Vendetta is certainly figuring out some of their weaknesses quite quickly on the CT side. And because we've talked about the weaknesses of Invictus being there in plenty, then obviously something they've suffered with is patching those holes up, right? Trying to figure out how to adapt on the defensive side. So Divine Vendetta, if they find a weakness, it's on to Invictus to try and figure out how to fix that quickly. Divine Vendetta on this T side are definitely going to be doing a lot of work.
What I'd like to see from Invictus is like mix it up a little bit, right? Like, you've kind of shown how you like going with the early long control, but you can probably fake that. You can just send 1 player towards there, just toss in a bit of utility, don't really stick on around, fall back towards A, while the remaining players, you can have 3 players heavy towards mid and short, and try and catch Divine Vendetta, try to go for a fast take towards Cat or towards mid. And, mix it up, mix and match. Just because you have the rifle doesn't mean you just sit back in the bomb sites and just relax. Dust 2 is a map where, especially if you lose one of the bomb sites, it's very hard to retake. The rotations take forever. You don't only have usually just 1 path to the rotation. And again, they're going to be going for the 3-man play towards long, and again the 2-man stack towards B. It's very stagnant. It's very typical. And a good Dust 2 team would be mixing it up. They're going to force Divine Vendetta to keep questioning themselves, to keep wondering where the setup might be, where the stack might be, where the CDs might be pushing in from. And I'd like to see that coming out from Invictus here. Although, it's still early days. Smoke Zone coming out. Edgeram is going to be alone, though. And that's a nice peek from Oi, but a quick trade from Havoc. Ensuring the trade is really on point. Leaving Xiaosage alone towards CD spawn. Now, they need to cross on over. They have a smoke. Use a smoke, guys. Use a smoke. Use a smoke. Instead, Havoc just goes for the fight. Davdov with a quick trade. Tyke pushing out through CD spawn, 1v1, Flying, looking the wrong way. I don't know why Flying just go and pop his head there. And Tyke, he's got to retrieve the bomb. Flying trying to ensure that that's not the case. Tapping away his Tyke. It's basically a game of 1v1. Aimbots, and it's going to be Flying coming out on top. That was a very, very strange round coming out from Divine Vendetta. They had the advantage. They had the bomb site. Why do you want to face? Why do you want to face and take the fight? You had 2 Molotovs of smoke for the players coming up towards long. Dinko, explain. Please break it down for me.
Do you hit me, Blair? Do you hit me? Like, what did you let to me?
I'm sorry.
I
going under the bus there.
No, I just don't think it's explainable, to be honest. Like, it's one of those scenarios where I don't even think they know what's going on. It's just chaotic. And now Destroyer down in towards the pit, he'll look for the AWP to try and flick on towards Pokemon. Molotov's going to go forward. Havoc taking down Oi. It's a good headshot. Now Destroyer sits in the pit. He'll be looking for this kill, but Pokemon's just staying tucked. Throws the Molotov, confirms he's still in that position, but Destroyer desperately trying to play through the edges of these smokes. Shall Sergey, well, he'll be sitting back of the AUG. Oh, what is this?
Ooh.
Okay, I am not a fan of how this is being played right now. Flash around the corner, Destroyer still not finding anything. God, this long hold is terrible from Invictus. And if you ever want to just question whether or not the CT side's ever going to be good, just look at that round. That is just one of those rounds where you just wonder what the hell is going on. I've seen better play in my matchmaking games.
Honestly, I can't really follow for that. Oh!
Well, nearly.
All right. Nice try there from Flying in Viva, but it was not to be. Divine Vendetta. It's not like they did anything crazy there. One thing they did right, they went for the perfect smoke wall to cross over towards A bomb site. So 10 points for that. But otherwise, I completely agree with that. Was terrible. The angles were just horrible.
They're holding each other. It's like you're walking in front of your AWPer. What are you doing? Like, why is this a thing?
And even trying to hold that really wide angle, it's just not worth it. Like, that's the point where you're like, hey, you know what? We've lost a player, we've lost long. Just give it up. It's fine. Play from the side. Set up a crossfire. You know, to set up a stack perhaps. But Invictus, well, they get punished for it. With that, down to the Deagles again.
Okay.
That's just unreasonable. Okay, at least a trade does take place. But the Deagles didn't go. Oh my god, this team and the Deagles, it's ridiculous. Up.
Oh, they're going forward.
That's
Okay, that is brilliant from Oi. He nearly lines up more though. Oh, Havoc just sprinting by, drive-by headshot onto the head of Flying, and that's only Viva. I think their pistol win won't be happening here. On the other end of the map. We brought up a point quite a few times, the fact that there is sort of a drought of in-game leaders in the Asian region, right? There's no one who's really stepping up other than Advent for being an in-game leader. So, thinking about that, do you think down the line it's probably going to be a good idea for some of these Chinese teams and some of these Southeast Asian teams to pick up some coaches from Europe or NA and pulling them over to the region? I think that could certainly help sort of develop some of the in-game leaders and really develop the game plan and systems within this region.
Yeah, I do agree. That's a good idea. But which EU coach is going to last more than a couple of months in the region before losing his mind?
I mean, if you pay them enough.
Yeah, but at one point the results don't come in. Even the company hiring them are going to be like, all right, man, it's not working out. Because the biggest example is Jonta. I've had an opportunity to speak to him where he was like, yeah, it just... And this is a team which was the best, I mean, still is, I guess, the best team in the region, right? Tyloo. And it just didn't work. Now, I get the reasoning where it's like, okay, Tyloo's different because they're the best team and they're maybe too ingrained in their ways of how they approach Counter-Strike to change. And maybe these other teams might really work on out. But I feel like the language and the cultural barrier is like it's like a big thing. If there's no mutual trust and respect coming in from the coaches, from the coach and the team, I don't think it necessarily can work. It has to be mutual. That's very important. I don't want a coach coming in and be like, all right, you guys are trash. Just listen to what I'm saying. This is the way you're going to play EUCS. Because I know there have been scenarios where there have been a few teams in Asia, not like high-profile teams, but smaller teams where they have hired like a couple of coaches from Serbia or some of the Middle Eastern region where, let's be honest, we've seen some of the best minds from Counter-Strike come there. Look at Yanko, for example. Look at Kassad, for example, right?
For sure.
And they've come in and they, instead of trying to assimilate those two styles, they just come in and be like, all right, whatever you've been doing is completely wrong. This is how we're going to be doing it. And sometimes it works out. But if you're doing it with a brand new team, I agree that's a way to approach it. But if you're talking about a team who's been playing together for a while and you just want to wipe out the system, which has given them some measure of success, it's not going to pan out. And on the flip side, you have the players not really respecting them. They'll be like, yeah, cool, we'll do what you say. And then in their own language, whichever team it is, could be Thai, could be Mandarin, could be Hindi, could be whatever the language, right? They're just going to be talking amongst themselves and they'll be like, yeah, this guy's an idiot. We're going to listen to what he's going to do. The lack of mutual respect is what I feel is lacking. And for example, you look at FaZe, a team who some people would have said was uncoachable, right? But with Yanko coming in and the relationship he had with Nico, I feel like that relationship he has with Nico really helped Yanko work with that team. Otherwise, I felt like that was a team that was nigh uncoachable. Just the stars, just the amount of ego that the players would possess, and rightfully so. These are players who deserve those egos. But hold on. On my rant, I've forgotten to talk about what's going on. The Deagles again, Dinko. That's what's going on. 2 kills for them.
I think we might as well just get a little soundboard of us. The Deagles again for Invictus. You play over and over again in these scenarios because honestly, it's incredible. You have to point it out because they can just turn rounds around. And while it's Havoc, who's going to tap the bomb, they eventually get it planted here, but they're a man down. The issue is here for Invictus, yes, you've got the man advantage, but you've lost the B bomb site. And getting back in here, even with the door changes, is still very difficult, especially when you have 1 kit, only 2 smokes, and 2 players on pistol still. You know, send those pistols in. One of the players is expendable, so you can send him in to try and find some information. One player in the tunnel, it's Destroyer with the AK. He's been spotted, dropped to 21. Now the kill comes in from Oi, that delivers death. Destroyer is 1, sounds like gay. Going in, how has this happened again? Invictus on the pistols, flawless retake without losing a single player in the 4v3. And it's the 6th round picked up for Invictus Gaming.
That is just, I don't know how they won that. Just talking about the Deagles, and you said even 3v4 B bomb side is still a very hard bomb side to retake. Yeah. They had the 1 smoke and the kit, and the 2 picked up AK-47s, and boom.
I could definitely see why, you know, touching back on that coaching point, I could definitely see why that's the perfect round to explain some of the problems you would have, because coach would come in, oh, don't buy Deagles in this round, and Victor's like, no, we will. They will win so many rounds off the back of doing this, but in the long run, against some better teams, that's not going to work as much, so... It's kind of funny how the system, just because some of the opponents are a little bit weaker down in this region, or some of the teams are just much better than the others, is like a disparity in terms of skill. A lot of the stuff that works here, teams just get so used to doing it, they think, okay, we can just go ahead and do this no matter where we go, and this is our play style, which is so good. Then they go up and get sort of like a reality check when they play against some of the better teams, and they realize maybe the system isn't the way to go about things. So I feel like there are a few things they can definitely fix, but the potential is always there.
Yeah, 100%. And like even in that 4v3, like I can see a world where a coach could be like, "You guys, you've saved 2 AKs. There's no need to go for the retake. Just let it go." Right?
For sure.
The coach wouldn't necessarily be wrong, but the team might be like, no, we were feeling it. I feel like we can go for this. And look at that. They won that that retake. And I feel like that's something which a good coach and a team combo really, you can see that happen with the good teams, the top teams, where there's mutual respect, listen to each other, and the coach knows at times, like, Counter-Strike, it's not there is no right way to play Counter-Strike. There are multiple approaches, and multiple approaches can be very viable, right? It's about how it works in that particular mixture. As Xiao Sage getting a little too overeager, he's going to get taken down. A nice little flash moment. Aviva's going to find Davdov, and just like that, Havoc left alone. He was on the lurk, but now he's going to have to try and retrieve that bomb. And 20 seconds on the clock. I did not fancy his chances.
No, Vix is actually finding a few rounds on the CT side becomes quite scary for Divine Vendetta, because we know that the T side is where they do most of the hard work, they do most of the heavy lifting, and now with giving Invictus chances that they probably shouldn't have had, and fair enough, Invictus have actually got themselves these chances by winning off the back of the pistols, then, you know, they're starting to look at a scoreline now where Invictus could get enough of a CT half buffer to feel comfortable going into the second half where they're better on the T side. So it's getting a little scary now for Divine Vendetta. Pokemon's been real quiet. Ezram as well, and Davdov, 3 kills, 2 kills. It's really been 2 players doing a lot of the work here, Tyke and Havoc. The rest have been very quiet.
Yeah, that's not a good sign. Like when some of the players who have been, you know, who are the players you rely on to put in some work, haven't done much. Havoc, again, just being sheer consistency from the guy, but it needs the rest of the team to step on up. Now, map like Dust 2, yeah, it is one of those maps where, you know, you will have to outfrag your opponents at times. It's worrying signs, but still, like 5 rounds, that is still something to work with. It still have 3 more rounds remaining here, although this one might be looking unlikely. Deagles, a couple of Glocks, and once more. The interesting thing for me, Dinko, is how Invictus haven't really switched up the way they're setting up the CD side. And I'm surprised why Divine Vendetta aren't abusing the B bomb side a little bit more. Sure, they've lost a couple of rounds because of it, but it's still worth trying out. The middle area is just theirs for the taking. Instead, they head towards the A bomb site where, you have the Shao Sage, you have Viva, you have Destroyer with, all the utility, all the weaponry, and it's always so much more harder. Again, the play coming in towards Cat, and Shao Sage just waiting right beneath the short area.
Some of the timing on this nade. Spots the head. He knows he has to reposition quickly. Now the Molotov coming up to try and prevent the quick play in towards the A bomb site. Destroyer hasn't been removed from this position. There's no utility to get him off the angle, so he's good for a couple of kills. Sticks around a little bit too long. He does get taken down, but for the most part, he's done his work, and he can be confident and happy enough with that play. Bomb plan comes in though from Divine Vendetta, and they'll be happy enough with this round. That was the main goal coming into this, right? Is to get that bomb plan, to get the money in the bank account. Oh, potentially a little bit more as well. Tight here on the Deagle. They cross into the open. Big headshot going back for more, but he's finally dealt with by flying. And now Viva looking to get involved. Shoots his own teammate in the head, but it's not dead. Instead, Havoc takes the frag back, but Flying's there with a double. And a cleanup at least coming through. But my god, that's expensive and a little too close for comfort.
It is a little expensive, but looking at the money that Invictus have with the 2 rounds remaining, I think they're like, yeah, you know what? Just you can get a bomb plan. Yeah, right.
They've got the money.
It's a little good for Divine Vendetta, though. They can afford the rifles without having to worry about, maybe not having an extra smoke or an extra flashbang. So, a little good for them. No AWP out yet, but with this, I guess, I don't know. I think like Havoc could potentially opt, but Daftov just going for the AK buy. Maybe he's going to be dropping an AWP by Havoc, which means, however, that he won't have any armor. So, Tyke is the only player who could potentially purchase an AWP, but no, they're going to stick with the AK-47s. A fast mid to B play. It worked earlier, it can work again. Invictus, they have a very weak mid hole. They have Viva playing towards a double doors position, and then his teammate playing at the back of the bomb site. It's a very, I wouldn't say easy, but I think it's easier than trying to attempt going for the short take time and time again, where yeah, you might get the bomb down, but the retakes from Invictus look so very damn good.
Dov trying to take some shots down towards the middle with the AK early on into the round. You definitely want to be getting away from that mid position as quickly as possible, though, when you're potentially going up against a couple of ops. And while Viva, there's the first op, taking the first kill to go back, and of course he hits the quick second. He only gets the third, but it's the door that protects the third player. Although, not for long, as Sake down in CT is able to pick him up, and now it's all on Havoc. Last remaining play has been brilliant for them, and across the few days we've seen them play, but now this clutch is looking a little unlikely. Flying burns him away. 12 kills, 8 deaths. Flying has had quite a few rounds now where he's looked pretty solid. But I think a player that's quietly gone under our radar for the most part, because the kills he's getting aren't exactly flashy or huge plays, but they're just kind of consistent 2Ks, 3Ks that have kept him in rounds, is Shao Sage. I think he's been incredible. He's just kind of getting these easy enough kills, but they're the kills that matter, right? They're impactful.
I just want to question, like, again, maybe I missed it. Why did they use up the smokes early on? Because why were no smokes at CD spawn? Molotov, flashes, anything, instead just walking into a crossfire. But here we go, the push coming in. Viva, good for one. He's going to play this one safe. Oh, he misses a sitter. Tries to go for the no-scope through the door. And finally, the smoke comes in from the T's. They still have one more incendiary remaining. Pokemon with a cheeky peek. Finds Shao Sage. And all of a sudden, this retake is looking quite grim indeed for the Chinese side. It's a final round. There's no point saving. They're going to be going for this. But it looks like Divine Vendetta might have netted themselves round number 6.
Yes, last round, of course. And, well, they're going to go back in. It's going to be destroyed with the utility going up. Molotov towards the side. And, yeah, this retake is definitely looking tired, but they found a kill. And now Oi, he is down in towards the B tunnels, going for the shot over the top of the boxes. Utility available. Edgeram on the back lines of the platform. Shot's being taken. He'll eventually go down. Edgeram gets rid of it. Left off as well, and that's a cleanup. Last round and a half, Divine Vendetta just decide, okay, well, nothing to lose. Let's just rush B. And it pays off. They get through. They catch out Flying, who's playing close to the smokes. As soon as he goes down, then obviously they're pressuring that all through. And with the door change, we're expecting Viva to do a little bit more from that position. This is a shot that he probably should have hit. And at that point, once the smoke comes in, it pretty much secures the round there for Invictus Gaming. You know, that's the scenario where it was for Divine Vendetta. It was looking like Invictus were never really going to get back in with too much success. So moving into the second half, 6 rounds for Divine Vendetta. It's not awful, but it's still not fantastic.
Yeah, not at all. And now Invictus on, people would say, the more favored side. Here we go. Fast Explode out towards long, and already a different setup coming out from Divine Vendetta on his pistol run compared to what we've seen from Invictus all throughout the first half. Smoke to cross on over. They have 2 smokes though. There we go. Being very methodical. They're completely blinded. Stop shooting at teammates though. There's a, oh, never mind. There's a massive gap in that smoke, and Pokemon snipes a player down. The final flashbang used up. Tyke could have got a free kill there on his Xiaosage. But Xiaosage is going to get the kill. Jumping shots from Pokemon, not able to, well, actually prevents the plan from taking place for a few more seconds. And finally, Pokemon just pushing up. He is looking to catch them all. Havoc finds one. It's all in flying, and Xiaosage, who's bleeding out internally to make this happen. And Pokemon still going for the jumping shots. What an absolute madman. Finally, Flying's going to get the kill with Flying. Seems to be aware there's a player coming in from behind. Davidoff needs to get this kill, but now Flying stuck in a 1v2. He knows he needs to take the fight. But unfortunately, Davidoff is going to win that particular one. What a round from Pokemon. He's jumping up and down like an absolute madman. But he manages to prevent the plant, and with that, round will go the way of Divine Vendetta.
Yeah, Pokemon, I'm glad he's actually stepping up a little bit, because he has been a relatively quiet force for them.
That smoke.
I just hate how many gaps we've seen in smokes. It's unreal. And yeah, Pokemon does such a good job at capitalizing on it. Havoc, of course, is just a consistent god tier player for this Divine team, so good to see him doing good work. I always wondered how long it would take before we see a really good player out of India, because I mean the region is huge.
Yeah. All right, that's a question.
Yeah.
It is huge, and there are a lot of players. It's just the fact that it's because of how massive it is and how the server is like. The moment you have a server in India, you're only going to have Indians playing there, so they're not really challenged. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, the good teams are basically a big fish in a small pond, and they don't really have an opportunity to really level up, or to be very honest, they don't seem to feel the need to level up. And so many teams in India who just keep complaining, oh, the ping's bad. I'm like, yo, the Mongols used to play 200 ping, 150 ping, and look at how many top teams they have right now in the, in Asia, right? And I feel like Havoc, he's not from India, though. He is Indian, but he has, I do believe he's born and brought up in Dubai, where they have much better players. So I guess that explains why he is a few levels above any Indian player in CSGO.
Well, he's got an Indian flag, so he can carry the flag for you guys and be the player that moves forward. I think there's definitely a couple of scenarios like that where in sports there's players who represent the country but have never really lived there. Their citizenship is there, they've just never really been there. But it's still good to get a fan base from your country of origin in terms of where your family come or where you were born. Well, Oi, he's going to be there with the P250, takes down Ezram. Pokemon with a double kill, and now it's Destroyer, Oi, and Flying. A 4 versus 3, a man advantage available to the Divine Vendetta side.
What makes me a little happy is, like, despite all the geopolitical tensions and issues of the past, what, 70 years, 73 years to be more precise, between India and Pakistan. Here we go, we got Havoc and Pokemon, and Indian and Pakistani nationality players just playing together in a Middle Eastern team. Who would have thought we'd find peace in a game about shooting people? Oh, Havoc. Kill. This should be easy. Oh, well, a little messy, but that's all right. They just lose a couple of SMGs. The FAMASs will be retained. They have money as well. I want to see the AWP coming out here for Havoc. He was looking so good with the scout. All the scope rifles. There we go. Havoc with the op. Invictus with the buy as well. Viva's got the AWP as well on T-side, although he doesn't have the money for Kevlar. So it's going to be, okay, interesting how it goes to the Molotov instead of, I would have thought maybe a smoke and a flashbang, but fair enough. Glass Cannon versus Havoc. And Divine Vendetta going for the early take towards long. Nice little flick from Viva. Takes Edge Ram down to 46 points of health. So far, this is one of those rounds, right? One of the pivotal rounds, one of the turning points of the game, if you ask me. Both the teams are tied 9-all. Both of them have the guns. Both of them have the money. Which team's going to come out on top, though?
That is the question. Question that we'll find an answer very, very shortly. A lot of damage being done early on by the mid usage on the CT side. Line relatively low. Couple of players here up here on short already. From Invictus. They're going to be gathering up here with all of their forces, congregating to hit in towards this A bomb site. Standard catwalk execute up. 2 smokes popping, utility, Molotovs, flashes, they all come through. Pokemon desperately looking for them coming over the top. Viva, that's the bomb. He jumps over the top and Pokemon takes him down immediately. He'll look for the lineup, but it's kills coming through for Invictus. They've got the man advantage and they've got the A bomb site.
Shafsage very low though, but yeah, the man advantage. They'll take that despite the player being very low. Nate sailing in from the CT towards CT spawn, but not finding anything. They have control of long. They have the player running cover, but all about timing. Shafsage peeks on out. He's gonna get the kill. And with that, it's just leaving it to Tyke and Davdov. At this point, he might as well just go for the save. Davdov has nothing he can do. He's gonna get caught out. Simultaneous frags. And that's Invictus winning their buy round. Now, for Divine Vendetta, they still have some cash to work with, but if I'm them, I don't force it, but they force it. Of course, they're gonna go for it. I would have just liked to see a few pistols and ensure that, you know, you have all the weapons to work with, especially against Invictus. You don't want to handicap yourself. Instead, they go for the dual op setup, Dinko. A rifle and I think 2 of the players, MP7 and Deagle. I'm not too sure about this. Look at the lack of utility as well. There's a few flashbangs, a couple of smokes, and look at the pace being set here by the T-side. Davdov, he gets the leg on the Destroyer, but he will have to be forced back. Now, I'm not too sure if he spotted Destroyer dropping inside of the pit area. As Invictus, after the initial little skirmish, they will slow things down a tad bit.
Ooh, good bit of damage being done. Invictus, they have fully committed towards A long at this point, so eventually they've got to go in towards the A bomb site. And the lack of info elsewhere, well, that's just allowing Divine Vendetta to stack over towards this A bomb site. So they're fully prepared for this hit. So we'll have to see Invictus immediately get these shots landing. Havoc sitting back with the AWPs at the ready. There's that on top of the bomb site. It's going to be 1 kill from Havoc already arriving. Destroyer gone, and now the push comes through. Back and forth they go. The kills continue to rain on in, but it's back and forth, and the trades continue. It's Invictus taking the A bomb site. He'll get the bomb planted. Now it's just the weaker weapons alongside the 1M4. And while Ezram, he knows he has to get aggressive. He catches off Fever, and Flying is there for the immediate trade.
I like the re-aggression from Oider, ensuring he gets a kill before they spot the second player. It's all on Tyke now. 1v1. He knows where Flying is, and he's going to clutch it out. The 1v2, that was a big round to win for Divine Vendetta. They win it. I don't know, but they win it. And he should have time to retrieve the AWP from his fallen teammate as well on the bomb site. But they tie things up, Denko. Now, for Invictus, they will have money for the buy, a way more comfortable buy. For Divine Vendetta, now, they win the round, but was it good enough? They survived with just the 1 AWP and a 1 player, so this buy is still gonna look pretty terrible.
Well, it's unbelievable that they actually even win this round. The fact that I'm not a fan of how they played it in the post plan. I think Invictus got a little over-eager, a little over-aggressive, and perhaps over-confident. And they do go down, giving the round away. Divine Vendetta, well, they're given a brilliant chance coming into this next round to potentially go on a bit of a tear to get right back into things. But this economy, like you said, it is on the ropes yet again. 2 for Massive play, M4A4 for Tyke, and a UMP for Pokemon, alongside the AWP for Havoc. Viva looking down in towards middle, he's boosted up. Ezram looks... he might eventually decide to go around this corner, and there it is. Viva can't react quite quick enough. I wonder if that is a straight-up ping issue.
I felt like he saw the cross and thought another player might cross on over. Maybe it was a bait cross. And then he's like, oh, it's not. Then he just goes for a super late flick shot. Or it just could be ping issues. I don't know. Maybe you're overthinking things at times.
Yeah, maybe. I think that actually would be a huge hindrance, especially on Dust 2, like having a high ping in those mid-crosses. And well, Havoc, he's going to peek out and find Oi. Smoke goes down, Tyke able to find 1 as Destroy that goes down, and a 3 versus 4. A man advantage in play here for Divine Vendetta. They might be able to follow up, but it's Flying who gets a double. Of course it is. He flips it right back in favor of Invictus. Now they move forward. Havoc just charging it towards CT spawn, but that's going to cost him. Sage takes him down, and now it's just Avdov on his own. 1 versus 3 in total. Has a Famas he can trade to an AK. Back through short with 21 seconds. The bomb plant will surely finally come in here. Throw that Molotov up in towards short. Eventually we'll get this bomb down. Davdov held back. There's a few more seconds for Invictus.
Pushing on out. Spots a player. The peek comes on out, and Flying doesn't even need his teammate Xiaosage to peek on out. That would have been almost a nigh impossible round there for Davdov. But yeah, it's just going back and forth for Divine Vendetta. Dinko, that force spy with the double op and the pistol. Yeah, they win it. They didn't have enough, like, they didn't have any more bank remaining after that win, and there we go. They just completely broke, and they're gonna go for another force buy. Well, it would have been a double eco anyway, so also, it makes sense.
Yeah, and also the money from Invictus is not brilliant. So, if you randomly pull off a round like this, which they were able to do against Mazlai, they might be able to make something happen. It is going to be Havoc off to a good start. Destroy under pressure, but he's dealing with it well. Oh, he cleans up. That's easy for him. 3 kills out towards long. Viva as well. It's just Davdov now, the last remaining player on the polar opposite end of the map.
Yeah, I don't think he can do from this position, can he? But nice shots from Destroyer. I like how I went for the full spray and realizes, oh, just the pistols. They don't really have any rifles, and calmly just spraying, bursting, and in the end tapping the final player away. Invictus 12-10. I gotta say, even if Invictus closes this game out in the end, and it is looking a little likely at this point, right? I gotta say, Divine Vendetta have definitely put up a decent showing here. Nuke was very, very well done from them, even despite losing 3 clutches, of which there were 2 1v3s and a 1v4. Even despite that, they were looking so very good at Nuke, and that's a good sign, because Invictus are a team who can play Nuke. They're not terrible on it. They're not great either. But it shows that Divine Vendetta have been putting in the homework. They look pretty good at times. But at the same time, I feel like the mid-round calling or like mid-game calling could do a lot of use. They seem to not really take advantage of the information they're able to glean off on the T side, where they're like, all right, or even on the CT side, where they figure out, okay, the team, your opponent, these guys have a tendency to go for this play, let's counter it. No, they instead like to play the same old thing, same old setups over and over again, hoping it works. And as Voss said in Far Cry 3, if you keep doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, thinking things will change, that is the very definition of insanity.
What a game. They get peeked out, and it all crumbled. Oh, well, this is just happening. USPs, Deagles, and a man advantage in play for Divine Vendetta. Not what I was expecting, but it just happened. And now 2 AKs in their hands. So potential win here for them. Outside gate, alongside Viva making their way to the B bomb site. They haven't actually got across just yet. And while Divine Vendetta are relatively close to the bomb site. Now I'm starting to get a little worried right now for Invictus. Outside gate looking for the lineup. Both players just run through the door. And a round that looked like it could have been won is just dead in the water. 13-10, Invictus Gaming 3 away from victory. Not a round you were even expecting anything to happen in there for Divine Vendetta, but okay, they find themselves a few opportunities.
They do affect the economy for at least a couple of the players, but then you look at Viva and Xiaosage's money and even flying on 1,300. Like, yeah, they're not too worried about that. Looked a little scary. But good decision for Invictus in the end. Like, oh, guys, like, just have USBs and Deagles to run to the other bombs, and everyone's over there. Flashbang is good, but Edge Ram completely blinded himself. He will have to stay alive here now. He's got Tyke and his teammate just trying to keep the keys at bay, flying desperately looking to get the kill, which he will in the end. Destroyer, will he get the kill? Well, Xiaosage does in the end. This is just a mad round. What is going on? 1 minute and 27 seconds on the clock, Dinko. It's a buy round. It's a 1v1. Pokemon and Xiaosage.
Xiaosage has to go back and collect this bomb. Pokemon wasn't peeky, so he doesn't actually get the info there. So Xiaosage can actually just walk over towards the B bomb site. Still got a full minute in play as well. Pokemon, see if he makes the right read on this one. He's just kind of hanging around middle, so he has access to both A and B very quickly. Sergei, he's given a bomb plant here. 100% he's going to get the bomb plant, and then into the 1 versus 1, he'll have plenty of time actually to reposition into the post plant as well. So Sergei is probably favored into this round. Unless messes this up a little bit. But he's going to walk through the double door. Now back through the window, taking the long approach. Pokemon doesn't have a kit, so you got to keep an eye on that. He has to move quite quickly back into this bomb site. So Sergei can get a good position. Going to cross over the doors and still not spotted. Now taking the tunnel's position. This is actually perfect because Pokemon, instead of going through the lower tunnel, will be making his way up the B ramp. So now Sergei has the tunnels to play with in the post plant.
This can actually work out for him. Yep. Come on, taps the bomb once. Sergei sees the bomb. Because no one's really sticking it. Pokemon's got to win the duel, and he wins it! No time.
No time
remaining. Oh, well, he took a little too long as well, though.
He took way too long. Trying to get back to the bomb site there. He's running straight down the plat. You know, it's trying to clear those positions straight away. He fully commits that one angle, but because he's actually fully committed over the top, instead of tapping the bomb immediately and trying to figure out where he is, he's just cost himself crucial seconds. So, okay, Sergei does whip the spray. It was a little hard to watch, but for the most part, gets the round win over the line, and that's all that matters, right? 22 and 15. He's having a great game so far to round out this series. It's looking good for Invictus. To win this round's probably over.
Well, looks like it. Havoc. He had so much success against Marzalai with that scout of his, but this time around, well, Invictus get 2 killed, and players 1 through the wall, 1 through the smoke. Davdov gets tagged down mid again. Viva's having a fun time just trying to... Well, Flying's going to finish off the job, and yeah, this was the buy that they needed to convert, but unfortunately, it's all gone wrong, Dinko.
And Destroyer is just putting those final nails into the coffin. Towards the end of this round, it's just Ezram off towards A long, and now Invictus, they come in towards the A bomb site with just flying in. He's going to find the headshot, spots him for a millisecond. Quick on the trigger, now 15 to 10. We are 1 round away from victory here for Invictus Gaming. And it has just all fallen flat for Divine Vendetta. They had a couple of opportunities, I have to say, in the second half as well to compete. They had that one round where they went crazy over towards A long and got a bunch of USP kills. A couple of scenarios just come down to the 1v1, a 2v2. So, yeah, a few rounds that Divine Vendetta could have certainly picked up. It's very unfortunate to see them not find those and find themselves just in this scenario now where Invictus have been able to string so many together on their T side. That's okay. He's been absolutely huge for them here in this final map. Gonna take the initial damage, his teammate always dropping elsewhere. Good bit of damage being done across the board here. Invictus taking a lot on board. Erjam, he's gonna find 1 kill over towards B as well. And a 2-man advantage now for Divine Vendetta.
Ooh. We got 3. Tyke. Flying spotted him out, but FMAS doing good work on Havoc. Classic position, but Xiao Sage just goes with a wide peak and just shatters his skull. Still, this is the 1 round. I'm gonna say it, Dinka. I'm gonna say it right now. There's no way. There's no way that Divine Vendetta wins this round. Sorry, there's no way that Invictus wins this round. I'm sorry.
Well, now you've said it, Blair. It might just happen.
I jinxed it.
We'll see if Viva and Xiao Sage can pull off this round. And while they go forward, they have got 1 kill into this. Still 45 seconds left. Now Xiao Sage in behind the blue car as well. He's looking up towards short. It comes down to timing whether or not he's spotted from CT or is the short position and he's going to be taken down. Just Viva now. 1 versus 3 in total. He's going to peek down and find Ezram. 1v2, still doable here. Long play, something he has to be aware of. Gets up on towards the side, but he's not ready for this. Davdov makes a quick rotation, round from long, and shuts down Viva. Delivers an 11th round for Divine Vendetta. Now, there are 4 rounds for them to find. They have to be flawless in finding these remaining 4 rounds just to get overtime.
For a moment there, I felt like I just completely jinxed Divine Vendetta. I like the final Molotov from Tyke. Instead of falling back, he knew his teammate was coming in from long with a flank that's dabbed off, so he just tossed in a Molotov, forcing the final remaining player to just stick towards the ramp area for a few more seconds, ensuring that they win the round. But yeah, buy won't be a problem for Invictus again. You know, they have all the money in the world to work with. And like you said, 4 rounds in a row, it's very doable. Like, it is extremely doable for Divine Vendetta, but no margin for error. And not just that, they need to string these 4 rounds together while trying to keep as many players alive as possible. They don't really have much money. Imagine they win this round and have just 1 player alive, Finko. The next round, they're going to be broke. They're just going to have FAMASas or MP9s, while Invictus can just maybe go for yet another buy if they get the bombed on, for example. So, they need to win. They need to win it clean. And they need to win it without dropping a single round in the remaining potential 4 in regulation.
Well, Invictus gathering up a catwalk. Now this is the very standard execute that every team should know on Dust 2. As they go forward on the T side and try and take control of this A bomb site. Smokes up, Molotovs, flashes on it. A lot of Molotov usage actually. Havoc's really limited in the position that he can play, and a brilliant flashbang as well is going to keep Havoc at bay. He'll eventually re-emerge from the flashbang, and he will find himself flying. Destroyer getting rid of his teammate, but somehow Havoc not getting that kill. Viva so quick on the trigger. Edgeram, he will do good work. And now that nade going up, that should get rid of Viva, and now it's just Destroyer, 22 HP, playing the post plant from long. There's no smoke, there's no utility left now to try and get rid of him, so it comes down to just winning this infight. They boost the player up, the bomb isn't planted for him. He can't win this round, and it's going to be a round picked up for Divine Vendetta.
Yep, the second you hear the smoke as well as yeah, it's really not worth going for it. Actually, try to go for the long flank. That's a little too much on Destroyer, but hey, round win's a round win. Edgeram and Havoc kind of being the heroes for that particular round. But man, that looked very, very scary indeed. Especially that nade. It was such a hero nade from Edgeram. Good communication as well from his teammate telling, yeah, he's low, I know his position. 15 to 12. They need 3 more rounds to take it to overtime. And for Invictus, like I said, they get the bomb down, they have that extra cash as well, so not going to be a problem once more. Except no AWP for Viva this time around, but doesn't matter because he is very, very, very comfortable with the AK-47. They will rest long from the hands of Divine Vendetta, forcing them to kind of switch up the way they're playing this. Pokemon, be wary. Playing up close. That Incendiary is going to force him out though, but it's going to have a little bit of space behind the box, behind the Xbox to reposition himself. So a little bit of stalemate for the time being, but still very early days. Edgeram's being very, very aggressive. This is risky. Was that a jump on purpose?
Seems like a scroll wheel jump, but could be wrong about Havoc. He's going to pick out towards long. How many times have we seen him in the late stages of Dust 2? Well, twice now, but he does these kind of crazy rounds off towards a long. Multi-kills being picked up. We've seen it in the previous matchup. Now Viva and Flying looking to fight back. And these two players, I'd say they're the best on this team. You know, individually speaking, they have the most firepower. And so this is definitely a round they can win. Avdov and Pokemon having to pull off a retake on this A-bomb side again. Divine Vendetta have made it happen a good few times. Eva tosses a Molotov down in towards CT spawn, flying off towards long. At least the bomb's planted for long this time. It makes a whole lot of sense. And Flying hides behind the car. This should be good for 1 kill. And tiny note, there's the frag. Now it's a 1 versus 2, and it's not going to work. Davdov goes down. Finally, Invictus will pick it up. 16 to 12. They win the series 2 to 1. They didn't have to sweat quite a bit, though, didn't they, in the series?
Yeah, look very comfortable, I guess the word would be for Invictus there. But yeah, I mean, Divine Vendetta, they did put up a fight, put up a little bit of a showing. I wasn't a big fan of Invictus' CD side again. They were playing a little too passive in the way they had a 3-man setup towards A, 2 players towards B. And I felt like if Divine Vendetta had pressured that mid area a few more times than the T side, this could have been a much more closer affair. But in the end, Invictus, they will win it. And it's just been a rough journey for Invictus so far. They win the first game against Tiger 2-1. Actually, did they lose it? Yeah, they lost 2-1. They beat Tai Lu, and then they win this one 2-1. It's just been topsy-turvy, Dinka.
Yeah, it really has. Well, we're going to bring Jason and Mitch in to discuss this one because there's too much madness to go over ourselves, Blair. So coming into this one, were you expecting this result, Mitch?
Yeah, I think we thought Invictus were going to take it. The fact that it went 2-1 is a little bit of a surprise, but Divine Vendetta had the power to come out with a map win, possibly even Dust 2. But I think what we expected, what we were talking about in the pre-show, came back to bite them. Their T side kind of got shut out a little bit, only finding those 6 rounds. And from that point, I mean, we knew their CT wasn't really going to hold up to scratch. Yes, they found 6 in total there as well, but if they didn't win that pistol round, this would have looked much more one-sided in the end.
I feel like I just jinxed like Divine Vendetta like pretty hard, because I think for like both maps I've been saying, yeah, this is a team that is just so consistent across the board. There's never like a big gap between the top of the scoreboard and the bottom of the scoreboard. And then I look over, you know, as we're approaching the end of this game, and I'm seeing Ezreal on like 7 kills and Davdov on like 9. Eventually they did cross, you know, the 10 kill threshold, but there was a massive disparity between them and the rest of their team, which is kind of a shame. But I guess there's a little bit of luck in that, in the sense that Viva didn't pop off in the same kind of sense that he did before. However, Flying again being as consistent as ever, finishing off around 2nd place. But it also leads me to another player that Dinko talked about, Zhao Sage, because he finished off basically top fragging. He was consistent in a lot of like the 1vx's you were mentioning before, just being like a really good player that doesn't necessarily stand out, but this time is able to top frag. And, you know, honestly, I think if Ezreal and Davdov played a little bit better to what we saw on Nuke and obviously what we saw on Inferno, I think that actually could have been Divine Vendetta's victory. I think it just came down to a little bit of underperformance and obviously a lot of good performance out of Invictus. I don't know how long you guys let that silence go. I don't know how long you guys would let that go for before anyone said anything.
I tend to agree. I definitely feel like it could have went either way, but for the most part, I definitely have to feel like Invictus coming into this are certainly going to be the favorite team. They have looked good in pretty much every game we've seen in this tournament for them. Yes, they lose to Tiger in that opening matchup, but again, that's one of those matchups that I almost, my heart broke for Invictus in that game. I thought they could have been able to take down Tiger. It was the first match in the tournament, so we didn't really know what to expect from Invictus. We knew they came through the China qualifier, but when they made a statement beating Tai Lu, now we can be confident in this roster moving forward in this event.
And you can see right there, I mean, Davdov, 9 kills. Ezreal, he got, I'd say, almost 5 kills towards like the last 2-3 rounds of the game. It's kind of a shame. You know, Davdov, he performed pretty well over the course of the entire series. He was being consistent. His AWP was doing some real work, but unfortunately just couldn't really come to bring that same kind of level up against Invictus. But yeah, I'm actually wondering, like, is IG a team that kind of, do you think this match was so close because they don't play against Divine Vendetta that often, or do you think it's because maybe they play to the level of their opponents, or is it, you know, category C?
I feel like they do tend to play at the level of their opponents, right? They're a team who should be winning these a little bit more comfortably. But also for Divine Vendetta, I just want to touch upon what he said, Davdov. We didn't see him with the AWP that much. It was mostly Havoc. Like, he was great against the guys from Mongolia. Getting the name, Mazalite. He was great at the Mazalite. But the fact that he wasn't given the AWP kind of felt like it handicapped him a bit. Maybe that's why. But for Invictus, I don't know. I don't understand this team. They 2-0 Tai Lu. They lose 1-2 to Tiger, and then they have a kind of a rough game here. If you ask me, I felt like Divine Vendetta looked like the better team. At least on Nuke, they were clearly the better team. And Inferno could have gone either way, apart from a couple of rough rounds there. And Dust 2, like you said, Jason, it could have definitely gone either way if a couple of these players stepped up. If, for example, on that T side for Divine Vendetta, if that abuse at mid to B take a little bit more, I feel like this could have been overtime, or maybe even the win for the Middle Eastern side.
And it would have been fantastic for them if they're able to pull that off. I mean, obviously they do have a victory in their belt already, but we're still at early times, right? It's not necessarily like do or die time at the moment. Just gotta get your foot in the water, get your toes in there, and kind of get a feel of a lot of the teams out there. Problem is, there's still going to be a lot more tough teams that come up for Divine Vendetta. Like we mentioned, Tai Lu, Tiger, all going to be some opponents coming up to them in the next few weeks. But I don't have to say, I think if anything, I'm quite impressed. Like overall, Divine Vendetta have definitely come into this event and have made me a fan. I didn't really know what to expect out of them, and I think they've kind of shown what they can do. And I'm curious to see where they go throughout the rest of these next weeks. I think if they keep kind of improving, maybe work out a couple of tweaks, keep that kind of same performance out of all their players, that could easily be a contender for top 8 and maybe a contender for some big points coming through. But we will be heading to a short break. We do have one more series to come up today. It's going to be D13 up against Lucid Dreams. You're not going to want to miss this. One's going to be brought to you by myself and Mitch. We'll see you guys shortly.
Coming up next, D13 versus Lucid Dream.
Yeah, blows, you know what that mean. Here come a king, bow down, don't step in the ring. The end is near, hear the fat lady sing. You hear them loud thumps, that's the crowd stumps. Wild and reckless, boy, they call us the wild ones. Never had no guidance, got a thirst for violence. Don't sleep, hold up your eyelids. Here come the rebels, the lost ones, the forgotten, the weirdos, and the odd ones. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. Yeah, nah, you can't rock with us. A ticking time bomb, who wanna talk with us? All has fallen, we thrive in destruction. So hide your jewels, keep your chains tucked in. Watch the beauty all turn, nowhere to hide when the beauties all burn. Bring on the chaos, we won't make him. Take us to your leader and watch us take him. Kick in the door and break in. Take everything you stole from us, everything that you owe to us. Take every opportunity you never showed to us. With no mask, so you know it's us. Listen to our war bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. War pain on our faces, battle of the ages. We ain't the safest, we was locked in cages. You tried your best to erase us, now you gotta face us. Nobody can save us, we wild and dangerous. Nobody can tame us, who's sparking the flames up? You can go and blame us. You can go and blame us. Here we are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall.
nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. You're fanning the flame that's inside me, and I'ma let it consume me entirely. Got me feeling fearless, unbreakable spirit. You remember the wrath when I leave. I came too far to give up. I will never bow down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. I'm about to set free. I'm about to set free. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Let's go. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I burn wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor, and I'm about to catch fire. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I burn wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back while I catch fire. It's a new day, it's a new me. Better make way, I'ma break free. Burn the roof down, let the flame breathe. This is my moment, gotta believe. It's a new day, it's a new me. Better make way, I'ma break free. I've been silencing the rage, trying to make peace. About to let it blaze, turn up the heat. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. I'm about to set free. I'm about to set free. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Come on, come on. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I burn wilder.
Divine Vendetta came so close, but unfortunately couldn't pull out the victory in the third map of the series up against Invictus Gaming. That moves us on now into our final game of the day. D13 up against Lucid Dream. And while you guys might recognize Lucid Dream, they did actually have quite a few points going into the RMR event. Actually, well, winning a few points going out of the Road to Rio RMR event. They took home 1,150, but because they lost out on 3 players, they're back down to 0. And now this is their first game to have a chance to claw their way back up that leaderboard. I'm Jace Kaplan, still joined by Mitch, Dinko, and Bleh. And we're going to be bringing you the action into this last game of the day. So to start things off, that was a crazy last game, but we have now 2 teams who have yet to play a single match in this event, and I don't really know where to start. I know we're kind of divided in terms of who we think is going to win, so I'm going to start off with Mitch off the bat to start talking about these teams, Lucid Dreams in particular.
You're going to throw me under the bus on this one. I appreciate it. When I'm looking at D13, I'm not as familiar with them, but based on what I've been looking at, I think that Lucid Dream could take this series. Just going to go out there and say the controversial opinion. I've seen a lot of them throughout the Road to Rio. They seem like a pretty solid team. Looking at their past results, they've been able to put up some good performances, almost taking Invictus down. They've beaten Beyond 1 out of 3 times they've played them. They're by no means clean, but considering it's a fairly new roster, I put a little bit of faith in them. We know PTC is a damn solid offer. Fox coming in, absolute animal. I mean, seeing this guy drop 30 kills, I don't even blink anymore to that. And if you've got the 2 of those alongside John Olsen, who had some really good games in the Road to Rio, even stepping above Fox at times, they could really take down most of the teams that are in this tournament, especially the likes of a D13.
I mean, I will say this, he does have one of the most fantastic mustaches I've seen, even comparing that to Gratisfaction. But what's your guys' thoughts then on Lucid Dream? Let's start with you, Bleh.
They were looking good, right? I remember when they picked up, was it Stacks? I think it was Jinx, the 2 Korean players who they played with for a while back. It was a very confusing moment for me. I'm like, why would he do that? Like, the English as it is not that great for the Thai players, and you want to add an extra level of comms, which is definitely not going to be a detriment for your team. They still look pretty decent with them though, but in the end, like, the 2 of them left, then they added Fox Z or Fox alongside 789. And while they are decent players, they're not exactly like star caliber players, right? And they have been struggling right now. Yeah, they do tend to have very close games against Beyond and against Sigma, their domestic teams, the domestic rivalry that they have over there. But apart from that, they have struggled so far recently with this new lineup. So I'm gonna actually say that alongside Mazla, this is a little bit of a stretch from my end, but alongside Mazla, I feel like Lucid Dream would be probably one of the weakest teams in all the 10 teams playing over here. And they're going to have to fight for survival. They're going to have to fight for not getting knocked out in the group stage.
Well, we're going to have to jump straight into the picks and bans because I'm hearing the game is about to kick off here. We're obviously curious to see what maps will be played. And I know Train was called by you, Mitch. We are going to be seeing it Mirage as well, chosen by Lucid Dream, but Nuke as the decider. So quickly, while we have a few seconds here, Dinko, give me your prediction of this game.
I think D13 are going to take this 2-0. I think that's the prediction I'm going to go with. I think this team have a lot of skill, a lot of firepower, and I think they'll be taking it 2-0.
Okay, and Bleh, real quick.
Yeah, I think it has to be D13. I'm not sure about a scoreline, but they are a very exciting team to watch. A lot of up-and-coming, very young players from Mongolia. So yeah, D13.
Okay, well, you know what, Mitch? I already heard your thoughts about Lucid Dream taking this one. I'm not going to say my thoughts because, you know what, I'm the host here and I don't have to do it. We're going to be jumping straight into the game here for our first match. Our first map here. It's going to be Train. And I'm going to just pair with Dinko because he looks more handsome than you do today, Mitch. 2-0 for
I'll give you that. I'll give you that. That's a pretty solid guesstimation from you. It looks like we're already in there. Pistol round having gone
I vote with my heart.
over towards D13. They've picked it up, and now we're going on into the second round. I'm not surprised that Train came out. I think Vertigo Overpass had to be banned out to start us off. What I am a little bit shocked at is the Nuke to finish it off. I thought we'd be looking at either a Dust 2 or an Inferno. But and I was actually quite excited for Inferno because it looks like a really nice mid-ground. Both teams had a very close game versus Invictus. But we're not getting that opportunity, unfortunately. And I don't really know what to expect when we come into Nuke. It's always nice, though, a little bit of a happy surprise. I think that changes my angle a little bit, though. I think because I was saying to you before we got into this that I thought D13 could win it 2-0 because Train would go their way more than likely. Mirage looks a little bit more like a doable ground for Lucid Dream. But so I was hoping that if Lucid Dream would win, it would be 2-1. Nuke doesn't look that good. I really think, although the level of the teams that D13 are playing is relatively low, I still think that they'll stand a little bit of a better chance, simply because they've been together longer, Jason. You know, when a team's together for or only newly formed properly, even if you do have the core 3 there, it's going to be hard to approach maps like Train, like Nuke, from a fresh standpoint.
Yeah, I 100% agree, and I am definitely worried. I don't know who the name Rate is, because I don't see him actually within the roster, unless I'm just completely blind. I'm wondering if that's going to be Leaf.
Okay. No, Rate is there.
Oh, never mind. Sorry.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
D13.
I'm brain farted.
No, that's good. It
I'm
happens.
sorry.
Mixed up the lineup.
I brain farted. Yeah. My bad.
It's our first
but
time
anyways,
seeing them.
let's move past that. Yeah, that is my first time seeing them. But for me, for Lucid Dream, I definitely do worry, because obviously bringing in, you know, Leaf is kind of a stand-in on the 11th. And only 2 other players have been here since basically the beginning of June. But we're going to see Lucid Dream finally put up a good defense here. Annihilation, be the last one remaining. It's early here for me. It's 2 p.m. I'm still usually not awake.
Early. If you're going to say it's early, don't say it's 2 p.m. right after. Just leave it at
It's early for me. It's early for me.
I think.
But Annihilation left to himself, and in a 1-on-3 with the bomb currently down in the hands of Lucid Dream, it's going to be very tough to retake this.
I think the last time I saw D13 was in the Star Ladder Major East Asia close quals. It's a long time ago. So I won't project anything about them. I know Annihilation on the AWP, in my opinion, just from what I've seen of PTC and the little bit I was watching of Annihilation, I think he might be at a bit of a disadvantage when it comes to the opping duels. We'll see what he can do with the rifle, though, as he comes on in. A 1v3 already with the first kill. Pops around the corner, but there's 2 players lined up on him, and it's easily connected. Now, Leaf isn't a player you'd normally look to. He just found a 2K in that round, but he isn't the one that I would imagine will be doing the majority of the heavy lifting. We were talking a little bit about this in the pre-show, but if you're just joining us, PTC takes on the opping role, but Fox is the guy that I want to see with a rifle every single time. This guy is an animal. Himself and John Olsen throughout the RMR event for Road to Rio were doing insanely well. Now, he's going to take a UMP here, playing in towards Pop Dog, but his spawn is quite late for it. So to get over there isn't really ideal. And you see instead he just plays around this brown train. We've already seen this this position itself cause a lot of damage. Nice nade up too. That didn't land any damage? Question mark? I mean, there's a player right below the window. That's odd.
Well, that second one did, though. And I think, you know, for Lucid Dream is, you know, you can't even say 20 days, really, because obviously Leaf's kind of standing within the team, is how many maps do they really have prepared? Have they been able to drill coming into this? And hopefully for them, they got the picks of their choosing. So flashbang allows Fox to come around the corner and get that kill. Rate's going to return, though, on a 7. That was over towards Ivy, but Fox is still going to be holding up close, denied any sort of push down from Pop. So there's a lot more control towards outside. However, with Ivy being given up, to be very wary about being flanked from the backhand side.
It's a huge opening by Raid. With PTC drop, they can just completely split these players that are stuck between the trains. John Olsen's got to make a move. He goes towards Team Main for 1 kill, but that's all he's able to muster. Over towards Pop Dog. Fox is going to be the last alive. He picks up the bomb, but not ready for the player to swing through from Brown Train. Having known that the last 2 were in Ivy last, they were spotted. He looked for the wider peek to the site. 3-1 is where we end up, with D13 answering straight back after losing the previous round. And Lucid Dream left down to just pistols. Again, this isn't a map that I expect to see Lucid Dream do all too well on. Their history on Train is pretty bleak, especially considering D13 pick it. They've had good games versus Invictus and Tyloo, although they do struggle versus the likes of BTRG, losing that game and 1 versus 1-3. It's just a map that there's no experience on for Lucid Dream on an international level. With this roster, they've only got 11 maps played with Fox and 7, 8, 9. So it's definitely an experience issue for them.
I mean, there is technically a small upside. There's like a silver lining when it comes to a map like Train for them, when they have no officials played on the map. That doesn't necessarily mean they can't play the map. And if anything, it gives you the ability to show something that the other team's not going to expect. But at the same rate, what we're saying before is how much time have they really been able to spend on any of these maps? Or, you know, which ones are really in the wheelhouse for them, with them only being able to veto away 1 map before maps get picked. It's an easy opportunity for D13 just to counterpick them. But what I think it was just basically the pistols bought up into this round. It looks like Annihilation is going to be left in the 1-on-2. No bomb, though he will be able to pick it up, except he's going to push for a kill here. He's got Leaf off towards Z Connector. He's got PTC going to be coming in from Ivy. I think ETC, I mean, will he check this position? Will the timing work out for him or work out against him? He's able to at least cross in time, but if PTC looks in this direction, he's going to fall. And just as we talked about D13 bouncing back, Lucid Dream do the exact same.
Yeah, with just a couple of pistols as well. I guess we should be used to it at this point, really, shouldn't we?
Yeah.
When I look at the history over the last year of this team, PTC and John Olsen, the long-standing members, I'm guessing, and this is a wild guess, and please, Twitch chat or Blah, whoever knows, correct me, because I'm not 100% sure on who Lucid Dream's IGL is. Want to correct me on that, Jason? I think it's hard for us to know, right, coming into a different region, especially with such a fresh new lineup.
It's PTC.
It is PTC. I would have guessed it was John Olsen. It was PTC's
I'm guessing
offense.
because he's technically the in-game leader on Liquipedia, and Liquipedia's never wrong. So.
Right, okay. I see. I was going to guess John Olsen, but I guess I'll rock. Oh, yeah, PTC. That's what I was going to say.
I mean, if I'm wrong, then it's not my fault. It's Liquipedia's fault.
Well, true. Well, hold on. Yeah, nothing done for D13. That's fine. The bomb dropped in main. It should be easy enough. It's not even main. It's on the stairs. This is a round with pistol, so D13 shouldn't do much. So we can talk a little bit about this. Over the last year, they've played. So PTC on this lineup has played Train 20 times. So 15 for John Olsen. So if it is indeed, if one of them is the IGL, at least they'll have some form of basis for Train. Problem is, none of the other guys have officials on it. So it will probably be something down to like theory crafting and individual comfort on the map. But in terms of the actual team play and how comfortable they're going to be with gelling together and just slotting into their positions, I don't feel like that's something they'll thrive on. But
no, I mean, if you have this many change of players, you can't play the same style you were playing before. It's just, it's not possible. Like the players, like you said, you can't just take player A and put players, Z in that spot and expect them to do the exact same job. For me, I'm also looking at, PTC and John Olsen as like, there has to be some frustration for them, right? Because they did get 1,150 RMR points from the road to Rio. Then they lose out on 3 players and they're back to 0. And we've already said before, like for Invictus Gaming, you have to win basically this whole tournament or place extremely high to have a chance. Because then you not only have to win it here, to do it yet again when it comes to fall, since there's only 1 slot. So there's, I mean, when we get into the fall RMR event, if that 1,150 points could have won them the whole thing and the slot to go through, I'd be annoyed. I mean, obviously I'd understand, the 2 other players did want to leave to go pursue a career in a different game, but to realize you could have been in the major, gotta hurt. Just like that Deagle headshot in a 7.
Yeah, 100%. This is the issue. When you're rocking in with so many points lost, I think you're gonna be just upset with where your life's at.
Thought, right?
Yeah,
it's always gonna be a thought in the back of your head.
Yeah. And for a team like Lucid Dream, we mentioned this when we were looking through day 1, when we were talking about the current standings within the region, that for a team like them, they pretty much need not only to win this tournament, not only to win in fall, but they also need some other teams to not place highly. To not take 2nd or 3rd place. And even losing a series to Tyloo, to Vici, to Tigers, they need to win those games just to ensure that those players have the extra loss on the board.
Well, I mean, forget 2nd, or those teams getting 2nd or 3rd place. They need them to almost go like 5th to 8th place, because you still get 1,300 points for 5th to 8th. And right now, for instance, 1,300 points gets you basically slotted into 4th place. Because we have Vici at 1,350, D13 at 1,350, etc. So yeah, I mean, it's kind of like not only do you have to kind of win, but you have to kind of hope that fate gets played out well. That the stars align for you to still have that chance. But either way, I mean, they do have 4 rounds City side. They did stop the initial onslaught out of D13. We're seeing PTC on the AWP now. We're not going to be seeing it picked up for the side of D13, at least at the moment. I do like this kind of aggressive hold. Again, investing a lot of smokes into T-Con so they can make sure to focus a lot of attention towards pop when it's needed. Flashbang going to come out. Molotov comes in as well. Pushes 7, 8, 9 immediately out of position. But they run right by him. That's 2 kills. That should be coming in clean. He doesn't see the 2nd player until Marita turns around and kills him.
That is not ideal. At least Fox is there for the trade, though, afterwards. Now those smokes are going to dissipate in a couple of seconds and give the opening for some of these other players to get an angle. PTC went straight through the smoke to look for his own, but Mr. Cap saw the player above, and that's a free kill. Now into a 2 versus 2. PTC being flanked out in Ivy as well. Does he suspect this late on? He's so focused on a player coming up from sight. He has no idea that Rate was right beside him. And so Leaf, an unlikely hero, but one that starts out well. Rate only has 11 health left, but an AWP just needs to land one shot to Leaf, who with 73 can even be legged to death. Coming up behind towards the spawn. Leaf trying to play the big brain plays, but as Rate doesn't see him, he has to make a move to that bomb. 20 seconds. No chance to go to B anymore. It has to be an A plant. He's looking the right direction with the AWP, but he turned around at the wrong moment. Leaf had his knife out. It was a very risky play, and as Rate goes to cross, that's a free kill. Winning out the 1v2. We might have said that he's not the player you rely on for these big performances, but there you go. 2 2Ks within the first couple of opening rounds, and a clutch already, giving Lucid Dream that 5th, and indeed an economic advantage.
Well, I mean, the silver line, I guess, in that round technically is that you did take the op away from PTC. You saw Leaf there at the end. He went to where PTC's corpse was going to be, and he wanted to pick up the AWP, but Rate was able to get it and head over towards to pop in the end. So it cost them a little bit of extra money to re-equip themselves. I do wonder if they plan to go towards a double op setup. Because obviously Train, I mean, that's the most prevalent map you're ever going to see it on. Nice little shot there as well. I don't think Rate even had time to get toward the inner bomb site anyways, but still, to make sure to lock down that kill. And it forces D13. I mean, they could buy. It's going to be scrappy, but I feel like they maybe want to look towards the op now to use.
Considering weaknesses even earlier on, down towards that B side that they saw, I wouldn't mind pistols as they're taking smokes in a faster B play. The bomb is starting to make its way up there. Annihilation's rallying the troops. I mean, at least they're going to take upper B control for now.
Ooh, we got a new mini-map.
Oh, this is that we've been waiting for this for a while, right?
Yeah. Well, now I definitely want to go to a third map just to see the new Nuke mini-map they got going.
Please be split in top and bottom.
Nice little shoulder peeks here on a Leaf. Cinder going to come down once he spots them out. He is alone, so PTC is going to have to rotate in to help him out, but he does have his upper covered, so it's a little bit of assistance coming through. Even a smoke down towards lower to make sure they don't rush into this. But there's pistols. I mean, they technically could get a bomb plant down, especially with only having the 2 players here. It's just about dealing with Leaf. So Score maybe wants to drop down into this. Flashbang might come in. Or actually, it's a smoke. Oh, look at the smokes. They're even colored. It's so sick.
Oh, that's awesome, dude. I love it. Getting to see smokes on the map, I'm already in love. But then they're colored as well. Come on. Don't do things like that to my body. And they're going to rush down at 28 seconds. They've got to make a move. It's now or never. 2 more smokes left. Tamer looking to throw his down. Here they come. Over, up, and out. The AWP missing the first shot. PTC in a little bit of trouble now. Those players are just going to rush all the way towards him. Another shot missed. A third. A swing and a miss. PTC. He's not having a good day. Eventually connecting, but because of those shots, there's enough tees to just throw themselves at the rifles and get the bomb plants. Rate even good for a frag. And with that, taking 2 weapons away from Lucid Dream plus a bomb plant, they're over the moon. That's a great round.
And I know you don't know much about baseball, but you know, usually 3 strikes and you're out. That was 3 misses, and PTC does live to still fight another day, and this one gets 2 kills in the end. But like you said, 2 kills coming through for D13. Get the bomb plant, and look at the money they have. I'm just curious because they will pick up the op here for Annihilation, but I mean, he's starting 9 rounds behind basically here. PTC's had the op for a couple of rounds. I wonder what angle he's going to go for. Will he go for the challenge towards Ivy, which we've seen PTC playing, or is PTC still going to just kind of float around the map to play where he wants to? Because it looks like he's heading towards the upper position at the inner bomb site.
He definitely is. You've also got Leaf up on top of the train, ready, primed with a flashbang. That goes over, but the smoke was in play. I love that. See, otherwise, right now I'd be saying, why didn't he peek? Why did PTC run away? But I can see now. The T's through a smoke, blocked off that angle. They should be in the game by default. It's great.
I want to see Molotovs now. Here we go.
Oh.
Oh, that's the next update coming out. We'll see the Molotovs on the ground too. Oh, we can also see the angles they're shooting, which is kind of nice. All right, there you go. Maritza's going to push him. It's a 2nd kill. PTC's going to respawn. Leaf trying to come around the corner now to help, but again, gets shut down. Now PTC Missed quite a few shots last time. Can't afford to miss him in this round. 4 players to find, now 3. And there we go. He will be finished off. They will... Okay, I was going to say rescue a double op. I don't know why Score picked up the op. I guess they wanted the Dragon Lore for Annihilation. But Tamir, great job by him to push out and get those 2 big kills to open things up with.
Yeah, doing a fantastic job there. But D13, 2 behind, facing into another full buy. AWP making an appearance for PTC. The rest of the team, no, actually, I presume because the AWP was bought up that was going to be them fully investing. I'd like a criticism then. I'd much rather him take a scout. He's going to do much more with that. Or at least the risk reward.
I don't think he's justified in these rounds so far to pick up an AWP.
Mm-hmm. It's got 13 kills, but...
I mean, but yeah, but those weren't mostly off the AWP. I think he got like maybe 1 or 2 kills. Yeah, 2 kills last time, 2 kills the round before, but then we saw like a lot of whiffs, and well, he will fall right off the bat. 7's gonna pick it up. He's gonna maintain the man advantage here for D13.
That's very odd that Fox wasn't ready for a player to be pushed up in Ivy. I guess they hadn't spotted anyone, so they thought it was going to be a B hit with a passive hold outside in T-spawn. But to even glance, if he had to just look there as he came out, he would have seen it was there were players there. But I guess he was just so worried about them quickly coming down the stairs because it was so early in the round. DWP's retrieved anyways for 7. That's PTC's op that he has. D13 adopt a pretty passive approach now, just allowing for the CT side to make a move. As they start to group up towards the B-bomb site, so too do Lucid Dream. The AWP's already in position now. We've seen him rotate from the CT spawn. He's going to be cut off by the smokes, but the rest of the team are also here. And those smokes obviously allow him to go up on top of the train. With D13, all the while they've been playing some mind games because they've pushed right out on the A site, scene. It's clear, please don't push this now, thank you. Thought I could just see Rate dropping down, dying and losing the bomb. But luckily, the madness of Asian Counter-Strike won't persist. And they just molly off Con, get a clean plant, and Lucid Dream should be saving that op. They go for retake would be mad.
All they invested was the op, right? So it's really not too big of a hit for them. However, I mean, I guess PTC will have the op gifted to him next round anyways. Leaf's still going to be on 1800, however. I mean, I respect the play. I just feel like it wasn't the standout op play, or he hasn't had the standout op play just yet to maybe fully justify going for the peak like that. I mean, he did die to Annihilation, but because Fox pushed out with the deagle and got the kill onto him, you know, it kind of made it not too big of a trade. And they do rescue the op anyway, so it's not too big of a loss in that round.
I do like the fact as well that John Olsen and Leaf don't go spreading out looking for kills. They're playing as sentinels for that AWP, just to make sure now that he's not going to be pushed down last second by an angle he wasn't suspecting. And so they pull that through. And like you said, Jason, that is all their investment, right? They've lost a piece of Kevlar that was on PTC. That's it. Other than that, they've got their AWP back. He even gets a kit, a small amount of utility, and the rest of the team are able to buy up too.
Annihilation's going to be back on his op as well. We haven't really had them go too often in the battle since we haven't seen Annihilation have the op too many rounds, though we are currently 1-0 in favor of Annihilation. Again, going to be keeping Rate over towards Ivy, looking for any aggression there. They want to get down towards Pop, but the smoke comes in, even a nade, so maybe wanting to take T-Con control. With a Molotov thrown, it does obviously delay that from happening, but Score's actually been able to get down. He goes past the smoke, and it looks like Fox knows he's here. But I don't think Score's gonna expect this. And Score's gonna win on the trade either way. It doesn't seem to matter. They still have a player towards E-Box. That's gonna be John Olsen. He will at least get the finisher on that kill. Maybe a second, but Tamir, again, keeping the man advantage here for D13.
See, it's not only the man advantage now, it's the amount of control that they've got. Lucid Dreams are pushed back into a much more passive play. Not only the fact that they're allowing so much space, nice little tag on the Mr. Cap, that could help, but the fact that 789 has so many angles to worry about, but he's doing so very cautiously. Takes 180s for the smoke push, and a great read. Well, not a great read on that play. Peeking into the AWP, at least he's given the information. Can we stop peeking and op one at a time? They dry peek him, and Annihilation hits every single shot. Leaf now the last alive. Annihilation looking for him, and he gets it for a 1v3 clutch that never should have happened.
I can literally hear the 1.6 sounds in my head at the very end. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but they're like very old, I think, Unreal Tournament sounds, and it's just the voice saying Annihilation because he shouldn't have won that. Like you said, there was no way he had any right to win it. First kill, all right, acceptable, but for the last two, just got out aimed, got out skilled. That's gonna be D13 taking their 6th round on the board now when it comes to train up against the Pistols, potentially gonna get a 7th here, and if they come out, I mean 6. That's already a lot of rounds. If they can get more than this, that'd be ridiculous. But now the Pistols, you cannot forget about them. The P250, Leaf gets himself 2. He will be finished off. It's still going to come down to the 2-on-2. They have the weapons on their side as well to protect. So it just comes down to the raw aim now with these Deagles. Well, the last Deagle. And they're all gone.
That was a swift conclusion. That's got to be really upsetting, though, for the players that were dead watching that 1v3 that Annihilation won. The first peak, all right, it happens. I think it was very well played for... no, it wasn't Leaf. Who was over towards the 789?
Yeah, he was the first. The PTC fell, and then Leaf fell.
Yeah, so like for 789, he played it really well, taking the first kill, then turning to look at the Ivy push. He read them like a book. When he dies, it's forgivable. He peeks out to try and get a bit of info on the last player. He gets off. It happens. For PTC then to try and challenge, a little bit cocky with the AWP, getting nothing for it. And then the final as well. It was just so bizarre they didn't try to play the 2v1 on time. All the shots landing, though, for a Lucid Dream, they pulled themselves into a man advantage, even despite the return by Rate. Who's now just hoping that somebody peeked on the bomb site. But as the smoke start to dissipate, and Connector would have been another angle he had to worry about now, he did just back off straight into 789, who's peeking right down in Ivy, finding that kill. Annihilation, a 1v3. It's the exact same players as last time. Please do not peek him one at a time. You, at this point, hit tab, go, oh, it's Annihilation. He's got an op. Maybe we shouldn't peek him one at a time.
You know they want to do it.
I hope.
I wish there was a guy on the enemy team or on D13's team that was named 6. Oh my God!
If he hit that shot, that's 2 shots that he's been so close to hitting. He was double peaked there at least.
Please tell me you understood the joke though.
I did. I chose to ignore it because of it. Because of the quality.
Hey. Yeah, you're right too.
That was sick though by Annihilation. The movement alone there, just swinging on out. If he hit the shot, I would have lost my mind. This should be another 1v3 for him.
I mean, that's really not that bad of a joke, Mitch. I mean, it's like a good little dad joke.
Still,
yeah, I'm not known for having good jokes.
Oh, I know that. I know that well. Also not known for having good taste. Stuffed cheesy crust. Freak.
Okay, I was wondering where you're going with that one. 789 is going to be pushing up T-Con. Or you see that Rate's just prepared for it. Just waiting for any aggression. They have the bomb on their side too. I mean, again, 7 rounds for... Oh my God, Sean Olsen. But 7 rounds on T side, like that's pretty damn good, to be fair. In the context of Asian CS, maybe it's underwhelming considering what we've seen these last 2 days. I mean, I don't think I'm wrong in saying that.
No. Oh, that was very unfortunate. Leaf was a solo holder down towards B. The first player PTC knew not to rotate through Con. I'm hoping John Olsen has a bit of utility, and yeah, he does smoke out. He knows that it's just going to be held by Annihilation, who's looking for yet another extermination. The rest of the team starting to rotate over, and D13 are going to heavily presence this B bomb site. Lucid Dream. I have to play for the retake here, really. Once D13 gets set up, oh no. Out he goes. He used a smoke earlier, but still wanted to peek that angle. And another one. Let's go. Who's next up for the 1v1 fight with the op? Looks like Fox wanted it for a second. He's going to swing wide here and get killed by Annihilation. I can already feel it. The flash pulled him off the angle. Baited out the shot. That's well handled, but there we go. Of course. He's aced it. He's aced it, Jason. Let's all peek the op. Let's all peek the op. Annihilation's having a great time. He's got 16 kills. He found most of those the last 3 rounds. That was unbelievable.
I think my jokes are as bad as your singing.
Whoa, whoa, don't go there. Look at this. First, second, all right, they're peeking him one at a time. The third kill, again, It's the same old thing. Same old, same old. Fox was toying with him as well. You can see. I didn't catch the fourth. What was... Oh, it's just a peek down below.
I mean, he's pretty, like, confident. Like, look at the way he's playing, right? Like, besides hitting the shots, like the jumping on the ladder, jumping off, the bunny hopping earlier from E-Box towards Pop, like, you can tell he's in the zone, and why would you be when you pull off an ace like that? You're hitting shots, and now with the rush on inner, Rate's going to be waiting to receive, and he gets 3 quick kills. He's going to run out of bullets, but he also hasn't run out of health just yet. Fox eventually able to clean him up, but this should be going the way of the CT side. Or I say that. It's down to the 2-on-2. Fox going to be low on health. The bomb will be planted. John Olsen's not even here to help protect him. Fox going to have to stay hidden. Eventually, John's going to get there, and now Fox, we might try to catch him jumping over, but John, he's lost his teammate. Fox alone trying to push up. He dies as well. Annihilation. 7 kills in 2 rounds. D13 will take the pistol.
So we said this should be D13's map, and I think it's definitely looking that way. But it's been very underwhelming by Lucid Dream. Just in some of these rounds, the opportunities they've given away. For D13, connecting 7 rounds on the T side was already fantastic, and that was found on the back of Annihilation's insane 1v3 abilities. The mistakes made by Lucid Dream to offer that round, and then another one within 2 back to not to their opponents of D13, just to Annihilation. They'll only surrender to him.
Two AKs, 2 Deagles, a Galil. Mir's gonna push up. A lot of early control here. Oh, being sprayed out a little bit. And Score is gonna be the first casualty. That was over towards Pop. So Fox able to get down in time and not gonna reverse the trend going on. And yeah, Tamir just kind of runs out in the open into that. Rate's now in a tough position. They've given up inner completely, but he tries to push out. He gets the first, gets the second. Does equalize things now at 3 apiece between both teams, but he's holding this E-Box position. He's got a man towards Pop. He takes him down as well. Rate. 3 kills this round, 3 kills last. And gives him a hope to win this round.
What a play by Rate, man. Honestly, up to 4K now. Looking for the final, and he aces it. It's like they think D13 are some sort of divinity. They have to sacrifice and approach calmly, one at a time. Queue up social distancing on those trades, but unfortunately that's not how it's supposed to go. Spacing is allowed to be a little bit tighter in here.
How sick would that have been if Valve updated CS to have face masks on all of their models?
How sick? It would have been less sick because it's a preventative measure.
Well, I mean, at least, you know, any North American, or I guess I should just say American players would maybe get the idea that masks are good for you.
I honestly feel like the players are cool, right? They're not... Players have high IQ.
If you're playing, you're probably not going outside, so...
There we go.
You don't need the mask, right?
That's a good thing. But I feel like it's very much associated with IQ if you think masks are a good thing or not.
You know, I was just say the funny thing about Corona, but honestly nothing's really funny about it, but it's kind of funny in the context of if you're a gamer, you haven't really noticed much, you know, with like the quarantine and everything, because like I mean naturally I would stay at home playing video games all day anyways, and then this just gives me a reason to do it even more.
That's only like some of my favorite takeaways are closed down. That's
yeah, that's the downside, right?
You know, I think, but honestly, I was thinking about this the other day on a serious note. For us, it's like, okay, you have to stay inside for however long, 2-3 months. Okay, we'll play games and stuff. Can you imagine if you didn't play video games at all? If you didn't watch streams, if you just watch TV or something, and remember, TV shows are shut down. There's no more Coronation Street, EastEnders. All these soap operas aren't being filmed anymore because they can't. So whenever they run out of the material they've got recorded, they're done. You go mad after 3 months of just like watching the same show again and again. Some people don't even have, you know, internet in their homes now. You'd be mad. I'd go crazy.
Yeah, but it gives you a chance to, you know, take up new hobbies, I guess.
Yeah, in a way.
Oh. Decent damage being done. You can see Fox will be low on HP, but Leaf's gonna get the first kills. He pushed in. He gets a second. So 11 kills and much open up the site himself. Up against just the 3 remaining for D13. Mr. Cap, and he's on the MP9. I don't know if you really go for this in a 3-on-4 unless they're able to get a kill with some sort of utility, but that's gonna be Score falling, and I think you're just gonna have to. I mean, I think they're just gonna commit to it anyways, because they want it by next round anyway. You know, on top of that, but a little bit unfortunate that Rate wasn't able to kind of have that same performance in the rounds prior here.
Oh, he can only. I guess he's running out of stamina at this point. He can only do so much. 3K and ace. Yeah, I was thinking about that. How privileged we are as gamers to sort of be like, oh, you have to stay inside with your hobbies. Okay, cool. It's a fair trade. Been playing a lot of Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Great game. If you're bored, you're looking for something to do, watch these streams. And when we're finished, play some Assassin's Creed Odyssey. But we're learning lots about... I do like to see the different regions, the different approaches they have to things. I think on Train so far, it's been fairly standard, really. Aside from just how individual a lot of these rounds are. It reminds me, like... I guess in EU, you can't... Even if the players are skilled to a higher degree, you can't necessarily have these kind of games where you're popping off with 3Ks, aces all around, because the spacing is there, the trading is there, and you can actually bridge individual skill, bridge the gap that is there. Oh, the timing for Tamer, you unlucky person. But yeah, you can bridge that individual skill gap if you're actually playing together. 2 guns, well, he has to be twice as good as you. You know,
Just going full akimbo. We Call of Duty now.
Oh well, I meant 2 people. But yeah, 2 guns peek you at the same time. I didn't mean 2 AKs, 1 under each arm. Start spraying.
I mean, I would probably go the Negev, to be honest.
Oh yeah.
Couldn't possibly miss when shooting 2 heavy machine guns, right?
You just end up on your back immediately. It's full prone.
Well, it's a new movement mechanic. Aim backwards and use that to get across the map quickly.
It's like a rocket boost.
Basically. I dig it.
That'd be interesting. Anytime you need to jump somewhere, yeah, boost me. Oh wait, I'll just double Negev up. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Like a jetpack.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you knew in 1.6, there used to be like a strategy where you could have someone on your head and you shoot them as they jump and you give them a boost.
Oh,
like they actually
right.
go into the air further. So I would have loved to see that in CS. I just don't know how viable it would be or in CSGO.
Yeah, from what I understand, like the movement is stripped back a little bit, right? Than what it was in 1.6.
Yeah.
Just to bring it more to like a slow down the pace of it, make it more tactical, I guess, by limiting the amount of things, the amount of moving parts.
You can still boost in this game. Like that's my gripe with some other FPS games. I would love to see it.
That was
789 to take down 1, but again, score is going to be there. They have the double up setup, and I mean, just aim wise, I feel like D13. Oh no. I just heard them type in chat. I don't know what they said, but I'm imagining it's an LOL.
Yeah, that's trading back into a 2v3. D13 have a very passive B-hold, and I think Lucid Dream have the read. They have a double smokes as well, so down the ramp and for cross to site, they can get a bomb plant here. They just need to not overthink it. The bomb's been given to Leaf, but I see Fox moving into upper. His rifling proficiency was something we talked about earlier on, and now he's going to look to take this fight. It's a risky play, but it could pay off. Problem is, that's... I feel Fox needs to peek before the smoke goes down. You saw what happened. Raid is looking at the ramp. When the smoke goes down, he no longer needs to worry about the ramp, so he just looks straight into upper. And that's as Fox walks out, so his crosshair placement is perfect. If that smoke is delayed 2 to 3 seconds, Fox comes out, he has to now flick, and the chances of Fox winning the duel are far higher. I think that's something they need to consider for the future. And I guess it, like, from their perspective, it looks like a good idea, but that's where the experience comes into play, where you start to really think about, if I do this, how will my opponent react? And I guess it just comes with time.
13-8 now, and D13 are continuing this landslide of rounds. Mir's gonna get aggressive, score, pushes up upper. Gets an initial kill, maybe even a second if PTC comes around this corner. And we need a flashbang. They're just gonna go in pretty much dry there. Score will miss the shot and look to back away. Even going aggressive for a second, like that's the confidence I think D13 have at the moment. That he feels like he could just go for that re-peak. Worst case he dies, but they still keep things equal at 4.
It's going to be a slightly delayed late round now. With Lucid Dream having taken so much damage, losing a player 7 on 12 HP, they're just going to group up and hit this B site. It's a very slow-paced late round. The problem with that is D13 could get aggressive. They could find some information. So once the players are all here, smokes go down, they wait for the molly to subside, and in they go. I think another Molotov just went... No, that was over from the T side. Okay, so forward they go, but it's actually a fake. They're looking to late push. They've left... Sorry, they just sent 7 down to pop by himself with 12 HP, and it worked. He got a kill. They've opened up the A site, moving in towards the smoke. I don't know what that was from John Olsen. Moving in towards the smoke here, you've got Annihilation looking for close-range duels, and of course, he wins them with Mr. Cap long range on an MP9. Because why not? D13 are just dominating on those fights. Lucid Dream handled that really well. John Olsen got unlucky. I think he was pushing through the smoke to go for a flank, and for some reason they were holding it. But outside of that, considering how they started, 7 being able to open up Pop Dog was incredible. The only disappointment was that they didn't kill Mr. Cap in the original engagement. If they took him down in Ivy there as they pushed to site, they can fully focus on Connector. But instead, he was able to harass them, allow Annihilation to get a pick with the op that was untraded. And then he, as they look for Annihilation, he comes out behind them and sprays them down.
Oh, man. Annihilation's not missing too many shots. Of course, as I say that, he dies because he missed a shot. The PTC is going to clean up too. Score's still going to be there because, hey, they still have double op setup, which is so difficult to push against. Score's trying to block off Connector. Does actually get smoked up to look to push out some extra ground right off to the side, but I don't think he's going to expect PTC to just come over the actual train, but he still gets the kill either way back to the 2-on-2. Oh, I'm not a big fan of this, though. They have split up their positions. Just the bomb not going down just yet. Looks like it might rotate back towards inner, where Raid's already going to be waiting. He's going to see this coming straight in if he keeps holding that angle, but he actually turns away at the last second. He doesn't see him cross. Oh, this is tough now. If you're 7-8-9, you have to make this flank work. Problem is, Luke is coming behind him. It's going to be Score. I think he's going to be running with his knife out, though, and Score's going to get caught out here. And yeah, this should be the round now here for Lucid Dream.
The spray from Raid. He's good at close relief. He can get the defuse. He thinks it's default. He's made it around. Taps it. The peak has to come out from 7, and he's no time. That's unfortunate.
If he had a kit, that was it.
Oh, yeah. Look, he had it now. Easily. That's very unfortunate for him. You might look at him with $800 and say, what? Why doesn't he have a kit? I don't think he had the money starting out the round, did he?
Should have. I don't know. I mean, there had to have been a kit on someone.
That's the other thing I was saying the other day, though. Like, you can get away with having 2 to 3 kits instead of buying them up on every single player, just to have... If you imagine, if you're losing players round on round, you've got to keep rebuying them. It's going to take down your investment by 800 per round. That's a pretty big deal if you've bought 3. But then the problem is, every now and then, you're not going to have one when you go in for those situations. It's going to be dropped too far away. And obviously, you do want to prioritize utility over kits a lot of the time. So long as you've got one in play, I think you would go for the util over it. A double op setup to come through on Score, reinvesting into everything that they've got. And D13 aren't really in that poor of a position. Even the rounds they're losing, they're looking pretty decent in. That's a bad start.
Even gets the dink on a PTC, though. You imagine he has an AK, that's a done deal. I mean, PTC will eventually fall nonetheless. Keeps things on equal footing. However, the advantage is going to be going the way of D13. Look at the weaponry. That's... Oh, my God. I was going to say, look at what's left, but John Olsen doesn't care. Picks up the MAC-10. Gets himself 1. Rescues an M4 and will rate. He's been really a standout player for me. 27 kills. And he's going to be on the in-betweens here. Got 2 players around him. Why not expect the guy from behind? The guy's going to miss it. John Olsen not connecting the shot when he needs to. He might punish himself for it, but rate will eventually fall. And advantage back the way here of Lucid Dream. And they have Fox so far pushed up on inner as well. That maybe they're looking, yeah, the bomb's going to rotate over and you can just have this op just hold this angle.
Score misses the shot. That's a little bit unfortunate. The flank on its way through.
Saving these, right?
Yeah, but see, they're not going to be able to do this now. Annihilation flanked out. He's dead. They know exactly where Score is, and they've got the players to throw at him. He might actually go for this if he finds the kill, but he can't. No can do. A little bit of extra cash now for the T side, and they pick up a double digits. It's unfortunate. I'm just looking at... I watched back the round, so Rake got 2 kills that round where he couldn't get the defuse, and he ended up on $800, so he wouldn't have had the money for a kit. That's a shame.
Okay.
One less flash, and he had it. You know, he would have had a kit, easily defused. But as I said, prioritizing utility in a situation like that where your teammates have kits, I'm a fan of that. It just means that you do have to be a little bit more aware when you're pathing your way to a site of where your teammates died so that you pick it up on the way. And that's not always possible. I mean, if your teammates die in a position where the T's are still watching, something like that.
Tamir wants to go for it. John, I think he's going to give him the opportunity, except he actually does turn away the last second. And Tamir's actually going to get up here. He's going to have the bomb, but that's going to be... That had to have been a no-scope or a quick scope out of PTC. That could have been the bomb down and op picked up. I don't know how far that would have actually lasted throughout the entire round, considering there were still a lot of players on Lucid Dream's side to return the frag back. I like this position out of rate. Up close and personal with the Deagle. Oh, so close to hitting the shot. It looks like it's going to be a clean round for Lucid Dream.
It's always the Deagles, though. You can never underestimate them. Let's Score taking down 7. We're into a decent spot. The AK retrieved for Score. He'll look to save it. Down goes Mr. Cap to find a kill on a P250. Score comes in afterwards. Now there's an op retrieve, but shot from above. The info there for Score on both players, but they know where he's coming from. They've got that intel to work on. He's got a swing on John Olsen. Easy kill. The bomb planter has to stop, and they win the round. Of course they win the round, Jason. Why would we even be surprised at this point? Score just barreling up Pop Dog with a Deagle. He ends up with, what, a 4K? Standard. This is standard Asian Counter-Strike. My God.
Did I say clean round? Should be a clean round?
I think you did, Jason. I think you did.
I don't think any proof of that. That's, again, that's got to be a big punch to the gut for Lucid Dream. Again, we're going to see it here. Score. This little headshot comes through. I mean, just fantastic. And this is something that we haven't seen out of too many teams. I guess... No, I'm trying to think of a specific team in particular, but like almost it feels like everyone's having their moments right now for D13, like having like a standout, you know, round. We had Rate with practically an ace. We had Annihilation. I know we did get an ace. Annihilation got an ace as well with AWP, and obviously the 1v3. This will be a pretty solid team here, looking to close out this first map, which I'm gonna see will be their choosing. Rate again. No way gets to kill the Fox. Oh man. Fox had to go for the turn, and this looks like it's going to be it here, Mitch. 7, 8, 9, up against 4. I love how Tamir just backs away, too. He doesn't want to die without having anyone else there to secure that frag. And D13, 16 to 10, take the first map. And honestly, I think we saw some good things, to be honest, out of both teams, but some really sick plays out of D13 overall.
Yeah, definitely showing up at an individual level. Now, look, with Lucid Dream turning up, losing both pistol rounds, still connecting up double digits, I'm not incredibly nervous when it comes to Mirage. I think they'll be able to turn up. The problem is when you're losing these rounds versus a Deagle that just finds 3 or 4 kills, all these positions where you're in an advantageous spot, you allow Annihilation to 1v3 every single angle, being a 1v1 versus an op, then to ace 2 rounds later to the exact same play. You can't do that. And hopefully Mirage is going to be a little bit more comfortable for them. There'll be no aspect of trying to learn to play this for the first time as a team together versus a very proficient trained team. The comfort zone should come into it and help them out. But my God, there were some really questionable rounds in that.
Yeah, and obviously we want to hear the thoughts of our 2 handsome gentlemen, the most handsome gentlemen here on the broadcast. We've got Jason Kaplan and Mitch, as we're going to continue to go through ours now. We got Bled and Dink are going to be coming in to talk about their thoughts of that game. I mean, let's start things off. Annihilation was a beast. I don't know which one you're going to talk about at first, but someone's got to touch it.
Yeah, I think Annihilation and Score,
jumped in on that one.
All right, I'm just gonna ignore the connotation there, Jason. But yeah, Annihilation and Score. What I really enjoy about the Z13 team is they're not necessarily clean. Like if you watch, for example, the way Tiger play their countrymen, right? Like you can see how these guys rely on their aim and their raw skill, and why not? The average age on all the 5 players is like less than 21. I think Tamir, I think that's how I pronounce his name. He is in-game leader, and he's the oldest in that lineup at 26 years of age. Well, everyone else, I think Rate is 17, Annihilation is like 20 or 21. They're so young, so very sharp, and it just looks like for Lucid Dream, firstly, I mean, you give that many opportunities to players like they have on the side of D13, you're going to get punished. And heading into the second map, yeah, I agree with Mitch. I feel like Mirage's map and Lucid Dream are very well trained on. But at the same time, Mirage is a map where some of these star players, the young fraggers, can basically just destroy you, wreck you with no tactics involved. And I won't lie, I feel like D13 looked like the better team, and I feel I'm going to stick with my original prediction alongside with Dinko that this should be a series for D13 very convincingly. Lucid Dream looked very flat. And despite Train not being their map pick, this is a map that they have played in the past. They have the protocols in place, but it just looked absent.
Yeah, I agree. I think D13, when they come into this, they just had so many players able to step up, score, Rit, Annihilation. We have 3 players up there near the top of the scoreboard, just below 30 kills. Like, if you have 3 players doing that kind of stuff, then you're looking good going onto a map like Mirage. And you could see, at a certain point, it was looking close for a lot of the game. And then I feel like D13 just tipped it over the edge. They got a few rounds in a row going over into that second half. They started stringing them together, a couple of rounds towards the end there from Lucid Dream. But for the most part, D13 looked like the better team towards the end. So I'm feeling confident going into this next map. I feel like there was quite a few mistakes coming in from both teams, I have to say. But Lucid Dream just seemed a little off, at least on Train. So hopefully they can step up and feel a little bit more comfortable heading into the second map. But for me, still having to side with D13. They're looking really good right now.
Yeah, look at Rate, 29 kills, Score 28 kills, Annihilation, who's going to be the MVP of that match on 23. All 3 of them about 100 ADR, really put him some serious work, like really punishing, seemed like Lucid Dream whenever they possibly could, and those clutches. Like, I almost don't even believe that number, but I would believe it after what I saw. Like, that 1v3 he pulled off, I wouldn't be surprised.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he is something special. Yeah, Mitch, go on.
So the thing I wanted to say, right, is for some reason, I don't know if I've hit my head this morning, I still believe in Lucid Dream at least bringing us to a 3rd map.
You have hit your head.
I think so. The logic, though, is that they lost both pistols. They threw away so many rounds, still managed to make it relatively close, all things considered. Like, if they won both pistols in double digits, I wouldn't care. But the fact they lost them, they gave 2 aces over, they let Annihilation have an insane clutch he should never have had. You avoid those things alone. They pick up a pistol, don't let one of those aces happen, all of a sudden they're in a better position. There was 18 2K plus rounds between Rate and Score alone. I mean, they just dominated, and I feel like that was just comfort of the map. Lucid Dream have never played it in an official. 3 of these players, I think that was their 12th map with this lineup as well. So there's so much unknown ground. And then when you come to Mirage, I think it's somewhere that they can actually take duels that they're comfortable in versus angles they're aware of. They know how to approach certain situations. If an op is here, what do we do against it? Whereas on this map, it was like, the op is there, peek him. I don't know. Like, what else would we do? I'm hoping that they'll at least bring us to a 3rd map and show us what they're capable of.
Well, speaking of duels, we do have our head-to-head here between 2 players. It's going to be the 2 oppers, Annihilation up against PTC. Now, I maybe give a little bit too much, flack to PTC there with the missed shots that we saw on the inner sight early on. But he did have a pretty solid game. I mean, 21 kills. You can see in direct duels, he actually won out up against Annihilation. And then even ADR, he was actually outperforming his counterpart. But at the same time, they didn't win the game. And one person can't carry the team sometimes.
The thing with PDC is, if you compare it to Annihilation, let's be real, most of us haven't heard of Annihilation. Only I probably knew about him from a while back.
I knew about him.
Okay, but he's not as well known as someone like PDC, though, right?
Yeah.
Like, this guy has been around Thai scene for a long time. He even played in that 5-power lineup where it was, I think, the 2 Russians playing. It was a weird lineup. But the thing is, PDC is one of the most tenured players in the scene for a very, very long time. And when he is being forced to, really play to the highest of his abilities by compared to the unknown kid from Mongolia, that just goes to show. I think Annihilation really performed to a very high degree, to a very high level. Again, can't take anything away from Score and Ray. These are the 3 youngsters on this D13 side, and they look sharp. Yes, I agree with you. The too many rounds which are given away by Lucid Dream. But heading into Mirage, I'm just going to say this. D13 beat Tyloo and Mirage in the previous RMR. They 2-0'd Tyloo. Yes, Tyloo, they wound up getting to the finals and losing to Tiger at the very end. But D13 have done something that Lucid Dream and Beyond have never done in the recent past.
It's a fair assessment. At the same time, I look at the more recent Invictus game. That's what gives me a little bit of faith about Mirage, why I thought we could potentially reach a third map, and that train performance kind of spurred me on to believe the same. Like Invictus absolutely stomped D13 16-6. There was no sign of life, and then it was even very close to. It was only a couple days ago that we saw a 16-11 scoreline go in favor of Invictus, but Lucid Dream put up a really solid fight. We saw performances coming through from PTC, which we've already seen today, Fox as well. I think the only difference was that we had Seven actually step it up to the same degree as Fox. At the moment, I'm looking for that third person. Is it 789? Is it John Olsen, who I saw more consistently throughout the RMR Road to Rio? I don't know. I think John Olsen looked a little bit lost there, but when it's such a hard punish pick coming through, and we knew that just looking at the veto and how it would go down before we even saw it, the D13 will get a map that was massively favored. I don't think it's fair to fully count them out, but I definitely take the point about Annihilation. His opping was absolutely insane. I mean, when you're coming in as the lesser known opper and you're given these opportunities, sure, but to still capitalize on them is what definitely sets him apart from a name that comes in and you just go, who is that? And you walk out not having a clue still.
Well, you know what? We are going to find out in a few moments. We do have to head to a short break and see what Lucid Dream can do on a map like Mirage, or if we're going to end things out in a 2-0 for D13. This is PAL Summer 2020, the Asia RMR event. We'll see you guys in a few minutes.
Mirage 地图往事。Mirage 作为一张热门的竞技地图，其合理的地图分布以及远近坚固的交火距离，都给人留下了非常深刻的印象。A1是双方的主要交火点之一，当时仍效力于 Liquid 战队的 Simple 在这里上演了一招天外飞仙，乌克兰剑圣的名号就此得来。穿过 A1 来到 A 区，作为常规的爆弹点，这里通常会上演投掷物的交互博弈。当年 Team 在对阵 Cloud9 的比赛中，就凭借着灵性火焰，完成了一波出其不意的3杀。
Triple spray runs through the smoke into sleeping out, and that shatters the defense. Cloud9 in a 2-on-4.
中路作为连接 B 区和 A 区的重要通道，也是双方抢夺的重要战略区域。火黑天才 Nico 曾在此处凭借一把 AK 完成了单人灭队的壮举。
может выйти. Как же бандит этот Ника? Бомба, напоминаю, стоит. Бэт подставляется. Ника, это один. Это раунд. Это эйс от Ника. Минус 5, 6-1.
当然 Mirage 地图最为人津津乐道的操作，当属冷神在白车的跳狙。2016年哥伦布 Major 半决赛上 ，Code 凭借一杆跳狙，奇迹般的完成4杀，强行将比赛拖入加时后翻盘，4次封神，也在 B 区面包车旁留下了专属彩蛋。本次比赛，期待各位亚洲的选手们能带来更多惊喜。
Welcome back, everyone, to PAL 2020, brought to you by PGL. It's the Asia RMR event for summer. I'm Jason Kappen, joined by the lovely, the handsome, even though we did bump his head quite heavily, waking up in the morning, Mitch, as we get into our second. I'm always so mean to you. I don't know why. I just find it hard to be nice.
Now, we had that first day, Jason. That was great. I
did say something nice about you.
At least once, and that was a real treat for me.
Okay, I agree. I'll try to be better. I'll try to be better for you.
Thank you
for today, not tomorrow. But we're going into Mirage, and you're saying that, I think, not so you're saying, something we should kind of talk about here is, again, Lucid Dream. Obviously, we've seen them play within recent times, but they have had some major roster swaps. They've lost the core of their team. How many maps do they really have prepared under their belt and ready to go against a team like D13? Because Train clearly, I mean, it was close enough, but in the end, it wasn't there. It wasn't like ready enough to compete against a team like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's fair to say, but for me, if a team reaches double digits without winning the pistol rounds, without winning the 4 spies afterwards, I'm going to feel pretty confident that they put up a decent enough show. They definitely managed to win my faith a little bit. They struggled massively on the T side, obviously, but when you're unfamiliar with a map like that, you expect it, considering the amount of 1vx's they gave away and just all the things they did wrong, which there were a lot of them. I can pin most of them down and not knowing the map, and a little bit of just general mistakes sprinkled in there. I'm hoping that Mirage is going to be different. Somewhere we've seen them play quite a bit with this roster, 4 maps, but out of a total of, I think, 12 now. That's quite a lot. They had a decent performance versus Invictus, versus Vici as well, all this month. I think we could be in store for a little bit of a game. If they're going to win a map, this is the one. That's what I'll say.
Right. Well, then obviously that leads us into Nuke potentially as a final decider. And I think from what I remember you said earlier on, you're not feeling too fancy for them when it comes to that map.
No, I think realistically this series should go to D13. There's no doubt about that. When we started the veto, I thought we would see an Inferno coming through. Lucid Dream decided to remove Inferno and leave Nuke through. I don't know why they made that decision. I'm sure there's some sort of logic, but I can't see it from the information we have. So I'd say, I guess they've got something prepared on Nuke, but to me, that's a clear map for D13. A bit of a mistake in the veto as well. So yeah, I think probably 2-1 to D13, but this map, I have faith. I think Lucid Dream will either make it close or take it.
I wonder how Annihilation is going to go about him and Rate. Like, I'm again, like, I was just impressed with Annihilation as I was Rate, because he obviously pulled off the ace, but he was always seeming to put himself in these like really good positions to get like these multi frags and score. Another player that we can't really talk to, or can't talk highly enough about, is able to top frag for his team, is able to pick up the secondary out for them, and they'll be starting off on the CT side here. So Lucid Dream choosing the T side on this map, and well, for their sake, they better have something prepared, or they're gonna be looking at the first loss in this group stage.
Yeah, not a nice way to open it, although D13 will be pretty happy to come in with an opening win. 1 map away from doing it now. We saw Rate 29 kills in the previous score on 28, and Annihilation just behind on 23, but with some of the highest impact frags that we've seen. I mean, at least 10 left 3 of the rounds into their favor. Oh, that's an awkward tag straight away. Tamer needs to get out of this position. He's just going to be pre-fired by the Glocks. Not a chance. And now the B site completely locked out with just 1 smoke.
Do have a kit though. Mr. Cap's going to have that one. He's going to be coming in from the kitchen. And bomb's going to go down. So into the 4-on-4. They have the flank coming through, but Annihilation should be expected. There was a CZ that was picked up initially by Tamir. I don't know. It wasn't recovered for the T side, so maybe they didn't want it, or maybe they didn't see it. As Rate's going to push in and get his kill. He gets a second, and again, the man I was just talking about pulls off 2 kills. Score gets the final 1, and that was a damn clear retake. Clean retake. Clean and clear.
The side is clear, and the round was clean. As D13 now 3 for 3 in pistol rounds. They've been doing pretty well on them. For Lucid Dream, it's got to be a little bit upsetting. You see, when you're winning these pistols, you're able to put yourself into a nice little boost at the very start of the round. The difference here on the T side is that they've gotten a bomb plant. And with that, they can actually force buy up and end up in a pretty decent position. We've mentioned this a couple of times throughout the day, and I expect to see nothing less from Lucid Dream. They've got an AK, 2 AKs actually in the possession of Fox and PTC. No, John Olsen's the one taking it. Well, okay. As I mentioned, he can be another player you can look to step it up, and has done throughout the road to Rio. But Fox not having a rifle is always a That's an awkward nade. Is always a little bit dangerous. 7 comes through, deagling out score in the connector, and on the back of his headshot hit, he gets the AK because he's the better aimer, not because John Olsen's 26 health.
That's why I always give my guns away.
Because
they're the better aimer.
Yeah.
I'm more of a support player. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, bro, you're 5 HP. Take the AK. You hit a headshot today.
Maybe rotating the bomb back towards the A side, it looks like, though. Annihilation and Rate both going to be here. Not two players I want to deal with after seeing them on fire in the last map, but at least for their sake, Annihilation has rotated over towards Connector, so they will have an opportunity to get in towards the site. Got one smoke, though, at least left. CT, stairs, jungle. I'm going to be closed off, and I like Rate's position. Especially if you can drop, you know, 1 or 2 of these AKs, it would be ideal. Annihilation gets the first. They're not spotting out Ray. He jumps up. He gets a spray down onto PTC, and I love this play. He backs away instead of sticking around for more. They realize they want to take this round cleanly since the other team has invested into this. And they're playing it smart. Fox coming in from behind, though. I don't think he's going to be spotted.
No, no, just goes for the body. At least he capitalizes. No one can punish him before he gets the rifle, but he's running forward with the deagle out. Why not? He's hitting all his shots, and right left on 24 health. Oh, they didn't break open the girder. He's going to go straight on through it. But Leaf on full
doable.
health. But Leaf's got a rifle on full health. This has to be a headshot from Rate immediately. He's looking to find the head peeking up above. He spotted it for just a second. Now spotted both of them. Tapping away. Landing the first on Leaf. Goes for the spray. That was a really nice attempt. But Fox on a deagle with, what, a 3K in that round? That's 1-1. And the force by, that's the benefit of getting the bomb plant in round number 1.
Yeah, and we kind of questioned Fox's initial shot with the deagle right in the body as he flanked the man's stairs, but it worked out in the end for him. I think it was Leaf getting the kill on Mr. Cap that really solidified that round victory, though, because they still had a player towards Ticket. You know, if you remember at the beginning, Ray jumped up and then he backed away around towards CT spawn, and Mr. Cap took up his angle. Yeah, you can see there in the last few seconds. If Mr. Cap doesn't go down, if Leaf doesn't connect that shot, I don't think Lucid Dream would have won that round. Ooh, score. Flashbang comes through, hits the shots. Not the weapon he wanted, but still a kill and a weapon nonetheless. And 789 is going to come down from the push and towards mid to close that out. What? Did you see him through this? Was there a hole?
I'm not 100% sure. That's a very awkward way to start this one off, though, for D13. Having invested so much, they wanted to be able to walk through with at least a convincing start. And although they get 1 kill there, Rates immediately traded out. The SMG looking to farm some money. Leaf's waiting for his teammates, though. It's the right call in case they were still stacked up on the A site, but you've seen Annihilation start to push top mid, so it's free, it's open, and a bomb plant should be found.
Well, I would say this should be done and dusted, but we do see a deagle left for Annihilation. One thing I've learned when it comes to Agent CS, don't doubt the deagles. Be pushing up towards stairs. Bomb will be planted. Check out towards Palace, and there's gonna be 2 players in towards side. He does connect the shot onto John Olsen. Unfortunately, it's into not his head. I don't know exactly where it hit, but speaking of heads, there you go. Mr. Cap gets that first one done. He's gonna be running out of bullets down to the last shot, and he will be overrun by Leaf. So there we go, 2-1 for Lucid Dream. Not a bad start considering, like you said before, they've lost 3 out of 3 pistol rounds.
Yeah, this is the first time they've really been able to bounce back into it so quickly. Previously, it was they at least lost the 2 rounds because they ecoed on their CT side and then won the full buy, immediately got reset afterwards. So it was when they came up against the bonus. It's just the early halves have been so terrible for them, or were over on train. Out of the first 5 rounds, they were guaranteed to win like 1, at least on their CT side. They push straight out of ramp. Oh no, right into the pistol of Score. Does so much damage. PTC on 9 health. Really, he has to avoid any further fights. He's going to be the one planting the bomb and hopefully staying alive. They have no nade to lob in, so they've got to do it with just their pistols. And the rest of the team should be able to focus on these fights. As PTC, you can see, is just sitting tightly on the bomb, not wanting to die. And lose the armor and the rifle he's got.
Okay, well that was a little bit awkward at first. Mr. Olsen will close it out though.
1 HP.
Yeah, I mean, he's still alive. He's still breathing.
There you go.
Worked out for him.
Speeding to the medic. He's all patched up.
This is where we're going to find at least, though, how D13 on the weapons on the buy round are going to do up against the buy round for Lucid. I mean, last time we did see it, obviously they lost it, but that wasn't necessarily like a full buy across the board. But no op here, Lucid Dream. I wonder how early we will see it, if at all. I think it kind of depends on how this game does continue to go, if they start to struggle dealing with the defense on a D13 or not. Well, they're starting to build up a bank for PTC up to 4K. Oh, the flash again. Comes in through the smoke, sprays onto the first, and yeah, a little bit of an awkward spot to fight in. Has at least Tamir there to back him up. I'm not gonna expect him to be here, so that's the bomb now down. It falls forward. I don't know how. Rectangle shouldn't be able to roll, and he gets a second kill. Eventually gonna be sprayed down by Leaf, however.
Annihilation, a man that can win these clutches when he's given the opportunities. Mollied off for now, so there's no route out the door, but he's just waiting for a peek. I see Fox getting itchy, wanting to move, and what a shot by Annihilation! One more left. Leaf towards short. He hasn't got the info, though. 20 seconds on the clock. No kit. Perhaps there's one out on the site for him, but there's a few bullets waiting as well, as Leaf takes him down. Doesn't save the AWP, interestingly. They've got the money to buy one, but I presume then they won't be. Just taking the full AK setup yet again. And with a 4-1 lead, Lucid Dreamer starting this one out very well. Now just up against the pistols.
I mean, I remember seeing a Blood tweet earlier on about Annihilation. Wouldn't be surprised to see him in some top Asian CS teams, and for good reason. And the shots he's hitting, even though he's only on 2 kills at the moment, can be such an explosive player and won't score. Maybe burn down just a little tad bit. They do have 2 deagles. They're going for kind of a standard strategy here, so it could be not paying too much attention towards the A site. Our eyes turned more towards connector. It looks like there was a little bit of a hole there. I wondered before with the CZ, right? And it looks like there was an angle they were taking advantage of.
Fox has at least spotted that CZ coming up close. The second player in the apartments as well. They're getting a read on that aggression. The decision making here will be put to the test. They've seen 2 players pushing B apartments, but that usually you will presume there's one towards short. And so A seems to be the weaker side. But in this instance, D13 have started to rotate to A. They had nobody short. It was their full B stack that was spotted. But after finding that kill on the CZ, they decide they do want to hit B. Where at the moment, only 1 player awaits. They've cleaned up the majority with middle completely open for the taking. They can split down through short. Annihilation with the USP and connector will be dealt with in just a second. But Mr. Cap's still undetected. Unfortunately, he's not going to get the jump on anyone because they've decided to go A. There's been a couple different changes of direction in this round, but all for the better, really. They never overcommitted.
And you can see like the health of PTC and Fox. And PTC initially was the one leading the charge in towards that B site. You imagine there might be a world where he pushes in first, he falls, and then just maybe one lucky shot onto Mr. Cap onto whoever was bringing the bomb over. That could have actually been a round win for the side of D13. And again, the pistols are doing some serious work. 2 kills coming through. Gonna rescue an AK. However, being able to maintain it here might be a different story. So he's got 17 seconds left to survive for. I don't know if you push this either, because you don't really have the best of money on the side of Lucid Dream. And they're going to be able to... Well, they actually... Score's going to be in a tough position next round. Yeah, worst case, you let 1 AK... Oh, well, that was actually really close at first. You let 1 AK go. And the money's going to be there here now for D13. But a good streak going for Lucid Dream. I don't think we've seen them as dominating on train as we've seen it here.
Well, this is what happens when the team's a little bit more comfortable, but I wouldn't be fooled about this early start just yet. This is what the second convincing full buy we've seen come through for D13 Annihilation with an AWP. They've still only got 1 kit to work around, burning up a lot of their utility early on as well, moving in towards the ramp. Wraith's got his molly down, but look at this. The movement towards the B site. There's a heavy stack from D13 here. This could be a mistake. Lucid Dreams, though, slow down the pace. They move to middle. They've left the bomb outside of ramp. They're starting to make presence in B, making the steps, and then going in for this late A split, completely dragging the rotates or cementing the players that are towards B. They've lost 1 in connector, but look who's coming up behind. 7, 8, 9 in a great position towards the jungle. All they have to do do now is deal with Wraith. They've cleared out Underwood in just a second as the molly fades. Do they check their close right? Yes, they do. And the A side is all for the T side. That was a really nice round in the early stages. Now they just need to win out those post plants or even get the bomb down. Score lights Leaf to 22 health and stops the bomb plant indeed.
Go down eventually, but Score trying to push in. Not a second. I think if they maybe waited for Tamir, but I think Tamir had been spotted flanking around the back, and Mr. Cap with 24 health has no chance. 789. Position he was in towards jungle was just so much. Was just so much information. And also so much threat against the 13 side, and well, he'll get the kill onto him. He'll get the AK. He's gonna be flanked from behind. He's got a man towards window. I don't know how he escapes with this gun unless he hits some sick shots. And yeah, he won't have a chance here. Lucid Dream, 6-1. They're building up a lot of momentum here, and again, they don't really need to invest into the op play because they're playing faster than that.
I did like the early strategy in the round. They made a lot of steps towards B. The idea there was to drag rotates, but D13 had obviously already stacked it. But it kept those players in position. Then they send one forward, two through underpass, boost into the window. So quickly, it turns from lots of steps B into 4 players A. And I think those players completely caught off guard. Right up close was trying to do something. And here's Fox coming up on the drone.
Sneaky drone. Sneaky, sneaky drone.
The 1 Deeg, 3 Desert Eagle kills. That's quite a lot lower than we're used to seeing at this stage of a game, Kaplan, in all honesty.
I mean, especially when it comes to this region in CS. But we're going back into next round. Score's going to have the op. Been relatively quiet. Haven't had too many opportunities to use this weapon, unfortunately. So maybe going for the connector hold. And we haven't really seen too much short play out of Lucid Dream, except Score's going to be waiting for the angle in 789. Well, he's going to clear him out of that fight right away. And we're, 30 seconds in, and we already have a 3-man advantage here for Lucid Dream. I mean, albeit it is just pistols, but still so dominating out of them. I mean, they're just winning the flat-out aim battles, which is something I feel like was hard to say too often on Train. But this definitely seems like a map they're more comfortable on.
Oh my god, I've literally never seen worse timing in my life. God, Leaf literally watched that the whole round. And the second, not even the second, I'd say it was down to the fraction of a second that he turned his head. Boom! Deagle peeks you. Man, he's gotta be so annoyed. That's an AWP and an AK save for D13 now. All in all, the round is turned into an okay situation for them, considering where they were 20 seconds ago.
I always get so frustrated seeing timing like that happen.
So you did everything right this whole round, and there was like a 0.5 second window where he's not looking anymore, but he's not actually down the ramp all the way. It's just the tiniest little window where he's vulnerable, and that's when he gets peaked. It's the worst case.
Still win the round though, so I wouldn't be complaining.
Well, if you were Leaf, you definitely would, Jason. I've played with you. You'd still be.
We've never played together.
We've played Siege.
No.
No one's ever killed you legitly.
I wasn't playing. I wasn't playing.
All right, okay.
It can't count as playing if we're against cheaters the whole time.
So you've never played a game in your life, no?
Never played a game in my life.
It's just all cheaters.
Hardly ever find anyone legit against me.
Only in the 16-0 games.
No, because then I think there's cheaters on my team.
Oh,
I'm not the one top fragging.
I see.
Seems like D13 just kind of going back to what they've been trying, and honestly, what hasn't been working. Look at 789. He's run straight up short. There's no way they'd expect him to be here. He's even in towards kitchen to get the information play, and yeah, smokes down. Quickly take this B side, and this is, well, lack of a better word, it's just an annihilation.
Well, hey, see, they shouldn't have suspected him to be there either, because he actually ran down short, you'll notice, before the smoke had even touched the floor, never mind bloomed. So, like, that was crazy risky from 789. And something that if there's an Opera in connector, if there's anyone in connector looking to mid, you are dead. You're not going to win that. Well, you're at least in a 50-50 aim duel, best case scenario. But instead, he made it up on short to kitchen before they had even thought about it being open. So that was a very impressive outcome, let's say. I don't necessarily like the strategy, but it worked and it looked good.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I respect the like change in pace for teams quite a bit. Like just that random, I was just rush them. Like we've been playing so slow for the majority of the time. Maybe Leaf was tired of getting caught in these, millisecond windows. But they still win the round and they're up 8-1. The thing is, like, looking over the course of the last games, if I wasn't here the last 2 days, I'd be like, all right, well, we're definitely going to a third map. But I still don't want to count D13 out just yet. Because we've seen so many teams on the T side of Mirage just put up some ridiculous numbers. And yet, when the other team swaps over, they start to struggle on CT. But this is also... I mean, these rounds aren't even really that close, if I'm honest. I just don't feel that close.
Oh, no, definitely. I mean, even in that last thing, comes down to a 2v2 technically, but the round was already won. Yeah, it's just decent exits. Annihilation, 91.1% wasted bullets. Well, that's not what I expect to see from the main man. That said, his weapon of choice with the AWP hasn't been deployed all that much, has it? As their money has been in the bin consistently. And I think this is maybe the 4th round off memory that he's had it. Right, nice opening there on the ramp. This could be the turnaround for D13.
They went for the rush up A ramp and they got flashed out. I think that's why we're seeing D13 actually have a realistic chance here. Well, a pretty damn good chance, 5-on-2. Sending PTC back in towards T-spawn. They got the bomb near them. It's actually in Palace or is it? Okay, it's on A ramp, I think. Oh, it's on him. Oh my god, I'm so blind. It's early. It's 3:20.
No matter what time it is, Jason's gonna say it's early.
No. If it's like 6 p.m., then I'm good.
Now that's like just after early, is it?
Yeah. It's like brunch time.
You need to fix your sleeping schedule, Jason, for an Asian tournament. I gotta say,
I've been trying.
We got
I
another
can't.
4 weeks.
I'm so tired at all the time. I mean, it's hard to break a schedule I've been on for 20 years.
Oh, PTC. Okay. Get excited. But now, there's a second round for D13. They did it. So they pushed back the very fast rush by Lucid Dream. And it feels like at this point, Lucid's strategy has been, for a couple rounds, just to take it very quickly, blitz out, and see how it goes. And the Induels have consistently went their way. As we said, a lot of the rounds didn't come very close, and you can see that in the economy. There's still, even after investing into this round without a bomb plant, plenty for the T side. Amazing camera transition. If everyone's going to pick up the bomb, please. Oh, yeah, they're just going to set up for smokes here and then go back and pick it up. So presumably this is a late A hit, them leaving that behind, and it is. Look, all those smokes, you're calling for rotates. We need help B immediately. Mr. Cap's the only one holding it. If he falls, they should at least be 2-man rotating. You got to deal with him, though. And 7, so busy clearing all the angles and kitchen and up on top of the ninja, they weren't able to stop him.
But Rate's still there. Smoke goes down. He's trying to play around it here. They're trying to actually push up against him. This could be big to just delay them. Hoping for the rotation to come back through, and they've been able to make their way in. Rate gets himself a kill. Unfortunately, they lose 2 players right after. Yeah, score, especially going down, is a big hinderment for them. Annihilation needs to hit the shots, and that's not going to be what they need. Mr. Cap has to push back in against 3 players. He's gifted the first 1v1. He has to worry about a player in towards middle, maybe coming up towards connector.
PTC has 10 health. Fox taking that 1v1 was incredibly risky. And Nade went into con as well. PTC's able to tuck up close. Mr. Cap was clearing it. He should still be worried about that corner, though. He looks to the back, finds him. Now it's just a 1v1. He knows exactly where Fox is. Spotted his head a second ago. Right behind the box. The swing is out, but Fox good with the headshot. Connecting the round win just about 9-2. And that was a very complex... Look at the confidence that Lucid Dream have. You didn't see one round on Train that looked anywhere near as convincing, even just in the strategy they deployed, as what we're seeing right here. So why we're saying the game versus Invictus was close, and considering Train was decent, it's not too much of a surprise that they're able to at least show us this style. The fact that they're winning so convincingly, though, has caught me off guard. I mean, even when we were talking earlier, I'm saying I think Lucid Dream could win this map. I am expecting if they do that it would be at least double digits for D13, and especially considering that they got the pistol win. But then again, I suppose the pistol is irrelevant if you allow a bomb plant through and lose the second round. Then it doesn't really have the same weight.
I mean, we're seeing, you know, D13 maybe start to do some new things. I mean, this isn't the first time we've seen someone being flashed in towards B apartments. And unluckily for him, there's going to be no one there to pick off. And after, you know, what, two rounds in a row of Lucid Dream just rushing, or 3 rounds in a row because they hit towards the A side. Then this time they went for the fake. They decided to play slow. Decided to play out the clock, and they're really keeping D13 on their toes. Like, I honestly, the way they're playing Mirage is pretty spectacular. Spectacular.
You got there,
I said my words right.
It's all good. It's all good.
That's how flabbergasted I am.
Rate's been really solid at holding up close. He's lost Annihilation up behind him, and his teammates inside a smoke. Still dead. Never mind. Score tried to get up above, I think, on Ticket. And that was the end of his life. Rate's dead. That's a 5v2. What the hell's just happened? They had 3 players defending the A site. Rate amongst them. Good setup as well, and just one by one they fall. It's absolute mayhem.
I mean, I was saying before, we've seen a lot of T rounds on Mirage here in PAL 2020, but I don't know if we're going to see this many T rounds for D13. This is looking like a very tough comeback for them, as we're going to see double digits hit now for Lucid Dream. Tamir maybe can get a kill, but 1 kill is not going to save you this half, and 1 kill might not be the difference between finishing this in 2 and finishing this in 3, or maybe even losing it in 3. I mean, obviously, Nuke is the final map, and as you were saying before, like, kind of still think D13 are to win this, but you think it's going to be more of a 2-1. And maybe there's a chance Lucid Dream could still actually take this whole thing. Obviously, you said before, like, they banned Inferno. You thought they were going to leave that one in the pool. Maybe it's because they prepared something special for Nuke. Yeah. Maybe that's one of the maps that they knew they had to get ready for this tournament, and they left it in.
Well, at the end of the day, Jason, you look at their map pool, it's abysmal. They don't have anything, but again, only, what, this is the 13th map they've played, if I'm not incorrect, as a 5-man, so, or even as a 4-man. So, it's not surprising that they've got some surprises for us up their sleeve. You know, a map that we'd look at and say, oh, they probably won't play that, they're not great on it, and then maybe they've put 100 hours into it in the last 2 months. You just don't know. This is a very risky play by Rady. Here's the nades go over. He's a little bit late on the peak. Finds one. Good discipline to just fall back immediately, playing around the smoke on the spray. And this is what we rely on from Rate. Into the molly you go, John Olsen. Get out of the server. That's what Rate's screaming at them as he finds a 3K on ramp and shuts this round down before it even starts.
You can't depend on that, though, right? You can't depend on Rate to get 3 kills like that. Especially for these last 2 rounds. I mean, 3 rounds in total so far on the CT side of Mirage. I mean, we did see, what was it, 11-4, if I'm not mistaken, against Tigers just yesterday. Yeah, Bren, 11 rounds against them on T side. I mean, technically, it is doable to come back from this, but again, I want to see a little bit more. D13 have just looked discombobulated in a lot of these rounds. They've been maybe sometimes quick to rotate. Let's see. I mean, I'd say if they get the next 2 rounds, even if they just get the next round, I mean, technically it's going to be doable.
I mean, Jason, I'll be honest. The Mirage we're seeing from Lucid Dreams right now is so clean. It's way better than I was expecting. Even looking at, I've seen most of their last Mirage games, but they have refined this massively coming into this tournament. Oh, the nice little play by Score. He's up close. He's looking for something. Around the corner they go, and the spray down is good. A double. And that round is pretty much secured at this point. Leaf's got to win out of 1v3. We saw him do it on Train twice. 2 out of the first, I think, 3 or 4 rounds he found 2Ks. And a 1v2 clutch. 78 health, more than he had in that second one, in the 1v2 clutch he found where he was 70 health. So he's even more likely to win this one, but they're watching it. They've got the info. Oh, he realizes he's going to wait. Allow that guy to rotate. He might even pop a flash over and then go through underpass. He's hoping to bait the player into rotating through under. Oh, maybe not, because he pulls his knife out. Thing is, he's going to take so long. There's the fight and the round win, almost certainly. He's faked them out. They think he's going towards the A site. And indeed he is, through T-Spawn. Leaf's confusing me. He's playing us all. And what a fantastic read. Is that a negative on the floor?
Yeah, I wanted to say that. I thought I just saw it. Maybe a little bit missed by.
Who spot that?
I'm assuming it was 789.
Maybe it's an M249. I'm not too sure of it.
Yeah.
Big ass gun. That's what it is.
Well, I mean, to be fair, Mr. Cap does have a kit.
Mm-hmm.
But Leaf's going to have the opportunity to play with the Molotov, the opportunity to play with the flashbang.
He's so smart, though.
At least Cap does have a smoke for the molly.
Oh, yeah, it's a negative. Good lads. Different misclick.
So, add that to our tally. Number of negatives bought, 1.
Could have good stat up there. The negative.
I mean, can I request stats like Bled Dinko did with the Deagle round wins?
I think there's a little bit more pointed.
Yeah, there's more sense to it. Taps it, take it out, push it to the smoke.
Wow.
Doesn't even see Leaf, and that
What a
will
round.
be Leaf clutching out 1v3.
Absolutely insane round, honestly. Every decision he made there was so damn good. I'm blown away. 11-3 is just, it's such, so we get in these positions where we're like, oh yeah, well they lost this buy round and they never got it rolling, and I mean they're just being manhandled. That's the only explanation for what we're seeing right now. They're just being outbrained, outskilled by Leaf in that 1v3. It's just insane, honestly. A D13 from the previous map to this, I think you definitely see that what happens when you punish pick somebody. You play a map that they've never played in officials before. You can absolutely dominate that. Even then, as I said, 16-10, they won both pistols. D13 definitely didn't dominate per se. But when you go home to their comfort ground, oh boy, you're in trouble. Lucid Dreamer coming out to play.
There's no way they're expecting me to be here, will they? I mean, smoke comes in, so maybe they will now.
Definitely with that nade. He's got to go back. He's got to go to the B site. He's got to go to the B site. There we go.
789 playing a little bit of a lurk in towards connector. And Tamir is still going to hold this angle, however. Another smoke going to come in, so kind of reminding me of Inferno B site. The bomb's still in the hands of John Olsen towards B as well. Tamir going to be tagged up. Was that completely through a smoke? I think it was. He's down to 9 health, and now the rotation is going to come in. 789 gets the initial kill. The opening duel on towards the site. Going to fall to score, though, but Score's going to have so many more players to find. Flashbang out, but he doesn't expect the player to push out that far, that quickly, and John Olsen, yeah, he'll get the kill, and Score's going to have to sit down and wait for the second half.
Take a seat and watch what Lucid Dreams can do. A 2 versus 2. The run out from Tamer's dead and low HP on Annihilation. That was just the most awkward fight I've ever seen, with 3 people shooting at each other. But eventually it came to a close. And what a half by Lucid Dream. Now, Jason, you brought it up earlier that we often see the T side do really well. 100%. This is a little bit more than we'd expect, and D13 won the pistol. In terms of buy rounds, they were terrible. They won the pistol round. They managed to deflect an A rush with an aggressive play, and I think the other one was also a fast A play, right? It was when Rate pushed into ramp. So the 3 rounds they've won have been massive, well, one risky play by Lucid, a pistol round, and a really well-timed aggression, finding a gap in the defense as they smoke out. Other than that, they've lost every single round consistently, even when they had a 1v3.
A little bit of a side note, I feel like we needed to name these drones. I feel like we need some sort of name for them.
You're the creative one here. I'll let you come up with that.
Statty McStat Boy?
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not good with names.
If that's what you're feeling, Jason, I'll go with it.
My old alias was but I love you. Do you think I should be the one choosing the name of this awesome drone?
Most definitely not.
Yeah.
My old one was Ploiter, so I don't think I should be either.
All right, well, we got Blah, and Dinko, I think we're going to put it up to Dinko.
Yeah, I think he's got to win. All right, you've got till the end of this best of 3 to think about it, Dinko. We want your answer during the post-match segment.
I see 789 and Rate, both with 1VXs. I wonder how many impact kills out of the ones they have are. I mean, yeah, Raid has 13. We talked about like the push up aggressively towards A ramp. I think that was a triple kill. So that was 3 high impact kills. But 789's had some like really good entry frags, like even just into the last round of the last half. Landing connector for the most part, and then just pushes straight in towards site and gets the first kill.
D13. Bomb plant secured. Smokes are down. Problem is now for the post plants, they've got 2 players without armor. They're going to have to land some crispy little shots. Scores being given the P250, which I completely agree with. This man was an absolute beast in a lot of the rounds previous. Mr. Cap, though, taken down immediately on the push through. But now Lucid Dream have got all the angles to clear. Absolutely no info on where the players are. Wraith makes a bit of a push in through the jungle, so they know that. They found Score, already deleting him. That's the P250 drop. Now it's down to both players that don't have any armor, and it should be easy to connect. Wraith manages to pick up one, even still, and another spraying in through the smoke. 7 on the defuse, but he's sticking it hard. 3 seconds left. The knife in the smoke, he's missing it all, and they've actually 10-second defused it inside the smoke. What an embarrassment of a map this is turning out to be for D13. At least they've gotten the bomb plant. At least, whatever consolation that is.
I don't know. I don't know what to say to that.
Oh, this is so cruel. This is so cruel. Why would you show this?
He looks like he was. Oh.
Why would you do this to him? He just comes out with the smoke knifing right into a gun. Perfect.
I mean, we've all had those moments, so we can't hate too much. I should just rush a straight up connector and... Oh, man. It's like a firing range there. Score walks into. Where did that dink come from?
That was through the wood behind him. He only took 11 damage down from bottom mid.
Annihilation. The Deagles. They got the bomb in their hands. They've got kills too. And, well, it looks like this might work out for them. Leaf alone in the 1-on-3. He's able to clutch it out before. Can he do it again? I'm going to go down. Now, well, yeah, he's been taking too much damage. Annihilation gets 3 kills off of that round. So they're not done just yet here. I really hope Dinko has a good name.
Here comes Statty McStatboy, as Jason so eloquently named.
It was a temporary name.
46 nades used, 25 flashes. All right. It's interesting to see the distribution of them. No frag grenades. John Olsen doesn't like them. He goes for the double flash setup instead. Considering the pace of these rounds, I definitely understand it. Need someone to be lobbing over that util. Smoke down top of connector. Lucid Dream know this is going to be a mid play, so Fox adopts a bit of a more passive approach. Flash is going to come around though. This should be hit. Ooh, is the flash there? So he should be dealt with on this. Oh, before the flash even, so it goes deep towards short and blinds the T's for just a second as they come around. PTC gets 1. That's all he'll be landing today, and with that, the round's pretty much already gone for D13. They should win this.
Forgot there's still a Deagle.
Oh god, please don't lose this. Oh no.
Yeah, I got scared there. Well, it looks like 789's going to save the M4. I think that's a smart play. But that came a lot closer than it really needed to be. I mean, the money, it's hurting for D13, and they're going to have to take round after round after round and really chain these together, because they can't afford to let too many slip away out of their hands.
And the issue for Lucid Dream is how close these rounds are coming. You know, this has to be something that's future-proof. And in surviving even just with one player, it hurts their economy. The reinvestment is going to pretty much all but cripple it. Their loss bonus has disappeared now. They're only getting the 1400. So after buying up armor and utility, they're going to be in a pretty rough spot. And for Lucid Dream, considering the fact that they've got 13 on the board, they do have a little while to recover into this. I think they can afford to lose probably 2 more buy rounds before it really becomes an issue. I like the fact that they're taking an eco. This is something we were criticizing. I think it was Beyond earlier, who just kept on force buying, making these hyper aggressive economic decisions. Luckily that's not coming through in this one.
Looks like it's going to be a set piece towards A. But unluckily for them, the one rifle they were able to save in the last round will be on this bomb site. 789, already 15 kills, has a real chance to be a hero for the team. Also having to come in towards Palace to stop the pincer move, flashbang as well. Doesn't really blind up too many opponents, however, the smokes will at least lock him out for now. So not looking like they're going to challenge this off the bat. Maybe even look to boost over, which actually could work out for them. He jumps up and spots one player. The flashbang comes in and forces him away.
You know, so far we haven't even seen PTC use the AWP. I don't think at all. At least I don't remember it. And he's bottom fragging by quite a bit. Oh no, 7 stuck around. Can he get out of there? Yes, he can. Okay, 2 AKs to be saved over in the apartments. Lucid Dream can't afford to hunt. They should just be saving. They've already lost 1 player. A reinvestment alone is going to be pretty crippling. But Mr. Cap's gone into T-spawn. He's making it quite quickly forward. I mean, they really... I think it's better to allow these weapons to be saved than risk dying and having to invest even further in. They need this little buffer of economy. Because remember, if they lose a round, it's just straight to 1400. I would also love to see this, Jason. See the stats we've got here. The picked by winner, picked by winner. I think it's going to be interesting after like 2 weeks to see the percentage of, if you've picked the map, how often those teams have won it.
Yeah. I think it'd also be interesting to see how many 11-4s we've had. Or how many like double-digit halves we had. And then it come back to being a very close match. Or a very close map, I should say. 789's low, John Olsen's low, but at least he gets the kill.
PTC was...
been able to get...
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say he was late into Windows, so he couldn't really do anything about the mid push that came through, but they're prompted back eventually with D13 looking to just fully commit through Palace and Ramp. There's a lot of players here is the problem, though. They're going to run into the entirety of the Lucid Dream team. At least the others are close by to rotate through. Do some damage on this one. Fox is able to pick up 1 to keep that man advantage in play, and they need to find more because 7 is so low that his engagement is unlikely to go very favorably towards them. The bomb being planted. Here's the spray from... A 7 can't really afford to spray, but the flash goes over and he just straight pushes. Pops a player out of position, so Leaf's able to take him down. And Nade to go through nice and deep. That's some decent damage. Annihilation to 55 health. As they look for a little bit more. Oh, there it is. Score. Left alone to 1v2, and he swung way too wide on that one. And so 14 on the board for Lucid Dream. The bomb plant found, though. D13 are going to be in a decent position to buy up, but this will be one of their last chances.
I wonder if Lucid Dream are going to go for the op in this round now.
Surely not.
I mean, they could, but I don't feel like they're even necessarily needing to pull it out because it's not like we've been seeing... I mean, if they have, or if they would have an op, it doesn't seem there's too many angles they could use because we've seen just so many set executes. You're not going to be able to op anyone through a smoke anyways. But they're going to stay away from it for now.
I am very surprised by that with PTC's proficiency, but I think, like you're saying, there's been such heavy utility presence from D13 that this actually stands to them. Oh, he's got a lineup for top mid molly. Are they going to push out after? I see John Olsen moving into position. This could be molly and then a flashbang around afterwards to allow John Olsen through. There's the flash. There's John Olsen's peek. He doesn't see anyone, though. No one forced out of position. Player on the right side. They're going to swing through and deal with him. He's got to go back, surely, but he goes forward instead. A hyper-aggressive stance and goes down, but at least found the 1-for-1. PTC and Fox claiming that mid-control together, and now a man advantage. They're still getting aggressive, and it's worthwhile. Fox has spotted out the bomb.
No. This isn't going to be good. Oh, no. He turns to look towards the B site. He looks in apartments, and he's going to fall, turn it into a 2-on-2. But like you said before, Fox spotting out the bomb. Mr. Cap, it's going to be so difficult to pick this up, and Fox is going to quickly eliminate him. It's all on rate and a 1-on-2. And the money they don't have any for the next round. If you're Lucid Dream and you win this round, you're basically winning the whole map. And we're going to be going to a map 3 onto Nuke. I guess we're going to have some questions answered if we get there about why it was left open. Nade going to come in perfectly. But unfortunately, gets caught with the flashbang out. That's 15 now for Lucid Dream. Bouncing back after their trained performance.
Who would have thought, Jason? Who would have thought? That's all I have to say. Oh no, Jason, they're not going to win this round. They're not going to win this round, Jason, because there's 2 Deagles in play. Annihilation and Mr. Cap have them. The formula predicts that the terrorist side wins this, and we go for at least one more. Only time will tell if the formula is correct, but so far, it's done us good. The nades, though, they're lined up. Smoke goes down. Here's the frag through. No damage. Okay, D13 survive a little bit longer without taking any hits. And they've yet to throw over their utility. I think all these players are going to be flashed. Possibly not Fox. He's in a good position.
Oh no, he turns back into it, but they're not really able to overwhelm his position. Spray down comes in, they get the kills, and that should do it. Annihilation 1-on-4. He has to pull off the ace to keep them alive, and I don't really see that happening. The bomb going to be down inside, and I think we're going to a 3rd map. We're going to finally get the answer to the question of why was Nuke left open. And yeah, maybe Lucid Dream, you talked about him before, as a team that you expect to do well. You have them backed in the series. And I can see why.
I gotta say, they delivered in a way I didn't expect as well. Like, PTC didn't... I'm pretty sure he didn't pick up the op at all. At least if he did, he was very underwhelming with it. And the rest of the team, 15, 16, 16, 17, the kills were so consistent across that. Leaf is the top fragger, or at least I'm looking at a couple rounds behind because I'm on the HLTV scoreboard. But even still, Leaf, Fox, John Olsen, 7, 8, 9. I said I didn't know who the player to step up alongside Fox would be. Turns out it was the whole team.
Whole team indeed. Sorry, I thought there was a little bit more there. I'm going to invite Bled and Dinko to come back, and I'm hoping that Dinko's first thing he's going to say is have an answer for the drone for us. But we're going to talk first to Bled about that game. I mean, we obviously kind of... What's up?
Oh, I hit my head, I think, so it's really sore.
Did you hit it harder? I don't think you need self-harm.
I think it's going to explode.
But we got to talk about that game, and obviously a complete 180 from the train map we just had, Blah.
Yeah, I guess Mitch would be happy with that particular prediction, but honestly, I felt like it was, I think as you put it, Jason, it was an annihilation. They completely, utterly outplayed D13 on their T side, and the way they reacted as well, right? And it was not like they were going for like mid control and like lots of setups. No, they just hit B, destroy it. Then they head towards A. There were 3 players, 4 players, doesn't really matter, just completely smacking them out of the server. And PDC, one of the veterans, one of the star players in this lineup, he didn't even do much. It was everyone else, like you said. We said how, you know, this Leaf, there's John Alton, 789, Fox, the 2 new additions as well, making it look so very easy. And even that 1v2, I think it was a 1v3 from Leaf. Well, all right, he gets the bomb, but the way he plays that, like every decision made by them worked on out. In the end, even the pistol round in the second half, where he just stuck a 10-second defuse in the smoke. I guess it's just one of those games, one of those maps rather. If you're D13, you just want to forget, just erase it from your memory, and then head on to map number 3.
Yeah, it was a bit of an anomaly to see Mitch correct.
What do we got? What's the name for the drone?
I don't think he knows he's muted on TeamSpeak.
Yeah, you muted Dinko.
Okay, so I'm not muted on... Okay, that makes sense. Right, that's a bit awkward. Yeah, so the drone. I haven't come up with anything, Jason, I'll be honest.
You're telling me you had a half of Counter-Strike to come up with a name and you got nothing?
I got nothing.
Okay.
I kind of give up
either,
mentally because when Mitch gets a prediction right, I think that's when all my thoughts go out the window. So it is one of those rare occasions. But yeah, Mitch was correct. Lucid Dream coming into this looking much, much better. I think obviously we've seen a little bit of a step down from D13. I think that's clear to see. I think we definitely seen Annihilation not really hit the numbers he was hitting on trade. So here on Mirage, we've definitely seen Lucid Dream seem a lot more comfortable. Now the question mark becomes to me, okay, this team, they're really solid on a map they're comfortable on. How deep is their map pool? Because if they have a few more maps they can play, then, you know, they're competitive. They can definitely beat some of the teams in here. But for me, at the moment, if they're only good on Mirage at this level, well, that's definitely a scary sign. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do in the next one.
That's exactly the point I've been trying to make this whole time, is like, how really deep is their pool going to be? Is this their one and only map? I mean, I'm assuming if you're letting a map like Nuke go by, then you're going to be prepared for it. But obviously that question is still to be answered. You can see John Olsen there, the ADR 91, really stepping up for his team. But score, even though they lost, and even though I almost don't want to believe it. Even though they lost like they did, he still had 106 ADR, 16-6. Is that right? That's
yeah,
insane.
Yeah, it is. And I feel like
Yeah,
even
it
if you
is.
look at the kill spread, right? If you look at
Damn.
the kill spread for both the teams, it's like, do you look at 20, 19, 16, 18, 10 for Lucid Dream? If you look at D13, considering the scoreline, it's not that bad. 18, 17, 14, 11, 9. It's not terrible, right? Considering it was looking like Lucid Dream probably closed it out 16-3, 16-4. Now, it goes to show how dominant Lucid were in taking those bomb sites. They head towards 8, they get it immediately. 2 players are like, yeah, there's no hope in us going for that retake, meaning they never put up a fight on any of those bomb sites. It was almost like they had to save almost every single time. Even when they were trying to save, they were always getting hunted down by the Lucid Dream members. So just goes to show, they were really prepared on this map. Mirage looking very solid for the Thai team, and maybe heading into Nuke. I don't know what I'm going to say. Honestly, if Mitch is correct, I mean, everything's gone wrong. Asian Counter-Strike. It's a mixture of madness, Jason.
Yeah. Madness not only within the games, but within our own minds. Now, I don't know how we're going to sleep at night if Mitch is correct. We're going to take a look at the MVP. It's going to be Leaf here coming in for, of course, Lucid Dream. And I think it's, again, pretty deserved. Had some pretty damn good clutches. You know, that 1v3 he pulled off has to be so frustrating for D13. As you were talking about before, Mitch, like he pulled it up perfectly. I don't know if that was even a mistake at a D13. It was just Leaf for schooling them.
I mean, they were
breaking their ankles.
There were definitely a couple of problems. A lot of 1v1s offered up to him, but I wouldn't overly criticize them. I think Leaf just outbrained them on a whole nother level. Hit his shots as well. Coming into the fake defuse that went in, I think probably walking through the smoke to CT wasn't the right call back in the 1v1, but either way, Leaf absolutely insane. The problem for me is moving on to Nuke. As I said, it's quite an experience map for D13. They've played it a lot. They haven't had an amazing amount of success considering the teams they're against, but like they took Tiger to, I think, a double or triple overtime. They beat Mazalai just barely, and I would put Lucid Dream a fair bit above Mazalai overall. But they've like, I really don't know how to read into D13's results on this map. What I will say is that although at the start of this I said Nuke I thought was going to go to D13, I'll change my tone, not just because of what we just saw, because I don't think it's necessarily repeatable map to map, but PTC was a little bit slow, mainly because Lucid Dream removed Inferno, which I think would have looked pretty good for them, or at least close to even versus D13. They clearly have a plan on Nuke, and maybe they've got D13 figured out.
I mean, that's some big words. I don't know whether or not we're all going to fully believe, but you know what? We'll have a chance to become believers, especially when we come back from this break. So we're going to Nuke. It's going to be the final map of the day and our final match of the day as well. This is PAL Summer 2020 brought to you by PGL. We'll see you guys soon.
You know what that mean, here come a king. Bow down, don't step in the ring. The end is near, hear the fat lady sing. You hear them loud thumps, that's the crowd stumps. Wild and reckless, boy, they call us the wild ones. Never had no guidance, got a thirst for violence. Don't sleep, hold up your eyelids. Here come the rebels, the lost ones, the forgotten, the weirdos, and the odd ones. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. Yeah, nah, you can't rock with us. A ticking time bomb, who wanna talk with us? All has fallen, we thrive in destruction. So hide your jewels, keep your chains tucked in. Watch the beauty all turn, nowhere to hide when the beauties all burn. Bring on the chaos, we won't make him. Take us to your leader and watch us take him. Kick in the door and break in. Take everything you stole from us, everything that you owe to us. Take every opportunity you never showed to us. With no mask, so you know it's us. Listen to our war bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, yeah. War cry. War paint on our faces. Battle of the ages, we ain't the safest. We was locked in cages. You tried your best to erase us. Now you gotta face us. Nobody can save us. We wild and dangerous. Nobody can tame us. Who's sparking the flames up? You can go and blame us. You can go and blame us. We are the bosses. We are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry. War cry. War cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside away from the outlaws when you hear the war cry. War cry. War cry. War cry. We are the bosses. We are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry. War cry. War cry. We are the wild ones running the nightfall. Better stay inside away from the outlaws when you hear the war cry. War cry. War cry. War cry.
地图往事。Nuke 拥有多层结构，易守难攻，是 CS:GO 中经久不衰的地图之一。外场向来都是狙击手们对决的舞台。在2015年全星赛上 ，Simple 用一杆轻狙以一记匪夷所思的穿墙爆头，震惊了现场及屏幕前的每一位观众。铁板是 T 进攻 B 点的主要路径。在2020年 IEM 卡托维兹决赛上，效力于 Na'Vi 的 Flaming 正是在此处穿越1打4，彻底粉碎了 G2 的冠军梦。来到 B 区包点，这里4通8达，战斗往往在入口处就已经结束。K1是外场进入 B 区的路线 ，Forest 曾在这里以1敌5，凭借个人实力逐个击破，拯救了队伍。那一刻的他，是所有人心目中的英雄。
Coming in, he's just out of the bottom for it. He needs one more kill. We'll be an historic clutch if he can do his grenade. Landing on top, he's down to 50.
当然，总有人能够突破过往。2018年 IEM 芝加哥的比赛里，九爷忍者附体，轻松躲过T方5人的搜索，成功潜入包点并拆包成功，兵不血刃地赢得了比赛，完成了另一种形式的1打5。这就是竞技，永远充满了奇迹。锁定我们的赛事，也许下一个传奇即将诞生。
Welcome back, everyone, as things are getting sweaty and heated up in here and also at home for you viewers, because we're going to our final map of the day in our final series. And right now, Mitch is honestly hoping, I think, that Lucid Dream is going to take this victory because he likes to gloat about being right. Probably because he's not right that often. But, Mitch, Nuke, tell me, in your bones, do you really feel like Lucid Dream are going to be, or have been prepared for this map and drilled and ready to go?
My instinct looking at this veto initially was no. I thought this was a mistake, as I was saying in the pre-show. I don't think they should have chosen it versus D13. But considering how much they improved on Mirage, and that it's Mirage, I really think that they've got something up their sleeve, that they've either done some research on D13 in particular. After all, this is their first game of the tournament. You got to remember that. So obviously, they have had a little bit of time to prepare for this one. The last game they played was 6 days ago versus Invictus in the Pro League qualifier. So they've had some time to rest, relax, and think about these games. With that, I think they probably would have looked at how the veto would have come down. And I'm just spitballing here, but considering they chose Nuke over Inferno, I'm willing to back them considering what we saw in Mirage and what we've seen change from maybe a week and a half ago until now. on their Mirage has been insane. It's a massive turnaround in how they play that game. It was so clean. And so I'm presuming then they're ready for this map if they've let it through.
So you're sticking to your guns is what I'm hearing.
I absolutely am. I mean, I don't get to say I told you so if I go with the regular prediction, do I?
I mean, yeah. I maybe, yeah, no. If I was in your situation, I would rub it in your face as much as I possibly could. But yeah, I mean, obviously Nuke, like we did get to see a lot of individual players kind of step up a little bit on the side of D13. I think we saw some glimpses, like for instance, Rate, like we did see him have a couple of good plays, like for instance, pushing out a ramp and some of the holds he was able to pull off towards the A site. But it wasn't quite to the dominating factor of Train, and that makes me wonder then, is it really that Train is just not that prepared for Lucid Dream, or is it really coming down to a difference in skill? I want to say it's maybe just the former of those two, because obviously it looked like a completely different team in map number 2, but it looks like we're going to be loading now into a Nuke. I love those spray. They look so good.
Yeah, they really do.
I want to see them spray my face. Oh, no, wait. I shouldn't give them ideas because they're very open to them. Spray, like, our faces on that silo as well when we load into the game.
No, I don't think anybody wants that, Jason. I'll be honest.
I mean, I want it.
There's the knife round unfolding in front of us. We'll see which team's going to be able to get choices sides. On Nuke, it can be very, very valuable.
Do you remember people used to cast the knife rounds?
Yeah. I mean, when I started out casting, I was like, oh, going in for the knife. But then I learned that that's stupid. And so what I'm looking at for Lucid Dream, if they get choice of sides as they have, I really don't want to make any sort of a prediction in how they'll play each side, because we only have 2 games to look at from them. One of which was versus Beyond, and the other was versus Vici. Both they lost 16-10. Both they had good CT sides, 9-6. And then they won 1 round on the terrorist side out of 11 in each game.
Yikes.
So I'm quite glad they're starting on the CT side. But as I said, I don't want to necessarily correlate those 2 things, because again, the fact that they've let this map through knowing that they could potentially start T side means that they're obviously comfortable in some level on it. Not in this pistol round at the start, but 7, 8, 9. Double kill onto John Olsen. He finds another. And now we were looking okay for Lucid Dream, but apparently individual plays is what it's all about. What's happening?
Mr. Cap, that was dirty. Turning into the one-on-one now. Tamir up against Leaf, and I think Leaf heard him going this general direction. It's a little bit of ring around the rosy. Tamir going to expect Leaf to have flanked in behind him. Is he actually going to go around as well? Kind of chasing after each other, just a little bit behind. Don't tell me he goes towards ramp. Oh my gosh. He's like, there's no way. There's no way Tamir is going to expect this.
The flank on the flank. You'll love to see it. Question is, does Leaf go down to B or towards Heaven? And it looks like it might be the B site that wins out in his favor. That's going to be a rough retake for him then.
Oh yeah, the Nuke minimap. Oh.
And we got the new one. Okay, he's seen it's clear, so he's going to start moving towards Heaven. The problem is, right, once Tamer gets down and plants that bomb, he's either going to think that Leaf is going to come through vents or Heaven at this point. It's unlikely that he's anywhere else.
Does get inside of Hut, however, which means Leaf is going to be heard on the drop eventually. It's going to be planted towards the side of the silo, I believe. And Leaf now trying to clear some angles. 16 seconds left to go. He doesn't have a kit, so he has about 4 seconds to get this final kill. Comes around the corner. Tamir tries to back away, but he doesn't need to. He's going to hold his ground. He'll get the final kill of the round, but honestly, Mr. Cap, the 3K he got, that was the MVP of that round.
Yeah, most definitely. Pulling a situation back, it was, what, a 4v2, and all of a sudden, boom, he just switches the tables. There we go. Well, how the turntables. 1-0 up. I mean, D13 happily winning at the pistol. We mentioned before, even if they lost it, having the bomb plant down would give them a pretty decent buy, so they wouldn't have been terribly upset. Moving into the second round, you've got a force buy for Lucid Dream. I'm not a big fan of this kind of a buy. I prefer them to just save up their money. But the trades are going their way initially, bringing it into at least a 4v3 with low HP on score. This is perfectly doable.
I just feel like we've seen this so many times now. D13 on Mirage and now seeming to be on Nuke. Just can't close out that second round after winning pistol. Score. Well, as two players run past him, Rate's gonna get the first, and I think this still should be a round for D13. Or maybe not. Fox gets the kill. Rate's gonna respawn onto Leaf, coming down to the one-on-one yet again. This time Rate already has 3 kills on his side. Bomb gonna be tapped, no kit. Rate's gonna have to go for the peak. By the time it should be too far gone. I think he even realizes it. Oh, he actually, wait, what? He disconnects after getting the kill? He's like, I don't want to die to this bomb.
It's one way to handle it, I guess, yeah. Although I doubt that was the actual logic behind it. I think he might have just legged it and tried to survive. A bit of a tech issue. I mean, this is fairly standard within the region. There'll be no restart, obviously.
Well, he did, yeah, so there shouldn't be a restart anyways, but even if there's an argument against it, he didn't have time to defuse, so even with that final kill coming through.
Yeah, there's also like a question of was he going to be able to save the rifle or not, but so generally, the general rule is once damage is done, you cannot restart the round. In very, very exceptional circumstances, that can be overlooked. If both teams agree, if the admins agree, it was like something crazy happened. I remember at a LAN, actually, Dinko knows this story well. Good friend of ours, Tobin. The semi-final was being played, I think. And it was the best team in Ireland, the one that everybody knew, that they won every single event. And they were being beaten by, like, one of the worst teams at the LAN. That team was 1-0 up in maps, and it was on train, 15-10, I think. They had, from memory, it was like a 5 versus 3 or a 5 versus 2. And a good friend of ours, Tobin, walked past their table and tripped over the cable for the power for all 5 of the PCs.
Oh, no.
Unplugging it and shutting all their PCs down. So instead of giving the round to them, which was the logical decision, I think, why are we starting 5v4? This will be reset, surely? Surely? What? Oh, the UI hadn't updated. Okay, I was very, very worried. It's like, what's going on, guys? Just use the tech pause. No, okay. But yeah, basically they restarted the game. That other team ended up coming back, winning that map, winning the next map, and knocking the team that should have won out. It was pretty ridiculous.
How pissed were people about him?
Unbelievably. The whole tournament was divided.
It's like that guy in the stands for like it's a Cubs match, I think it was, in baseball, and they hit a ball that's technically it looked like it was gonna be a foul ball, but it was technically in play, which means like if it goes foul, obviously you can't play off of it, right? And it's just to restart, the pitcher throws again. It's like the most lame way to explain it. And he actually picks up the ball from the stands when it was in play still, and obviously you can't like reset the play there, right? It's not like it's not online or anything like that. So the guy got like booed out, but he was responsible. He stood up, he realized he messed up, and then he left the stadium on his own accord. Because you're not, I mean, obviously you get kicked out basically for life if you interfere with the game.
But I don't understand it. It went into the stands, so surely it
No, it was on the ground. It was a ground ball, and he reached over because he was like on the side.
Oh, I've seen it. Like, I've seen like a video of that or something. Yeah, that's stupid. Yeah, even I would understand. If it's not in here with us, it stays out there. Nice little spray by Leaf. He picks one, and I love that fallback. John Olsen grabbing the double. Leaf is just playing the distraction. Score comes up behind after the early vent dive, but it doesn't matter. You know, he grabs an AK, but he's 10 health, and in a 3v3, I think they've done enough to pull this into their favor. The only thing is, look at the position for Score. This is how you play with low health. You try to grab yourself a spot. He had the bomb? He had the bomb? Why is he there with the bomb? What madness is this? I thought he was buying time.
That's how you play it. That's how you play with low HP. He has the bomb?
That's how he plays with low HP without the bomb. I thought he was buying time for the team to go down to B and plant or up A, whatever the hell they want to do. They could sit there and just look at the ramp, but why is he playing solo like that with the bomb? You've just lost the round. What are you doing, D13?
I mean, shouldn't you be happy, technically? You want to, like, rub this in our face?
No, when that happens, that's just cruel. Oh, man, that was ridiculous. I guess he didn't realize or something, but the other two players should just be screaming at him. Dude, you've got the bomb. Go to your teammates. You've got 10 health. Like, that's a great position. He slowed them down. He found a kill. On 10 health, he probably wasn't going to win a duel anyways. So I think 1 for 1 at that point is more than you could really hope for. But with the bomb, you don't do that. I don't know. That was wild.
He was just giving them a round, you know?
Yeah.
Felt bad they were up 3-0 that they actually converted off the pistol.
That's a possibility, I guess, technically.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, that could have been, and maybe should have been a 4-0 for them. He would have had things into the 2-on-2, would have been the afterplant situation, but obviously it's really hard to figure out what would have happened in that round, how it would have played out, but hopefully no frustrations on his side or his team side. We can see that Seven and Leaf both on the SMG, so it's still really not that strong of a buy. However, with Annihilation already going down, isn't the man advantage, makes those SMGs not too big of a hindrance, not too big of a drawback, especially with the position Seven's playing. I mean, he's just waiting for someone to come in close quarters.
Those young PTC very early on in the round. With him gone, you got half SMGs remaining. No information at the moment as to where they're going. Smokes down on outside that completely obscure your vision. This is a rough one, really, to decide what to do if you're Lucid Dream, but flashes are heard going over towards outside. You're going to suspect at this point that there's at least some presence there. I think this is a vent dive down to B. Oh, no, because they can split out in main, but no, they still go for it. Okay. So down to B they roll. Looking for the site. They should have full control. As Lucid were primarily stacked up on the A site. Fox falls. At this point, I'd probably look to try and get the rifles back, but instead a long-range SMG fight is what they look for. And that went about as you'd expect.
So D13 do bounce back. Again, I haven't really seen like that solid gun run yet for Lucid Dream. Let's see, what did Tamir do? Oh, nice couple of shots there. I mean, you saw it was a little bit of a tug and pull, right? Like they went down lower, they left a man on top of Mini. So you can catch any sort of flanks as well. Just saw Tamir there, going to be holding from Squeaky. Oh, look at this big push from Ramp. Rate kills his teammate, Mr. Cap, unfortunately. And the flashbangs are looking good. Look at the damage they're actually doing. However, the kills are still going the way of D13. Score comes back in to pick up the mantle his teammates have dropped. And it's just Fox left alone now against 3. Just with the Deagle in hand. Don't want to say it's over just yet, but not going to be looking too good for him, especially when they can move this bomb down towards the lower bomb site.
I'm starting to get worried, Jason. You know, we said Lucid Dreams, from our perspective, this map pick didn't make a lot of sense. Oh, the bomb playing alone. This is just the staple of D13's T side. Out he goes and down he goes. Fox not playing in to get the rifle. Understandably presumes there's a player A site, but he will get over to the AK in time. He's being pushed from behind, steps quite loudly. I don't know how the timing would have worked there for Score getting the trade. It was hard to tell, but either way, they win the fight. 5-1 up. Lucid Dream come in with a full buy. If they don't win this one, then I think they've already disproven the point we were hoping would be true about them actually having a good read, having a fair bit of improvement on how to play this. Because remember, the only data that we've got on this team shows them finding 1 out of 11 rounds on the T side versus both Beyond and Vici. And whilst D13 are not Beyond or Vici...
Oh,
wow.
He hits it.
Well, that's one way to start the round, really, isn't it? At least it wasn't a headshot.
I mean, I feel like at that rate, you just give it to him, right?
Just walk.
If you ever shoot through like multiple walls with an op, it just accelerates the bullet. You know, it breaks the laws of physics.
Makes the bullet wider and everything. Why not? Fox is being shot through all the walls. He's being mollied. He's not on a good day now, is he? And now he's being shot.
You can't get him preg this round. Poor guy. They went fox hunting.
They did. And they've definitely found a bit of prey.
I mean, they do have control of vents now because of that kill. They have no one to really protect that angle. You see Seven trying to watch from the back of sight. And Rate just being gifted this new avenue of attack. I mean, the thing is, they could even look to get the bomb down here. There's really no one watching any sort of plan off the bat. The windows, that's I guess his greatest enemy right now. He wants to be able to sneak through. You can see Leaf. He's not even looking that direction either. Seems like they really have no clue that someone's already down in sight.
It's not the first time either. I mean, they're lucky the window is still there. Tamer falls, the window was broken. They should have heard that and know that the flank can come down from below on ramp. PTC dropped in heaven. Annihilation almost hitting his good flicks again. It's only 10 seconds left.
I mean, Rage should just save. They don't have money.
Can't physically get it done anymore anyways.
Well, not with that attitude.
Not at that time.
Well, Leaf recovers the op for his team. I mean, yeah, even them, like, they're not too pretty on money either. They do save, I think, 3 guns, right? I just sworn it was 3 guns. I think 7 has a gun on the ground. No, he doesn't. Okay, so only saved 2. My bad.
And the issue as well, like, okay, Lucid Dream don't have a lot of cash. They can even be forced down to taking an eco if they don't find a bomb plant and lose this round. But the overall issue is that they don't really care. Their foundations are firmly built. They're sitting quite stable, and should they lose this one, and even if they go 5-5, they'll still be in with a chance to find a pretty good T side. And again, we know Lucid Dreams do not show up on theirs. I mean, I think they'll find the majority of their rounds if they find the pistol.
You're saying Lucid Dreams will, if they take the pistol.
Yeah, and that's quite worrying. You know, if I'm imagining them winning the pistol round and getting 3 and then they don't get anything afterwards, that... Look, again, maybe they've got some preparation, but they chose to start in the CT side. And so far, it's been very underwhelming what they've been able to deliver. They've been caught off guard by a number of plays. D13 blitzing down the vents and coming up behind a ramp player without them having any notion that that's possible. That's definitely not inspiring.
Well, they've also been gifted potentially some rounds, like Score dropping the bomb.
Yes, very true. Oh my god, with a FAMAS. Like, Fox did well, but the fact that with a FAMAS, 789 is able to take down a double spray down with 3 players looking at him. That should never have happened. D13 lose the round, but that was a very sloppy one that was being cut off by players that are in fairly predictable positions. We didn't see any sort of a molly on top of the hut, which I think they should start to adapt, evidently. I mean, if they know how to boost up and wall bang into heaven, they know how to molly hut. And we've seen even the impact earlier on Nuke of the double mollies on hut. If we can see that come through, that alone would have helped them out massively in the round. But it was just more of a heads-up rush into the A site, which are the rounds that you can expect to lose. I mean, cast your mind back to Mirage. One of the only rounds that Lucid Dreams lost was a straight rush. That's not really what you should be looking for when you're winning the game on a tactical level.
Swear, you sound like you're from Boston when you say Mirage.
Mirage. Well, I guess a lot of Irish people were in Boston at the start anyways, right? It's like an Irish culture.
I learned that from The Wire. Wait, was The Wire in Boston?
I don't know.
Ever seen The Wire? Probably too young.
Yeah, I think I am.
Go see. Okay, if you haven't, go see it.
Is it a movie or a TV show?
It's a show. It's worth it. It's worth it. It's pretty good. It's also pretty good is this comeback coming in for Lucid Dream. They ended up winning a round. Really not much money left to go in their pockets. We saw obviously the SMGs. Now they have the full kit. They have extra money in the bank, and D13. Very important round for them because they don't have any money left. They obviously do have the loss bonus building up for their team. We're probably going to see a little bit of an outside play. I feel like majority of plays have been towards, you know, lobby, whether it was the upper bomb side or towards ramp. And PTC just waiting with this AWP. He's changed up position a couple of times. I mean, he was in garage. I think the round, or is actually no, not even in garage. Actually, no, yeah, like 2 rounds ago, he was in garage looking for a shot. Last round, he was like in the front of garage looking for a shot. Here he's in secret looking for a shot, and he's gonna get it. Even the Molotov as well. And again, Tamir, like if the bomb falls forward there instead of exactly on his body, that could have been a difficult situation. It could have forced their hand.
Shots on the outside score. Trying to pull it back. They still have control over that bomb, right? Oh, wow. Right up close was not expected. You could see Leaf completely caught off guard by that. And this was a 4v2, I'm pretty sure. Fox drops the bomb, though. That's... he's making it away. I thought he was going out for the peak for a second, but all the way around, playing the mind games. 18 seconds left. Wright's going to go for the A site. Pretty much, definitely no choice at this point. Going down vents, he won't make it to B. Will he? Is he?
Yeah, I think he just barely got time.
Oh, okay. A misread from me. 2 seconds in between it.
I mean, it's smart play by Rate, too. Realizing, hey, I got a little bit of time left for it. Potentially could have pushed Secret. Potentially could have pushed towards Lobby, which he ended up getting right. And a Fox with 19 health with a kit. It's going to find Rate on full HP, and I feel like Rate doesn't really miss these shots too often. And there you go. E13 take the round again. Very important round for them. They don't bankrupt Lucid Dream just yet. However, losing this round might be able to do so for him. God, I love John Olsen's mustache.
He's got style. You can see him in a movie with like a tuxedo.
Yeah.
Casino Royale.
Like some sunglasses on his head or something.
Oh, yeah.
Like not even on his eyes. He's not even wearing it for protection. He just puts it on top of his head for like style.
Just to show he can afford them, but he doesn't like wearing them.
Yeah, exactly. Big wall of smoke comes up. Tamir gets down lower, but it's only the Mac 10 for him. They have 2 Mac 10s. I think they struggle in this round potentially up against the rifles, and they opt out of PTC. It forces score. Sam with the Molotov being thrown in, and the 2 quick kills land. Kind of unfortunate for them, considering the little boon they got from winning the round before. Looks like it might just be... Oh, that's... he's got to be so frustrated.
Soul crushing, man. It really is. Annihilation grabbing a double at least. First off, good timing. Second on a Ferrari peak. And now a 2v3. Lucid Dream's going to have to pick up the speed and get back into this site.
It's Baltimore, Maryland's where the wire's set. Thank you.
All right. Annihilation has to ace this one out. Oh my god. So how is he so close to acing in so many of these rounds?
Because he's good. I mean, we already got 1 ace in the series. Rate has an ace in the series. I don't remember if someone on Lucid Dream was able to get one on Mirage.
The Molly kills.
That I liked it because it separated them, right? And it forced the player to go forward. So it was a super easy kill because they had 2 players peeking at the exact same time. But as you said, Annihilation, like that was... Like, if PTC's not there, if he's there like a second later, Annihilation have that chance.
Never mind a second. Honestly, if he's there 0.2, 0.3 the second later, all he needed was a millisecond to readjust his spray. And it was going to be over. That would have been another ace. It would have been me just leaving.
Please don't. I went to this alone.
Then Annihilation is nuts, in all fairness to him. He's been playing really, really well. I think I said I haven't seen D13 since Star Ladder Major Quals. The minor Quals even. So, obviously it's been a long, long time. I think the roster's changed a fair bit as well, but the brand's always been one that can do some damage within the region. I'm just a little bit heartbroken, honestly, that we've ended up on this map. I feel like Lucid Dreams, in order to show us why they chose this, like Inferno, first of all, why is Wright able to walk all the way up on this side without anyone spotting him? Would be my first. Don't jump on his head. Don't do it. You horrible person. Oh no! Well, he deserved that. He really did.
Please tell me we have that replay from Fox's point of view.
He 100% deserved that.
That's unfortunate.
I thought he was going to jump on the head to try and get on the box, like almost bunny hop off him and kill him. To kill Heaven. Oh, here we go. That's from Rates. But look at this, like, on his head. I don't know if he's seen if he has seen the foot or the barrel. That's the question.
I saw something. That's all that matters. PTC, quick double for him. It's looking like we potentially will have the half lead coming in for Lucid Dream at this rate. And money's pretty decent for the next. Actually, it's not pretty decent. It's only PTC I was looking at, who's on 4K. Oh, it's just pistols for D13. I mean, albeit they do have a deagle. I don't think it's gonna be enough. Look at whoa,
Wait,
that
what?
was very ambitious.
What's going on? This guy. It's just so unnecessary. You've got a teammate outside to cover you as well. Why? Why would you rush him in a USP? Throw a
Oh
smoke?
no.
If he,
The thing is, their money's not even great either.
yeah, that made literally no sense. I am genuinely going to come out of this looking more bald than Tombiz by the end of these 4 weeks. I guarantee it. I'll have less hair than Tombiz.
I don't really think that was possible.
Apparently, he has some at the sides and the back.
Oh, you mean just on his head? Okay, that's possible. I mean, obviously his hair went somewhere else. Oh, here we go.
Oh,
the foot. Oh,
That's tragic. Oh man, it's been something else. It really has.
it's a nice attempt. It was cheeky. Seeing the buy up back in for Lucid Dream, up 7-6 score again. He's been on honestly a tear in this half. He's up to 16 kills. They only won 6 rounds. Bomb will get planted. That's down towards lower. I don't know where the support's necessarily going to be. Annihilation's watching the vent. He's cut off the entire rotation there. Now he's forced to actually check on the bomb because he's alone by himself. Again, looking for the sprays. Bomb within the smoke. Not sure if someone's defused it, but there's someone behind him. And there we go. 8-6. We will have that guaranteed first half lead now for Lucid Dreams.
Again, I really wanted to see them up around double digits, but at least they're not going to be in a horrendous spot. For D13, I mentioned that a lot of the results have been versus lower tier teams. Those have, like, versus Mazalai, they found 10 rounds CT side out of 14. It's basically the full half played. But only 6 on the attack. So it just worries me that we're seeing the same level of pace up against, and I wouldn't say between Mazalai and Lucid Dreams on Nuke specifically, I don't know who I'd prefer. Just fingers crossed they've got something prepared for the T side and don't come in looking the same as they did versus Beyond and Vici.
I mean, they have to, right?
See, this is the thing, though. Sometimes teams pick maps or allow maps, or they just do the weirdest things in the veto. I've seen teams pick their opponent's favorite map. Versus North, someone did it recently. It was just stupid. They picked Vertigo. It was the wildest thing I've ever seen. This is the last round.
And again, it is North, so...
It is North, but you gotta give him some respect on Vertigo. There we go. Rates finishing that one off, putting 7 on the board. I'm gonna go look up North's history, because I can't remember which team it was. Singularity, that's what it was. Didn't even need to look it up, because it's ingrained in my memory. I've had nightmares ever since. They picked North in the Pro League Europe qualifier. I was just like, why would you do that versus North? They are insane. I'll check right now. Vertigo, they've played 19 times in the last 3 months. I think it was like 22 or something at the time. And they were clearly going to pick it if you let it through. But no, I don't know. But yeah, what I'm saying is sometimes teams do things that make no sense in the veto. And that's at a professional top EU level. So Lucid Dreams may be messed up. But it is North. I will give you that. The end of the day.
Oh my gosh. Well, no, this doesn't have a chance to play out this pistol round. It's immediately gooshed up. And then finished off right away. Ooh, okay, score. He's going to hear the majority of the players rushing down towards lower rate, trying to get himself in a position to defend this. Tamir as well, trying to back away. He's going to fall, and it looks like, well, that one round they did get, was that pistol round? I'm assuming that's a yes.
I'm actually just checking. Can't remember.
Oh, okay. All right, score and raid again. Just tag teaming for these kills. PTC, he's in the smoke. He gets the kill in the Mr. Cap. And he gets off to the side. He runs out of bullets, however, and PTC is going to fall right. And the last bullet in the chamber gets the kill. Last bullet in the magazine. And that will tie things up at 8 apiece. But again, a very crucial pistol round now going for D13. Even more crucial, I'd say, for Lucid.
Now, Lucid lost every pistol bar the CT side of Mirage. Other than that, they just haven't been having a good relationship with pistol rounds. And even then, CT side Mirage, they allowed a bomb plant. They lost immediately afterwards. This time, though, at least we can look positively towards the fact that Lucid got a bomb plant so they can invest into this one. Problem for me is Rate's just a beast in these last couple of rounds. He's been stepping up. You can rely on him on the CT side. Now you got Annihilation having freedom to play with his scope. Tamer, he's pushed all the way up. Stopped just in time so I didn't hear his steps. And a free two-man spray down with the SMG. Farming a little bit of cash, a little bit more. And PTC had the bomb.
Well, the pistols they invest into this round not going to work out too well. Tamir's going to be on 1800 from those kills he was able to get, and they might need the money into the following round because we should be seeing the 8Ks come into light. John Olsen, Rydell's just going to fall off the marshmallow. D13 get the lead back for themselves. I think this is the real tough part here for D13 because they lose this. Forced on the save. We're looking at Lucid tying things up and getting to 10. I mean, obviously, as you said before, they only got one round when they played this map on the T side last time. But I still don't believe that should happen here. Like, you wouldn't allow Nuke to go through if it was that weak of a map for you. So they have to be prepared. I refuse to believe otherwise.
I'll believe it when I see it, Jason. Until then, I'm not going to hold that hope. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Can someone shoot for me, please? Does our UI show the gun depleting as it runs out of ammo?
Yeah, well, I brought that up earlier.
I just noticed that when Fox was reloading. That's insane. Look at 789. He's reloaded. I love that. I don't know how I didn't notice that so far. There's secrets. What are we gonna know by the last day, Jason?
Well, there's also an on fire thing. Did you notice that?
No. Oh my god.
Someone gets 3 or more kills in 2 rounds in a row, their portrait goes on fire.
That's sick.
I'm kidding.
Oh, okay. God damn you, Jason.
I mean, now it sounds like a decent idea, to be fair. I was just making that up off the top of my head.
I think if they find 3 kills in a round, it should happen. 2 in a row. Your standards are very high.
But I want to hear the NBA Jam soundtrack go, you know, or the
oh yeah,
soundbite of
let's
on
get PGL
fire.
DMCA. Let's do it. What a great idea.
They're low HP though. Fox on 12, PGC on 49. Rate's actually able to create some to close the distance gap. Bomb will go down, but Rate can just drop straight in. Nice little shot of Annihilation. 3 on 2. They have 2 kits. Taps the bomb as well, trying to find out where these players are going to be. The spam comes in from the first, and now he knows at least where Fox will be. And Fox will fall. The second player, they're going to keep coming from the exact same angle. The door going to be closed and open and closed. And oh my god, they keep tapping at PTC. If he just sprays into this. Oh, he even gets the kill onto Rate. But they still have the kit anyways.
If the time was lower, dude, that would have been so sick. Like 2 bodyguards, like something in a movie, just straight past both of them.
Speaking of bodyguards, did you happen to watch The Bodyguard last night?
Last night? No.
Disappointed.
Is it the one with Samuel L. Jackson?
No. What? No.
That's the
Kevin
Hitman's
Costner.
Bodyguard. I've never seen that movie. I've heard my grandparents talk about it.
Oh man, we're not that old.
Oh, that's this one.
Whitney Houston. Kevin Costner.
No, okay, no, I'm thinking of the latest BBC show or Netflix, apparently. I don't know.
Whoa, can't say that. John Olsen has Rush Shadow Hut. Quick kills, though. I mean, it's just pistols. Unfortunately, no bomb going to be planted, so no money really going to be accrued for them. They do an okay damage, getting 2 kills, but you can still see Mr. Cap 8.2. They kept the op on Annihilation. Scores up to 5K. Score 24 kills. Remember, he was on like 16 the first half when they only took, was it like 6 rounds? 7 rounds it was.
Mm-hmm.
He's been pretty damn consistent. Like, I don't know, he's been pretty impressive. Obviously, it's only the first time we've seen them. We haven't been able to watch them just yet because this is only their first match. Like, him, Annihilation, and Rate have really like stepped up to be some like big players.
I think we really doubted Annihilation's ability anyways, even after the previous map. And that was just an all-around disaster. We'll see what Lucid Dream can do. Look, this is one of the rounds they need to step up in. They're letting D13 away with murder. As Annihilation grabs one good trade. He got a little bit greedy, continuing to aggress on outside. Score, knows there's a player close. Oh, they're all dead. So quickly dealt with. John Olsen's at least able to get himself a double back into the round. Lucid Dreams can actually find this with his knife out. He was shoulder peeking it. He starts to move forward. Rate looks the wrong way, but they walk right past each other. Oh my god, swapping positions, but Rate eventually checks it. The bomb remains in their control. Out goes Leaf and down right afterwards. That is 12-8. D13 even managing to save over the AWP. Now 4 rounds ahead.
Are you gonna buy up into this? See the AK for DTC. I see Mac 10. I mean, if they win it, they could kind of break the economy out of D13 and start to build up some momentum. But most of these rounds haven't looked really too close. It's been a couple here or there. Annihilation on the op. Oh, we saw his position earlier. Aircast used it before. Annihilation's gonna get the better of Fox. Oh, Rate. He's so good. He is so good.
Yeah, I think the conversation can definitely turn into Rate's favor as well as Annihilation's in terms of moving up within the region. He's been playing so well. I mean, if this series is anything to go by, for their debut, again, ignoring map number 2, which was a disaster for D13.
Oh. Statty McStatboy coming back. 28 grenades used, damn. Quite a bit. 10 of them are Molotovs. 11 smokes. Yeah, like Score, again, like these 3 players on this team is just really impressed me. I don't think I've had the opportunity to cast D13 in the past. It's really cool to see like what some of these players in these regions, or the regions that I typically don't see too often or get to work with too often, and what they can bring to the table. I see the force up yet again. PTC going to be on the Mac 10. Looks like it's going to be an upper hit.
Yeah, definitely looking for the A site. They've moved on through outside. Those drops are being heard onto the roof. That should be communicated over. Ready for them as they come on in through main, but no chance. The Score is dead immediately. Quick little one tap. Lucid Dreams coming ahead with 2 kills. Rate,
oh no.
Rate's still alive. That's where the problems can start to stem. Annihilation going for the style points, but all the while, Rate's winning every single duel. What is this guy? He's just got a 3K out of nowhere. Now John Olsen trying to get away. He gets peeked by the op at Annihilation. That's a very disappointing round from him. What did he miss? Like 7 shots?
Well, the first, I don't think that many. The first shot that came through, he switched too quickly. The shot didn't even go off. Then he comes back for the quick scope, that misses. Comes back in again and misses. It's unfortunate. I mean, they still have money, so it's not too big of a deal. But that could have been round 14, and that could have been like Lucid Dream again on an awkward buy.
Can you imagine, right? How annoyed D13 would be if they end up now losing a couple of rounds in a row. I think the tilt factor would set in massively, especially for Annihilation, knowing that if he just hit 1 shot out of 4 or 5, that would have been an easy 14-9. Lucid Dreams, no bomb plan, so not a lot of money. A really good spot to play from. He's making up for it now, though, with the immediate opening and putting it into a 4 versus 5. And this D13 now know they've lost control towards outside. They can commit an extra player to defending B. It's Tamer that's down there. He's got a flash, a nade remaining. Time to lob that nade through for some extra damage points, and it does basically nothing.
If anything, it does give his presence up, which might have forced the rotation to come through. Back towards the upper bomb site. You can see them coming up the vents. Tamir somehow survives. I don't think he took much damage there. And, well, now he has taken damage. He's going to get headshotted. They expect Score to be here, though. Got the M4 ready. He's got Rate to potentially flank in from behind. And the T's are just not moving at the moment. He catches him with the nade out. And he's going to get the kill on the Fox. Rate, is he going to be there in time? He gets the first. It'll be Leaf alone now. Inside of Garage. In the 1-on-2. Comes around the corner. Gets Rate right off the bat. But will he expect now Mr. Cap to be here? 30 seconds left to go. So he's got time to play with. He's got the bomb in hand. And he's watching his back.
My God.
And he gets the kill.
Can this man lose a 1v2? That's what I want to know. Oh, they're not taking the op. That's going to be a faster play this round. But can he lose a 1v2? I don't think so. Physically impossible. All that hair is just hiding the massive extension at the back of his head to fit his large brain. It's just too smart. It's unfair.
I want to imagine Tom with that hair.
Tom?
Yeah, Tom is with that hair.
I want to imagine Tom with any hair.
I've seen a picture, like his driver license.
No way, he's got hair.
He finally doesn't look like a giant baby.
Like just one walking egg. I think he should grow the hair on the sides out so he looks like Eggman from Sonic.
Oh no.
That'd be great.
It'll look like my dad.
The nose wouldn't be quite right. You could help him.
What? How am I supposed to help him get a bigger nose?
I don't know. You get a herbal remedy or something.
What?
It's passed down through generations.
What? It's just pistols here for D13. You can see Deagle for Score. I mean, I think he's over towards Secret as we have a big stack towards outside. We can hear the smokes, everything being thrown down towards lower. So I would assume, you know, get a couple kills here, maybe rescue a couple weapons. Again, the economy, it's not too strong here for Lucid Dream. I have to be very careful about, you know, winning this round cleanly. If you know, any kill D13 gets, just gives them more of a likely chance to, you know, get their 14th round. And there, Tamir gets around the corner, gets the kill. Looking for a second, but he's forced to reloading. And Leaf now, he's going to fall. Don't tell me, John Olsen. Oh my God, Score gets it. They get 3 kills, and all they had were pistols, and they're going to continue to go forward. I mean, they can afford to die on the site. Yeah, no kits, but as long as they keep them here, potentially, or maybe get a kill or 2 more.
Every shot they hit is basically...
Is PTC going to die too to the bomb?
He can't get out, right? Oh, no, he can. Okay.
Really strong walls.
Really thick walls, yeah. So...
And they rescued 2 AKs and a Galil. Like, come on, that was an insane round.
Yeah, that's absolutely nuts. No way they should have gotten away with that. I mean, you mentioned that their economy wasn't great on the T side. Well, that certainly didn't help. You got a Mac 10 even coming out. This is D13's opportunity. If they take this, they could be looking at 15 at least. Look at that. The aggressive RAM control they had. And I get Leaf sticking around, John Olsen coming up to support, because once they've dropped 1 rifle, you want to stop the CTs from saving it, but they committed way too hard. A very fast round, and it's the Mac 10 opening up all the kills. Molly up to heaven, and they've got the A site. What do we come back to?
Probably a 12th round for Lucid Dream.
Jeez, that was so fast. We were only gone for 5 seconds.
I mean, Score's on 3K. So he should be able to buy up himself. I think Tamir can drop 1. So they should still have a buy into the next round. But he talked about, you know, Lucid Dream only getting 1 round on the T side before. Well, they've definitely proven they can get way more than that. Not bad, yeah. I mean, these like fast plays have been really rough for D13 to contend with. I mean, I can still see a Molotov on Tamir, but I don't think he's in a position to stop them from rushing straight through. I would almost say just call a pause, call timeout, talk some things over here, because you can't afford to really lose out on too many more rounds.
Yeah, I think you're right. A pause would be nice. But Jason, I'd ask you a question. That's how many pauses of a tactical nature have we seen today?
I think like 2, maybe 1.
Yeah. And that's a thing that just doesn't seem to exist in this series anyways. Did we have one on the on Mirage?
Well, I
have.
don't know the rules with coaches and like, are they able to talk in between rounds or only talk during timeouts? I don't actually know how that works. Because if you can talk, you know, in between rounds, then yeah, I mean, there's no need to use a timeout.
I'm not 100% sure. We can check that when we come to thing. I think with RMR it was voted they can talk all the time, but I'm not sure if that's just Road to Rio or this included. No, 2 kills, one with a nade. What a great start by D13. PTC is also basically 1 HP. Tam just made some noise. Get down there, Tamer. Bail out. He's in danger. Well, that was not... Of all the moves that could have been made, that was not the one.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I can understand they flashed him in to try to go for the kill, but you had a 4-on-3. You have him with the presence to shut down any sort of vent play, and if they do go upper, the threat of him always coming through to kill you.
And he made noise just a second before.
Yeah. Well, Annihilation will get the return kill, but they do get themselves down lower. Donaldson's got the bomb. If Tamir was still alive, this probably wouldn't be a possibility. Now we're playing after plant, and oh, John gets so lucky to get around the corner. They don't even have any nades, no offensive utility to use, just a smoke and 2 flashes, and Lorraine gets caught turning around. Annihilation's left alone, and I think we're going to see a 13th round on the board for Lucid Dream.
It looks likely. Annihilation was going for it. He's got, what, a couple seconds to play with. I don't know why you would open the door there. There was still 18 seconds left. If he flicked over on a 19 health PTC and shot him on a USP, that would have been done. The decision making has been beyond... Oh my god! He was probably going to die anyways, but jeez, that was unreal! No scope through the box. I love it. He's got blue tack on his screen.
Statty McStat boy coming back in. Leaf. 8 flashes.
I think we let Dingo think of a name for this until tomorrow.
I think he forgot. I think he's like, I don't got a name. And I'm not going to give you one. You should just named it Dinko. I would have named it after me.
No, you would have named it Statty McStatboy. I think we already proved that. Look at this. Gorgeous.
Looks like we did have a timeout called this time, though.
Yeah. You know what? Actually, maybe we're missing some of the timeouts because we go into this. Like maybe we're not noticing them occasionally because we do the replays, so it's not as obvious. That could be it. Replays have been on point as well. We're getting all the different perspectives. Oh my god, the picture play just...
We got a picture with Leaf's hair on Thomas. We can get that sent to production and maybe get that on to air somehow. That'd be great.
I don't think we can do that.
Yeah, definitely not. I can see why.
Lots of logos, but
yeah.
If we can tweet that out, that's with Leaf's old hair, bless it. That's gorgeous. If we can tweet that out and tag Tombiz, that'd be fantastic. Tombiz
Annihilation with the op. I mean, it looks like Justin Bieber almost to me.
Looks like a 40-year-old Justin Bieber whose career ended too early, went into alcoholism. That's where he's at.
Annihilation with the op. He hits John on the cross. Some good damage done. I mean, this is a rough time for them because they really don't have much money to spend after this. Oh my god, the amount of shh I've heard in that round. I think there's 3 Molotovs now gone, and so is Rate's chance to stay alive in this round. 4-on-4, getting the bomb down towards lower scores. Waiting, he's been the big player for the side of D13. 27 kills. He's looking to add more. Got Tamir off to the side, who's unfortunately not going to be able to close out that kill, but Score's still going to be here, and he's looking to maybe wrap around the bomb. It was being planted, but you stop it. 789, he's the one currently holding it. PTC trying to back him up, and they will lose the bomb. Score again has gone big.
PTC's got to do it all now. Annihilation's off is spotted. He's slow peeking around and easily connecting that shot, and a 14th for D13. So close to victory, they can almost taste it. They faltered on Mirage, and that was definitely a wild one from them. Oh, here's the molly. John just realizing that he's dead. There's no way out.
Oh,
poor guy.
The last tick.
But for D13, having that loss in the previous map clearly hasn't halted the momentum. The only issue, really, we've already seen a decent turnaround from Lucid Dream. I think maybe they wanted to try this map out to expand their map pool a little bit. They obviously did some work on it since they've last played it, but their T side, it's lacking a little bit. Well, I mean, all in all, actually, considering they lost the pistol, and they didn't manage to get their buy round, and they've managed to trade it now, what, 7 for 5? That's an okay T side, but their CT wasn't good enough to really allow that to be where it ends. They've got to do a lot more. They've lost the opening duel. 789's rifles on the floor. Leaf, a player that only has a deagle, would definitely like that, but he's rushing forward. His teammates are very far behind him on the ramp, but the pressure applied is enough to cause Rate to rotate down. Unfortunately, PTC's not able to claim any control of Secret, and with that, I mean, D13 have got the full read. They know that they've given up ramp control, and that's the only bit of map control that Lucid Dream have.
Still 5 on 3, and they've thrown all the pennies in their bank. Annihilation got the entry, at least the initial kill earlier on. They get another for himself. Leaf's gonna fall, and now it's gonna be a 5 on 2. And I'd almost just say save these 2 guns you have. This next round, you're not gonna have really anything at all, but they do push in. They get the first kill under Rate. Gonna get the bomb planted, but Score's gonna stop that. Buys a little bit of time for maybe a rotation to come in to stop John Olsen from going for the plant. Looks like he will stick it. Be very careful how they go for the retake. They don't want to lose too many players. They don't want to give a chance for John Olsen to win this one. He dodges away from the flashbang. There's a player behind him over towards ramp. He's trying to clear out his angles. He changes his position up, but have they realized he's over here? It seems so. Annihilation. Gonna come around the corner. He gets them lined up. He gets the headshot. Now Tamir on 12 HP. The flashbang comes through, and John just needs to hit the shot. He's completely butted up, and somehow John pulls it off. That was a 2 on 5.
Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. We talked about John Olsen at the start of the day. We said hopefully he'd step it up. Fox and himself on the rifles were a joy to watch during Road to Rio. I've said it for the last 2 maps, and it's fallen on dead ears, but finally, at long last, here he is, almost dropping 30 kills in this map. Very close to saying single-handedly keeping this team alive. He's definitely doing the majority of the heavy lifting. Just take a look. Now, when you look at Lucid Dream, it's John Olsen you look to. PTC's been okay. Certainly on the AWP, not having the performance we would hope for, but up against Annihilation, I don't blame him. Then they do a pretty even job there. There's just more players stepping it up. Score and Rate, they've been dominant, and we're missing Fox for the most part compared to what we expect.
I don't know how they win that round. I don't know how D13 lose the round. They might have just lost the map, though. Fox pushes in with the flashbangs again. The quick play working out so well for Lucid Dream. Bomb goes down. So they will have 4 players to go for the retake here. But I'm getting real concerned. D13, I'm also getting concerned for how much you're going to rub this in our face if Lucid Dream pull this off.
Wow.
Score gets a shot. That was completely through smoke. Tamir pushes in, gets 1 as well, and those 2 kills are quickly being traded back. Down to the 2 on 3 in favor of Lucid Dream. And Rate trying to push in from heaven. I don't think they have this. Like, they don't even have a kit currently on them, and they don't even have time to go for the defuse. So they're gonna run away. And that will be 15 rounds now for Lucid Dream.
15-14. They've done their homework. They've done their research, patched up the holes on the ship like they're playing Sea of Thieves. Working like a unit. I respect it. When I first played that game, I didn't know you had to patch up the holes. Fell in the water in the middle of the sea. There were no mermaids at the time. Got eaten by a shark. Alt F4 the game pretty
tables
quickly.
have turned. That's what you get for eating shark fin soup in Romania when we were there.
Don't remember ever eating
I know
that,
you did.
but-
You didn't, but that would have been funny.
It went vengeance. 15-14. This is D13's final chance. What's that from PTC? Asleep at the wheel. Wraith's able to pick up a 3K, score on another, and goodbye. Unless Fox can ace this, which I think is out of the question. That is going to be an overtime. My God.
"31 kills for Score, 30 for John Olsen, and 4 of those came to keep their hopes alive in the series. Ridiculous stuff, and I think it's the first time we're seeing overtime, if I'm not mistaken. You there, Mitch? You alive?
I think the others had an overtime earlier, or maybe it was yesterday. I don't know. It's all blending into one. But it's not the first one of the tournament, at least. But it is the first for you and I, Jason. Can't remember what game it was. I've tried to remember. The T side, full buys, all the way. We're talking about 10k OT, I see. And I assume Dinka would have alluded to the fact that I'd be angry about this in their cast.
Yeah, no overtimes. First one.
Whenever it's a Valve-sponsored event, it has to be 10k OTs. I detest it, but we have to rock in and then see people save, potentially. Helps the T-side out a little bit, because it means the counter-terrorist economy is always under threat. If you manage to find 2 or 3 kills in the first round, you can often push the CT side to save, if you've managed to convincingly take control of the site. Score, I think... No, never mind. I was mishearing. I thought that smoke had hit 789, and he would then be ready to spray through, but it must have been the Molotov hitting off something.
There's the smoke. Molotov thrown in as well to clear out the far vent. Annihilation gets the first kill. Wraith's actually flanked in from behind. Fox, well, he gets one, but again, it's looking like it's going to go the way of the CTs for D13. PTC's going to push through the smoke and into his death. So that threat of the CT economy, well, it'll be all right for now as they maintain the op. 16 to 15. The magic number is going to be 19. We're not sure. Yeah, okay. 19. Just making sure in my head.
Oh, God. Surely you've done enough OTs at this point. I remember I did a game that was 8 overtimes. That was fun.
It doesn't sound it.
I had to start writing down what the number was so I'd be able to add 4.
Right? I've had that problem before many times.
Yeah, I think it was like OT 6 and I lost it and I was like, okay, hold on. So 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22.
You're counting with your fingers as well too, right?
I literally am doing it on my fingers right now.
Yeah, there's no other way.
No, not at all. We're coming into outside smokes. Lucid Dreams wanting to take control there. Annihilation is playing on a passive angle so they can at least get down into secret. I think they're starting to panic though. They look much more sporadic than what we've seen from them so far. Like in terms of the utility usage anyways, they've got no smokes left and they haven't even pushed towards any sort of map control with the exception of one player lurking outside.
I'm a little bit worried though, like money-wise. If Lucid Dream loses without getting the bomb planted, a score, I mean, all right. Just gonna equalize things, takes down Leaf. I think they're gonna shy away from ramp because, you know, Ray honestly has been doing a phenomenal job there. Against on that last run alone with the flank coming through. But actually, that was PTC who actually snuck in behind them in towards heaven. I noticed up in the, you know, the top hand side of the screen, and they're gonna get a clean victory here. Tamir's gonna be the only one that falls. But the money out of Lucid Dream, this might be a terrible start for them in overtime. Only 2 players who can afford the AKs and the armor. I would imagine it's gonna play quick again. Play fast-paced.
Well, when you have the likes of a Mac-10 coming out, those weaker weapons, you kind of have to. If it's just one, I guess he can lead the charge wherever you do eventually push. Like if you're going for seeker control, he can be the one just swinging around the corners. A pause has come through. This, by the looks of it, is a technical. For Lucid, they will definitely use this as an opportunity to have a little bit of a discussion. They've tried their faster plays. It didn't work in the first round. They were very pointed towards the A site. They allowed a flank to come through and were punished for it. But I think the mistake was coming into the second round. They were sort of hoping for the same thing. They moved towards the ramp and towards main, just holding down passively. Had PTC move through outside in the hopes that that would allow them to catch these players off guard, but it absolutely wasn't the case. D13 just stayed nice and passive. We saw that their outside control was Annihilation, holding way back. They had one on ramp and the rest ready to hold down that A bomb site. Even the smokes didn't manage to weaken it enough, and now that they move into this round, they're going to need a new approach.
Yeah.
Or potentially they'll throw away their chances at even winning this in overtime. The best case scenario would be another OT.
I think the amount of utility that D13 have, there shouldn't be any problem stopping a rush. Just get those Molotovs down early, right? Like, don't allow them to get into the site, because they've been struggling with the quick plays that Lucid Dream like to throw against them. Tamir will be thrown in. Nades, yeah, a lot of early too. Tamir's not gonna have a chance. He just gets sprayed in the smoke in the back, and then the nade comes through, and well, that's 2 rounds back to back. He's the first to die. But the utility that, you know, Lucid Dream have left after this, a little bit rough. They still have those 3 smokes, so they could set up a wall towards outside if they wanted, but I still imagine that's not going to be happening here. Or maybe it will. I can see them backing away to set up for it. And that leaves them no smokes for getting into the lower site. It leaves them no smokes for planting or post-plant. I guess Leaf's going to maintain his for now. And score. Where did he just push in from? He pushed in from Squeaky. It's the 1 kill, but he loses his life here, Mitch.
That trade's definitely worthwhile for the T side. Even blind PTC gets it into heaven. They know Mr. Cap is alone on that side. They've got to move fast, and they're able to take him down. And no, what? Why did he just run out in the open like that? I mean, surely the communication was there that Leaf was out on the site. But Annihilation didn't care. He was just going for a bit of a mosey, perusing the upper rafters, and instead of finding anything that he wanted to take home with him, some nice deals, he just found a few bullets to the face. That's an opportunity now for the CT side. Lucid Dreams need to win every single round, and as much as I wouldn't put it past them, I want to take a look at how they got on their CT side full buys. If we exclude the first 5 rounds, because the early economy, you know, obviously isn't going to be in play at this point, they won 7 out of 9 of the last. That means they are, in theory, in with a pretty good chance of at least finding the 2 to bring it to another overtime, possibly even winning.
I think you're seeing the pressure. Lucid Dream here. No aggressive pushes, no you know, cheeky angles used like Annihilation was doing with Squeaky Door. Maybe going for the smokes towards outside, and Annihilation's already actually walking out here looking for and hoping for an angle to be given to him, which I believe, yeah, PTC will be. Oh, and we'll get across. Smoke's gonna help. And Incendiary's gonna slow down for a little bit of time. Maybe allow some rotations to get back down towards lower for Lucid in time for this push to actually kick off. Big round though. If Lucid take this, I think we potentially could see them, like you said, take it to a double overtime, if not win it.
Double kill to start it off. PTC with another, but it's down to a 2v2. Tamara and Annihilation able to pull it all the way back as the T side look for the bomb plant, but they've yet to get the bomb. Going into, oh, PTC! He came through the smoke, but stood right on the edge of it. Another wild and wacky decision. As Fox comes up towards the window, he might be able to get out and stop that bomb, or at least catch them fading off of it. He's seen the head. He's waiting for it. Good flick over. But now it's the AWP to deal with. Throwing a nade. Way too much commitment for a frag. I mean, he was out in the open for a good 3 seconds. Without his weapon out, without the ability to fire, and he knew that it was Annihilation he was against. That was a really poor choice.
Maybe they misjudge. Maybe like misjudge how much damage Annihilation had taken. Because I don't think he actually took a single point there, but I mean, maybe the nade was hoping to be enough to finish him off. Or maybe to flush him out if he was behind the silo, but as we saw, it, I mean, technically did kind of flush him out, but it only helped him. Like I said, they need to win 2 in a row to keep their hopes alive in this first game. And to keep your hopes alive to rub this in our face.
I think Lucid Dreams have already shown me that they've at least put the preparation into this map. They're trying to expand their map pool as a core 5, indeed. Outside of what they've done as a 3-man before. And that's nice to see. But when you experiment with these maps, when you're pulling them out for the first time in an official sense, you've done some reworking of how you approach it, you are going to expect it to, well, potentially not go your way. Just a shame, considering how Mirage went. This could have been much more solid for them. I think they would have stood a better chance when it came down to the likes of an Inferno. The 2 rounds in a row, it's still not too big of an ask. The D13 have been on fire. We've seen score on new levels of rifling. He's the first player out. Swinging on the outside, he's dropped a smoke, but where is he going from here? If they're going into A, he needs to get in to support them, but he smoked himself off. They gonna go down vents?
Not sure. Donaldson's come behind, and that's the bomb. Oh my god, this is reminding me of a round before. At least take down 2 before he falls with 7 in Leaf. What worries me is even if they win this round, the money they're going to have in the follow-up round is going to be so tough to even get a competent buy. They're going to make their way down towards lower. Bomb should be planted here in a few seconds, and Leaf's going to fall. Leaving it all on 7, 8, 9. He's going to drop as well. Finally, D13 will close it out, but 19-16 will be the final score, and Lucid Dream definitely came close to taking that map and taking that series.
They did indeed. I mean, they really put up a fight against D13. You could see the promise. Train lost both pistols, threw away so many rounds, and yet they still get double digits. Mirage absolutely dominated on an individual level. We saw things I didn't expect from Lucid Dream. Leaf with so many clutches. I mean, I'm not surprised MIBR are mad. All jokes aside, though, that was an absolutely insane series, and I think that the likes of a Nuke, it's good to see them expand their horizons, look for new maps, and hopefully they'll get a little bit better on that as we move throughout the tournament.
That was basically just low-hanging fruit, by the way. That made me feel good about my jokes. It also makes me feel good having Blett and Dinko here to help break down that last game. Yep.
I don't want to do it, Jason. There's too much going on. There's so much to break down for the main part because it's just chaos. I think the amount of stuff we've seen from these teams that just doesn't really make a whole lot of sense is crazy. But it does deliver entertaining Counter-Strike. I'll give them that. And, well, John Olsen this time. Good mustache, good CS skills, it seems. He's definitely showing up. 31 kills he managed to get towards the end there, so very impressive stuff. I think we started to see Lucid Dream actually come into their own at this point. I think you're starting to see a little bit of the veterans and in the team PTC, definitely looking good at times. So this roster, I think they've got potential with this, and obviously being a new team, you've got to expect some holes, and hopefully they fix them moving forward into the tournament.
I'm not going to say anything, I'm good.
Not sure if you hear anything. I'm sorry. I'm not sure if that's coming across my mic. I think a child's being murdered in my backyard.
Oh, God, don't say that.
What?
So weird. Hearing some screaming back there.
That's a turn.
Yeah, that was a turn for the worst. But I'd agree, like with Dinko's sentiments. Like we saw some promise out of them, and we're obviously going to see them grow over the course of this tournament. Maybe if this was delayed like a couple more weeks or just a week or two, maybe they would have what it takes to easily be like a top 3 contender, because I think they have the potential there. We saw it at individuals, but we need to see it more as a team. I mean, obviously John Olsen's, or I guess it was a 2v5 they had with him and Fox, but the 1v4 to pull that off with very low health, I mean, that's a good sign for a player, and we just need to see that come together a little bit more.
I think that... Sorry.
Yeah, go on, Mitch.
Okay, I was just going to say, when it comes to the placement overall in the tournament, I think that they have a pretty good shot against teams like Bren, Divine Vendetta. I really doubt that, well, definitely Mazalai. I think that's a given at this point. But when you look at Lucid Dream, I expect them to finish around like 5th, 6th, somewhere in that margin. Probably not up towards the top, especially with the way, if you look at their upcoming games, they're playing against Vici next. And that's really, to get one of the top teams before they can really do their research coming into it, I think it's going to really hamper any progress they can have.
Yeah, I just want to kind of play a little bit of devil's advocate here. Firstly, yeah, messy map. It was almost like me playing like Asian matchmaking where everyone's basically an aimbot, but they don't know how to play the map. But keeping that aside, we're talking like almost like D13 are, you know, the better team than a 10-year team. They're not actually. I mean, they have looked promising recently, but they're just a bunch of kids. Like a couple of months back, they weren't even the top 3 team in Mongolia. I think Mazalai were better than them. They've had a very astronomical rise at the very least. But Lucid Dream, even with the new additions coming in of 789 and Fox Z, these guys have been around for a very long time. All the 5 players in this lineup, they played together. I think we've seen about 20 iterations of, you know, of this particular lineup. With people coming in and out, they know how to play Counter-Strike. They've been around for a while. They've been playing against the Tylus and the Vichis of Asia so many times over the past 3 to 4 years. Well, the D13 kids, apart from Annihilation and Rate and maybe Score, I hadn't even heard of Mr. Cap and one of the other players until quite recently, if you ask me. So I feel like more than I don't know. It's a very weird state to be in, and we expected the 13 to win, but for Lucid Dream, at what point are we going to be like, all right, you guys are a top 5, top 6 team in Asia. You're the 2nd or 3rd best team in Southeast Asia. It's only going to get harder. You lose to D13, you have to face off against so many other teams. Like look at even looking at Divine Vendetta, they look pretty deadly. You look at look at the second map we had from Divine Vendetta. You have Invictus, you have Vici, you have Tyloo, you have all these teams. So Lucid Dream, while I understand that there are a few expectations on this lineup, I think we've given them enough time. It's not brand new players, new kids coming in and, you know, having to fill rough spots. They know what they're doing, and right now they struggle.
Well, let's take a look, though, at the MVP of that map. And I think it was pretty obvious from the scoreboard we saw there. It's got to be Score, and he was just so consistent. I feel like in the maps that they won. I mean, thinking back to his train, he had so many great shots, so many great plays. I mean, I think that even though D13, as you're saying, Blair, I mean, this is only like a team that's recently become top 3 in Mongolia. I think they do have like a core of 3 players that seem to be, you know, pretty on point, and Score is definitely one of them.
Oh, yeah, 100%. The youngest player in the lineup as well, 18 years of age. This is what you want to see. You're talking about Annihilation, you're talking about Rate, you're talking about Score, and these are the 3. That's a core star roster, right? And Rate's, I think, 17 years of age, and Annihilation's 21. That's the core of this team. Then you have the other 2, Mr. Cap, and of course Tamir, who's in-game leader, if I'm not mistaken. They're just like trying to corral these youngsters and kind of lead this new breed of players in the Mongolian scene, or the Asian scene, so to speak. That's why I'm very excited about this lineup. They still have a lot of ways to go. We've seen a lot of mistakes being made here.
Yeah.
At least from an individual perspective, my God, they look very, very sharp.
Yeah, I think Annihilation has proven that he's legit. I think this guy is really exciting to watch and probably has a great future in this scene. So I'm looking forward to seeing Annihilation. He's come in and he's looked hot. So hopefully in the next few weeks, we get to see more of him at this level and really get to see if he can unlock the rest of his abilities, because right now there's a pretty good first showing.
Yeah, and speaking of first showing, seeing John Olsen in their first game, at least in that last map alone, we have to do the head-to-head between him and Score, because he had some ridiculous frags as well. Just to think, like, that 1v4 he pulled off got him into...
Nuts.
Yeah, it was nuts, first of all, but it even got him into overtime in the first place. He had 33 kills. Even look at the assists on top of that. That's just insane.
Yeah, John Olsen being one of the... PTC and John Olsen are the 2 big names in that lineup, actually. Like, if you look at Lucid Dream and you're like, all right, who are the star players here? It's obviously going to be PTC and John Olsen. PTC having a pretty good nuke compared to what he's had in the entire series, but John Olsen playing to his level, I think that's pretty cool. This guy, a couple of years back, was just destroying, wrecking people in pugs and 10-mans in the Asian region. It's good to see him really come into his own. But as a unit, I feel like Thai CS, the current generation of Thai teams, they play a more tactical style of CS, at least what I've seen. That's not what I saw here in Nuke. This was just very all over the place. They were playing D13's game. They were going for those duels, a lot of weird decisions being made, a lot of individuals duels being taken. And unfortunately for them, you know, especially when these 3 youngsters in Mongolia show up, it wasn't going to be good enough.
Well, let's take a look at our standings now. Have they progressed over the 3 days that we've had? We're still only in the first week. We're only 3/5 the way through the first week. You can see Invictus Gaming and Tiger currently on 2-1, whereas Invictus Gaming do have the 2-1 lead. Mazalai, I'm really curious to see when they play next. I think that'll be in 2 days from now to see if they're going to be continuing to go in full goose egg. But Tyloo, well, they have a chance to bounce back tomorrow. They're currently 0-1. Is there any... I mean, I almost want to ask if there's any surprises in this, but I feel like it's still too early on to even, you know, to say just that just yet. Yeah. So moving on into, I want to look at actually today's results if we have that, just to kind of get an idea of what games did go down in case you guys missed any of the games. I know we had a long one over the course today, a lot of 2-1s, and our first overtime, you can see again, Tiger against Beyond. And Give me a quick recap here. Not necessarily how the game went down, but how you feel, Bleh, about the Beyond roster now after seeing them against Tiger.
I still feel it's a promising lineup. I still feel like as we progress in the tournament, they're a team who are not going to get knocked out, like 100%. I can just put that in writing. I hope they grow into this particular event. They need to break that mental barrier, I feel like. And once that's broken, I feel like they are going to be a team who can potentially, if not consistently contend against the top 3 teams in Asia, at least pull off the odd occasional upset over Tyloo and Vici. And honestly, I'll take it.
We also see Divine Vendetta taking the loss, unfortunately, against Invictus Gaming. It's kind of funny that the teams that did win were the teams that won the first map and the final map. It was really cool to see Divine Vendetta on train. Like, again, Invictus Gaming, maybe there's some holes in there, but it was cool to see that there are other teams that can challenge the likes of them. Let's actually take a look, though, at the schedule for tomorrow, because the games aren't done just yet for this week. We still have quite a few more to go. We're going to be kicking things off with Beyond Esports up against Bren Esports. I don't know how that one's going to go, but I feel like it could be super close.
I feel like... Yeah, Dingo, sorry, go on.
Yeah, I think Beyond, obviously, they're looking, when they immediately come into this tournament, they were looking like the most clean team. Today, they had a few hiccups and a few hurdles. Bren coming into this event, obviously coming through the Asian qualifier, one of the lower seeds in the tournament. I'm expecting a good game. I think Bren actually showed up yesterday, obviously taking down Tiger. So this could be a close game. I think I'm gonna have to edge it out to Beyond, but you know, it could go either way.
I feel like it's tasty.
I feel like we're yeah. No, you go ahead. You know what?
I just feel like it's a very tasty matchup because I was excited for that because Bren right now trying to make a statement of being the best team in Southeast Asia, at least in the region. You know, in all those countries like Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, those regions. And now Beyond, I mean, you can't deny them. They are the best team in SEA right now. So this. I think it's kind of like a mini battle to decide which team is going to be the best team in that particular region and maybe be a top 5 team in Asia.
I'm looking forward to actually match number 2 and match number 3. Lucid Dream, you obviously talked about, Lucid Dream talked about how, you know, it's a team that's kind of been around in different iterations for such a long time. We have D13 as well. Like both these two teams we just saw in that last game are going to have such a real challenge ahead of them now with Vici and Tyloo. Do you have any like kind of predictions for me for Mitch and Bleb before we do, close out the show? Start off with you, Mitch.
I mean, look, I made a brave play today saying Lucid would take Mirage, maybe Nuke. I'm happy with how that transpired.
Did you say maybe Nuke or did you say they were going to win, Mitch? I'm pretty sure you said they were going to win.
Sure
he said he was going to win.
I bet. Whoa. We can go back on the VODs later.
We can go back later on, but I'm quite sure.
Quite sure I said I think they've done the research. But the thing is, I'm not going to do that with Vici. I think Lucid Dream don't stand a chance of matching up against them. They haven't got the map pool to do it. They haven't got the firepower or the consistency. I think that should be a fairly clean one. I don't know,
he's
about
not a total
idiot.
There we go.
Maybe you fell in love with Lucid today. I don't know.
Wait, me fall in love with Lucid Dream? No. Listen,
it's just so clean on Nuke.
See, listen, like there are certain relationships you don't really want to get into, and ThyCS and getting into falling in love with that is something very dangerous. There's a couple of Australian casters out there who have been enamored with ThyCS, and I can see them every day just sinking into the abyss. That's something I don't want to be a part of. D13 Tyloo. That is what I'm looking forward to. Last time they played, D13 2-0 Tyloo. And Tyloo are going to be looking for vengeance, especially Tyloo who lost already. They're 0-1 right now. They're going to be hungry, raring to go. Somebody's looking to push through every smoke, Molotov, and even a wall maybe. That is the game for me, and I'm happy to see that as the final map of the final game of the series tomorrow.
I think you might be thinking about the wrong game when talking about pushing through a wall. But anyways, that's going to wrap up our day number 3 here. Obviously, a big thank you to all of our casters for sticking with us throughout the entire day. And of course, the production crew has been doing a phenomenal job. PGL's been doing a great job with this entire event. But this is going to wrap up our day. This is PAL Summer 2020, the Asia Summer RMR event. Make sure you guys tune in again tomorrow at the same time, 7 a.m. CEST. Wherever that is, wherever you are in the world, you can look up that time zone for yourself because I'm not going to do the math in my head. But thanks again for watching, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.